Karl is a recently graduated professor of dark arts from Durmstrang. The reason for his departure is that he inadvertently caused a significant explosion in the alchemy lab, resulting in extensive damage to the teaching building. However, upon his immediate return to England, he received an invitation letter from Hogwarts. Considering the likelihood that he was being asked to continue in his previous profession, Karl initially contemplated declining the offer. Yet, Dumbledore presented him with an irresistible proposition: the position of alchemy professor, coupled with a letter of recommendation from Nicholas Flamel. Karl readily acquiesced, and, the day before, casually sought accommodation in Hogsmeade, anticipating a smooth commencement of his new role. Alas, an unexpected turn of events involving a love potion resulted in an unforeseen entanglement with another individual. Nevertheless, Karl remarked that he did not find this situation unpleasant. In fact, he might even consider it enjoyable. Chapter 1. A Fortuitous Encounter. On Halloween, Hogsmeade was awash with festive cheer, with several large pumpkins carved into jack-o'-lanterns adorning the entrance of the Three Broomsticks. They were illuminated by an unknown enchantment, casting bright, flickering colors in a mesmerizing display. The pumpkins were wrapped in a bandage-like material, and the worn wizard hat perched atop them bore traces of recent snowfall, with damp edges still visible. This added an intriguing charm to their appearance, making them particularly suitable for the Halloween festivities. Karl mused to himself. The man named Karl sported neat black hair tied back in a low ponytail, suggesting he had taken care to present himself well, clad in a long, linen overcoat and complemented by a crisp shirt, tailored trousers, and formal-looking shoes. Although he was not wearing a tie, his overall demeanor exuded a sense of formality. His countenance rendered his attire, though not entirely fitting for the festive atmosphere, rather acceptable. Having recently flown back to England from Germany, Karl was preparing for an interview the following morning with one of the most esteemed wizards of the century, and thus intended to spend the night in this quaint wizarding town, conveniently close to the interview location. As he was unfamiliar with the layout of England, he deemed it prudent to scout the area, fearing that a last-minute portkey to Hogwarts might lead him astray. Setting aside other considerations, he believed that basic etiquette dictated that one should never be late. After familiarizing himself with the surroundings, he found a suitable establishment to stay in, contemplating his situation as dusk approached. Watching the sunset gradually paint the sky in hues of crimson, Karl paused, realizing that he had come all the way to England without knowing the outcome of his impending interview. Surely he should indulge in at least one drink to savor the local culture. Subsequently, Karl discovered a charming little tavern with appealing decor. He was quite taken with the quaint embellishments, having fixated on the jack-o'-lanterns for about 10 minutes. He had never encountered such a sight in Germany, where the focus of establishments was predominantly on the quality of the beverages rather than the decor. Complemented by the festive attire of the surrounding students and townsfolk, this was indeed a quintessential Halloween setting, and he regretted not having procured a whimsical costume for himself. As Karl pondered these thoughts at the entrance of the tavern, a man swept past him, heading directly to his side. Karl was positioned just to the side of the door. The hurried gentleman, moving at a swift pace, inadvertently brushed his black cloak against Karl's face, producing a crisp sound as it made contact. Evidently oblivious to the effect of his misstep, the man maintained his stride, the hem of his garment swiftly gliding past Karl, leaving behind a faint scent of herbs and a subtle hint of lilies. The amalgamation of the two was not particularly displeasing. Indeed, the impact was not excessively painful. It was only when Karl felt his head tilt awkwardly to one side that he realized he had been standing there for far too long. A chill breeze swept through, signaling the onset of winter, and he felt it was unwise to linger any longer, for such behavior might render him a fool. Thus, he resolved to enter and enjoy a drink, for that was the very purpose of his outing, to seek a modicum of amusement. As Karl stepped into the establishment, he was greeted by decor that exuded character. Upon entering, a wave of warmth enveloped him, dispersing the winter's chill. The air was infused with the distinctive aroma of wheat, and the ambient sound were lively, yet not cacophonous, casting a cozy aura over the space. The arrangement of tables and chairs, the wooden bar, along with the spatial dividers, rendered this place far more classical in appearance than the pubs of the Muggle world, and certainly less wild than those in the German magical realm. However, with the approach of the festive season, the seating appeared exceptionally crowded. He swore that every resident of Hogsmeade must have come here for a drink, for after wandering in circles, he could not find a single empty chair. Karl maneuvered through the throngs of people in search of a place to settle. Yet, his efforts proved futile. There was a lamentable scarcity of vacant tables, and after making an extensive circuit, he was nearly prepared to abandon his quest and return home empty-handed. However, in the next instant, he glimpsed a veritable oasis amidst the crowd. For reasons unknown, this particular area seemed cordoned off, devoid of patrons. Not to mention, the closer he approached, the quieter the surroundings became, as though he were entering an alternate dimension. When Karl finally extricated himself from the masses and arrived at this vacant space, the fleeting scent of herbs and the barely perceptible fragrance of lilies intensified, almost overshadowing the inherent sweetness of the weed aroma that permeated the air. The recollection of the fabric that had brushed against his face surfaced in his mind. Upon beholding the table in its entirety, he recognized that the man who had just brushed past him was seated with an air of composure, his hands aimlessly tapping the surface of the table. His dark eyes appeared somewhat dulled, and his disheveled, shoulder-length black hair fell haphazardly around him. His countenance was far from cheerful, with pronounced dark circles under his eyes that spoke of fatigue. He stared into the distance, seemingly lost in thought, yet evoking in Karl an indescribable sensation. Sadness? That seemed inaccurate. Pain? Perhaps a more subtle affliction. Vulnerability? That too fell off, for this man at least projected an air of ferocity. Due to the angle, Karl could not discern the man's eyes, and thus, he was unable to fully interpret the emotions therein. The atmosphere had grown eerily silent, markedly quieter than when he first entered the establishment. He noticed a few students in costume glancing uncontrollably in this direction, only to swiftly avert their gazes, appearing exceedingly anxious. Particularly, a pair of students, hand in hand like young lovers, displayed a more complex array of emotions, but ultimately, their expressions conveyed a sense of suppressed indignation. How peculiar. Could it be that British wizards have facial expressions akin to a painter's palette? Otherwise, why would each one seem more vivid than the last? Nonetheless, Karl did not lose sight of his purpose for being there. He had come for a drink. Having already entered and spied an available seat, was it not absurd to turn back now? Karl gazed at the long table, approached it, and lightly tapped on the edge, politely inquiring, "Sir, would you mind if I took a seat beside you?" There are no available spots nearby. A smile graced the corners of Karl's lips as he regarded the man opposite him, who was still lost in thought. In the next moment, the man slowly lifted his gaze, and their eyes met for an instant. In that fleeting moment, Karl discerned the emotions he had previously failed to grasp. Although not entirely clear, it felt as though he were enveloped by a thick, dark mire, irresistibly sinking as if into a swamp. Of course, if my presence is a bother. Yet it was not unwelcome, Karl concluded, as those intricate eyes seemed to draw him in, making him wonder what those very eyes might do for him. Should they act in his favor, he would feel a surge of joy. He vowed he would indeed feel this way. Astonishingly, Karl had never before believed that one could be captivated by a mere glance. Yet now he found himself a believer. Ultimately, however, the man merely diverted his gaze for a brief moment, failing to look at Karl or make any further gestures. He simply lowered his head, neither rejecting nor consenting. Nonetheless, Karl found himself inexplicably compelled to sit down. "Thank you," he uttered, feeling the weight of pressure as he spoke. Chapter 2. Love at first sight. The man paid no attention to Karl, who found it difficult to articulate his feelings. He could not simply sit idly. He desired a drink. After all, the purpose of his outing was to indulge in a libation. Just as Karl was about to approach the barmaid to request a beverage, the hurried barmaid emerged from the throng, placing two exquisitely vibrant drinks with a resounding clink upon the table. She appeared so preoccupied that she failed to ascertain the faces before her. Although a flicker of curiosity arose within her regarding the abrupt separation of the two men, her busy schedule allowed no time for inquiries. She merely divided the two drinks, presenting one to Karl and the other to the man seated across from him. "Miss, I didn't order anything." Karl attempted to interject, but the barmaid had already navigated back through the crowd to the bar, resuming her tasks with evident haste. She was genuinely swamped. Perhaps he could wait until she was free? Karl gazed at the drink before him, while the man opposite had already taken a sip from his glass. Though a slight perplexity crossed his features, wondering why the colors of the beverages differed. His fatigue deterred him from seeking clarification. Instead, he lifted his glass and took a sip, the liquid infused with a hint of lily, a flavor that was, ultimately, rather pleasant. Karl too scrutinized his drink, inexplicably drawn to its allure. He swallowed hard, as if it had been crafted exclusively for him. He swore no other beverage had ever captivated his senses quite like this one. What was the secret behind it? He glanced once more at the hurried barmaid, and then back at the drink, the intoxicating aroma becoming increasingly irresistible. He could hardly resist the temptation, if nothing else. He would cover the cost of this drink for its creator after finishing it. The subtle essence of sunflower dominated, completely overshadowing the bitter herbal notes and the fragrance of the lilies. The audacity of infusing sunflower flavor into a drink was an exceptionally innovative idea. Having steeled himself, Karl took a tentative sip. Although the aroma hinted at alcohol, the taste was surprisingly mild, lacking any overwhelming alcoholic punch. It bore the qualities of a soft drink rather than a spirit, with only a whisper of sweetness and a faint musk of sunflower flavor that nearly vanished upon swallowing. How peculiar. The taste did not match the fragrance at all. Karl pondered this anomaly aloud. His words wafted through the air to the ears of the man across from him, who snapped back to awareness. What did you say? The man's previously dulled gaze now held a glimmer of clarity, laced with contemplation. I remarked that this drink is quite strange. It smells of sunflowers. Yet the taste is absent of any such flavor. Karl reiterated his earlier observation, and in that moment, their eyes met once more. As Karl beheld those dark eyes again, his heart fluttered unexpectedly, for he discerned a deeper emotional resonance within them, a sentiment that perhaps mirrored his own. A wave of inexplicable sweetness surged through his mind, igniting the closest sensation to love he had ever experienced in his life. He felt a stirring within, and his once steady hands now seemed uncertain of where to rest. He exhaled slowly, attempting to evade the intensity of the gaze directed at him, yet found himself drawn back to meet it head-on. He was never one to shy away. If he felt attraction, then so be it. Having made up his mind, he resolved to pursue this connection. Meanwhile, the man seated across from Karl, Severus Snape, suddenly became aware of the substance he had inadvertently ingested. His previously dulled mind regained some clarity, and he realized that the faint essence of lily he had detected was not without consequence. It was, damn it, a love potion. Snape, who had once garnered countless accolades for his mastery of potions, was now grappling with the disconcerting reality of having unwittingly consumed a love potion. He could hardly applaud his own blunder. His mind felt as muddled as a troll's, yet that was not the crux of the matter. The more pressing concern was that he was not alone in this predicament. Observing Karl, who appeared both bewildered and undeniably captivated, Snape's mind swiftly formulated a comprehensive emergency plan. Yet, the speed of events surpassed his own. Before he could articulate a word, Karl rose swiftly and moved to sit beside him. The next moment, Karl was drawing closer, the warmth of his presence brushing against Snape's face as he spoke in a teasing, flirtatious tone. May I pursue you, sir? You certainly pique my interest. The man smiled, his blue eyes resembling the thawing ice of early spring. Though cool in hue, they conveyed the warmth of a season renewed. His gaze appeared more earnest than his tone suggested, revealing a depth beyond mere frivolity. The potion's simulated love hormones surged within Snape, and he slowly raised his hand, letting it glide along the curve of Karl's neck. Ah, quite warm, he mused, just as he had imagined. I believe we can forego the formalities. His words, though calm, bore the weight of a conservative individual with a hint of radical intent. Karl watched as Snape's hand gently encircled his neck, a place vulnerable in its fragility. He usually found such a gesture unsettling. The sensation of having one's life grasped was not pleasant under normal circumstances. Yet now, Karl only felt his heart racing, not from the inherent danger of the act, but from an exhilarating thrill he had never encountered before. Though Snape appeared reserved, he harbored a surprising audacity, didn't he? Lacking experience, Karl nonetheless found this boldness exhilarating. Splendid. I have no objections. How about we go to my place? He discreetly touched the temporary key to the back of Snape's hand. Karl could feel the warmth radiating from Snape through the key, and the sensation was utterly delightful. Chapter 3. A minor misunderstanding. Snape said nothing, yet it was clear he acquiesced to Karl's suggestion. Karl placed his payment upon the table, and together they wove through the crowd, oblivious to the surrounding clamor. His sole focus was on when they could return to the inn. Unbeknownst to him, the couple he had previously observed wore expressions of near collapse, their conversation laden with anxiety. What should we do? The old bat won't he kill us, will he? The young man asked, his hand trembling around his glass. We should hurry and escape before our faux love potion concoction wears off, the girl replied, her hands shaking uncontrollably as she envisioned Snape's impending reaction. If they were caught, she would undoubtedly fail her potion class. Her potion had barely scraped by. They ought not to have vacated the table so hastily upon witnessing Snape's unease. Now they are in quite a predicament. Run swiftly. While Snape's mind has yet to conquer the potion, may he forget their faces. Otherwise, their house points will surely suffer. Truly, they are deserving of sharing a bed. After exchanging a glance of mutual understanding, they departed in unison, as if resolved to a silent pact. Meanwhile, Karl had already guided Snape back through the corridors of memory to the inn, and with the sharp click of the key turning in the lock, the rhythm of Karl's heartbeat quickened almost dramatically. He could distinctly hear the thunderous beat resonate within him. A surge of affection flooding his mind as he turned to meet those captivating black eyes. With great initiative, Karl swiftly closed the door, then let his hand slowly traverse up to the nape of the other's neck, echoing his previous actions. He followed the elegant curve of the protruding bones, inching downwards until he reached the rounded joint concealed by the collar of clothing. He then pressed forward, tracing the contours of the muscles to the prominent Adam's apple. In that instant, both their breaths quickened, the fervor of hormones igniting a desire within Karl to tumble into bed with the other. Yet what he yearned for even more was to kiss. He wished to discover whether the other's tranquil gaze would flicker with change, even if for the briefest moment. Due to his presence, the thought alone was exhilarating. Would he, like Karl, feel his soul transcend his corporeal form, slowly tearing through the outer shell to unveil the primal desires and impulses beneath? Thus, Karl boldly acted, lifting his chin to press his lips to the other's. His gaze did not waver, intent on capturing the most authentic expression of the man before him. In his mind, he pondered the nuances of technique. He parted his lips gently, coaxing the other's mouth open, then plunged in, colliding with fervor. Karl's kiss was awkward, yet he endeavored to convey his burgeoning expertise. There was an air of innocence intertwined with their exchange, perfectly balancing the two. Their breaths intertwined, growing increasingly frantic. As their lips and teeth mingled, Karl kept his eyes wide open, scarcely blinking, yet he still could not discern the raw desires that mirrored his own. Frustrated, Karl pressed on. Yet his inexperience with kissing rendered him increasingly breathless under the relentless assault. The intensity of longing within him grew. The remnants of alcohol on the other's tongue mingling with the bitter scent of herbs that wafted closer as he leaned in. Karl found himself utterly entranced. Yet, he pondered how the other managed to remain so composed amidst such fervor. A sense of defeat washed over him, feeling as though his efforts were in vain. As oxygen dwindled in his lungs, Karl withdrew from the kiss, even as the warmth of the other's mouth left him yearning for more. He exhaled slowly, feeling the relief wash over him. In the moment of retreat, a glistening arc of moisture connected their lips, and he inhaled deeply, feeling invigorated once more. Both men gasped for air, the man before him looking increasingly inscrutable with his head lowered. Karl's heart raced with uncertainty about the other's feelings. Just as Karl's thoughts spiraled into confusion, before he could fully regain his breath, he felt something press against his lips. Suddenly, the other's mouth forcefully pried his open, unleashing a more fervent assault than before. Karl found himself leaning back uncontrollably, the narrow confines of the room leading directly to the bed. They tumbled onto the mattress, Karl's hand instinctively clutching the pristine white sheets, anxiety coursing through him. Everything compounded to render his already muddled mind even more intoxicated. It felt exquisite, Karl thought, and then deepened the kiss, while the other mirrored his earlier actions, gently pressing Karl's head down, rendering him utterly unable to escape. The other's teeth grazed his lips, the kiss intensifying, a mix of pleasurable pain that was utterly intoxicating. Karl was overwhelmed, succumbing to the rhythm of the kiss. His mind growing foggier by the second, he found himself questioning whether he might be the first to suffocate from kissing, his body sinking deeper. Despite the other's firm grip on his head, at last, just before his mind succumbed to complete oblivion, the man released Karl, who gasped for air as he reclined against the bedding, his blue eyes shimmering with moisture, his lips tinged with a rosy hue from their passionate exchange, and his breaths more ragged than before, bordering on distress. Yet, even in this state, as he regained his composure, Karl slowly wiped his mouth and offered a smile. "Shall we continue?" he proposed, methodically unbuttoning his shirt to reveal an expanse of fair skin. The man before him, drawn by his actions, reached up to remove Karl's hair tie, the white satin slipping free, allowing Karl's hair to cascade down, softening into an even more delicate state. His blue eyes, paired with the flowing strands, evoked a compelling urge to reach out and touch. Indeed, the one who had liberated the hair tie seemed to share this sentiment, his hand gliding through Karl's hair, trailing all the way to the ends, as soft as he had imagined. Chapter 4, Morning. 658, 134, 370. Transposed into Arabic numerals. A portal opens. Karl admitted that awakening felt rather unpleasant, a twinge of pain mingled with a dull ache. Even after dressing and tidying up, he felt little better, compounded by the need to consume a bottle of potion. However, the man who had shared his bed appeared worse off than he. The dark-haired figure sat rigidly in a chair, resembling a statue, his somber expression reminiscent of an elderly inmate serving time in some forlorn prison, albeit with a distinct difference. Karl had to concede that he would never mistreat an elderly person, nor did he harbor any peculiar inclination towards those who abused him. He preferred companions of his own age, much like the man across from him. Yes, he found himself quite taken with the other, though he was uncertain of the man's name at that moment. Let us engage in a conversation, shall we, sir? You seem rather unwell. Your countenance might lead one to believe I had my way with you, Karl remarked nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders before gesturing with his wand to bring a teacup to rest in front of the man, then retrieving his own and seating himself across from him. Within the inn, a selection of herbal teas awaited. Karl brewed a cup, its aroma quite delightful. The man remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. Karl propped his arm on the table, resting his chin upon his hand as he observed him, a faint smile playing on his lips. What shall we discuss? Perhaps the matter of your responsibility towards me? Karl suggested, meeting the man's gaze with intent. I initially perceived last night as an unfortunate incident, not particularly favorable for either of us. The man's voice sounded somewhat dry and devoid of emotion, as if he were merely recounting an utterly ordinary occurrence. Yet, this indifference towards a one-night stand seemed rather callous. So, is this how you define our relationship? I had presumed there would be at least a modicum of interest on your part, especially since you could have easily dominated me last night. However, you did not. Instead, I unwittingly overindulged in half a bottle of aphrodisiac. Karl's brow furrowed slightly. His once fierce and aggressive visage now appeared remarkably non-threatening, almost pitiful. He could perceive that the other person likely harbored no genuine interest in him. Conversely, he found himself deeply intrigued. In the tavern, prior to the effects of the aphrodisiac taking hold, he swore he felt a surge of excitement gazing into those dark eyes that danced with delight because of him. He desired to evoke a change in the other's emotions. But what did it matter if the other person liked him? Were all couples in the world initially mutually enamored? Karl was confident. He wished to pursue this man, firmly believing he could win him over, even if their genders were somewhat misaligned. Yet, Karl could not discern any aversion from the other regarding his gender. It seemed more like an uncomplicated disinterest in him specifically, or perhaps an equal disinterest in everyone. For instance, in the tavern last night, the absence of any companions around him might have indicated a possibility. However, you did not forcefully push me away. I had anticipated that you would at least harbor some feelings for me. Karl blinked as he slowly leaned closer to the man opposite him. Predictably, the man, who had been sitting upright, gradually leaned back, attempting to evade Karl's proximity. But this was precisely what Karl desired. Once the man leaned back, he promptly resumed his seat. What do you want? The man, after evading, quickly realized this might simply be a ploy by Karl to disorient him, thus allowing Karl to take control. Karl's intentions were evidently strong. He must have wanted something. What could it be? Even when his little schemes were detected, Karl remained unfazed, merely smiling and retreating a bit, continuing to stir the liquid in his spoon. He refrained from uttering another word, which only served to intensify the tension in the atmosphere. After a moment, Karl abruptly realized he might have lingered in silence for too long. Truth be told, even without feeling flustered, he was somewhat hesitant when faced with someone he found appealing. Are you acknowledging that you bear some responsibility, sir? Karl's voice was like a teasing hook. Though he appeared effortlessly composed, he was, in reality, quite anxious. He regretted that he had allowed his momentary confusion to lead to an irreversible decision last night. Had that awkward one-night stand not occurred, he might have been able to approach the situation more gradually. However, now that the irreversible had transpired, his pursuit would need to intensify, regardless of the circumstances. I want you to be my boyfriend. You are neither married nor in a relationship, so do not use that as an excuse to dismiss me, Karl replied earnestly, his tone softening. His beautiful eyes, framed by long, lush eyelashes, and his relatively exquisite features, could easily create the illusion that the other man was enamored with him when their gazes met. Yet, the man opposite did not meet Karl's eyes, thus missing the depth of his gaze. As for Karl's certainty that the other was not married, one could reason that a normal man would hardly venture out to indulge in drunkenness on a holiday if he had a partner or family. It was a fundamental deduction. I do not like you, sir. Yesterday was merely an accident. And your feelings? How can you be so certain that your so-called attraction is not merely a residual effect of the aphrodisiac? Let us refrain from such absurdities and instead discuss something tangible. The man raised his hand, irritably rubbing his temple, clearly unskilled at navigating such matters, his tone painfully rigid. In truth, he did not believe in Karl's notion of liking. Even if there was a semblance of it, it was far from genuine affection. A cup of aphrodisiac. An accidental thrill, coupled with a hint of exhilaration, might stimulate the other, especially since he did not seem to mind a playful dalliance, thus creating the illusion of attraction. The man's gaze scrutinized Karl, and his casual chuckle likely appeared imbued with endless sarcasm and mockery to others. Yet, at that moment, Karl felt perhaps he was experiencing a touch of infatuation. Otherwise, why would he find that subtly malicious mockery somewhat alluring? Chapter 5. Supplementing the infatuation. It seems I am doomed to fall deeper into this romantic reverie. Just as a flush crept to his cheeks, Karl timely stifled his unrefined behavior, striving to maintain an air of normalcy. Is this what concerns you? Very well, let us discuss something practical. However, even the lingering effects of the aphrodisiac were genuine. And to rephrase, that half bottle of aphrodisiac was administered by you. If the residual effects stem from the aphrodisiac, oh dear sir, it appears you must indeed take responsibility for this. It sounds terribly unfortunate. Look, how logically coherent it is. Yet for me, it is quite different. I am delighted. This sounds utterly splendid. Karl's lips involuntarily curled into a smile, tinged with a hint of triumph, as he discovered a vulnerability in the other and emerged victorious from this verbal exchange. The man appeared poised to respond, but in the next breath, Karl swiftly interjected. I believe I shall persistently pursue you until the effects of the aphrodisiac wear off. Of course, I cannot ascertain when that might be. This statement sounded rather impudent. The man's expression darkened in an instant, for he was certain that unless he acquiesced to some degree, Karl would inevitably become a Schrodinger's cat, forever uncertain until the box was opened. I am jesting, sir, but there is some truth to it. I suspect I shall pursue you until this infatuation subsides, for I tend to be rather persistent. Karl waved his hand dismissively, signaling the man not to take it so seriously. Heaven knows he merely intended to jest. If the man disapproved of the humor, he would refrain from it. This might sound somewhat fanciful to you, considering, as you just mentioned, you prefer practicality, Karl continued, noting the apparent disdain the other held for this tangled relationship, which rendered him exceedingly agitated. Thus, Karl endeavored to complicate matters further, only to subsequently resolve them with a more coherent approach, at least from the other's perspective. Reflecting on the romantic literature his mother had penned over the years, Karl selected a seemingly decent strategy from among the myriad of love tropes. Now, allow me to propose something practical. Since you seem to detest my proximity, and I am uncertain how long my interest will endure before I completely give up, how about we compromise on 3 months? Karl tentatively suggested, secretly hoping for a longer duration, as it would assure him that he could win the other's affection. However, he also understood that he must not overreach, lest it lead to outright rejection. The man's gaze briefly surveyed Karl, clearly indicating that even a mere 3 months was something he was reluctant to entertain. Or to put it differently, I am merely your boyfriend for 3 months, just 3 months. After that, I assure you I shall evaporate without a trace, leaving not even a hair behind. You can purchase this relationship for a mere 3 months. And once that time has elapsed, you may act as though today never happened, and we shall have no further connection. Karl lacks the confidence that he can make the other person fall for him within such a brief time frame. Yet, that is not the crux of the matter. Naturally, he would not simply vanish at the end of 3 months. At the very least, he would cultivate a modicum of affection in the other, providing sufficient grounds to remain, and then gradually pursue the matter. Thus, his scheme would be executed flawlessly. You see, it is quite a bargain, is it not? 3 months to satiate my curiosity about love, after which I shall depart, and you may pretend nothing ever transpired. Of course, I shall engage in nothing inappropriate. Merely actions that are commonplace among friends. Karl spoke slowly, his tone imbued with an air of gentle persuasion. Indeed, just as he had envisioned. The man's thoughts were driven by a wretched curiosity and the intoxicating thrill of infatuation. He mused that perhaps 3 days would suffice. Once the other learns of his true nature, he would be gone without a trace. This is far more palatable. Once the other's curiosity about so-called love is extinguished, they would abandon all hope. Conversely, a rejection would only intensify the other's sense of competition. Weighing the options in light of this unexpected relationship, he pondered. If that were the case, 3 months it is. And what is your name? Karl, suppressing his elation, endeavored to maintain an air of calm, now only discovering the other's name. This was quite unacceptable. For earlier that morning he had even contemplated names for potential children, what they should be called, yet he had ultimately forgotten the most essential detail, the name of the person before him. Severus Snape, the man named Snape replied. Carlos Cost, my name. You may call me Karl, though I suspect you might not do so. It matters not whether you use my surname or my given name. What shall I call you? Karl mused over this name thoughtfully. It is quite lovely. Karl favored the name, or rather, he believed that any name belonging to someone he cherished would be delightful. His tone brimmed with an unprecedented exuberance, and he felt exceptionally pleased. However, this name seemed somewhat familiar, as though he had heard it before. Just the surname will suffice, Mr. Cost, Snape replied curtly. Although he had acquiesced to the notion of a 3-month romance, it was evident that he did not intend to exhibit any affection. Yet, like Karl, he too felt a sense of recognition regarding the name. However, the thought lingered in his mind without providing a single clue. Very well, I shall heed your wishes. Dear Severus, Karl said, not overly concerned about the terms of address. It was merely their first day, and he needed to allow the other time to adjust. However, regarding other matters, Karl glanced at his watch and noted that time was of the essence, as he had an interview scheduled with Dumbledore. As he looked at his watch, Snape also glanced at his own, evidently preoccupied with his own obligations. Upon realizing the time, he appeared to take action, as if he wished to depart. Are you leaving, Mr. Snape? Karl asked, his smile radiant. He was not in a rush, as he did not intend to arrive early for his meeting with Dumbledore. He merely wished to create a favorable impression, as long as he was not late, even if he could not secure the position of potions professor. It would not be difficult for him, given his financial means, to settle in Hogsmeade for a time with the person he adored. At present, he prioritized romance over career. After all, alchemy could be practiced anywhere. If worst came to worst, he could return to Numengard, where he would only face a bit of ridicule. Indeed, Snape was exceedingly busy. Due to this unforeseen circumstance, his entire schedule from the previous day had been thrown into disarray. Although his plans included a drink at the Three Broomsticks, he certainly had not anticipated a night spent entangled with a man. If all had gone as intended, he would have been at Hogwarts last night. He could hardly fathom the mess he would confront upon returning. After resolving his entanglement from the previous night, a far greater dilemma awaited him, a gaggle of underage trolls at school. Chapter 6. Do lovers have the right to know? What do you intend to do? Do lovers possess the right to know? I doubt you intend to flee, do you? Karl blinked playfully, sweeping his cup aside and leaning in slowly, his fingers drumming rhythmically on the table. Fleeing was, of course, a jest. He believed the other would not, and indeed could not, escape. In the entire wizarding world, there were so few wizards, and the other appeared unlike his kind. Among the wizards, who were almost as familiar as relatives in their village, one could hardly run far. I have work, Snape replied dryly after contemplating everything, as though he were merely reporting his duties, devoid of any intimacy, as if to say, the right to know? Here you go? Well, that was rather stilted. Very well, then, thank you for your hard work. Farewell, and remember to come back to me this evening, all right? Dear? Karl's tone brightened, infused with a cheerful note, appearing quite relaxed, like an ordinary boyfriend reminding his partner to work diligently and return to him. Snape did not respond. He merely hastened his movements, clearly at a loss for words in the face of Karl's affectionate demeanor. He was utterly unaccustomed to all of this. If time could turn back, he would never have set foot in the Three Broomsticks. Preferring to lock himself in the cellar correcting that wretched homework where students confused grinding and crushing. All right. Very well. Snape did not answer, but Karl responded to himself, almost as if entertaining his own thoughts. However, observing Snape, clad in his black cloak, departing without a shred of nostalgia, Karl felt compelled to take some action. At the very least to provide the other with an anchor. For instance, wait, Karl thought, and he acted upon it, halting Snape's exit. I imagine that if we are lovers, there ought to be some semblance of affectionate interaction before parting, would there not? Karl rose, tugging at Snape's sleeve, prompting Snape to momentarily pause in his stride. But I also mentioned that I would not put you in an awkward position. How about a hug? Just turn around and embrace me, just once. Karl positioned himself before Snape, exuding an air of eagerness that left no room for refusal. Akin to a child eager for a delightful game, yet Karl sought to rationalize this embrace. He extended his arms, gazing expectantly at Snape, who, as he had anticipated, stood frozen, his expression a mask of disbelief at what Karl could possibly be thinking. Yet, seeing the playful look on Karl's face, he rationalized it as mere amusement. A game of jest. He was to endure this tiresome fellow for 3 months, even if the root of it all stemmed from his own foolish actions. This combination only served to further irritate Snape. Thus, he reluctantly opened his arms, his limbs stiff and unsure of where to place them. This, of course, was entirely within Karl's expectations. It was evident that the other did not harbor any fondness for him. He likely believed that he was merely appeasing his own curiosity for a fleeting 3 months. Nevertheless, pursuing love always requires a touch of initiative. Karl revealed a radiant smile, then seized control of his arm and forcefully leaped into the rigid embrace of the other. In that fleeting moment of contact, just as Karl had anticipated, Severus's hands, arms, and body became utterly stiff, as if he had never experienced a hug before. Yet, he harbored no disdain for this newfound intimacy. The mingling scent of herbs within the fabric of his sleeves was profoundly comforting. As Karl pressed against the other's skin, he experienced an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. He slowly wrapped his arms around Severus, even though the latter's hands hovered awkwardly in midair, showing no inclination to reciprocate, his body growing increasingly rigid from this unfamiliar embrace. 3 months, Karl mused internally, pondering how to acclimate Severus to such gestures within that time frame. Perhaps each meeting could conclude with a hug, he decided. As Karl tilted his head back, he found himself nose to chin with the other man, who appeared rather gaunt, his skin taut against bone, his complexion notably pallid, indicators of ill health. However, Karl was confident that such aspects would soon improve in Severus's company. Everything else was commendable. His eyes were exquisite, his nose well-formed, and his face possessed striking symmetry. Karl was utterly captivated, struggling to suppress the burgeoning affection bubbling within him. Do you know that lovers often share a kiss during an embrace? Karl jested with a smile, blending his suppressed mirth with playful banter. Yet, as Severus's gaze met his, Karl sensed that the other was not entirely convinced it was mere jest. However, this moment of vulnerability was fleeting. In the next instant, the warmth of affection in Severus's eyes withdrew. I presume you recall what I mentioned. If your memory hasn't deteriorated to the point of forgetting events from 3 minutes ago, Severus replied, a hint of discomfort evident in his tone, which he quickly dismissed. Indeed, I remember. Thus, I am not suggesting a kiss. However, as a reasonable alternative, might I request that you embrace me when we meet? Surely, that is a modest request, is it not? You promised me. Karl was adept at proposing an unreasonable demand followed by a more logical one, a tactic that often proved effective, as people tended to overlook the latter in light of the former. Thus, as Severus's hand hesitantly encircled Karl's back, Karl was not taken aback. Romance often required subtle strategies, and it was only natural for Severus to feel unaccustomed. One day, Karl believed, he would grow accustomed to such gestures, and that day would come swiftly, within a month. He estimated, which would suffice. After an awkward embrace, Karl gradually withdrew, proactively opening the door. Don't be late. Best of luck with your work. And remember to return to me, Mr. Snape, he chirped, his mood buoyant, his voice filled with a newfound exuberance. As for Severus, upon awakening, he felt as if every strand of hair was vibrating in his pupils, now tinged with a faint sense of mortality. The recent embrace felt akin to being ensnared by a warm, serpentine creature, with damp breaths cascading over his jaw. His body enveloped in an unfamiliar warmth that sent shivers down his spine, leaving him in a state of disarray. Such experiences would persist for a while, at least until the other lost interest. This also served as a lesson for him. It was inexcusable to have overlooked such an oversight. The sticky discomfort creeping into his mind would ensure that he remembered every detail. Severus walked calmly, concealing the inner turmoil that raged within his mind. Meanwhile, in his own quarters, Karl had changed into another ensemble. Although he still wore that same linen coat, he had swapped it for a black sweater underneath and donned a new pair of trousers, complete with a belt and shoes, as he prepared for his interview. With a flourish, Karl extended his hand, revealing the love potion he had concealed within his sleeve that morning. He picked up the vial, admiring the potion sloshing within, half-filled and shimmering like flowing gemstones. Indeed, he had refrained from consuming it. Everything, including the events of the previous night, was contingent upon his own volition. He had expressed his admiration for those captivating eyes, wishing for them to linger upon him. And so, he had made what seemed like a misguided choice, foolish and impetuous. The potion emitted a subtle scent reminiscent of sunflowers, delicately entwined with a hint of musk, yet it was not particularly noticeable. Chapter 7. The interview Hogwarts was indeed vast. But fortunately, Dumbledore had promised to escort him. Karl had initially assumed he would send an assistant, considering the principal's undoubtedly busy schedule. So he was somewhat taken aback when Dumbledore appeared in person. In fact, Karl remained astonished throughout his arrival in the headmaster's office. The image of Dumbledore he had formed through his education did not align with the standard depictions found in newspapers, books, or chocolate frog cards, portraying him as a noble and powerful wizard. Instead, it was pieced together from fragmented insights shared by another elder. For instance, snippets of conversation during alchemical discussions. Moments when Karl caught a glimpse of a complex, melancholic gaze tinged with perhaps resentment and other emotions. Or the fleeting expression of sorrow when Karl excitedly experimented with dragoness blood, and Dumbledore's pained countenance as he gazed at a shattered vial, reminiscent of a tombstone. Karl had constructed an image of Dumbledore from these fragments, an individual who might be cunning and difficult, potentially a duplicitous figure. This was why he had kept his correspondence discreet, slipping away without informing anyone. For he could hardly share the harsh truth with his mentor and quasi-godfather, that he was stuck at an impasse in alchemy, and had accepted a position with his nemesis, who had offered a proposition he could not refuse. However, Karl found himself momentarily lost in thought. "Are you well, Mr. Cost? Perhaps I may call you Carlos? You seem preoccupied," Dumbledore observed with a kindly expression. His demeanor was calm and gentle, as he regarded Karl with the eyes of an ordinary elderly gentleman. The Dumbledore depicted in newspapers, books, or the fragmented memories of the elder did not seem to align with the man before him. "I am well, quite well," Karl replied, nodding with a smile. Following Dumbledore's invitation to sit, he took a seat on a nearby chair, commencing the interview. In response to Dumbledore's inquiries and assurances regarding safety, Karl answered flawlessly, ultimately nodding in agreement. In truth, the explosion that had destroyed half of Durmstrang was not solely his fault. Some had cut corners, rendering what should have been acceptable into something defective. It was only logical for accidents to occur, yet nearly all evidence had been obliterated in the explosion, leaving him unable to refute the accusations even if he were indeed innocent. Moreover, the explosion had indeed originated from his work. The immunity array had proven far too unstable. Aside from that one successful pair of sunglasses, he had failed to complete any others, all of which had detonated, with the most catastrophic explosion breaching his defenses and making headlines. Dumbledore's willingness to take him in was nothing short of a blessing. Every one of his abilities surpassed those of the finest wizards in all disciplines. Coupled with a recommendation letter from Nicholas Flamel, this was utterly exhilarating. As for whether he would assist Dumbledore upon completing his studies, well, that remained uncertain. After all, their relationship was merely one of employer and employee. Should Hogwarts encounter any serious trouble, he would simply pack up and retreat to Austria with his parents to evade the conflict. The shadows of Voldemort still loomed over England, and although ostensibly deceased, who could truly ascertain his demise? Otherwise, why did the curses in Hogwarts' defense against the dark arts class persist, claiming a professor each year? As Karl pondered these matters, he responded to Dumbledore's inquiries with impeccable precision, a smile lingering on his lips throughout the conversation. The consistency of his grin bore a somewhat mechanical quality, exuding politeness yet limited to mere decorum. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, seated across from him, discerned that Karl's demeanor was devoid of sincerity. His formal tone and rigid words hinted at a lack of genuine warmth, with compliments often serving as mere platitudes. It was no surprise that Dumbledore could see through Karl's lack of pretense. The young man displayed an unmistakable sharpness and assertiveness, albeit restrained enough to maintain a semblance of equilibrium. His laughter while articulating unique insights on alchemy and his animated discussions about his innovations, accompanied by confident gestures and a proud gleam in his eyes, marked him unmistakably as a child of Grindelwald's tutelage. Dumbledore's decision to summon him for scrutiny, and even to ensnare him, seemed entirely justified. Karl's grandfather was hardly a figure of virtue. Rather, he was a creature of self-interest, having attained a saintly status among Muggles during the Pure Blood movement, aiding Grindelwald's ambitions, only to withdraw unscathed after Grindelwald's downfall. The legitimacy of his sainthood was questionable, at least in the public eye, where he merely appeared to be a close associate of Grindelwald, thus evading any wizarding judgment. Benefiting from Grindelwald's support, he amassed wealth that was undeserved until Grindelwald's defeat, yet Karl's grandfather continued to thrive across Europe, not only in the Muggle realm, but several ancient wizarding families also sought his favor. Who would dare jeopardize a profitable alliance? Following his death, the favorable ties with Grindelwald facilitated his son's swift departure to Austria upon discovering his own son was a wizard, relinquishing some control over British enterprises. Subsequently, they transferred to Durmstrang during one of the most tumultuous periods in the magical world, eluding capture like a slippery fish. At that time, Dumbledore assumed that Karl's parents were Muggles without the ambition or means to stir the waters as their father did. Yet now, what kind of individual stood before him? Tentatively, he resembled his mentor, which could spell disaster. A similarity to Grindelwald was a compliment to many, but it also bore inherent risks. Who could predict the role such a character might play in future schemes? Given Grindelwald's influence, he might not harbor fondness for Dumbledore, leaving him to navigate the potential repercussions. Considering the audacious act of nearly demolishing half a classroom due to a failed alchemical experiment, Dumbledore could scarcely imagine the complications of having such a volatile figure as an adversary. How many would succumb to panic, fearing an imminent explosion? Whether through manipulation for personal gain or other means, it was imperative to prevent Karl from becoming an adversary. If Karl did not wish to assist anyone, Dumbledore could find solace in that certainty. The expression on Dumbledore's face was devoid of aggression, occasionally revealing a childlike aspect. Yet the thoughts flickering beneath were far more profound than Karl's almost juvenile pranks. Perhaps Dumbledore could now grasp the emotions Grindelwald felt when confronted with Newt. Setting everything aside, all he saw was a formidable foe standing in opposition. Dumbledore did not desire Karl to become his adversary. He would have preferred his absence from such a position. He could not simply imprison Karl or condemn him to death. He was not Grindelwald, so that was not an option. Chapter 8. The Transformation of Sichuan Opera. Is there anything else you wish to inquire about, Mr. Dumbledore? Karl's demeanor was languid, displaying a hint of disinterest after several rounds of probing from Dumbledore. No. You are remarkable, Carlos. Your alchemy instructor must have educated you exceptionally well. I can see it, Dumbledore remarked, the curve of his lips betraying no semblance of pretense, producing an unsettling sincerity. Karl was uncertain whether Dumbledore was aware of Grindelwald's tutelage, but he knew the headmaster was cognizant of his connections to the infamous wizarding figure. Was Dumbledore's comment a subtle mockery, or merely a sardonic observation? Why hesitate instead of delivering a pointed remark after the previous two? Indeed, Karl perceived no hint of sarcasm. Rather, he felt a serene sense of appreciation, along with an array of peculiar sentiments. This was the most bizarre aspect. He found solace in the notion that his lifelong rival was educating children to such a standard. Dumbledore was, without doubt, a madman. Was he not? Gossip columns claimed he donned purple star-patterned pajamas during speeches at school. My instructor, he is quite admirable, Karl conceded openly, choosing not to deny the truth or claim self-education, as doing so would be disingenuous. He boldly acknowledged this fact. If Dumbledore intended to retract his invitation for this reason, he would not have extended it in the first place. Dumbledore had ulterior motives. Karl was aware of that to some extent, but the specifics of those motives mattered little. At most, they involved probing the depths of Karl's character to ascertain what sort of student Grindelwald had produced, ensuring that the soil atop Grindelwald's grave remained undisturbed, lest he rise again. Oh, the teacher hasn't perished yet. He has merely escaped from prison. Dumbledore could not suppress his concerns, nor could he afford to overlook the potential threat Karl represented. As long as he consented to Dumbledore's terms, he was bound to fulfill his promises. If he chose not to, Karl faced minimal loss, at worst, a ticket to England. However, Dumbledore's anxieties were unwarranted. He had no intention of inheriting his mentor's legacy to reignite the pureblood movement. In the aftermath of World War II, such fervor had faded, without the external chaos. Wizards found little opportunity to exploit the confusion. Even if opportunities arose, why would he seek to eradicate or enslave his own family? As for Grindelwald, he had recently lost himself in thought for the 108th time, contemplating how to elegantly suspend Karl for a sound beating. Yet, Karl intended to keep such musings from Dumbledore, allowing the elder to remain in a state of anxious anticipation for a while longer. A man too at ease would age quickly. One must maintain a youthful spirit. The corners of Karl's mouth curved into an ever-widening smile, and paired with the glint in his eyes, it became evident that he was likely concocting some mischievous scheme. A cat, sharpening its claws on a scratching post, hardly signifies an intention to file them down and transform into a docile feline. One must remain vigilant regarding the curtains, sofas, and all fabric items in the household. While his expertise was undeniable, it was his attitude that instilled a profound sense of apprehension. Although he appeared less menacing than the likes of Tom Grindelwald, he still exuded an air of ostentation. Dumbledore pondered deeply, perhaps contemplating whether the plan would proceed smoothly. Karl, on the other hand, exhibited an unhurried demeanor. Despite possessing a letter of recommendation and the guidance of the so-called greatest wizard of the century, he was cautious not to display excessive flattery toward the other party. At that moment, the door to the headmaster's office creaked open, and a figure strode in with resolute determination, their countenance betraying a sense of discontent. Even from the side, the unmistakable aura of annoyance radiated from them. Yet, there was a certain charm to the profile, had it not been for the events of the previous night. This might have been the type to catch Karl's fancy. With his eyes half closed, Karl feigned indifference, unaware of the fleeting familiarity that arose within him upon seeing the newcomer. Leaning back against the chair, he remained in that relaxed posture until the person spoke their first words. Dumbledore, you better have a good reason for summoning me. You should know I just caught too. The voice was so familiar that it sent a shiver down Karl's spine, prompting him to adjust from his languid position to a straight-backed stance, much like a fish out of water. Karl blinked, his eyes widening as if a cat had spotted its favorite toy, and he transitioned from his pretentious facade to his true self. His gaze almost magnetically fixed upon the other person. Mr. Snape? What a coincidence. Are you here for an interview as well? Oh wait, you mentioned you were working. Are you employed here too? Karl nearly leaped from his chair in excitement, though he restrained himself, maintaining a semblance of decorum. In the next moment, Snape heard the last voice he wished to encounter within the month. The instinct of a bat faced with something unpleasant is invariably to attack or flee. However, Snape froze momentarily. He had not initially noticed Karl seated nearby. Upon hearing the voice, he turned slowly, and the instant his gaze met those eyes, he found himself at a loss for words. Dumbledore was taken aback by the scene unfolding before him. In truth, even after many years, he had seldom witnessed the theatrical art of Sichuan opera's face-changing. In the fleeting moment that Snape entered, Karl's expression transformed from indifference to exuberant delight in the blink of an eye. The emotions conveyed in his eyes escalated dramatically, shifting from a hint of disdainful arrogance to a myriad of softer sentiments, such as affection. Dumbledore discerned that it was a profoundly genuine feeling of fondness, entirely devoid of pretense. As for Snape, his expression became rigid, making it challenging to articulate the emotions swirling within him, yet he hardly recognized this side of Severus. The situation took an intriguing turn, one that Dumbledore could never have anticipated. Do you two know each other? Severus, and also Carlos. Dumbledore smiled gently, his expression softening further, as if coaxing Karl to reveal the most authentic answer. No, we don't know each other at all, was the response Snape wished to convey. However, recalling the damned agreement from last night and this morning, his brow furrowed deeply, and his chaotic thoughts failed to produce the answer he longed to voice. Of course we know each other. We just started dating this morning. He's my boyfriend. I never anticipated he would also be working here. What a coincidence, headmaster. Karl's words tumbled out like a rapid-fire barrage, infused with an emotion that was 100-fold more sincere than before, as he seamlessly assigned the position he had not secured to himself, and did so with conviction. How could it be otherwise? With Snape working here, the dynamics change entirely. What better environment to nurture a romance than the office? In an instant, Karl regarded Dumbledore with a glimmer of gratitude in his eyes, appreciative not only for the opportunity to meet Snape in England, but for the favorable conditions created for their budding relationship. Setting aside personal biases, he found Dumbledore quite agreeable. Are you happy, Mr. Snape? Karl propped his chin on his hand, smiling sweetly, embodying the very essence of a love-struck individual. At that moment, he was indeed smitten, despite Snape's apparent displeasure and visibly grim demeanor. Chapter 9, Dumbledore's Silence. Dumbledore acknowledged that this was one of the rare occasions when he felt his mind struggling to keep pace with the unfolding events. He observed Snape, whose smile remained intact, yet was tinged with surprise. If memory served him correctly, and he believed it did, Snape's orientation was likely the polar opposite of his current situation. Severus, I believe I need to comprehend what is transpiring here. Might this truly be authentic? Dumbledore's words were cautious, almost hesitant, yet they struck at Snape's very soul, inflicting a profoundly severe and cruel wound. In his imagination, he had merely anticipated occasional encounters with Karl, fulfilling the idle curiosity of someone with too much time on their hands. He had never foreseen Karl's arrival at Hogwarts. Never. Theoretically, that was indeed the case. But Snape's response indicated otherwise. Dumbledore could almost sense the tension in Snape's clenched teeth and the labored effort with which he uttered those difficult words. Just as Snape prepared to articulate further, Karl swiftly raised his hand, sweetly interrupting any potentially unkind remarks that might follow. Indeed, we just declared our relationship today. It may seem sudden, but I am exceedingly happy. I believe love is independent of time, Karl stated with utmost seriousness, while Snape's exhalations grew increasingly audible, betraying his struggle to suppress the anger bubbling within him. Yet, it seemed he could not contain it for much longer. Wait, Severus, remember what I mentioned about Carlos' cost? Do you recall? Dumbledore stepped down from his previous position to stand beside Snape, patting him on the shoulder in an attempt to jog his memory of the person before him. As the situation spiraled into chaos, Dumbledore felt compelled to regain control, lest it devolve further into uncontrollable madness. In a sudden moment of clarity, Snape recalled the source of the vexing familiarity that had struck him upon hearing that name earlier that morning, the headline figure from the newspaper. Dumbledore had pointed to that very article days prior, expressing his suspicions and contemplating whether to invite him for a deeper discussion, even deciding whether to retain him based on his actual performance. Had the two of them not become entangled in their personal affairs the previous night, this matter would have been Dumbledore's sole burden to bear. But now, why must everything ultimately be attributed to him? Yet Severus Snape, whose mind was racing in circles, managed to suppress the seething anger that nearly erupted from within him. He maintained a stern expression, his obsidian eyes fixated on the lively figure of Karl, who swayed slightly in his chair, brimming with exuberance. At that moment, Karl recalled the familiarity of the name. The youngest head of the Order of Merlin's Potion Masters. Oh, how his gaze was dazzling. Even if one were to succumb to temptation, it would ultimately be towards the most talented among the crowd. That was his prowess. A sense of pride swelled within Karl. Therefore, Mr. Dumbledore, will you consider accepting me? He implored earnestly. You must have faith in my abilities. I assure you, no mishap shall occur under my watch. I will guarantee the safety of the students. I firmly believe I can educate a group of children well. To be candid, During my university days in Austria, Karl was not the same as he is now. He ardently showcased his desire for the position, his bright eyes momentarily captivating Dumbledore. Of course, Severus Snape, who sat nearby, could only sense a strange and sticky warmth, akin to being covered in the slimy trails of snails, crawling from his fingertips up his forearm to his chest, and then along his neck to his scalp. Very well. Mr. Cost, I see your enthusiasm, Dumbledore remarked, nodding gently as he listened. Once Karl shed his pretentious demeanor, Dumbledore was almost convinced that the young man's character had not been significantly influenced by Grindelwald. After all, his parents adored him, prioritizing their child above all else. Such a child could hardly be deemed dangerous or problematic. Have you decided to employ me? Karl pressed, his voice tinged with a hint of eagerness. You may reduce my salary if you wish, but I must insist on receiving a letter of recommendation from Nicodemus. Karl was unconcerned about the salary. In fact, he would not mind if it were nothing at all. He would even be willing to pay to work, provided he had a recommendation and Snape's endorsement. Oh, my dear Karl, I do not practice withholding salaries. You shall receive your due remuneration, Dumbledore replied benevolently. Throughout their conversation, he had shifted from addressing Karl as Mr. Cost to Carlos, and then to the more affectionate Karl, appearing as a kindly elder who had known him for years. In the end, Karl's gentle tone and willingness to acquiesce were not solely for Snape's benefit. He genuinely found the old man rather charming. So, you've decided to hire me? Karl discerned the underlying meaning in Dumbledore's words, his voice imbued with joy. Yes, dear Karl, perhaps you could begin work today? Move into Hogwarts? Dumbledore affirmed, initially hesitant. But now feeling that his concerns were perhaps unwarranted, the young man before him seemed far less menacing than Grindelwald, Tom, or even his younger self. He appeared remarkably harmless. Splendid. It is an honor to have secured this position, allowing me to work alongside Severus. It is wonderful to have more time together, especially since newly united couples require ample opportunity to bond. Karl beamed genuinely, though he could not shake the feeling that, after receiving this news, the faint air of death surrounding his beloved had grown more pronounced. He ought to grow accustomed to such little surprises, and perhaps he would in time. Karl regarded Snape, refraining from intruding further upon his thoughts, aware that doing so might further unravel the man's already frayed composure. Karl felt buoyant, perhaps amused by his own slightly mischievous mindset, though he remained oblivious to this realization. Chapter 10, Just a hug will suffice. When do you plan to arrive? Dumbledore inquired, seeking a definitive timeline. He sought Karl not solely for his qualifications as a new potions professor, but because the sooner, the better. Today, if possible. My belongings are minimal, just a small suitcase, and I can come right away. Even if I lack a bedroom, you may assign me to share with Severus, Karl mused, mentally calculating his luggage, himself, and the impending living arrangement. However, before he could finish his thoughts, Snape interrupted with flawless precision. There is no need. Hogwarts has ample space for you, Cost. You need not subject yourself to residing in my cellar, do you understand? Severus felt as if he had been holding his breath since their first encounter over that glass of wine. Yet the protagonist of this peculiar situation remained blissfully unaware. I thought couples in love would wish to live together. Well, if you prefer otherwise, so be it. But I intend to visit you often. Even if you deny me entry to your cellar, Karl shrugged in response, earnestly advocating for his own interests, though the other party remained silent, dismissively flicking his sleeve and turning away. Then today it is, without any issues. You need not worry about accommodation. The previous potions professor has just resigned, leaving a room vacant next to the Ravenclaw common room, Dumbledore replied. However, he then remembered that the location was close to the lavatory, and the former professor had frequently complained about Moaning Myrtle's midnight wails. Oh, splendid. As long as there is a place to stay, Karl waved his hand indifferently. Once all matters were settled, he prepared to leave. The negotiation, initially disrupted by an unexpected intrusion, had ultimately progressed smoothly, albeit with a few twists and turns along the way. Well then, Mr. Dumbledore, I believe I shall take my leave for now. I will return shortly. It is truly an honor to receive your favor, and I hope for a fruitful collaboration in the days to come. Karl bowed respectfully, demonstrating the utmost courtesy. Despite his excitement at Snape's arrival, he still adhered to basic politeness, did he not? Indeed, it brings me joy to have encountered such an exceptional alchemist, Karl. Dumbledore replied sincerely, smiling warmly. The two bid farewell, while Snape remained almost statue-like, his demeanor unchanged since the beginning. Only the occasional flutter of his eyes hinted at his vitality. Oh, here we go again, Karl thought, observing Snape from a distance. He resembled a velvet imitation flower, appearing almost incapable of blooming. After waving goodbye to Dumbledore, Karl hesitated before stepping forward. In a moment that caught everyone off guard, he gently embraced Snape, wrapping his arms around him, feeling the warmth of flesh, the intensified aroma of herbs, and the stiffness of a body unaccustomed to such affection. This soft gesture did not demand a response. As Karl sensed Snape's rigid form was about to react, he withdrew swiftly, offering a gentle smile while observing the tumultuous emotions swirling in Snape's eyes. Once again, those eyes had changed because of him, though not necessarily to a positive sentiment, more a mixture of shock and even anger. A farewell hug. Until tonight, Severus. I shall visit you in the cellar, and I promise I won't be late or get lost, Karl declared, genuinely departing. He cast a lingering glance into Snape's eyes before exiting the headmaster's office, humming a soothing tune, feeling quite content as he left. Meanwhile, within the confines of the headmaster's office, Snape's wide eyes remained fixed for an extended period. How could he? How could anyone? Hardly anyone would dare to offend him while he bore such an expression, not even Dumbledore. The intensity of his labored breathing, a manifestation of his suppressed fury, clearly illustrated the profound impact Karl's embrace had on him. Are you well, Severus? Dumbledore inquired from his seat, maintaining his smile, though his words carried a hint of reassurance. It would have been even better, Dumbledore, had you not appointed such a person as my colleague, Snape scoffed, his frigid tone sharp enough to prick anyone's skin like a hedgehog's quills. Yet Dumbledore merely smiled serenely. I find him quite agreeable. Karl is a good lad. At least he exhibits a cheerful enthusiasm. Such foolishness is suffocating. The breath he exhaled upon my face nearly left me gasping for air for a full half-minute, Snape retorted, dismissing Dumbledore's words with a cold sneer. Perhaps you ought to inform me of your intentions. Dumbledore refrained from persistently defending Karl, instead opting to divert the conversation, a decision that proved ill-advised, as Snape's expression grew even more frigid after his statement. Unnecessary, however. I now require you to assure me that you will indeed dismiss him in 3 months. Snape's mind replayed the morning's events under the pressure of the other's relentless words, weighing the consequences before acquiescing to the demand. Good heavens, I cannot believe I would allow a sticky fool to remain for 3 months. Is there no limit to the avenues through which idiocy spreads? You know I would never do so, provided I agree to his employment today, Dumbledore replied, puzzled by Snape's assertion, yet he surmised the key term was indeed 3 months. Damn those 3 months, Snape nearly hissed through clenched teeth, his hands slowly balling into fists before he quickly relaxed them, visibly torn. Dumbledore, at a loss for understanding, remained unable to console him. Yet he felt compelled to inquire further, wishing to comprehend the situation involving Snape, whom he deemed nearly incapable of romantic entanglements. At least 3 months sounds longer than 2. Dumbledore jested lightly. I would prefer it to be shorter than 2 months. What was your reason for summoning me? Snape instinctively retorted, his mood finally recovering somewhat. Chapter 11. I shall truly send you to wander. Karl was in exceptionally high spirits, at least tenfold more than usual. Everything was proceeding smoothly. Were it not for Dumbledore's lack of personal entanglement with him, he would have readily declared him his second greatest benefactor on the path of love, with the first being the individual who had ordered that drink, along with his employer. However, as Karl gripped the silver-tipped wand of his suitcase, its magical essence gleaming softly, he surveyed the surrounding staircases. Hogwarts was indeed vast, even with spells for guidance and a precise map provided by Dumbledore. He found it challenging to locate his office adjacent to the Ravenclaw common room on his first visit. While lost in thought, a shadow clad in black robes brushed past him. Karl, engrossed in his parchment map and incantations, had no intention of looking up. Yet the familiar scent of wormwood intertwined with decaying leaves beckoned him, and he immediately recognized who had passed by. Severus Snape. Mr. Snape, you appear to be exceedingly busy. Are you returning to your office to organize your potions? Karl promptly pursued him, fully aware that the other likely wished to avoid him. Yet he could not allow himself to be so easily dismissed. If he pursued Snape, even if ultimately rebuffed, he could at least steal a moment longer for conversation and perhaps glean what he desired. Snape showed no sign of halting his pace. His figure merely hesitated briefly before accelerating again. If you have the leisure to come and disturb me, new prodigy of alchemy. Snape's voice briefly faltered at the word prodigy, emphasizing it heavily. Yet Karl remained undeterred by the insinuation. Though you call me a prodigy, which brings me joy, I would prefer if you referred to me as dear. After all, I have encountered enough of the term prodigy throughout my life, Karl replied unabashedly, quickening his pace to match Snape's, showing no inclination to fall behind. Is that so? I would wager if your self-proclaimed genius were not a form of self-deprecation, you would not have been dismissed from Durmstrang, Mr. Cost. Snape responded, his tone devoid of affirmation, clearly recalling Karl's earlier antics that morning. Karl had suddenly latched onto him, exhaling warmth and uttering words that would leave any normal person mortified. In Dumbledore's presence, facing the gaze of that honeyed old bee, crafted from confections that could rot one's teeth, Snape momentarily yearned to return to the past and strangle Karl, along with an earlier version of himself. At the time of Karl's foolishness, he could hardly approach him with a demeanor befitting a contract. Treating a fool with calmness was itself an act of folly. Snape had no intention of being a fool, nor did he wish to articulate the obvious. Just look at his incisive remarks, laced with subtle sarcasm. And now, if you were truly a genius, you ought to locate your common room. Otherwise, by evening, you shall find yourself homeless, Snape continued. His faintly mocking tone coupled with a sardonic smile and a slight lift of his arm, all of which sufficed to render anyone less than amicable towards him. Karl blinked, contemplating the meaning behind those words. Ah, well, any reasonable human could likely discern that you are merely mocking me. However, if you are the object of my pursuit, I cannot allow myself to take your words at face value, he mused, feigning ignorance as he slowly lifted his suitcase and gave it a shake. Oh, are you suggesting you would wish to adopt a homeless me? Karl's act of innocent misunderstanding, combined with his clumsy choice of words, nearly contorted Snape's expression as if he had swallowed a fly. If you truly require a guardian, I shall escort you to the nearest suitable place for vagrants. Huh. You are quite charming, Mr. Snape. You hardly strike me as the type to take jests seriously. Karl chuckled lightly, continuing to cling to Snape, his voice buoyant and devoid of any awareness of having been reprimanded, as though they were merely engaging in playful banter. Yet in truth, Karl found it rather endearing that Snape, who was so verbose with sharp retorts, was momentarily silenced by his single remark, ceasing to utter any further hurtful comments. Albeit only for a brief moment. Indeed, I never jest, my intentions are earnest. Snape cast a sidelong glance at Karl, unconvinced of the sincerity behind his charming remark. I genuinely shall escort you to the most suitable locale for wandering, Mr. Cost, even if our relationship is that of lovers. The emphasis on lovers was rather unfortunate. You are indeed cruel to me. Am I not your newly appointed professor of alchemy? Karl exhaled deeply. However, I must assert that I am not in haste to locate an office. I possess my own methods. I wish to linger with you a while longer, even if just for a moment. I wonder what might pique your interest? I do not yet know you well. Karl casually twirled his wand in the air, attempting to captivate Snape's attention, even if just for a fleeting moment, though the likelihood of success was slim. The expression on Snape's face suggested a strong desire to escape. Perhaps it would be wise to grant him some space and return later? Yet, in that moment, as Karl waved his wand, Snape's gaze was unwittingly drawn to the unusual silvery light emanating from its tip. This unexpected delight did not escape Karl's keen observation. He noted the brief pause in Snape's dark eyes. Are you intrigued by my wand, dear? Or perhaps the spell? Your eyes are quite discerning. This color is exquisite. Is it not? Uncommon, indeed. Perhaps you would be interested in a new incantation? Karl swiftly descended the staircase, grateful to his past self for cultivating such interests. As all past endeavors, no matter how trivial, would eventually prove invaluable. Even if only for a moment, Snape was undeniably captivated. A simple locating charm. To find destinations or objects. Are you interested? Perhaps I could teach you. This spell is one that no one else can impart to you. Karl said this with a sly grin, lightly tapping his wand twice. Indeed, Snape's gaze lingered, though more in scrutiny than fascination, as he regarded the silvery beam emitted from the wand's tip. Chapter 12. What could he possibly be thinking? It is truly difficult to guess. Thank heavens. For the first time, Karl felt grateful for his interests. Displaying them was indeed splendid. With this thought, Karl lifted his head, his pride and elation evident. In a certain sense, such individuals were rather easy to understand, foolish and naive, compounded by a reckless courage not possessed by ordinary folk. This display inevitably conjured memories of the wretched Potter, stirring an unsettling nausea within him, particularly since he had eaten little since morning. Otherwise, he would surely have been sick. No, I have absolutely no interest, Mr. Cost. The slightest flicker of interest in the spell was immediately extinguished by Karl's attitude. Poor incantation. It was but a pitiable casualty of Karl's demeanor. Snape quickened his pace, nearly shaking Karl off in his haste. A large question mark hovered above Karl's head. He could not comprehend why he had suddenly become so disagreeable to Snape. It seemed that his attitude had plummeted in an instant, though it had already begun from a negative standpoint. Is something amiss? How can you not be interested? This is quite remarkable. Karl hastened his pace, racing to catch up with Snape, fervently raising his wand as if to block his path. Look, this is truly extraordinary. Clearly, even with every finger indicating his disinterest, Snape's gaze flickered towards Karl, as if to bestow a moment of pity upon him, a fleeting glance at the proud and self-satisfied expression on his face. Did he really want to fulfill Karl's wish? The question seemed less a dilemma than a mere annoyance. Wait, this is truly impressive. The professor praised it. He stated it is quite convenient for locating lost items, places, and even rare ingredients and magical creatures. This spell is genuinely remarkable. This was not merely disdain for Karl's personal charm, but a contempt for his professional attitude. When teaching defense against the dark arts at Durmstrang, he had never flaunted his private studies, not even to his favorite students. Yet now, he was willing to confide in Karl. Any normal wizard would surely be compelled to invite him home and pray for his daily attendance. Otherwise, Snape's disdain for him had surpassed any semblance of professional respect. Or perhaps it was his professionalism that had been so thoroughly trampled that he could no longer tolerate even a modicum of contempt. If it were the former, damn it. His attitude had not been so abysmal that morning. Had all his efforts been a reverse thrust? Even if not a frontal assault? It should not have devolved into a retreat. Karl pondered the events of the day, his brow furrowing as he realized the complexity of the situation. It was not impossible. The morning had been manageable. The trouble arose in the afternoon when he had become overly self-satisfied and launched a surprise attack. Moreover, he had carelessly referred to boyfriend in front of Dumbledore, completely disregarding the latter's dignity, an egregious misstep. Karl choked on his thoughts. In light of this, he found it somewhat acceptable that his professionalism had been undermined. It merely indicated that his abilities had gone unrecognized. His capabilities were evident, and eventually, they would be acknowledged. However, the former situation had led to outright aversion. No, Karl. You must remain composed. You are a mature man. Simply being disliked is still an opportunity for redemption. Just look. It is indeed impressive. Yet Snape quickened his descent, leaving Karl, who was desperately constructing a strategy, momentarily speechless. As if his tongue had been rendered mute. His pleas echoed around him like a cacophony, especially as Karl maneuvered left and right, maintaining pace despite the chaos. Why was the cellar set so far from Dumbledore's office? For the first time, Snape felt a desire to escape the cellar. If only he could cast a spell to silence Karl, it would likely result in a cacophony of whimpering. No, even that would suffice. He ought to seal Karl's mouth entirely. It seemed that someone, in addition to having their vision irreparably compromised, had also replaced their voice with the screeching of a banshee. Snape abruptly halted, causing Karl, who had been gaining ground, to stumble and collide with Snape's back, his nose meeting the fabric before he crashed against Snape's shoulder. "Oh, please do not stop so suddenly, sir," Karl murmured, rubbing his nose. Snape turned, stiff and straight, his movements slow and deliberate. As Karl observed, although his complexion was already rather poor, the moment he uttered those words, it darkened almost entirely. His obsidian eyes seemed to churn with unspoken emotions, and his breath momentarily faltered. Then, he exhaled sharply, his voice laced with suppressed fury as he gritted his teeth and spat out Karl's name, Cost. Why was he suddenly enraged? It seemed he hadn't done anything particularly outrageous. "You," Snape's words emerged with great difficulty, his face rigid, almost frozen in expression, much stiffer than usual. Yet, his gaze locked onto Karl's face, and the other's confusion appeared genuine, as if he were entirely unaware of what he had just said. His subsequent words seemed to be swallowed, and he redirected his focus, pointing at the wand in Karl's hand. "The spell you mentioned, I am now intrigued. Demonstrate it, Cost." His voice sounded as if it were being squeezed through clenched teeth, accompanied by the sound of teeth grinding. This abrupt shift seemed to be an intentional attempt to mask something. However, Karl, taken aback by this unexpected surprise, did not pursue the matter further. "You will undoubtedly find it intriguing." Karl's eyes suddenly sparkled with mischief. This was amiss. An alarm bell rang in Snape's mind. He would have preferred Karl to continue exhibiting the pompous arrogance of a fool, for the sudden shift to cunning on his part could only spell trouble. At least for himself. Nonetheless, he now had to interrupt Karl's train of thought. Chapter 13. The one who admires Snape most appears. Karl raised his hand, waving it in front of Snape, beckoning him to come closer. This spell was typically employed for oneself, linking one's consciousness with an object or map, ultimately using magical energy to trace and locate a destination or desired item. Therefore, it was not particularly straightforward to demonstrate, given that, without the legilimency charm, no one could delve into another's mind. Although there were ways to apply this magic to others, the specifics remained elusive. Faced with Karl's outstretched hand, Snape remained unmoved. A sense of foreboding washing over him, the subtle unease intensifying. "I need you to come a bit closer, Mr. Snape." Karl seemed oblivious to the other's guarded demeanor and continued to beckon, his eyes still glinting with mischief. Snape remained rooted in place. Karl pondered internally. The chilling atmosphere kept his mind racing, questioning why Snape had suddenly agreed. "If you don't wish to, we can continue our previous discussion." Intuition compelled Karl to voice this. Then, Snape, albeit stiffly, took a step forward. Though he did not speak, it was evident that his stance had softened. "I see." A sudden spark of realization brightened Karl's expression, though he decided against prolonging this topic, for it would likely irritate Snape further. He merely needed to satiate his current modest desire. "Come a little closer." He clasped his hands in a gesture of prayer, his wand nestled within his palms. accompanied by a slight bow that rendered him exceedingly compliant. Do not push your luck. Snape's brows furrowed sharply. He could discern Karl's relentless pressure, even if the latter's demeanor was exceedingly gentle. Indeed, the next moment, as Snape did not advance, Karl lunged forward, turning and leaning against Snape's chest. Then, before the other could react, he lifted his wand, tracing 3 concentric circles in a clockwise motion before swiftly jabbing forward, exclaiming, "Itineris ductor." The wand gently tapped Snape's brow, a silvery magic instantaneously emanating from it, with a portion gradually seeping into the spot where Karl had just touched. The spell was executed with precision. Draw your wand. It would be prudent not to resist this. Of course, if you refuse, nothing will occur, and we can simply repeat the process, Karl murmured, his voice reminiscent of a lover's whisper, exhaling warmth, then swiftly withdrawing as Snape frowned, as if he had merely leaned in to assist him with his cherished spell, harboring no ulterior motives. After all, employing it on another necessitated establishing a mental bridge. It wasn't he, as though one simply struck another in the face. Karl justified his actions to himself, while simultaneously feeling his own cheeks flush. Snape took up his wand, a surge of magic coursing through it, as a blank, formless image emerged in his mind, featuring 2 small dots that might represent objects, clustering together. The blank map overlapped with the scene before him, allowing him to vaguely perceive that those 2 points were in close proximity. Do you see it? Can you guess what they represent? The same silvery beam of light appeared atop Snape's wand, confirming the spell's efficacy. Karl's lips curled into a smile, radiating joy. I can perceive that one of those points represents myself, and the other is quite near to me. The spell's activation stirred a rare interest within Snape. He recognized that Karl's words were not merely hollow flattery. His previously furrowed brow relaxed slightly, revealing a hint of positive emotion, albeit directed towards the spell. And regarding Karl's recent impudent behavior, that too could be attributed to necessary conditions. If this is a search for an object, it suggests that the item is currently with me. Perhaps it is something of mine, though it cannot be ruled out that it belongs to you, Snape mused. Articulating his hypothesis, Karl swiftly retreated to a distance that was neither too close nor too far, causing the points on the blank map to drift apart. It seems I was correct. Snape felt confident about this intellectually engaging inquiry. Well, not entirely correct, for I established the conditions for the locating spell, Karl declared, his head held high, appearing quite pleased, extending a finger to gesture slowly. In that moment, Snape's apprehensions crystallized into a palpable reality. The established condition was that the person who adored Severus Snape most would be identified. Karl blinked, seemingly satisfied with his own confession. How exceedingly romantic, he might have thought to himself. Then, the air fell into a half-minute of profound silence. Do not compel me to regurgitate my lunch before you, cost. Was your midday meal a pound of expired chocolate? Snape's tone was flat, yet the distaste concealed within it nearly burst forth, along with that unmistakable look of disbelief in his eyes. Karl, taken aback, stood unusually rigid. In truth, I haven't eaten anything for lunch, he mumbled. But how can you assert that it is impossible? The spell is predicated on your magical energy or consciousness. Even with the search element, it is merely your magic probing. And how could you possibly know the thoughts of others? However, should one wish to incorporate the enchantment of capturing thoughts, the incantation would prove perilous. Its application to others is far from straightforward. Even if what you have just articulated holds true, it remains solely within the realm of your imagination. Severus Snape's dedication to the study of spells rivals that of any other individual. Indeed, you are entirely correct. The foundational logic behind the creation of this spell, conceived by Karl, showcases a remarkable proficiency that befits the youngest headmaster. In that fleeting moment, Karl truly comprehended the exceptional nature of the individual he had developed feelings for. Sweet words and flattery are utterly ineffectual. One cannot deceive another's heart merely with charming phrases. Karl recognized this with clarity. Simultaneously, Snape contemplated that, even so, it was still rather impressive. The clockwise rotation of the wand symbolizes a forward thrust in the search range, while the chosen target is pinpointed at the brow, constructing a bridge that, when combined with the map and the object of the search, significantly abbreviates the process of discovery. Such a clever incantation is remarkable, almost as if it could not have originated from the clumsy individual before him. Yet, the truth remains that it was indeed born from that very person. The other is a true genius, at least far from the foolishness he outwardly displays. Snape also came to a realization. Chapter 14. This is the cerebral warfare of infatuation. So, impressive, isn't it? Mr. Snape's passion lies in potion making, correct? Even without the need for this spell, how about the additional benefit of locating rare ingredients? Karl felt a profound satisfaction with his spell, firmly convinced that Snape would undoubtedly find it intriguing, yet he maintained a humble demeanor as he inquired. Despite their brief acquaintance, Karl discerned that the man across from him was acutely aware of his own pride. He likely would not appreciate being threatened, so adopting a lowly posture seemed prudent. Karl did not perceive his humility as a defeat. Quite the opposite, maintaining a humble stance to gain more was a reasonable and elevated strategy. Meanwhile, the imagery in Snape's mind gradually faded, returning everything to tranquility, yet his interest in the spell did not wane with its disappearance. It was indeed fascinating and highly practical. Even without considering new discoveries, merely revisiting the old could yield numerous ingredients he had forgotten, such as the elusive feather of the shrieking bird, which necessitated his preparation anew. However, if only he had this spell, Snape pondered. Yet, due to his earlier demeanor, Snape found it challenging to utter those few words, such as expressing interest or requesting to learn the spell. Just moments ago, he had been dismissing it with every finger, proclaiming his disinterest in a similar fashion. Snape's lips tightened, his expression subtly shifting, torn between curiosity regarding the spell and an instinctive aversion to Karl's mischievous gaze. The former made it difficult for him to simply walk away, while the latter inhibited his ability to ask Karl to teach him. Let me teach you, otherwise I shall persistently cling to you. By the way, does your bed accommodate two? Karl shamelessly uttered this line, raising an eyebrow with a playful glimmer in his eye at the conclusion of his statement. If you wish to avoid my incessant presence, allow me to instruct you. Of course, Karl had perceived the internal conflict within the other and had thus tactfully extended a hand to ease the situation. Patience is essential in matters of the heart, as his mother had always said. From there, he could simply descend the metaphorical staircase he had set up for Snape, feeling a sense of pride in being a considerate partner who attends to his beloved's emotions. However, Snape did not follow the path Karl had anticipated. Perhaps stung by such fervor, he lifted his gaze to scrutinize Karl with an expression rife with skepticism, mingled with distrust and a hint of derision. His demeanor stark and frigid. What is your purpose? What benefit do you derive from this? Why indulge me in such a manner? What significance does this hold for you? Yet, why did a fleeting shadow of desolation flicker in his eyes for a mere instant? Snape's gaze remained sharp, piercing, as if perpetually on the verge of inflicting harm upon someone. As Karl had recently contemplated, it was not that he was uninterested in men. Rather, he harbored an equal disdain for all, even this world. Yet, for a fleeting moment, Karl caught a glimpse of something beneath that mocking facade. Even if it was but a fleeting impression, so swift it could have been mistaken for an illusion. Are you inquiring about what benefit this brings me? Karl concealed his insights, adhering only to what Snape wished him to perceive. I would like to invite my boyfriend to lunch, but I fear you might refuse. You haven't eaten, have you? I sensed the sound of candy wrappers as I approached you. Surely, that must have been something you pilfered from Dumbledore's office? A person of your temperament would hardly request sweets from the headmaster, would you? Or perhaps you are concealing some candy of your own. Karl speculated, all the while imagining the repercussions should Dumbledore have offered Snape candy under normal circumstances. He could very well have faced a severe reprimand. Karl believed he had begun to understand Snape better, and, consequently, felt a greater fondness for him. After all, why else would he find himself pondering what Snape might say, all while unable to suppress a smile? So, you will accompany me for lunch, and I shall teach you this spell. What do you think? Quite a fair trade. Wouldn't you agree? Karl shrugged, striving to temper the grin that threatened to betray his excitement over the imagined image of Snape. Attempting to present himself as a typical individual rather than a lovesick fool, it seemed he had unearthed the answer deep within himself. After a moment of reflection, Snape responded slowly, very well. In that instant, he appeared to relax, perhaps believing he had uncovered what Karl sought. However, he was likely mistaken, for Karl, even when behaving normally, was still merely a lovesick fool. The cognitive structures of a regular person and a lovesick individual are fundamentally dissimilar. Then let us go? Having awaited the other's affirmation for far too long, Karl appeared elated. He immediately reached to grasp Snape's hand, and indeed, he did so, swiftly capturing that hand within a mere second. Yet, as he attempted to move forward, he found his progress abruptly halted, as if he had encountered an immovable object. How heavy, he thought, unable to budge Snape, who remained steadfast as a stone. All right, perhaps holding hands is taboo. I have grown too accustomed to this. Assuming intimacy warranted such familiarity, habits can be quite daunting. Snape, on the other hand, merely lifted his hand and swiftly extricated himself from Karl's grasp, proceeding ahead without a hint of hesitation. Nevertheless, Karl felt he should momentarily adapt to Snape's demeanor, even if he did not believe the other would maintain such an attitude indefinitely. Should we truly fall in love later? I shall exploit this point to mercilessly tease him. His expression will be quite amusing at that time. Karl's optimistic envisioning remained uncertain. Yet at least the prospect of sharing lunch together that afternoon seemed nearly assured. What would you like to eat for lunch? I am quite keen on meat, though I hope it is not laden with excessive sauces. Karl frantically sought topics of conversation from behind, yet most of the time, it was he who did the talking, with his companion refraining from responding. Nevertheless, he managed to keep the atmosphere lively. If he were not a wizard and had not been so enamored with his current situation, one might have thought Karl was destined to be a stand-up comedian. Meanwhile, Severus Snape could only endure the incessant chatter around him, hastening his steps toward the lunch location. Chapter 15, Friends. 3 months later, he would certainly uphold his promise, ensuring that the creature named Carlos Cost would remain outside his line of sight. Upon reaching the entrance, Snape's mood soared to its zenith. Fortunately, due to the late hour, the dining hall was sparsely populated, and at the moment Snape made his appearance, the few students present vanished into thin air. Karl marveled at the sheer intensity of his aura. He recalled how, just the night before, there had been an almost impenetrable barrier of sorts around Snape's table, with no one daring to approach. Karl pondered in silence, his expressions shifting. Observing this, Snape exhibited an unusual flicker of amusement. He cast a fleeting glance at Karl, noting the changes in his demeanor, and the corners of his mouth began to lift ever so slightly. He surmised that Karl's inclination to engage in those peculiar, awkward antics in public had come to an end, and that this lunch would be rather relaxed. Ideally, it would be even better if Karl remained deflated and silent throughout the day. How splendid that would be, Karl thought to himself, contentedly surveying the now quiet dining hall. It was undeniable that he preferred Snape to maintain this demeanor. After all, wouldn't that resolve any complications arising from romantic rivals? Only he dared to approach Snape. And soon enough, that would change. Extending his palm, he displayed his ring in a slow, theatrical manner. Life was as effortless as that. Observing Karl's evident uplift in spirits, Snape's expression momentarily faltered. How could the other's mood improve? You seem to be in good spirits, Snape finally inquired, the first question he posed since agreeing to share lunch. Simultaneously, his pace quickened until he reached the edge of his chair, where he came to a halt. Dining with my boyfriend naturally brings me joy, Karl replied with a smile, reveling in the resolution of his rival concerns. Wasn't that splendid? In fact, his grin was almost radiant. After finishing his statement, he pulled a chair close to Snape's side. He excelled not only at laying the groundwork, but also at climbing the social ladder. However, let us dine outside next time. It feels rather peculiar to have a date in the school cafeteria. How about this weekend? I know of several excellent restaurants here in England. Karl's mind flitted through a list of delightful establishments. Being a wizard was truly advantageous, as one could effortlessly traverse from the east to the west within a day. Why does that sound so odd? Are there truly good restaurants in England? He mused, contemplating Italian, Turkish, French, and Chinese restaurants that bore the British label. Oh, that feels much better. Snape remained silent, methodically using his knife and fork to convey food to his mouth, while Karl ate rapidly, pausing frequently to allow for Snape's actions. So you will accompany me on an outing, won't you? 3 months without a date is hardly acceptable, Karl pressed, finishing off a sandwich. He deftly spread sauce onto it, indulging in an abundance, for while he preferred other dishes to be less heavily flavored, sandwiches were an exception. Snape continued his silence, focused on his meal, not sparing even a modicum of attention. After swallowing, he leisurely responded, only an imbecile, whose mind is clouded by infatuation, would squander precious time on trivialities, such as aimlessly parading as moonstruck fools on the streets. But isn't that the essence of being in love? Karl retorted. Very well, we shall discuss this another time. Let us enjoy our lunch now. Karl initially intended to say more, but he decided against speaking while Snape was engaged in his meal. He feared that an ill-timed comment might sour the atmosphere. The delicate state of Snape's well-being was concerning, and observing his choice of sugary sustenance at lunchtime provided insight into his condition. The meal progressed smoothly. At least Karl felt that if Snape maintained his current manner of eating, his complexion would not remain so pallid. As Karl and Snape simultaneously swallowed their final bites, the dining hall's closed door swung open, revealing an individual resembling a small mountain. His hair was wildly disheveled, yet his expression was amiable. Clad in tattered garments, he appeared strikingly unpretentious, and a pink umbrella added a comical touch to his overall appearance. What a remarkable figure! Karl replayed in his mind what Dumbledore had mentioned during his interview regarding others within the school. After a brief mental search, he instantly recognized the person before him as Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds. Oh, Snape, I didn't expect to run into you here at this hour. I just completed my rounds in the Forbidden Forest and now have a moment to spare. Hagrid, looking somewhat disheveled, indeed resembled someone just returning from work. However, unlike Karl, who would likely appear fatigued, Hagrid seemed to wear his exhaustion with a hint of cheerfulness. Such self-disciplined laborers were truly formidable. Oh, this is your companion, Hagrid acknowledged, first greeting Snape before turning his gaze toward Karl. The unfamiliar man, with black hair and blue eyes, was unknown to him. Yet he noted the evident camaraderie between him and Snape. Carlos Coste, the new professor of alchemy. Perhaps Dumbledore has mentioned me, Snape replied nonchalantly. But when it came to describing their relationship, he faltered, unsure of how to articulate it. 3 months of a jesting romance. Given Hagrid's straightforward nature and his limited understanding of relationships, he might not grasp the nuance. Oh, I'm his, Karl interjected seamlessly, filling in the gap left by Snape's hesitation. As Karl spoke, Snape forcefully slammed his knife and fork onto the table, realizing that the scenario Karl had anticipated was indeed unfolding. Here we go, Karl thought, bracing for the inevitable outburst. Snape, what are you doing? Be careful with that knife and fork. You might hurt yourself. As a friend, I genuinely worry about you. Karl exhaled slowly, feigning the concern of a true, ordinary friend. Devoid of any sugary, effusive tone, merely a simple statement. Snape gradually lifted his cutlery again, as if nothing had transpired, a cramp in his hand perhaps. You two seem to have a good rapport, the oblivious giant chuckled, before proceeding to find his own meal. Yet, his comment bore sincerity. After all, Snape was typically isolated by a 10-meter radius, while Karl sat conspicuously beside him. Having a friend was indeed a positive aspect, but Hagrid had no intention of elaborating further. Chapter 16, A Hug. Actually, my aim is a kiss. Hagrid had quite the appetite, and as Karl and Snape prepared to depart, he continued to pile food onto his plate, creating a mound that resembled a small hill. Karl mused that if he were to tackle such a heap, it would likely take him a week to finish. When did I teach you to seek spells? Do I suddenly have time now? Karl continued to circle around Snape, a radiant smile perpetually gracing his lips. For Snape, this smile was blinding. No matter how hard he tried, he found himself unable to push this troublesome individual away. Snape cast a sidelong glance at Karl, who seemed to sense his gaze, causing his smile to broaden even further. He appeared equally foolish and troublesome. How could someone so vexing still engage in human behavior moments ago? Had he suddenly experienced a pang of conscience? Had the winged demon just expelled your thoughts? Snape's gaze lingered on Karl for approximately a second before he launched into a series of inquiries that bordered on the insulting. Perhaps a direct question would suffice. But this was Snape's preferred method of inquiry. Are you implying that I should have acknowledged our relationship earlier? Are you upset that I did not? Karl slowly responded with a hum, and after a brief pause, he unleashed a stream of rather shameless words in a cheerful tone. Snape too paused for a second, then quickened his pace. Don't walk away. I was joking. I know that your concerns lie elsewhere. I genuinely tried to take responsibility for our relationship this morning. But you seemed angry, so I thought it best to hold back a bit. You might not be accustomed to this. Karl hastened to catch up, intercepting Snape's attempt to leave by extending his arm in front of him, frantically justifying himself. He was aware that Snape was the type to get annoyed by jokes. Yet he found it nearly impossible to refrain from playful banter in response to Snape's stern visage. It felt as natural as quenching a thirst. Since you're unwilling to acknowledge it, I suppose it doesn't really matter if I don't say anything, right? After all, I'm the one who forced you into this relationship. Karl's eyes flickered with a hint of guilt, his thumb unconsciously rubbing against his index finger in a slow, circular motion, attempting to appear somewhat more composed. The one who irritates Snape with playful remarks is himself, and ultimately, it is he who strives to bring a smile to Snape's face. What is he truly after? Are you saying you won't be broadcasting the foolish things you discussed with Dumbledore for the world to hear? Snape found it hard to believe, given Karl's dreadful character. He doubted he would overlook such an amusing opportunity. Snape scrutinized Karl with an assessing gaze. If Snape could articulate this line, the word amusing would bear an extraordinarily heavy emphasis to highlight the point. If you don't want to think about it for 3 months. That indeed seems to be the case, Karl shrugged, nearly gritting his teeth as he forced the words out. Snape's aversion was palpable, although he longed to acknowledge their relationship. He could not continue in this manner. Focusing too intently on it might lead to an even greater backlash. Restraining his affection and granting his partner the respect they deserved was what he ought to do. That's what his father always said. Karl's gaze sharpened. I hope you remember your words. Snape chuckled softly, his tone neither warm nor cold. Karl, merely judging by appearance, could not discern whether this remark was one of encouragement, mockery, or something else entirely. Have you never considered that you might come to like me within 3 months? Karl retorted, somewhat indignant. If only Snape's demeanor had been a touch more amiable. He stood there, calm as if to assert that he truly would not develop feelings for Karl. Within 3 months, not even a smidgen of affection would arise, and he would have no regrets, hence no hesitation or doubt. If in 3 months I were to regress into a monkey, then that is indeed a possibility. Snape fell silent for a moment as if pondering, before delivering a nearly heart-wrenching retort. Then that would mean it is entirely impossible, wouldn't it? Karl's lips twitched. While the answer was expected, it struck a particularly painful chord. Surely, he did not need to devolve into a monkey to deserve Snape's affection. Move aside. If you are not planning to leave, then I must consider my own departure. Snape observed Karl's rare display of vibrant emotion. A slow smile creeping onto his lips, one of genuine amusement rather than forced mirth. It was a rare moment of triumph for him, seeing Karl's expression soured. In their exchanges, Snape typically held the upper hand. Even the most troublesome students would find themselves utterly humiliated under his barrage of words. Yet, his usual arsenal of wit seemed ineffective against the rare fool that was Karl, until now. The rigid curve of Karl's lips was the most beautiful sight he had encountered all day. I won't, so don't even think about it. Karl spoke in an uncharacteristically calm manner, clearly vexed. Snape could see it was evident. The unmistakable signs of anger were apparent. Ideally, Karl would abandon that tedious agreement in a fit of rage. I am angry now. Karl's tone conveyed unmistakable petulance. It was apparent, a textbook case of anger. Even without words, one could easily discern the emotion from his demeanor. Snape opted to disregard Karl's petty outburst. Left to right, Karl appeared on either side as Snape shifted his position. Karl, Snape regarded Karl's childish antics, feeling the veins in his head throb. Carlos Cost is my full name. Yes, indeed. What do you intend to say to me? You should know that those words hold no weight for me. I will not cower simply because you insult me. Karl's expression was resolute, as steadfast as a party member. And you cannot possibly throw me away, can you? Professors brawling privately would yield a rather poor influence, he added, though he silently noted that he might not be easily outmatched. It was prudent to keep such self-satisfied thoughts to himself, as Snape would surely become agitated. He could not afford to provoke Snape's ire, even if he was the one who was initially upset. If he were to anger Snape, he would inevitably end up soothing him to quell his annoyance. In that scenario, his entire plan would be rendered futile. How about you try to appease me? Just as I did moments ago, dear boyfriend. Karl extended his hand, eagerly gazing at Snape, hoping for a gesture that would lift his spirits, much like his relentless explanations. If Snape could do that, it would bring him immense joy. Yet, as seconds ticked by, nothing transpired. Karl's outstretched hand began to stiffen, while Snape remained motionless. Perhaps his mere refusal to push Karl away was the extent of his effort. It seemed that this was indeed an almost impossible task. Then let me propose something you might accept, for I know you are unlikely to console me. Or rather, Snape, you likely lack the talent for such things, Karl sighed. In a sense, this awkwardness was a blessing, suggesting that Snape had perhaps never been in a romantic relationship before. Perhaps he was even Karl's first love. I need you to embrace me. Just open your arms, wrap around me, and after that, I will feel much better and will let you go. Karl blinked eagerly. Snape made no move. Indeed, while we are currently in a romantic relationship, someone seems unwilling to fulfill their promises. So I suppose I can continue to linger for 3 more months, Karl mused, realizing that Snape would likely never engage in the comforting gestures he desired. Indeed, this is the essence of effective communication. In the blink of an eye, before Karl could even complete the latter half of his sentence, he felt the other party extend their hand with remarkable speed, swiftly wrapping around him, delivering a fleeting embrace that felt as light as a feather. While one might be caught off guard by such an unexpected gesture, Karl had been anticipating this very hug, meticulously calculating every detail since the moment it began. He had devised a strategy to elicit severest Snape's embrace, even if it meant resorting to the most underhanded of tactics. Thus, as Snape attempted to withdraw, Karl lunged forward, seizing the initiative and enveloping him in a counter-embrace. Pressing firmly against Snape's chest, Karl breathed slowly, lifting his gaze to meet those dark, penetrating eyes. Even if this embrace was forced upon him, a sense of joy still blossomed within Karl. Scientifically speaking, hugging someone you cherish releases a cascade of happiness-inducing hormones. While from a magical perspective, the embrace of a beloved is a spell of affection. Karl marveled, his tone infused with a palpable sense of bliss. Whether viewed through the lens of science or magic, Snape had initially intended only to offer a quick, gentle hug to Karl, never anticipating that the irate individual before him would suddenly soften and rush into his arms. It is indeed challenging to soothe someone who is angry. Yet, in the next moment, to Snape's astonishment, Karl lifted his head and pressed his lips delicately against Snape's cheek. The crisp sound of their lips meeting skin amplifying the already hushed atmosphere. Snape's thoughts ceased momentarily, as Snape's mind resumed its workings. He exerted all his strength to push Karl away. Carlos Cost, do you even comprehend what you are doing? I just kissed your cheek, Mr. Snape, Karl exclaimed, striving to maintain an air of nonchalance, feigning tranquility. Surely, anyone with an IQ above 60 can deduce that I'm asking why you would do such a thing. If your brain can genuinely be considered a brain, rather than a mere mass of fatty tissue. Snape glared at Karl, whose calm demeanor belied his frantic movements. His eyes practically blazed with fury, the embodiment of frustration and embarrassment almost materializing. Well, how should I put it? A kiss on the cheek is a rather commonplace gesture, is it not? At social gatherings, long-lost friends often embrace and exchange kisses on the cheek. Karl gestured animatedly, his fingers fluttering through the air as he sought to mask the tumult within his heart. He dared not meet Snape's gaze, despite a burning curiosity about the emotions that flickered within those dark depths. In truth, the brief embrace had already left Karl feeling quite fulfilled. The kiss had been an impulsive decision. He was grateful it hadn't escalated to a kiss on the lips, as he was unsure how he would navigate such a scenario. It's merely a customary gesture. There's no need to be so astonished, Mr. Snape. It's all inconsequential. How about I teach you how to find a spell? Karl's words flowed easily, yet his mind remained in a state of bewilderment. The rapid beat of his heart and the flush of warmth on his ears and cheeks betraying his composure. In a normal situation, a kiss on the cheek would produce that delightful sound, would it not? And next time you fabricate a lie, remember to cover your face, Snape scoffed, clearly unimpressed by Karl's attempts at diversion. He noted Karl's inability to maintain eye contact when lying, as well as the unmistakable blush that had crept onto his cheeks. A sense of being made a fool of washed over him. Karl, slow to react, instinctively covered his cheeks, feeling the pang of guilt akin to that of being caught in a misdeed. What next? What should a typical male protagonist say to the female lead after such an encounter? Karl found himself at a loss for words, his embarrassment leaving him feeling unusually shy, a feeling that rendered him incapable of self-control. The corners of Snape's mouth curled into a mocking smile, relishing Karl's disarray. The sight of Karl, flustered and speechless, brought an unexpected surge of amusement. In a strange twist, Snape found himself no longer irritated. Instead, he relished the silence that enveloped Karl, momentarily lifting his own spirits. However, it was time for him to depart. Observing Karl, who seemed momentarily paralyzed, Snape prepared to turn away, unwilling to squander his precious lunchtime on the antics of one Carlos Cost. Karl, preoccupied with covering his face, was unable to halt Snape's departure, who skillfully sidestepped him and swiftly moved past. Yet, in an unexpected turn, Snape halted momentarily. Oh, of course, Mr. Cost. One hand simply won't suffice. You might need to grow another pair, while you're at it, to cover your ears. Snape glanced at Karl, whose frantic attempts to conceal his face revealed the unmistakable flush of his earlobes. In a moment of irony, Snape's teasing voice slipped out, immediately regretting his words. Having disentangled himself from Karl, he should have refrained from further commentary. Thus, he quickened his pace to distance himself from the scene. Meanwhile, Karl's eyes widened in surprise at Snape's remark, and he quickly touched his earlobe, the warmth radiating from it unmistakably hot to the touch. He knew without looking that it must be a deep crimson. This was disastrous. Why was it that the affection seemed to flow more from him rather than the other way around? Karl, still feeling the heat in his flushed ears, refrained from pursuing Snape, the overwhelming surge of romantic hormones clouding his mind. He felt as though he might swoon from the sweetness of it all. He vowed that if he did chase after Snape, he would undoubtedly embrace him shamelessly, and perhaps, in a moment of impulsiveness, even kiss him. Calm down, calm down, calm down, Karl repeated to himself as he grasped his suitcase. He picked up his wand, channeling the guiding spell. Its tip emitted a silvery glow. His strategy for regaining composure lay in completing the moving process. If he encountered Snape again today, he feared that his impulses would lead to irreversible consequences. Breathe. Steady yourself. Focus. Karl mentally reaffirmed his need for restraint as he sought the mental map in his mind. Typically, Karl would proceed to indulge himself before contemplating other matters, but today, the once reckless individual had tempered his impulses, perhaps not wishing to be genuinely despised from the depths of his heart. Yet, watching Snape's retreating figure, he could not ignore the distance growing between them. Snape had not detected the chatter of noise behind him, which, in his estimation, would surely signal Karl's approach. To his surprise, Snape swiftly turned back, quickening his pace as if nothing had transpired. Indeed, Karl remained stationary in his previous posture, clutching his suitcase, the tip of his wand still aglow with the guiding spell's distinctive light. He probably has no intention of following me. Mr. Snape, I believe I shall take my leave for now. I need a moment to collect myself. I think, if I were to approach you now, I might impulsively lean in and kiss you, for I seem to have developed a deeper affection for you. The latter part of Carlos's confession remained unspoken. Because you shut your mouth. Snape felt his nails digging painfully into his palm. His life had spiraled into a Waterloo ever since he encountered a person named Carlos Cost. Snape did not even glance back, for he feared that if he did, he might raise his wand and render Carlos unconscious. I merely wish to express my fondness for you. Carlos, clutching his suitcase, shrugged and gazed at the retreating figure until he vanished on the staircase. Truly, a kiss might lead to genuine disdain, yet such words felt relatively safe. Moreover, if he did not voice them within the next 3 months, treading along that delicate line, allowing the other to grow accustomed to it. He might never find the courage to utter them again. Although the consequence of this action seemed to indicate that he was now even more interested than he had been yesterday. Humming a tune, Carlos made his way to his dormitory. Chapter 18. A letter from Nilmengard. The living conditions at Hogwarts were quite pleasant. Carlos methodically unpacked his suitcase, laying out a tablecloth, changing the bed linens, arranging his alchemical apparatus, and finally placing a crucible nearby. The protective rune circle needed to be inscribed with greater fortitude than the last one at Durmstrang. After all, he had promised that no further accidents would occur. Of course, at the very end, a fluffy blue rooster sprang from the suitcase. This delightful creature boasted a splendid plumage, a vibrant blue interspersed with hints of white, appearing somewhat petite. Yet its fluffy feathers rendered it adorably plump. Despite its coloration and size suggesting it might resemble a ball-shaped bird, its silhouette unmistakably identified it as a rooster. Upon its emergence from the box, the rooster appeared exceedingly irate, puffing out its throat and clucking as if to accuse Carlos of having confined it for far too long. Carlos clasped his hands together, presenting an expression of earnest apology. "I am truly sorry, Kai. I did not mean to forget you. So much has transpired over the past few days." The rooster, named Kai, strutted out of the suitcase with an air of arrogance, surveying its surroundings before settling into a cozy spot, pointedly ignoring Carlos, clearly still miffed. "I apologize, Kai. It was unintentional. I promise to make it up to you with plenty of delectable treats." Carlos continued his earnest entreaty, and at the mention of tasty morsels, Kai visibly perked up, inching closer to Carlos in a gesture of forgiveness. "Thank you for your kindness," Carlos exhaled, relieved that the rooster had accepted his apology. "Will you accompany me to class tomorrow? I can introduce you to my classmates. After all, you are half an alchemical creation, aren't you?" Carlos chuckled, playfully flicking Kai's comb with his finger. The rooster offered no response. "Oh, it seems you prefer not to. I won't insist. I shall go alone. I hope you won't find it too dull here." Carlos did not press the matter, casually conversing while continuing to tidy up the room. By the time the space began to resemble a proper dwelling, evening had approached. Kai remained curled up, appearing somewhat unwell, not solely due to its mood, but perhaps also due to the stress of a new environment. "Does your bone ache again, Kai? Come here," Carlos beckoned, raising his wand as if to perform some remedy. Kai hesitated, not advancing. "I'm fine. Your discomfort is far worse than any minor side effects," Carlos sighed, then wielded his wand, casting a spell that produced a shimmering pearl-like aura before dissipating. Afterward, Kai's demeanor noticeably softened. "All right. Remember to inform me next time your bones ache," Carlos advised, tapping his wand, a sharp yet bearable pain coursing through his nerves, deepening his fatigue. "This is unfortunate. The long-term effects of this charm are quite significant." "Oh right." Carlos rummaged through his suitcase once more, retrieving a large bag of exquisitely wrapped chocolate candies, his absolute favorite. Each piece enchanted to prevent melting. After a moment's contemplation, he extracted a few and tucked them into the gray coat he planned to wear the next day. Observing the abundance of sweets, Carlos unwrapped one, placing it upon his lips, the slight bitterness accompanied by a delicate sweetness, enriched with chocolate's distinctive aftertaste. Delicious. His spirits lifted, and the throbbing in his head subsided. "Well then, for the next few years, I shall reside here. May everything proceed smoothly." As he pondered this, Carlos pushed open his window. The moon had yet to fully rise, with the sun still casting its golden rays upon the horizon, illuminating the surroundings with an orange hue. After all, this was the teacher's office adjacent to the Ravenclaw common room, providing a splendid and expansive view. A gentle, cool breeze brushed past his ears, lifting a few strands of hair, while the warm breath he exhaled dissipated into the air. The distant lake appeared tranquil yet foreboding. Everything felt just right. Importantly, memories of the day flooded his mind. The warmth that had faded returned to tint his cheeks and ears. And love, how delightful. Carlos no longer merely hoped for a smooth journey. He now felt convinced that everything would indeed unfold favorably. Yes, indeed, that was the sentiment. Perhaps it was the scenery that instilled such confidence in him, as he stretched out his arms, yearning to embrace the breeze. At that very moment, a large, elderly bird, entirely snow-white, swooped past him at great speed, clutching a letter in its talons. Its appearance was not just fierce, but alarmingly so, with sharp, dangerous eyes. Without hesitation, it dropped the letter with a resounding thud against Carlos's face before screeching and soaring away. "Must you ruin the atmosphere when others are in awe? You wretched creature. I shall stew you one day, sooner or later." Carlos slammed his hand down on the table, his voice laced with fury. Yes, he recognized it. This was the professor's owl. Damn it, this bird remains as ill-tempered as ever, just like Grindelwald. He had every reason to suspect that the creature had deliberately chosen this moment, capitalizing on his outstretched arms to disrupt his moment of reflection, perfectly timing the letter's delivery to his face. After a lengthy moment of sulking, Carlos reluctantly picked up the envelope that had been knocked to the ground by his earlier outburst. The envelope was sealed with a swirl of silver wax, and the sender had not even bothered to choose a decorative crest. One could easily imagine that after hastily writing the letter, the sender had merely grabbed any envelope nearby and dripped wax from a white candle onto it, allowing it to dry before tossing it into the mail. This letter was unequivocally in the style of Grindelwald. Karl exhaled deeply, contemplating the act of opening the envelope. Wait a moment. Redemption. How could Grindelwald have addressed the envelope to himself with such precision? Or rather, why would Grindelwald even think to write a letter to himself? Over the years, the instances of him proactively penning letters to himself could be counted on one hand. A heightened sense of alertness enveloped Karl as he immediately scrutinized the sender's address on the envelope. It was directed to the office at Hogwarts. He realized it. He was indeed working for his arch-nemesis. Surely, I cannot be killed by a fire shield, can I? Unthinkable, unthinkable. After all, their long-standing mentor-student bond must count for something. Grindelwald would not truly wish him dead, would he? At worst, he might just find a way to hang him up again, simply for the sake of serving Dumbledore. It was impossible for him to genuinely assist Dumbledore. The man would not go to such lengths as to orchestrate his own murder over this. He was not that petty. Indeed, that must be the case. Their relationship should still be decent. It should not come to that, should it? No, upon further reflection, that fellow was exceedingly petty. For instance, when he was merely speaking ill of Dumbledore, he inexplicably became irate when Karl echoed his sentiments, leading to him being hanged. The next time, believing he had learned from the previous encounter, he countered Grindelwald's criticisms of Dumbledore with praise, only to find himself suspended once more. Ultimately, he resolved to remain silent when Grindelwald disparaged Dumbledore, quietly slipping away as if he hadn't heard a thing. Regardless, any mention of Dumbledore assured him a grim fate. In light of this, the prospect of being killed by a fire shield did not seem far-fetched. Perhaps there was a 60% chance of it happening. Karl's hand instinctively clenched the letter, the poor envelope nearly crumpling under his grip, cold sweat trickling down his brow. The once refreshing breeze now felt like an icy breath upon his heart. Embracing the inevitability of death, whether sooner or later, Karl slowly lifted the envelope, breaking the wax seal with trepidation, and gradually opened the letter. Perhaps, in that fleeting moment before unveiling the handwriting, a glimmer of hope lingered within him. The thought that Grindelwald could not possibly be that furious. However, upon opening it, he found no salutation, no formalities. Only a beautifully penned line. I have heard you've taken up employment with Dumbledore. Should you truly be receiving this letter, it confirms the truth of that statement. I extend my congratulations. What appeared to be a mere brief note of consolation, when considered alongside the absence of any greeting and the emphatic finality of the concluding period, conveyed an intense and profound rage. One could only imagine the grip with which Grindelwald held his pen and the emotions that accompanied the final stroke. This was disastrous. Perhaps it would be best not to return home for Christmas, nor visit the lonely elder at Numengard. Instead, he could remain at the school, ensuring that all would be well. As Karl attempted to fold the letter back up, pretending he had never seen it, he discovered another sheet concealed beneath the first. What was this? He cautiously lifted the hidden paper, which bore the message, "Come see me before and after Christmas. Tell me what treasures you have gleaned from Dumbledore. Should you choose to remain there, well, the consequences will be." Once again, there was no greeting, no sign-off, only a terse statement. And this time the handwriting was grotesquely distorted, especially in the letters that formed Dumbledore's name, each character appearing as heavy as the commas in the previous letter, accompanied by jarring turns and several obliterated words rendering them indecipherable, culminating in that ominous "heh." A chill swept over him, as if a Dementor had arrived. If I were to tear this letter apart now, could I pretend I had never received it? Karl slowly folded both sheets and returned them to the envelope. He did not even need to contemplate that 3-month arrangement. He felt as though his life might only extend for another 2 months. Help me. Who will come to my rescue? Karl cried silently within. Chapter 19, Chocolate Fudge. Someone was absent from the dining hall, and during dinner, Snape noted this fact. Yet, for him, it was a stroke of good fortune. Surely, a miserable fate awaited him. Of that he was certain. Karl had not even dined, after receiving that letter. He sat in a state of despair, anxiety crawling over his mind, feeling as if he were drowning in sorrow, incapable of dispelling the Dementors. The food on his plate tasted like ashes. No matter how sumptuous the dishes, they could not alleviate his gloom. How would he survive in 2 months? It felt as though his countdown had begun. When Dumbledore began to introduce himself that morning, The sensation of his soul almost escaping his body reached its peak. Dumbledore, you truly are a deeply flawed man. How could you have betrayed Grindelwald all those years ago? Why do I feel as though my days are numbered caught in between you two? No one in this world can understand my current feelings. Or so it seemed. Karl stabbed his steak vigorously, attempting to channel his frustration into some semblance of calm, even if just a little. His peculiar behavior drawing the attention of Professor McGonagall nearby. Mr. Cost, you're about to ruin that steak, the kindly old lady remarked, concern evident in her tone. Oh, thank you, Professor McGonagall. Please, feel free to call me Karl. We shall be colleagues from now on. Nevertheless, it matters not. My spirits are unlikely to lift again. Karl replied, offering a friendly smile to the elderly lady. He was familiar with her, one of the few legitimate animagi. Having researched extensively before embarking on his own animagus training, he felt a certain kinship with her. He turned back to his steak, his gaze vacant, knowing that joy had eluded him. At that moment, a shadow swept past Karl, hastily taking a seat, the fluidity of the movement almost soundless, diminishing any sense of presence to an absolute minimum, a sure sign of Snape's foul mood. Typically, in such circumstances, no one dared to disturb him. McGonagall observed the darkening aura surrounding him, perplexed by the day's peculiar atmosphere. This oppressive tension seemed directed at the black-haired individual. Just as she lamented the unfriendly disposition toward the man, Karl, who had previously appeared despondent, suddenly seemed ignited, his eyes shimmering like a cat's in the dark. The once mangled steak was now devoured in mere bites, swiftly swallowed. And then, it was simply a stare. Karl's gaze was almost glued to Snape. Though it was not merely a case of infatuation, there were more pressing matters at hand. Upon first laying eyes on Snape, he was immediately reminded of his own intentions. McGonagall subtly averted her gaze, sensing something amiss, yet upon reflection, she could not pinpoint the source of her discomfort. Perhaps it was simply her advanced age, compounded by the early hour, leading her to ruminate over trivialities. She shifted her attention to the Gryffindor table, where the Weasley twins, as anticipated, were embroiled in some clandestine scheme. She felt compelled to intervene before they resorted to further pranks on their classmates. Despite being their head of house, she would not condone such behavior. Meanwhile, Karl, who continued to fixate on Snape, found his spirits lifted by the latter's presence. If he had harbored doubts about whether coming to Hogwarts was a fortuitous decision, those thoughts had dissipated. Despite the grim reality that in merely 2 months he would be met with a swift demise at the hands of Grindelwald, his mood was inexplicably buoyant. The joy he felt in the presence of his beloved had washed away any lingering melancholy. Karl adjusted his attire, determined to present the best version of himself. From his hair to his clothing, even down to his scent, everything needed to be impeccable. He approached stealthily, akin to a cat on quiet paws. And when he reached Snape's side, he leaned in slowly, a smile gracing his lips as he softly murmured, "Good morning, my dear. It is splendid to see you. You seem a bit down. Perhaps sharing your troubles would be prudent." Who was the cause of Snape's apparent discontent? As Snape's gaze drifted toward him, Karl's smile faltered. Oh. One of the reasons for Snape's displeasure was indeed himself, a rather disheartening revelation. Well, you appear disinclined to converse with me, yet I am eager to engage with you, even if I am at a loss for words. Nonetheless, I must express that I like you immensely today, just as I have every day over the past 3 months. Additionally, I hope your day at work goes smoothly. Karl chuckled softly, lowering his head as he spoke in a tone that was just audible enough for the two of them, his movements precise and devoid of any ambiguity. He was genuinely adhering to his promise to maintain a semblance of normalcy in public. To onlookers, it merely appeared as though Karl was engaged in a low conversation with Snape. Yet, only Karl and Snape understood the true nature of Karl's approach, his breath, thick with unspoken words, and his seemingly innocuous remarks. Snape had anticipated that the events of yesterday might temper his demeanor, but alas, he was as unyielding as ever. At least today, his schedule was densely packed, and he could take solace in the fact that he would be facing a classroom of juvenile brutes rather than an adult out of control. This was the extent of his self-reassurance. Albeit futile, as Snape's expression grew increasingly sour, he heard a rustling sound emanating from Karl, who was rummaging through his pockets. Just as Snape contemplated what mischief Karl might be up to next, he produced a handful of candy that bore no resemblance to anything manufactured in Britain. The labels written in German, a language Snape could just about decipher. I believe it would be far more beneficial to have a daily supply rather than relying on the occasional scraps dropped by Professor Dumbledore. Keep these in your pocket. If you find yourself unwilling to eat, at least a piece will stave off collapse, Karl said, presenting the chocolates to Snape. Snape regarded the confectionery in silence, offering no response. Of course, you may choose not to accept them, but accepting gifts hardly constitutes a burden, Karl added, his concern for Snape's mental and physical well-being palpable. Given that Snape had contemplated skipping lunch to retreat to the dungeons for potion research, Karl had reasonable grounds to suspect that his colleague had not eaten at all. If Snape chose to avoid him, it was likely due to a desire to evade contact. I understand, Snape replied slowly, stowing the neatly wrapped chocolates into the pocket of his coat. Do remember to eat them, Karl urged, his worry evident. He did not expect his mere presence to enact a complete transformation in Snape, but he hoped to ensure that his colleague maintained some semblance of physical vitality, rather than starving himself or succumbing to illness. What thoughts occupy your mind? Snape inquired, observing the shifting expressions on Karl's face, his brow furrowed. Even without asking, he could surmise the nature of Karl's inner monologue, laden with concern. I am not on the verge of starving myself, Snape retorted before departing hastily. Glancing at the time, Karl realized he too was nearing the commencement of his class. Chapter 20. The 3 Rules of Professor Karl. Well, perhaps he would not starve. But Karl was inclined to believe that Snape's stomach was certainly in poor condition. He raised his wrist to check the time. His first class was about to begin. Clutching his alchemy notes, Karl proceeded to the classroom designated by Dumbledore. Upon entering, as expected, he found only a handful of students scattered throughout the room. Counting them on one hand would be an exaggeration. Yet they certainly did not exceed the number of fingers on 2 hands. 1, 2, 7. What a dismal turnout. 3 fewer than the jury for the Durmstrang explosion 6 months ago. Karl waved his wand in a circle, unaccustomed to such a sparse class and acutely aware that this was his inaugural venture into teaching alchemy. Nevertheless, his confidence in the subject rendered him undaunted. He pondered how best to initiate the lesson. Good day, everyone. I am Carlos Cost, your newly appointed professor of alchemy. Oh, it appears no one knows who I am. This is understandable, as I have spent the majority of the last 20 years residing in Germany, where I am quite renowned. Karl narrowed his eyes mischievously, deliberately placing emphasis on the word renowned. Renowned indeed, but whether that notoriety was of a positive or negative nature remained uncertain. Given my history, one might expect a typical individual to provide a mix of truth and embellishment while obscuring their less-than-sterling past, presenting themselves as a trustworthy professor. Clearing his throat, Karl once again commanded the attention of his audience, suppressing any semblance of his naturally vivacious personality to leave an elegant and mysterious first impression. His voice resonated melodiously. However, with such a background, it is improbable that I could be considered a typical person. Yet, I assure you, I am a good man. And I believe I owe my students an explanation. Karl donned a dramatically pained expression, his theatricality nearly spilling over from his eyes. Thus, I shall recount my illustrious history. I concluded my studies in ancient languages by the age of 14, recited the entirety of material transmutation by age 15, and rectified minor discrepancies in spell formations by 16, making me a year younger than the lot of you. Quite impressive, would you not agree? As Karl spoke of his accomplishments, the facade of maturity and elegance he had so carefully constructed momentarily cracked, revealing a tone laced with pride. I initially intended to publish it, but my teacher informed me that a minor cannot independently publish a paper, as it would undoubtedly be rejected by those antiquated scholars. Thus, I relinquished the idea, which is quite regrettable. As for the knowledge I acquired thereafter, I can no longer share it, as it is rather personal, Karl remarked with a smile. Oh, I believe that if not for the private nature of alchemy, few would desire to expose their findings. Given my personal achievements, I would likely be awarded the prestigious Merlin Medal, the highest honor, Karl continued with exaggerated flair. Upon surveying the room and noticing the students' skeptical expressions, he merely smiled, unconcerned. It appears you harbor doubts. Well, I understand, for geniuses are indeed rare. As a good teacher, I think I shall first bribe you with a welcome gift. Flipping through his notes, Karl then suspended the parchment, and the golden runes previously inscribed upon it cascaded down, merging into the cup before him. The liquid surged forth, transforming from transparent to a gleaming gold, and subsequently, amidst bubbling, morphed into numerous coins adorned with exquisite patterns, which precisely landed in each student's hands. Oh, do not misunderstand. I am not bestowing upon you gold coins. This is merely chocolate wrapped in gold foil. Now, I shall present the first task of this lesson. Take a bite, and you shall experience something extraordinary, Karl said with a beaming smile. As everyone bit into the chocolate, revealing expressions of astonishment, he continued. The exquisite flavors reminiscent of last year's Christmas feast, correct? Indeed, this is an application of the fundamental principle of memory transmuted into substance. I trust that my previous statements, in conjunction with this, will not be deemed mere boastfulness. There are few alchemists capable of so skillfully applying foundational theories to achieve practical operations, even among your former professors. As the students below displayed expressions of surprise, Karl sensed it was time for the main course. At last, I am honored to share with you one of the most formidable entries on my resume. Half a year ago, I famously detonated a significant portion of the Durmstrang teaching building, resulting in my glorious expulsion from the faculty. To this day, various institutions in Germany still display signs stating no cost and dogs allowed, Karl declared in a tone of humorous levity, causing nearly every student to widen their eyes in disbelief. Look at your faces. You must be wondering, could such a person truly not send us to meet Merlin? Of course not. I am confident in that. Think carefully. Why was it the east wing of Durmstrang that exploded, rather than my left ring finger? It is not solely because that finger is destined to bear my wedding ring. While that is indeed significant, I would protect it with my life. Karl raised his hand, showcasing his intact self, which appeared far more convincing than mere bravado, as surviving such an ordeal was indeed a reality. I dare say no alchemist could weave protective spells into their very blood as adeptly as I. Thus, before the master of both destruction and being destroyed in this century, you shall not undergo conventional examinations, but rather adhere to 3 exceedingly simple rules. First, if you blow up the classroom, congratulations, you have unlocked practical instruction. Second, before declaring something impossible, ensure you have attempted to explode it 3 times. No, make that at least 5. Third, you might think this professor is quite mad. May I withdraw from this course? The answer is no. Karl waved his hand, causing the half-eaten chocolates in the student's hands to revert to golden glyphs, which then returned to his notes, where the obscure script transformed into the student's personal information, thanks to the chocolate syrup that had flowed into their mouths. Congratulations. You have successfully embarked on Professor Carlos Kost's pirate ship, fellow conspirators, on a journey from which there will be no return. Karl extended his hand, performing a gentlemanly bow, revealing a mischievous grin that seemed to convey surprise, yet truly expressed an element of intimidation. I reflect on what Dumbledore previously informed me regarding your understanding of the principle of equivalent exchange. How shall we exchange? Well then, let us first convert magic into breath, then transmute alchemy into heartbeat. Finally, after enduring the most arduous segment of this journey, alchemy invariably awakens one's enthusiasm, much like now. The class lasted approximately a morning. Yet Karl remained invigorated. As time elapsed, he cheerfully gathered his notes and departed, acknowledging that his predecessor had taught well, albeit perhaps too conservatively, which at times can be beneficial. The students had laid a solid foundation, allowing Karl ample room to express himself. The thought of spending 2 days a week with these students felt exhilarating. No, that cannot be. He is not one to toy with students. Rather, he believes that youthful spirits can always forge greater possibilities through collision. Chapter 21. A Misguided Demonstration. Upon concluding the class, Karl resembled a husky unshackled, exiting the classroom even faster than his students. However, he surmised that the little ones likely bore no grievances. Although they occasionally experienced moments of enlightenment due to Karl's alchemical prowess, they were soon overshadowed by the disheartening tales of his self-aggrandizing exploits. Karl himself resembled a flickering light bulb, oscillating between short-circuiting and luminescence. The ability to swiftly distance oneself from hazardous elements after learning is indeed something to celebrate. Descending the stairs, Karl contemplated seizing the opportunity during his break to perhaps encounter a wild Snape in the potions classroom. The schedule for alchemy classes differed significantly from most others, and Karl was uncertain whether his counterpart was fully booked that morning or if he had already completed his lessons and returned to his chambers. Thus, he decided to chance upon the vicinity of the potions classroom. Fortunately, against his usual streak of bad luck, Karl's fortune seemed to improve remarkably this time. The door to the potions classroom was not entirely secured, revealing a slight crack through which a glimmer of light emanated, accompanied by faint sounds. Peering intently through the door, he could even discern the billowing black robes of the instructor, suggesting that lessons were still in session. Karl tucked his notes under his arm and glanced at the hands of his watch, pondering whether to wait for a moment or to leave and return after the lesson concluded. Control your hands, Mr. Clement. What you hold is a silver knife, not a club. I did not instruct you to treat it as if you were hacking cabbage with a stick. Through the oak door's gap, Karl could hear the instructor's voice, a sound as smooth as silk yet encased in a layer of unyielding ice. It seemed that the individual moderated their reprimands when addressing themselves. Leaning against a statue in the corridor, Karl resolved to wait a while, appreciating the opportunity to listen to the other's voice. Alas, those poor students would likely be driven to tears. Yet, this was to be expected. Potions, while marginally safer than alchemy, had still resulted in numerous injuries and fatalities due to accidents in recent years. A few harsh words were certainly preferable to being blown away by a potion. Karl contemplated as he opened his notebook, flipping through its pages until he found a blank space. He picked up the quill nestled within the pages and intended to jot down some notes, perhaps on how to reinforce the alchemical classroom's anti-explosion enchantments. He was certain to add several more protective runes, Otherwise, it simply wouldn't suffice for an explosion. He had emphatically advised his students during class to practice their explosive spells, believing that a good professor should ensure their students' freedom to experiment with chaos in the classroom. As Karl poised his pen to inscribe the first character, he instinctively glanced up, unable to resist the urge. The object of his affection stood nearby, separated merely by a door, still engaged in conversation. He could distinctly hear their voice. A delightful yet distracting melody. Moments ticked by, and as Karl lost count of how many times he had looked up to catch a glimpse of the figure, he was suddenly startled by a scream emanating from the once quiet gap of the door, followed by an eerie silence. Without hesitation, Karl closed his notebook, including the quill, and instinctively stepped forward, driven by a desire to uncover the cause of the commotion. Inside, the explosion had erupted silently yet lethally. The moment the improperly cut sleeping draught made contact with the potion, the once clear liquid surged violently, erupting into a wave of purple mist, followed by a catastrophic shockwave that threatened to topple much of the potion's classroom. As Karl approached to assess the situation, he saw Snape, wand raised. His left hand plunged into the core of the explosion. Though the residual effects of the potion had been quelled, the student responsible for the mishap rolled on the floor. While Karl noted the telltale signs of burns marring Snape's hand, the flesh singed and peeling like that of a molting serpent, nearly shedding from his body. Take this useless brain matter to the infirmary. If, and I stress if, he can still discern the difference between sleeping draught and venomous tentacular roots. You need not inform Pomfrey that he requires a mental evaluation. Snape's voice was low, suppressing a torrent of rage, his pallid complexion further drained by the explosion. Sweat trickling down his cheek, his lips quivering slightly. Yet, despite the gruesome state of his hand, it remained outstretched, as if clinging to the last vestiges of dignity. Karl chastised himself internally. It was truly a case of speak of the devil. Just moments ago, he had mused that potion-making was merely a tad safer than alchemy. And now Snape's hand was in this state. The sight of that hand sent a shiver down Karl's spine. It was perilous, and immediate action was required. Shouldn't you also seek treatment? Besides the one sprawled on the floor, don't you think you need to visit the infirmary as well? Yet, at that moment, Karl merely assumed that Snape had not yet declared class dismissed, and felt compelled to address the situation first. And now, we shall continue with our lesson. If any of you wish to murder me in order to enroll in Azkaban, you may learn from our brilliant Mr. Clement. Snape raised his voice, the sting in his hand compelling him to project louder, focusing on the lesson to distract from the pain, determined to avoid any further errors in potion-making. Karl's breath caught in his throat as he beheld the door swing open. He watched as someone assisted the reckless student, the one responsible for Snape's injury, toward the infirmary. Simultaneously, he observed the dark-robed man continuing to expertly handle the ingredients with his injured hand, demonstrating the process with an unsettling calmness. Each slice of the knife released droplets of blood that tainted the materials, and Snape coolly added, "This is merely a demonstration. I wish to show you the proper grip and technique. If your materials become contaminated like this, you must discard them. Understood? Understood, my foot. This is a flawed demonstration. If your hand is mangled like that, you should put down your knife and seek treatment. Do you comprehend? This is incorrect." Karl could hardly contain his ire as he pushed through the heavy black oak door, fury enveloping him. This was far from the playful annoyance he had felt yesterday. He was genuinely enraged. Like a rubber ball, he propelled himself through the oak door, striding towards Snape and seizing his hand, dragging him closer despite the murderous look on Snape's face, unleashing his words with fervor. Chapter 22, Time-Resistant Healing Body. Carlos Cost. Snape's voice, thick with suppressed fury, resonated in Karl's ears. This is a flawed demonstration. Karl's previously righteous tone diminished significantly, yet upon closing his eyes, vivid images flooded his mind. His hand caught in the maelstrom of the explosion, the left hand, the ring finger, where a ring ought to be, now charred beyond recognition. With that thought, Karl's resolve solidified once more. This is a flawed demonstration. In this moment, he could no longer concern himself with Snape's pride. His hand was nearly lost. Did his face truly matter? Karl turned to observe Snape's pale, sullen countenance, which bore a fragile vulnerability beneath its surface. He bowed his head, conceding with a resigned sigh. Fine, it is indeed important. Your dignity holds significance, nearly as much as your left hand, your ring finger. Though he himself may not have placed value on such things, Snape undoubtedly did, thus rendering it significant. I shall not detain you for long, 1 minute, at most. Then you may return to your lesson. I have no objections. Karl exerted all his strength, grasping Snape's wrist and compelling him toward the door, perhaps due to his injury. Snape no longer felt as heavy as a lead weight, allowing Karl to lead him outside with relative ease. 1 minute. I shall allow you only 1 minute. If you prolong this, I will ensure you are accompanied by the remnants of the cauldron that exploded. Snape was uncertain of Karl's intentions. Yet he was acutely aware that the presence of the creature known as Carlos Cost in his life heralded no good fortune. However, in the moment before Snape could forcefully eject Karl from his classroom, Karl had already dragged him toward the exit, suppressing the words that nearly escaped Snape's lips, transforming them into silence. At least on the surface, he appeared to acquiesce. He did not wish to acknowledge Karl's assertion that this was a flawed demonstration. The explosion had indeed impacted him significantly. For an instant, his strength faltered against Karl's. "Why do you refuse to admit you need help?" Karl inquired. He could almost discern the reason behind Snape's compliance. It was merely a matter of pride. He wished to convey that he required no assistance. As this realization dawned upon Karl, anger bubbled within him, yet upon seeing Snape's furrowed brow, he promptly sealed his lips. Their relationship had not yet reached a point where he could delve deeper into this topic and chastise Snape effectively. Reflecting on the past day, he sought to conjure the most vivid memory, ensuring it would manifest steadily and within the span of 1 minute, so that Karl would not have to endure the company of explosive remnants, and Snape would not have to continue teaching with a bloodied hand. Karl offered this reminder with determination. As for Severus Snape, his mind involuntarily began to drift back to the events of yesterday at this very hour. At 10:12, he found himself in Dumbledore's office, confronted by the one individual he least wished to encounter that day. At 10:30, the other party departed, but not before Snape felt the heat of their clammy hands encircle him, their warmth lingering in the air. At 11:45, he listened to Dumbledore's infuriating plans while absently turning the pages of advanced potion-making, reaching page 332. In the end, at 13:35, under Karl's relentless pursuit, his hand grazed the other's waist, and he lifted his gaze, revealing a smile that drew closer to Karl's cheek. A crisp sound echoed, a kiss. Snape's memories froze at that moment. Tempus redintegro corpus. Karl's hand swept through the air like a Mobius strip, simultaneously uttering the incantation. The tip of his wand hovered over Snape's heart, a pearlescent glow emanating from its end, slowly approaching and ultimately penetrating Snape's heart. In that instant, the gears of the time-turner materialized and faded away, while Snape's once mangled, almost disintegrated hand began to retract, not regrowing but retreating, as flesh returned to his hand, transforming it into a whole once more, as if nothing had ever transpired. Concurrently, as the spell took effect, Snape sensed something brushing against his face, something soft and warm, akin to a feather, yet not quite. A gentle warmth accompanied by a breath enveloped his cheek, followed by another crisp sound, a kiss. Along with the tactile sensation, he could almost catch the scent of sun-drenched grass wafting from the person before him, a fragrance more vivid than their current proximity would suggest, reminiscent of the aroma one might encounter during an embrace. Confusion, embarrassment, and an indescribable mix of emotions surged within Snape's mind. "What have you done?" he gasped, struggling to breathe as the unwanted memories replayed in his mind, leaving him oblivious to his now-healed left hand. "A spell healed your wounds. It's that simple." "I did not manipulate anything," Karl replied, observing Snape's pallor, sensing that the spellcaster had somehow transformed into Snape himself. For why else would Snape look so ashen while he appeared much improved? He rubbed his temples. "I mentioned earlier that you should reflect on a particularly memorable scene. Did you feel something you wished not to feel? This is a normal phenomenon. The time-turning healing spell accompanies fragments of tactile, gustatory, auditory, and emotional memories from the period you are contemplating. What you feel depends entirely on what you think," Karl answered, pleased to see Snape's hand restored, yet puzzled by the deepening pallor on his face. Snape, nearly unable to believe that his most profound memory of the day involved that kiss, pondered. "What did you think of?" Karl asked uncertainly, wondering if it was something dreadful. It was not out of the realm of possibility. After all, the most vivid memories are not always pleasant. If it were Karl, he might think of the letter Grindelwald had sent him, including the despair he felt upon opening it, a scene that, even as a mere recollection, could evoke a suffocating sense of dread. He entirely comprehended why Snape might react this way. "You need not inquire," Snape murmured, lowering his gaze, unwilling to respond, fully aware that if he did, the idiot before him would only become more excited. As Snape contemplated this, he raised his hand, his flawless left hand appearing before him, pain dissipated, akin to the finest healing potion. He regarded it with curiosity, then lifted his gaze to Karl. Words of gratitude swirled on his tongue, yet upon seeing Karl's expression, he swallowed them whole. "If you choose not to speak, then so be it," Karl remarked, displaying an unusual level of thoughtfulness that eased Snape's furrowed brow. "You are exceedingly careless. Do you realize your left hand is a shared asset? Do you understand that your ring finger is meant for a diamond ring, Mr. Snape? What would happen if it were truly blown off?" Karl teased, his voice laced with a flirtatious levity. "1 minute has elapsed, Coster," Snape huffed, feeling a strange normalcy in hearing such words. Enough is enough. His tolerance for the other's idiocy had reached its limit. Snape turned to leave, his black robes billowing in the wind, but Karl seized the sleeve of his garment, following the curve. Wait. If you wish to avoid recalling unwanted memories, I can teach you a method. Karl believed that given Snape's apparent disregard for his own body, his spell would likely be useful. Karl tugged at Snape's sleeve, finding the pocket that contained chocolate, relieved that Snape had not discarded the sweets. Thank heavens. If he had grown so weary that even chocolate could not escape his disdain, Karl would truly be in trouble. He delved into the pocket, the rustle of wrappers echoing softly, before deftly extracting a chocolate. Unwrapping the foil, he held the brown candy aloft and, disregarding Snape's less than pleased expression, quickly placed it into Snape's mouth. Snape felt the foreign object lodged in his mouth. Yet the harmlessness of the chocolate compelled him to chew instinctively. The bitterness mingled with a hint of sweetness, the rich aroma and energy of the chocolate alleviating his parched mouth and empty stomach. Eating sweets, remember? I suggested this to replenish your strength. You can consume this frequently, even daily, forming a reflex arc. Thus, when you eat chocolate, you will likely recall the taste of the candy. This method is highly effective, Karl smiled, sensing that the chocolate remained largely untouched, indicating Snape had likely not eaten even one piece, especially at this hour when he should feel famished. I do not wish to become a Dumbledore too. Zero, Snape declared, genuinely departing this time, leaving those words in his wake without a hint of courtesy. Yet, Karl remained behind. I will wait for you after class. Shall we have lunch together today, Mr. Snape? Snape heard the voice behind him. You may wait here. Then I shall take that as your agreement. As Snape entered the classroom, his restored hand allowed him to handle ingredients with greater finesse, slicing valerian, sleeping draft beans, and water lilies with ease. However, as the chocolate melted away in his mouth, the familiar dryness returned, and his stomach began signaling its desire for sustenance. The chocolate he had been fed had ignited an even stronger chain reaction in a stomach that previously required no food. Snape reached into his pocket, ultimately producing another piece of chocolate. He unwrapped it and placed it in his mouth, soothing the pangs of hunger that had arisen. However, the secondary benefits of the chocolate that Karl had mentioned were certainly beyond Snape's reach. What he resisted was everything that was related to Carlos Costa. Although chocolate could mask that youthful, sticky kiss, the sweet confectionery, due to the recent feeding, was once again intertwined with the name Karl. Such a connection would likely endure for a considerable time. Perhaps. Chapter 23, Habits. It had been over a week, and during these days, Karl had nearly attached himself to Snape every day. Even if they were pressed for time, they would at least share a meal together. Snape had likely grown accustomed to Karl, or at the very least, had surrendered to the inevitable. In the initial lunches, Snape would retreat to his cellar or the potions classroom to evade Karl. Yet, without exception, Karl triumphed in this game of hide-and-seek. His locating spell was exceedingly proficient. No matter where Snape hid, he would not go to the expense of creating an area of magical turbulence to disrupt Karl's enchantments just to avoid lunch with him. Moreover, Snape found himself unable to dislodge Karl. Even with vehement refusals or scathing remarks, Karl's expression remained ever cheerful. And Karl was utterly unfazed, clinging persistently. Impossible to shake off. Thus, Snape resigned himself to the situation, telling himself it would only last 3 months, at most. Perhaps this self-soothing worked. During their most recent lunch, Snape found facing that familiar visage much more palatable, at least devoid of the urge to regurgitate the previous week's meal. Habit is indeed a formidable force. On an ordinary morning, with no classes on his schedule, Karl busied himself in his common room, tinkering with various projects, including remodeling the space. He wielded a quill made from unicorn hair, tracing the patterns of a magical array with dragoness blood. A hexagram extended from the floor to the ceiling. This was the final step. Reinforcing the array with pure dragon's blood would complete the task. This grand endeavor was far more complex than simply setting a few protective spells in the alchemy classroom. For the destruction that students could cause was significantly less than that of someone like Karl, who treated healing potions as if they were soda. As he finished the last stroke, the red dragon's blood shimmered with hints of gold, emanating a dazzling brilliance before dimming, leaving an indelible mark upon the room. Karl raised his wand to conduct the final adjustments. Once the patterns melded into the walls and floor, everything would be complete. The room fell silent. The once vibrant crimson patterns vanished without a trace. Karl rubbed his sore neck and shoulders, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. He was utterly fatigued, overwhelmed. The joy of alchemical success was profound, yet the preparatory work felt akin to incarceration. One misstep could lead to total ruin, followed by an explosion. Just as Karl lamented the arduousness of his task, a flash of blue descended from the air, landing precisely on his head with its white claws, accompanied by a sharp crowing. The exhausted Karl was unceremoniously knocked to the ground, yet fortunately, The protective charm proved effective. The array sensed its master was about to encounter unprecedented calamity, and a fluffy blanket flew in from the side, perfectly cushioning Karl's descent. Splendid. Experiment 10 of the Hogwarts protection array, successful. Karl lay ensconced in the blanket, the absence of pain indicating the array had indeed succeeded. He slowly raised a hand, giving a thumbs up to celebrate his triumph. But why are you so upset, little Kai? If you get too angry, you might be taken to the riverbank, he jested. Recalling the last time he had taken Kai to a rural farm with his father, where the farmer had whimsically remarked about their bamboo rats being too angry, too calm, too healthy, too unhealthy, too beautiful, or too unattractive, dragging them to the riverbank for a bamboo rat feast. He remembered how terrified Kai had looked then and how, for the next 3 months, he had been fearful of seeing any vehicles. Dreading a return to that terrifying place. With a great effort, Karl lifted his head, the faint bruise under his eyes giving him a somewhat haggard appearance that could easily evoke the protective instincts of others. However, this did not seem to include the currently irate Kai, who flapped his wings, using the momentum to fly onto the table, promptly adjusting the alarm clock. He vigorously tapped the clock's face, seemingly intent on making Karl aware of the time. It's noon. I don't think I've missed lunch, have I? That is not a problem, right? Karl feigned innocence in response. Are you worried about my date? No way, let me check. Karl raised his hand to cast the locating spell. Snape had no intention of heading to the dining hall. He was likely still finishing up his potion work in the classroom. Don't worry, I won't miss the date. Karl blinked, diverting the topic. Even though he knew that Kai was not referring to that. Who asked you that? If Kai could speak, he would surely say just that. Kai leapt up, tapping the clock's hands, his small wings striking precisely at the 12 o'clock mark. Seeing this, Karl surrendered completely. He raised his hands above his head, signaling defeat. All right, I confess my guilt. I started drawing at noon yesterday. I haven't slept for 24 hours. And I haven't eaten or drunk anything. I am guilty. Yet, could this truly be entirely blamed on him? How could one interrupt the drawing of a magical array midway? Have you ever seen an alchemist juggling a hamburger steak in one hand and a quill in the other? However, at the moment, he found it impossible to sleep. He was too energized, too exhilarated from just completing his task. How am I supposed to sleep now? Besides, I have my routine lunch with my boyfriend. I cannot miss that. This, of course, was the most crucial matter, Karl asserted with utmost conviction. As if it were the height of propriety. Kai retaliated with a flurry of flapping and pecking, nearly propelling Karl out of his common room. How perilous. If Kai could speak, he would likely declare, love-struck fool, get out. I'll take that as your agreement. I'll eat first, and then come back to sleep. Karl announced from outside the door, crossing his arms as he departed. However, instead of seeking out Snape, he decided to first visit the hospital wing to procure some living hell potion. His stock was running low, and in his current state, he certainly wouldn't be able to sleep without some potion. After fetching the elixir, he would head to the dining hall. Snape would be waiting for him there. The latter had grown accustomed to sharing lunch with him, which was a promising start. Chapter 24. A great genius plus 2 little geniuses equals? Karl resolved to visit the hospital wing first. Skillfully navigating the stairs, he no longer needed to rely on spells for direction after a few days of familiarization. He pushed open the large door to the hospital wing, where, as anticipated, Madame Pomfrey was nowhere to be found. Instead, 2 small heads were peering over the beds. Seemingly engaged in some activity, their movements perfectly synchronized. They appeared identical in every aspect. Crouching low, Karl the cat approached, discovering that he was familiar with the 2 individuals before him. Mrs. McGonagall had mentioned the mischievous twins from the Weasley family, Fred and George, who were notoriously difficult to manage. Their penchant for pranks and penchant for teasing had left poor Madame Cat lamenting to him about the nearly exhausting effort required to rein in the 2 rascals. What are you 2 up to? Karl whispered as he stealthily crept up behind them, a sly smile curling his lips as he leaned in closer, releasing a low, devilish whisper. I fear you might be in for a surprise, caught in the act of mischief by a professor. Karl could not distinguish between Fred and George, but he noted their simultaneous jump of shock upon seeing his face. For a brief moment, they relaxed, and before he knew it, one of them seized Karl's hand, pulling him down to join them in hiding. Wait, what is going on? Karl blinked innocently. Shoo, don't speak. You're in the same boat as us now, said a red-haired boy first. If we get caught, you'll be docked house points alongside us, his brother added, completing the thought. They exchanged glances, perhaps feeling that their plan was foolproof, and silently high-fived each other. Oh, that sounds rather unfortunate. Karl feigned confusion before quickly comprehending the situation, deliberately exhibiting a facade of anxiety. Well, it seems I must join you in your mischief. What do you have in store? May I participate? His nervous expression faded, replaced by palpable enthusiasm as he glanced eagerly between the 2 brothers, displaying an eagerness to join in. Thank Merlin. Thank the beautiful potions. Thank my well-groomed self. Youth is invincible. I still possess my charm, Karl mused, patting his own face, lost in self-admiration. Hey, you look rather impressive, Fred exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by Karl's evident interest. I'm Fred. You must know us, he continued. I'm George, but we don't know you. You can't be a Gryffindor. We know every Gryffindor, George remarked, scrutinizing Karl, who seemed unfamiliar, though they couldn't completely dismiss the notion of having seen him before. Forget about that. What prank are you two planning? I'm utterly intrigued. I've always wanted to learn more about you both, but I never had the opportunity. You are truly the kings of mischief, Karl professed, a hint of melancholy in his tone. Perhaps you could bring me along? He raised an eyebrow, expressing his keen interest in Fred and George's schemes while appropriately complimenting their recent exploits. Whoever you are, you have excellent taste, they agreed in unison, their youthful egos flattered by the praise. They exchanged knowing glances before readily accepting Karl into their mischief-making plans. We coated all the bandages in sour candy. And when Madame Pomfrey arrives, it will be quite the spectacle, Fred announced, brandishing the candy wrapper to illustrate their scheme. We'll play a tap-dancing lullaby with our own twist, George added, picking up a speaker. After sharing this, they exchanged another conspiratorial glance, embodying the essence of mischievous camaraderie. A bandage tap dance might just enliven the atmosphere for the patients, perhaps lift their spirits. Brilliant idea, Karl mused, genuinely contemplating the feasibility of such a prank, momentarily forgetting his role as a professor tasked with apprehending pranksters. Meanwhile, the Weasley twins radiated pride, visibly reveling in their cleverness. However, I suspect those bandages could serve another purpose. Why not integrate the speaker? You two must have a knack for music. Compose some tunes to weave into the bandages. So when the patients use them, the corresponding melodies might elicit some amusing expressions. Karl earnestly considered their prank, offering precise guidance. What would you write? Something related to bandages. A broken bone song surely must be included. Interesting indeed, but how can we ensure we'll create the right tunes? Fred pondered, envisioning the reactions they might provoke, though he acknowledged the challenge of executing such an idea. Indeed, we haven't quite learned how to do that, George lamented, his brow furrowing as their plans seemed to falter. Oh, brothers, guess who has learned how to do that? Karl pulled one twin to his left and the other to his right, drawing them closer while giving them a knowing look. We guess it's you, they exclaimed in unison, their eyes lighting up. Correct. Your reward is to write the song immediately. What melody do you plan to use? With the three of them collaborating, it became more than mere mischief. They were a dynamic trio, a brilliant mind complemented by two clever ones. Brainstorming from Dumbledore's favorite teacup to devising how to frighten Fred and George's little brother, who was terrified of spiders. Thus, a grand alliance of genius was born. Karl, you are far too modest. You are exceptional, Fred exclaimed, feeling as if the world had brightened. We can hardly believe how well we harmonize, George echoed, sharing the sentiment of a serendipitous partnership. What do you say about joining our long-term prank plan? We could form a trio. What is the term for that? Fred mused. I think it should be an intergenerational friendship, though the age gap shouldn't be that significant, George added. But never mind that. What I mean is, you should join us for our night escapades next Monday, they decisively concluded. Oh, how fortuitous to have snagged a big catch. Karl suppressed his inner glee, feigning surprise as he crouched low, continuing to embody the stealthy demeanor of a cat. So what is your plan for next Monday? What if the professors catch you in the act? His astonishment was palpable. We plan to sneak out Madame Loris, placing a bell on her that she won't be able to remove for days, Fred revealed. Indeed, it's a splendid idea from me and Fred. Otherwise, she disrupts our plans each time. Then we'll dress her in a lovely little gown. As for whether we'll get caught, oh, you underestimate us. Who are we? The most notorious pranksters, the Weasley twins. We calculated every headmaster's patrol area and timing. We're aware of when the professors typically patrol. We even dosed Madame Loris with a stuffy nose potion and short-circuited Filch's lamp. We're foolproof. Their banter flowed seamlessly, as if they were rehearsing a comedic duet, leaving Karl momentarily dumbfounded. From a tactical perspective, their plan indeed appeared flawless. However, at its core, your scheme has already leaked before it even commenced, Karl contemplated inwardly. After the twins excitedly shared their plans, they gradually calmed down, only to realize that they had been so engrossed in their conversation that they had overlooked Karl, who stood silently beside them. Oh, my apologies, brother, we completely forgot about you, Fred remarked, glancing at the quiet Karl, feeling that excluding their new friend was hardly a jest. You must believe us. We had no intention of sidelining you, George added, aware that if Karl did not engage them in the fun he had mentioned, they would be unable to execute that intriguing idea. But which house are you from? And how did you manage to sneak out? If it's difficult for you to escape, we could assist you, you know? What year are you in? 6th or 7th? I hope you're in 6th. 5th would be even better, so we could play together for a few more years. But I don't think you're in 5th, right? Oh, that's quite all right, you two. I can roam about at midnight without any concern. No one dares to apprehend me, not even Filch. Karl shrugged, feigning confidence. And a smile crept onto his lips at the thought of what he was about to do. Are you really that formidable? Do you possess an invisibility cloak? Fred pondered, utterly baffled as to how Karl could justify his nocturnal escapades. Those are quite expensive, after all, being made from the skin of an invisibility beast. How did you manage to bring such an item to school? George chimed in, also unable to fathom the practicality of Fred's suggestion. Well, that is not the case. I don't have an invisibility cloak. What I mean is that even if I were to greet Filch in person, I wouldn't face any consequences. Karl's smile nearly faltered. And I belong to no house or year. He could hardly contain himself, allowing just a hint of disclosure. Hey, are you jesting? How could a student have no year? Fred blurted out. Suddenly, George seemed to grasp something. Hey, Fred, did you forget something? Students cannot. His expression darkened. But the professors? Both exclaimed in unison. Oh, dear me, congratulations to you both, Fred and George. You have indeed uncovered the truth. Karl clapped his hands excitedly, nearly brought to tears, and his smile finally burst forth. Haha, what reward do you desire? How about a few points deducted from Gryffindor? And perhaps I should inform Professor McGonagall as well, he added with a raised eyebrow. Sporting a mischievous grin, the Weasley twins found themselves momentarily speechless, the poor duo deftly manipulated by Karl. Oh, my goodness, I can hardly believe you did not recognize me. I recall that Professor Dumbledore introduced me in the Great Hall just a few days ago. I'm the new potions master, Karl sighed dramatically, feigning injury. We just happened to be out for a midnight stroll that night, Fred and George suddenly recalled. Indeed, Dumbledore had introduced a new professor, but they had been too far away, primarily to avoid Professor McGonagall, to clearly see the professor's face. They had not cared much, focused instead on their plans for future escapades. Merlin, had they known that today would come, they would have surely paid more attention to the faces of every professor. So why don't you take a look at what the new professor looks like? Aren't all enthusiasts of potions supposed to have grand beards or voluminous curls, with squinty eyes and skin wrinkled like the depths of a trench? Appearing like an old man or woman. We assumed the new potions master would fit that stereotype. Karl chuckled at the thought, barely managing to suppress a smile. For Fred and George were indeed quite the wordsmiths, pretending to feign anger as if he would truly deduct points. Ah, Karl, you cannot treat us this way. We are sincerely fond of you. How can you be so cruel to us? Fred and George, resembling two oversized teddy bears, clung to Karl's arms, shaking him vigorously, attempting to elicit his sympathy. What a jest. Since the start of the term, we have already faced countless deductions. If our prank succeeds, but still results in point deductions, that would be bearable. But if the prank fails and we still lose points, that would be both a loss and a disgrace. And he claims he will tell Professor McGonagall. We must not let him do that. The two boys, quick-witted as ever, recognized that Karl was not a stuffy individual. Perhaps a little charm could sway him. Oh, well, Karl feigned indecision, clearly relishing the attention, his vanity soaring. I beg you, we haven't done anything yet. Forgive us this once. Don't extinguish our youthful spirits, all right? Oh, Karl, kind-hearted soul. If you insist, then I shall. Karl was nearly floating with delight, ready to forgive the Weasley twins. However, the next moment, a voice interrupted. And what of you, Professor Coster? Severe as Snape's voice rang out, laced with mockery. The once melodious tone now rendering Karl utterly rigid. Oh no, this is bad, Karl thought to himself, realizing he had now become the one caught in the act. Chapter 26. A dead comrade is better than a poor monk. Meanwhile, the Weasley twins fared little better. George even nervously dropped the remote control he was holding. Alarm! Alarm! Young moles are under attack by bats. Alarm! Alarm! Is assistance required? The blaring alarm echoed in Karl's mind, urging him toward a final choice. Of course, I would directly apprehend them on the spot. Ha ha ha. Karl chuckled awkwardly, swiftly extricating himself from the Weasley twins' embrace and bouncing over to Snape's side. What a joke. Naturally, I choose not to assist. A dead comrade is better than a poor monk. How naughty these children are. Midnight escapades, oh so perilous. How could they engage in such dangerous activities? What sort of children are they? Absolutely outrageous. Karl unceremoniously abandoned his erstwhile allies, leaping into the arms of his beloved. However, Karl quickly assessed Snape's presence in the hospital wing, wary that he might have been ensnared by foolish students yet again. I hardly expect to be burdened by idiots every time. I came to find Pomfrey. She requested me to assist in replenishing some potions, Snape replied in a flat tone. Likely noticing Karl's apprehension, Snape scrutinized Karl, who had been unusually quiet all morning, sensing something amiss. It was not concern for Karl. Rather, Carlos Coster's silence could signify something perilous afoot, perhaps akin to the current situation. I see. So, when did you arrive, Professor Snape? Karl tapped his head, attempting to divert the conversation and alleviate the awkwardness that enveloped them. Ah, when you mentioned the bandage tap dance, Mr. Genius, Snape sneered, his lips curling with a hint of disdain as he uttered words as cold as the depths of winter. Did you arrive this early? Karl pursed his lips, his expression shifting dramatically, his entire being almost contorting into a scream. Indeed, let me recall what you said, our great genius, praising the bandaged spellcasting tap dance, further refining the song of bone fractures, and ensnaring Lady Loris to don her address. Snape's gaze fell, a glimmer of mockery flickering in his eyes as he scrutinized Karl. As Karl raised his hands in a gesture of innocence, Snape pressed on, his icy aura pressing down on Karl, compelling him to seek refuge. Hey, wait, that last idea wasn't mine. Karl desperately attempted to defend himself. Are you interested in this? Snape scoffed, stripping away Karl's final facade. All right, you are right, Karl admitted, one leg suspended in the air, unable to retreat further as he was backed against George and Fred. Do you remember you are a professor, Cost? Snape regarded Karl with a penetrating gaze. I remember. Of course, Karl stammered, feeling a flush of embarrassment. Truth be told, he had initially intended to capture them on the spot, but as their conversation progressed, he found them genuinely intriguing. Perhaps engaging with them would prove entertaining. Eventually, Karl's foot found the ground, his form curling inward, momentarily at a loss for words. Upon his foot's descent, he felt something rigid and square beneath him, and before he could react, he stepped on it. A sharp crack echoed, and soon the tap dance rendition of the Weasley twins' exclusive lullaby erupted within the room. Blimey, Karl realized what had transpired. The Weasley twins grasped the situation, and Snape too understood the gravity of the moment. The bandages began to leap from the cupboard in time with the music, swirling wildly as the melody played. Then, a cascade of chaos ensued. The bandages collided with potions, causing bottles to topple one after another, resounding throughout the room, plunging it into disarray. You three imbeciles. Turn off that racket, Snape bellowed, his frustration palpable. Karl's quiet mischief had once again been validated. I can't turn it off. I broke the remote. Then deal with the speaker. Your intelligence barely surpasses that of a fool. Three geniuses. The tumult persisted for an interminable duration until, ultimately, it was Snape who located that wretched speaker, bringing an end to the calamity. Naturally, the infirmary bore the brunt of the chaos, gazing at the nearly depleted potion shelves. Snape's expression darkened to an unprecedented degree, ranking among the top 10 most vexing moments of his life. Is this life merely a curse upon oneself? Snape's eyes flickered toward Karl, his neck turning rigidly like a statue. I apologize, Karl's gaze averted. Remarkable, was all Snape managed to articulate. What exactly are you doing here? To burden me with more work, Cost? Snape surmised he had uncovered the truth. I came for the living hell potion. I've been struggling to sleep, Karl muttered. His lips pressed together as he bowed his head, feeling somewhat guilty. After uttering this, he quickly lifted his gaze, then lowered it again, cautiously glancing at Snape. Struggling to sleep? You've experienced insomnia? Snape snorted, skeptical that a fool could suffer from sleeplessness. How amusing, he mused. Surely Karl had ulterior motives. In truth, Karl had not slept in roughly 24 hours due to various reasons. He looked up, blinking innocently, adopting a pitiful demeanor while gesturing to the faint dark circles under his eyes as proof of his honesty. I'm sorry, I messed everything up. I truly didn't mean to. Snape, I genuinely, desperately want to sleep, but I simply cannot close my eyes. I've run out of my own potions. Playing the victim when faced with adversity, Karl was almost enamored with his own acting skills. Even Grindelwald would struggle to discern whether he was lying in that moment. Caw, bow before the masterful performance of King Karl. Time stood still for half a minute as Karl avoided Snape's gaze, finding it exceedingly difficult to meet the other's eyes while lying. Would the man show mercy? Would he? As seconds trickled by, just when Karl believed Snape's demeanor might soften regrettably, Cost, you have just shattered your hopes of slumber. Snape's voice flowed smoothly, akin to the sonorous strains of a cello. Yet it bore an unforgiving edge, for he had unveiled a terrifying truth. Among the potions that had just been shattered was the very living hell potion you require. Splendid. My genius, you need not sleep at all. Chapter 27, The Living Hell Potion. Karl gasped, realizing the implication, feeling as though his soul had nearly escaped his body. What now? How am I to sleep? Help. Oh dear, what on earth has transpired? Madame Pomfrey finally arrived, having gone off to gather some necessary items. Completely unaware of the chaos that had unfolded. It appears you will need to write me a considerably longer potion list, Pomfrey, Snape remarked, his tone as flat as if he were discussing lunch plans. Thanks to you. He turned back to Karl, his voice remaining level. Yet Karl felt an overwhelming sense of unease. Guilt washed over him, profoundly so. Madame Pomfrey, exasperated, added several more lines to the already lengthy potion list. Once all was settled, Karl remained frozen in a state of embarrassment, never having felt so guilt-ridden in his life. Not even when caught in the act of wrongdoing by Grindelwald. What are you still doing standing there? Even a statue should have its limits, Snape observed Karl, who was seemingly cosplaying as a wooden post, his brow furrowed. Karl barely processed the words. Shall we go for lunch? Or do you intend to starve from noon yesterday until now? Snape was perplexed, having missed the opportunity to enjoy a peaceful lunch free from someone else's presence. Yet, he had overlooked it, even providing Karl with an easy out. Of course not. I must eat. I'm on the verge of death from hunger after 24 hours without food. Oh, darling, dear, sweetheart, you are so thoughtful. Do you know how much I adore you? I love you so much, Karl exaggerated, forming a heart shape with his hands, shaking off the awkwardness as he gazed at Snape with starry eyes. Perhaps it's love that spans from England to Germany. Consider this a plea. Cost. Please refrain from indulging in a mountain of expired chocolate, for my sake. Snape turned. Having grown accustomed to Karl's flowery proclamations of affection. All right, I promise to restrain myself, but whether I can manage that remains to be seen, Karl replied. Meanwhile, the Weasley twins observed, perhaps narrowly escaping the fallout. Fred glanced at George. Should be right? George cast another glance at Fred. And you too, thanks to your exploits. Gryffindor will incur a deduction of 20 points, and it will be calculated separately. Just as they thought they had evaded punishment, Snape emerged from the infirmary, delivering this merciless statement. Moreover, I shall inform McGonagall about your commendable deeds. At this, he turned, casting a deep, piercing look, seemingly delivering a final blow. Oh no, they were doomed. A double deduction. Fred and George exchanged a glance, realizing they ought to temper their mischief for a while, at least for this week and the next, lest they face the consequences from the entire Gryffindor house. As for Karl, he blissfully forgot his two newfound friends and eagerly followed Snape to the dining hall. Friends, boyfriends, choices to be made. In a mere second, Karl decisively opted for the latter, surpassing 999 others in the world. Upon arriving at the dining hall, he found it desolate once again. It was rather late, around 1 o'clock. However, the good news was that meals in the magical world never grew cold. As was his custom, Karl selected some lamb chops and ordered a sandwich, ultimately filling his empty stomach with a bowl of sugar-free pudding. After going over 24 hours without food, the sensation of eating again felt like a rebirth. It was simply marvelous, and Karl couldn't help but commend it. So engrossed was he in his meal that he neglected to converse with Snape, his hunger consuming his attention. Snape, taken aback by Karl's unusual silence, subconsciously wondered if the boy was plotting something. The quiet moments always seemed to herald a grand scheme. Yet, it turned out Snape was overthinking, for Karl was genuinely behaving, consuming his food with no signs of mischief. Snape, achieving a rare milestone, found himself able to enjoy a peaceful lunch without the need to dodge Karl. Once Karl had satiated his hunger, he patted his belly in satisfaction, sharing a moment of completion with Snape, having indulged more than usual due to his ravenous state. Snape, too, finished his meal and resolved to rise, for time was always in short supply, grading students' infernal essays, concocting necessary potions, enduring Dumbledore's relentless counseling sessions, attending classes, and now, for the next 3 months, frequently being pestered by Karl. His free time was woefully scant. Karl contemplated whether to follow him to the dungeon and observe his potion-making for a while, but sleep beckoned. After all, 24 hours without rest severely impacted one's well-being. He wrestled with his indecision, yet ultimately concluded that his health took precedence. He began to tidy up, attempting to sleep without relying on the infernal potion. Though he acknowledged it would be quite challenging, Karl lamented, questioning why he had chosen to shoot himself in the foot in such a manner. Just as he resolved to leave, he was suddenly called back. Cost, come here. Snape paused after walking a distance, as if battling an internal struggle before finally uttering those words. What? Karl hesitated, as Snape's rare invitation threw him off. Come to the dungeon to fetch your infernal potion. I have a few supplies. Snape replied. What? Are you serious? Oh my goodness, I adore you, dear. Karl's eyes lit up. It was truly splendid that his dear was not only a brilliant genius, but also had a tough exterior masking a soft heart. Just look at that. Inviting him for lunch and providing him with potions. He was on the verge of swooning with happiness. If you dare utter the word love again, I shall twist your mouth shut, and you can await your demise without the potion. Snape shot him a warning glare. All right, I won't say it, Karl chuckled. Of course, keeping his promise for today. Chapter 28, The Dark Cloak. Karl followed Snape into his dungeon, marking the first time he had been actively invited. The rest area, no matter how many times he had seen it, remained ever so fresh. The room was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by flickering candlelight. The walls were draped in dark green bricks, with a few potion tomes stacked in the corners, and between the shelves, some dubious biological specimens could be discerned. Steeped in liquid, a long table spanned the room, cluttered with various mortars and crucibles, alongside shelves brimming with potions, with a chair placed at the center. Moreover, Karl noticed some chocolate wrappers in the corner, indicating that Snape indulged occasionally. Karl felt a surge of joy. However, the chill of the dungeon was palpable. Unceremoniously, he approached the chair. "Mind if I sit for a moment?" "If you don't mind," Snape replied with a slight scoff, which seemed to suggest consent. Thus, Karl took a seat, leaning against the table for a brief respite while Snape approached the long table, searching for the potion he needed to provide Karl. His fingers glided through the vials, pale yet strong, the knuckles of his hands making the act of searching for potions resemble a graceful piano performance. It was truly a sight to behold, was it not? Karl found himself entranced. The longer he knew this man, the more he admired him. Perhaps initially, curiosity had driven him to observe Snape's intriguing reactions, but now, in many moments like this, he genuinely contemplated that he could watch Snape's potion-finding motions for a lifetime. They were simply beautiful. He mused that his fascination with Snape might endure as long as his love for alchemy. Resting his head on the table, he unconsciously smiled as he watched Snape's movements. His lips curving upward without any pretense, just a pure smile born from the joy of being in the presence of this man. "Found it. Lift your head, Cost," Snape soon declared, pausing in his search. His hand fell upon the infernal potion, which he then held out to Karl. As Karl raised his gaze, it met Snape's fathomless black eyes, and his smile mirrored in Snape's gaze. "Thank you, Mr. Snape. This is a tremendous help." Karl's smile remained unyielding as he reached for the potion, his mind racing with thoughts. He then straightened up, grasping Snape's sleeve with his other hand. "What are you doing?" Snape regarded him quizzically. "You should return to your lounge, Cost," he stated. "But I don't have the energy to go back, Mr. Snape," Karl replied with a smile. Uncorking the potion, he let the pale blue liquid touch his lips, savoring it before swallowing. "What in the world are you doing?" Snape exclaimed, shock evident in his narrowed pupils. Well, he was mistaken. The quietly brooding Karl would indeed not be free of complications. His troubles might be delayed, but they were certainly never absent. "I am utterly fatigued. I wish to doze off here for a while." "You cannot possibly disagree, for the potion has already been consumed. Has it not? I shall not occupy your bed. A mere desk will suffice." Karl propped his chin on his hand, fatigue enveloping him like a shroud. He summoned the last vestiges of willpower to keep his heavy eyelids from succumbing to slumber, for he had words yet to share with his companion. "I shall rest here. Unless you fear your neck might detach upon waking." Severus remained noncommittal. "Oh, dear, I am certainly not afraid." "Do you know why?" Karl yawned, still clutching Severus's sleeve. A smile gracing his lips. "I shall not venture a guess," Severus replied curtly, cutting Karl off. "Even if you do not guess, I will still tell you," Karl vowed. For he would never be silenced. "It is because I cherish you. I wish to linger a while longer in your presence. Even in unconsciousness, your vicinity brings me solace." Karl articulated, his form collapsing onto the desk, utterly unable to resist the pull of sleep. He hoped Severus might respond before he drifted off, even if it was a refusal. Yet, silence reigned between them. Thus, in the final moments before slumber claimed him, he added, "So, might you stay with me a little longer? Even if I am unaware." This was Karl's last utterance before he succumbed to sleep. Approximately 5 minutes passed in this impasse, a standoff solely of Severus's making, for Karl had completely succumbed to his dreams. Truly, perhaps Severus was merely awaiting the potion's full effect. Only a fool would do so. "Costas, I have lessons to attend this afternoon," Severus huffed, muttering a response that should have come 5 minutes prior. He lifted his hand, attempting to extricate the half-torn sleeve from Karl's grasp. The white coat and black robe he clutched starkly visible. However, in the very next moment, he was astonished to discover he could not pull it free. Severus realized. He genuinely could not. The tightly clenched black robe of Karl? He chose to try again. Yet, the result was unchanged. Unbeknownst to the sleeping Karl, some inexplicable strength allowed him to grip his clothing with such tenacity that Severus could not extricate himself. Severus exhaled a frustrated breath, nearly grinding his teeth in exasperation. "Carlos Costas, you are exceedingly troublesome." Severus shed his coat, glaring at the black robe Karl held tightly, his eyes nearly aflame with irritation. What could he do? Tear his clothing to shreds? Damn it! Severus rubbed his temples, acknowledging once more that Costas was an infuriatingly troublesome creature. Reluctantly, he continued his potion-making without the comfort of his coat, an adjustment that felt quite foreign to him. "Damn you, Costas." Severus continued to observe the sleeping Karl sprawled across the long table, his eyes closed, long, dark lashes framing them. a serene expression gracing his features as if he were lost in a pleasant dream. His lips curled into a faint smile, while his hand remained tightly gripped around the robe, which lay pitifully on the ground. Quite the sound sleeper, Severus coldly mused, intending to resume his work. Just then, the previously peaceful Karl stirred slightly the instant Severus averted his gaze, immediately realizing that the temperature in his dungeon was less than comfortable. What concern is it of mine? Severus averted his head. When Karl awoke, it was already evening. A few drops of potion had revitalized him remarkably. He felt considerably better. He could not afford to sleep too long here, for he had classes the following day. Recharging was permissible, but sleep required returning to his bed. He adored the softness of his bed. Though his mind was still hazy, he endeavored to regain his lucidity. Upon finally lifting his head, he was startled to discover something had slipped from his body. Upon closer inspection, it was Severus' black robe, though the man himself was nowhere in sight. Karl dashed out, holding the garment, wand in hand, searching for Severus within the castle. His quest was guided by a singular condition, the person he cherished most. Chapter 29, The Chase. After navigating several staircases, he laid eyes upon the individual he longed to see, though he noticed that the man was without his coat. Oh, it seemed he had been clutching the only coat Severus currently possessed. How unfortunate. Nevertheless, a mischievous grin spread across Karl's face. He would dare again. Karl discreetly tucked the neatly folded robe behind his empty hand while the other held a dim lantern, the flickering light obscuring whatever he concealed. Severus had just completed his patrol, tasked with apprehending students wandering after hours. He spotted Karl from a distance, also holding a lantern. The candlelight highlighted Karl's fair complexion and striking blue eyes, his white attire starkly visible against the encroaching darkness. How fortuitous, Costas. How fares your neck? I imagine your aching muscles will inform you of what you ought to do next, Severus remarked, his voice laced with a teasing tone, born from the frustration of enduring Karl's foolishness all afternoon. As it happens, I specifically sought you out, Mr. Severus, Karl replied, setting down the lantern to reveal the black robe, which he swiftly draped over Severus before the latter could fully comprehend. In his usual manner, Karl launched himself at Severus, encircling him with his arms, resting his head against the man's neck, savoring the slightly prickly sensation of Severus's dark hair. He relished the bittersweet, cool scent of herbs that enveloped him, providing an undeniable sense of comfort. Karl mused that his pleasant dream might very well stem from this robe. He embraced Severus tightly, feeling the stiffness in his body at the unexpected affection, as he typically did, never quite accustomed to such intimacy, despite having reluctantly tolerated their shared lunch. You know, I adore the garment you bestowed upon me. I had a splendid sleep. Thank you. Though it was merely your robe that kept me company. Karl lifted his gaze, his eyes radiant, the blue depths shimmering like exquisite sapphires against the night. This scene felt eerily familiar, and Severus's internal alarm bells rang. Suddenly, he recalled the last time Karl had kissed him. That was because your hand clutched my robe, Costas. Did you think I desired that? Severus lowered his voice, wishing to avoid drawing attention from ghosts or other professors, thus becoming the subject of gossip come morning. Yet I remain quite pleased. Do you know why? Karl inquired. I have no desire to know, Severus gritted his teeth. But it matters not, for Karl would never be silenced, as he had previously asserted. Yet I shall still share. For I hold deep affection for you, and I cannot fathom how I might have sleepwalked into draping your robe upon myself, Mr. Severus. Therefore, you are the one who clothed me, and I genuinely, deeply, and profoundly cherish you, not solely for this garment. Karl's voice lowered, his eyes sparkling as if filled with stars. Severus found himself baffled by such foolish thoughts. If humans had stars in their eyes, surely it must indicate retinal degeneration. I never professed my love, he stated, followed by, if you wish to prevent me from succumbing to the urge to kiss you, then you should embrace me. In doing so, I would no longer dwell on the overwhelming desire to kiss you. Karl's breath was steady as he gazed into the other's eyes. It was the truth, devoid of any deceit or pretense. Snape set down the lamp and reciprocated Karl's embrace, his movements remaining rigid. To preserve his composure, Snape reluctantly sacrificed the comfort of his own arm. Enveloped in such proximity, they could almost hear each other's heartbeats, thump, thump, racing with fervor. The rhythm was so swift that Snape could scarcely ascertain whether the other's actions stemmed from amusement. Just as Snape pondered this, nearly grasping the elusive truth, he heard Karl utter something anew. Oh, by the way, Mr. Snape, have you considered changing your shampoo? Your hair always seems rather oily. Karl's voice struck like thunder, shattering the moment's intimate ambience. Just as Snape was on the verge of seizing the truth, he felt as though he had been swiftly cast aside. He immediately pushed Karl away, a smile plastered on his face that was unnaturally stiff, far stiffer than during their embrace. Carlos Cost, Refrain from critiquing my hair. If you find yourself restless and in need of my potions due to some reason, it would be best if you cease discussing that topic. Snape was almost incredulous with rage. He concluded that the frantic heartbeat he had just perceived must have been a figment of his imagination. Upon reflection, how could two humans in such close proximity possibly discern each other's heartbeats? Surely he was losing his clarity. All of it was mere illusion, ephemeral as clouds. Very well. Karl sighed, appearing immensely wronged as he was pushed away, quickly seeking an exit to return to his quarters. And Snape? He too would retreat. The two flickering candle flames approached and then parted ways. It was not the time for togetherness. Karl observed the receding candlelight, devoid of any intention to linger. He realized the other did not harbor feelings for him, not even for a fleeting moment. Even when he chose not to push Karl away. Even when he donned that black robe. Even as the other indulged in the chocolates he had given. All of it must have been mere impulse, certainly not love. Nor even affection. Therefore, he decided to conceal his fondness. He had over 2.5 months to soften the other's heart. He would succeed. He always did. Karl was imbued with confidence, believing he was worthy of such sentiments, even deserving of Snape's affection. He would always feel this way. Thus, he would transform his impulses into genuine affection. Without a glance back, Karl turned and hastened towards his quarters. Faster, even faster. He aimed to match the other's pace on the return journey, even if it meant merely synchronizing their steps, even if their paths diverged. Yet Karl cherished it all the same. He intended to practice how to keep up with the other, so that when the time came for the other to pause for him, he could rush to him with the utmost speed. 8 hours earlier, having completed his potion making, Snape prepared to attend class in the afternoon, which included the Weasley twins. He was plagued with a headache, and the culprit was undoubtedly the slumbering Karl sprawled across the desk. He approached, finding the other still peacefully asleep, occasionally shivering slightly from the cold. If this continued, he feared Karl might catch a severe cold. Snape couldn't help but ponder what would happen if the other fell ill. No, wait, if he were ill. Wouldn't that afford him more opportunities to cling to Snape? To demand potions, perhaps even to nestle close to his ear with foolish notions of needing to be cared for. A shiver ran down Snape's spine at the thought. Such a scenario must be avoided at all costs. In an inexplicable moment of compassion, he draped Karl's black robe over him, then quietly closed the door as he departed from the room. Chapter 30. The Splitting Spell. Days passed, 5 or 6, and Snape sensed he had begun to acclimate to this lifestyle. For he could no longer explain why the impulse to cast a spell to push Karl away had gradually diminished. Habituation was a formidable force, and he was acutely aware of this. From initially refusing to allow Karl into the cellar to eventually permitting him entry, and now, he had even discerned the pattern of his own established codes. Karl had nearly made the cellar his own sanctuary. Could one truly stop him? What would it accomplish? Should Snape cast Karl out into the cold, only to hear him sing that foolish nursery rhyme about letting the little snake in? Where did he even learn such songs? Do you have time for a date this weekend, my dearest? Karl propped his chin on his hand, blinking innocently, flashing a sugary smile. His words were more cloying than the sandwiches he often consumed. Seizing the opportunity for a moment of intimacy, free from the prying eyes of others, his charm radiated unabated. Snape concluded he was likely mistaken. The feeling of diminishing impulse was merely an illusion. The moment Karl displayed even a hint of affection, that sensation returned, ever lurking. He would genuinely deliver Karl to the nearest place of wonder, should the occasion arise. I'm quite busy, exceedingly so. If you wish to partake in a moonlit dance of the lunatic beast, I have no objections. Seek out the Weasley twins. They would be more than eager to accompany you, Snape remarked, momentarily pausing his writing before resuming with deft precision, the content of which remained unknown. Oh, are you jealous? They're merely children, fresh to schooling. I simply believe, Karl began, recalling the pair of red-haired twins, realizing the embarrassment of the situation. Poor potions, poor Madame Pomfrey, poor Mr. Snape. However, before Karl could finish, Snape's piercing gaze cut through the air, warning him to mind his words. Very well, I shall refrain from speaking. Your glare is truly terrifying, Karl replied, yawning leisurely. Why do you gaze at me so? If your brain still possesses even a modicum of cognitive function. Snape continued to write, not sparing a glance at Karl, while Karl, who had been steadfastly looking into Snape's eyes, suddenly averted his gaze. This awkward silence lingered for 10 seconds until Snape quickly realized Karl had no intention to continue speaking. He understood precisely why. Shall I remind you of what you did? Karl's expression was one of guilt, and Snape snorted derisively. Karl's thoughts drifted back to a few days prior, recalling the embarrassment of the incident. Thanks to you, my workload has doubled. The herbs are insufficient, and I must venture into the Forbidden Forest. I truly appreciate it. Cost. I really do, Snape replied with a huff, raising his hand to continue organizing his necessary materials. Well, that's just splendid, Karl exclaimed, his enthusiasm evident. I can accompany you. The spell is exceptionally useful. And I can assist you. What do you need? He envisioned an adventure into the Forbidden Forest, perhaps sharing a moment of connection, then letting their feelings blossom. As Karl indulged in delightful daydreams, a cheerful grin adorned his face. Do you truly think the Forbidden Forest resembles a second-hand market in Nocturne Alley cost? He quipped. Last year, a unicorn was injured by a muggle poacher's trap. Thus, an excellent guide is indispensable. Karl continued to articulate his thoughts. While encountering magical creatures might grant you a narrow escape, facing off against poachers is a different matter altogether, Snape interjected with a derisive snort. The final note of his laughter oozing a sultry charm. Karl remained unfazed by Snape's mockery. Rather, he found his current demeanor exceedingly intriguing. Do you perceive me as weak? Do you truly believe I would falter against a mere poacher? There was an incredulous tone in Karl's voice. He could concede to being unable to best Gellert Grindelwald. But to be deemed incapable of overcoming a poacher felt utterly demeaning. That is patently obvious. Greenhouse sunflower, Snape replied, not even lifting his gaze as he uttered the words. Are you serious? I teach defense against the dark arts at Durmstrang. Karl felt genuinely belittled. You need not remind me, renowned ex-professor, he retorted, anger creeping into his voice. Snape's tone dipped sharply the moment Karl mentioned his teaching position, leaving him puzzled as to why. Need I jog your memory? You can't even lift me. Your frail little wrist cannot endure the weight of a heavy cauldron for long. The moment you exert yourself, you wail and howl like a banshee, Karl observed. Having spent the past few days in close proximity to Snape, acutely aware of his physical limitations. Magic can indeed transcend physicality. You are a wizard, after all. Are you intending to engage dark wizards in a knife fight? Any wizard worth their salt would refrain from such folly. Karl thought Snape utterly unreasonable. Unspoken was the fact that even if Karl were merely a muggle, he would not resort to such tactics, for within 5 meters, bullets fly fast. And within that same distance, they are both swift and precise. Hey, Professor Snape, this is far more useful than a wand. Not to mention, my grandfather's old estate is brimming with illegal firearms, albeit models from World War II, as he ceased that line of work thereafter. I still possess several collectible handguns. What if the opponent is swift enough to disarm you? What if, despite your wand, they approach with a knife? Snape did not harbor any disdain towards Karl. All right. That was indeed the implication, he conceded. I will act before he disarms you, Mr. Snape. Look over there, at that vase. Karl raised his wand, pointing towards a distant glass vase perched atop a cabinet. Snape caught sight of it. Prefringo. Karl enunciated the incantation, swiftly thrusting his hand forward, then retracting it thrice in succession, the tip of the spell radiating with magical energy before dissipating. 3 rapid, crisp sounds echoed as the vase shattered instantaneously, leaving an X mark at the point of impact. This transpired in less than a second. Bingo! Perfect shot! Karl exclaimed, snapping his fingers with glee. Within 3 seconds of him uttering disarm, I can unleash this spell in just 1 second, firing as many shots as I desire, and my opponent would be riddled with holes. Now do you comprehend why I am a professor of defense against the dark arts at Durmstrang, Mr. Snape? His exuberance was akin to that of a cat with its tail held high, seeking praise from humanity. For a moment, Snape was taken aback by the simplicity and potency of Karl's spell, which could be cast thrice in quick succession. If harnessed effectively, it could be exceptionally advantageous. It was straightforward, yet devastatingly effective. Such a spell was perilously dangerous. There were no traces of flight, instant casting, and rapid-fire capability. Yet, the next moment, the fragments of the shattered vase and the triumphant feline-like Karl rendered Snape momentarily speechless. I think I understand, cost. But do you realize I never consented to you using my vase for your experiments? You imbecile. Your head could surely contain the waters of the Pacific. Snape's voice, almost uncontrollable with fury, resonated with genuine ire. I can repair it with the Reparo spell, so will you take me to the Forbidden Forest this weekend? Karl promptly soothed Snape, intending to showcase his talents without inciting his anger. You had better. Snape exhaled deeply, struggling to regain his composure. After a moment of silence, he finally relented. If you wish to come, then follow along. Yay! Karl cheered, his joy reminiscent of a child. I fear you might sneak off quietly and perish in the Forbidden Forest, Snape coldly remarked. Oh, dear, I cannot believe you are so concerned for my well-being. I am deeply touched, Karl retorted, oblivious to the icy nature of Snape's words. Karl had a peculiar knack for misinterpreting Snape's remarks. Or perhaps he was adept at extracting hidden sincerity from Snape's caustic words. At least, that was how Karl perceived it. Chapter 31 Me. I am different. Snape acquiesced to Karl's request to accompany him, and at the last moment before entering the Forbidden Forest that weekend, Snape turned to the exuberant Karl and posed a question. What did I tell you? What? You have yet to profess your love for me or any such sentiments. or else I would surely remember, Karl replied, wielding his wand to part the gnarled branches as they entered the foreboding environment of the forbidden forest. The dark branches almost enveloped the sky, with even the full moon's light failing to penetrate, casting the ground in shadows devoid of color. The earth appeared barren, littered with yellowed twigs and decaying leaves. Perhaps a consequence of winter. The lantern Karl held flickered erratically in the wind, invoking a sense of dread akin to a horror novel. I meant what you should do upon entering the forbidden forest, Snape nearly growled, exasperated to the point of questioning his own sanity for being so irate with Karl, whose demeanor had no effect on him whatsoever. Reporting for duty, Professor. You instructed me to obediently remain behind you, using spells to locate herbs, never straying too far. Avoiding trouble, and being particularly well-behaved, Karl proclaimed, raising his hand like an eager student, his eyes sparkling with a desire for praise. Well, although this is a rather nauseating rendition, at least you remembered, did you not? Merlin bless us, Snape retorted sarcastically, wishing to avoid Karl's antics. Though he recognized that such behavior was normal for Karl, at least in his mind. However, some might find canned herring normal as well. Who would want to eat that? With a notepad in his left hand and his wand in his right, Karl recited the summoning charm, casually flipping open a page that immediately revealed a blank sheet of parchment, transforming the area he traversed into a mapped expanse that had been explored. In an advanced application, let us craft a magical map. While it may hold little utility within the confines of Hogwarts, it will prove invaluable in the Forbidden Forest, where we can delineate the clusters of magical herbs, thus facilitating our endeavors. Furthermore, we can infer the existence of other clusters based on the known patterns. What are we in search of? Karl remained uncertain, for the list of herbs had never been presented to him by Snape. Moonlight flowers, white ash, valerian. Do remember to mark the flowing liquid grass. By the next full moon, there may be new specimens ripe for harvest. Additionally, let us see if we can find any strands of unicorn hair, collecting any flora entwined with it as we do so. Snape's lips parted ever so slightly, almost revealing the entirety of Karl's knowledge regarding herbs, an exaggeration indeed. Taking a deep breath, Karl endeavored to commit every herb to memory, yet after but a second, he inquired, "Could you please repeat that? I need to jot them down." The essence of existence lies in knowing when to relinquish. A sharp memory pales in comparison to a diligent quill. With a serious demeanor, Karl seized a feathered pen. "Your list, may it serve you well," he remarked, alluding to the former defense against the dark arts professor. After teaching him about alchemy, the professor's utility had indeed diminished. Snape, producing a duplicate of the list, handed it to Karl. "I intended to mention," Karl began, "you seem rather averse to the notion of being the defense against the dark arts professor." Snape offered no response. Karl could only shake his head, his wand lightly tapping the pages as his mind replayed the intricate details of the herbs. To the 1 o'clock position, a straight line of 500 meters for valerian, at 3 o'clock, 600 meters for white ash, and at 8 o'clock, a detour of approximately 1 kilometer leads to a patch of flowing liquid grass. And 100 meters further lies a marsh, home to the gillwort. Despite his seemingly unreliable nature and frequent lack of seriousness, it must be acknowledged that when Karl did focus, he proved remarkably dependable. Within 3 minutes, he had pinpointed the herbs within a kilometer radius and meticulously recorded them in his notes. Snape leaned in closer, an uncommon intimacy in his approach. The map shimmered with the unique luminescence of alchemical products, the glow momentarily surpassing the illumination of their lanterns. The map was both simple and elegant, clearly indicating directions and even annotating the herbal clusters in fine print, a sight to behold. As Snape drew nearer, he became entirely absorbed by the map. Karl, acutely aware of the encroaching proximity, felt the brush of Snape's clothing against him, followed by the gentle contact of their arms, culminating in the mingling of their breaths. The farther they ventured, the closer they drew to one another. Karl's expression shifted from triumphant delight to flustered bewilderment. Was this closeness a tad excessive? The warmth on his face intensified, a flush blossoming beneath the orange candlelight. Perhaps it was inconspicuous to others, but Karl felt as though he were being cooked like a lobster. Help! Was this the sweet torment of infatuation? This was the first time Snape had positioned himself so intimately. "Breathe, breathe, do not cease breathing, lest he truly faint," Karl chanted silently in his mind. "This location." Snape began, gesturing at a mark on the map indicating valerian. His proximity grew even closer, his voice transforming from its usual timbre into a near-gentle whisper. It seemed even closer than when he had demonstrated a locating spell previously. Karl felt as though he were suddenly weightless, as if he were floating. Was this paradise? Yet, a cognitive overload rendered him immobile. His body ceased to function while his heart raced uncontrollably. Snape, still in motion, inadvertently collided with the abruptly halted Karl. Cost. You best explain yourself, Snape remarked, instinctively wary that Karl might be on the verge of another foolish act. Before Snape could finish his thought, Karl interjected. Don't you think the distance between us is a bit ambiguous? He turned his head away, striving to appear composed. Yet his slightly accelerated breathing and undeniable shyness rendered him exceedingly peculiar. Is this really Karl Cost? Snape pondered, or had some malevolent entity from the Forbidden Forest possessed him? Rather than focusing on Karl's awkward verbalizations, Snape was more concerned with his bashful demeanor, which starkly contrasted with his usual brazen character. It was only then that Snape became aware of their proximity. They were nearly touching, forced together by their shared focus on the same map. Karl's back pressed against Snape's chest following his sudden halt. With great effort, Snape disentangled his thoughts from the captivating map. And he could even perceive the warmth radiating from Karl, a comforting heat amidst the winter chill of the Forbidden Forest, akin to a hearth. Do you not think your usual proximity is more suggestive than this? Snape's tone was cool, as if dismissing the matter as trivial. If you prefer not to, it would be prudent to remember, Snape mused, considering that this was an opportune moment, regardless of who or what was currently influencing Karl. He wished for Karl to maintain this demeanor, believing it would yield favorable outcomes, even for himself, who had been subjected to his torment. That's not the same. How could you suddenly draw so close? I like you, it's different, Karl declared with righteous indignation. If you don't like me, how can you come so near? You're being a rogue. The absurdity of his words was palpable, and even Karl himself was perplexed by his own utterances. Yet, the other party's deliberate proximity was undeniable. This should not be the case. It was not supposed to unfold this way. One should not initiate contact only to be rebuffed, only to repeat the cycle several times until success was finally attained. Typically, such interactions followed a script, didn't they? This was the correct sequence of events. How could the other party skip ahead? This was a breach of the rules. Chapter 32. Is there a spell that allows for swift casting without requiring much dexterity? You had best comprehend the nonsense you are spouting, Snape paused, evidently taken aback by the contradictory nature of Karl's words. However, after deciphering Karl's intentions, Snape could not suppress a cold smirk before hastening his pace. Yes, that's the spirit. This is Karl's comfort zone. Karl felt a surge of relief as he quickly fell into step behind Snape, calling out, Wait for me. Don't be so angry. After all, my first assertion is that I like you. Isn't it a delightful thing to be liked by someone as charming as Karl? Upon entering this comfortable domain, Karl felt much more at ease, even beginning to skip joyfully as he pursued Snape's steps toward the herbal clusters he had initially discovered. Time passed swiftly, and as the moon reached its zenith, the collection of various herbs was nearly complete. Thanks to their guidance, they had significantly reduced unnecessary searching time and discovered many rare plants, typically elusive, entwined with unicorn hair. Among these, the most remarkable was a specimen of white ginseng, boasting extraordinary healing properties, akin to a warrior among its kind. The final touches involved gathering herbs that could only be collected under the full moon. Karl leaned against the trunk of a withered tree, stifling a yawn, fatigue weighing heavily upon him, though he felt relieved that only the final tasks remained. He wondered if he could use the excuse of it being late to sneak into the other's cellar for the night. The anticipated moment of holding hands with his companion had yet to materialize. After all, while the Forbidden Forest was fraught with danger, encounters with poachers hunting unicorns or kidnapping moonstruck beasts were not a daily occurrence. Yet, wouldn't it be thrilling if an unwise individual were to launch a frenzied attack on them? They could witness how well Severus could fend off such an assault. If he succeeded, Karl could cry out for protection, but if he faltered, Karl could seize the opportunity to save him, creating a bridge effect. Wasn't he that simply splendid? As these thoughts danced in his mind, a smile of anticipation crept across Karl's face. I do not know what you are pondering, but I am certain that such a smile does not herald anything good. Let us depart from here, though, if you wish to remain and feed the eight-eyed giant spider. I have no objections, Severus remarked, observing Karl's unfortunate demeanor with a hint of reluctance to call out to him. He had even contemplated whether leaving Karl here might be a viable option. However, he ultimately interrupted Karl's daydreaming. All right, let us go. You need not lace every conversation with sarcasm. My heart is susceptible to injury too. Karl attempted to brush off the dust from his hands, but the excessive wood chips clung stubbornly to his palm. Lowering his gaze, he blew gently onto his hand, hoping the breeze might hasten their departure. As he leaned closer to examine the wood shavings, something felt amiss. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed his suspicion, and the pain emanating from his hand only solidified it. What are you doing here? Severus leaned in, but in the next moment, Karl's hand shot forward, waving in front of him. The sight of the burn marks appeared exceedingly gruesome, and the sulfuric scent coupled with those characteristics immediately led Severus to ascertain the nature of the situation. Seeing that Severus understood, Karl raised his wand and healed the grotesque marks. The glowing traces vanished, leaving behind only a faint residue. It had likely been 5 or 6 hours since the mark was left, which was still too brief a span for them to ascertain whether the individual responsible remained nearby. Severus pondered. He recognized the distinctive traits of Hungarian tree hornet saliva almost instantly, despite the rich ecosystem of the forbidden forest. It was improbable for the hornets to reside there. Yet, the saliva was frequently found, as it was required as a stabilizer in the transport of dragon eggs. "Let us go, Mr. Snape. Our herb gathering is complete." "Back to school," Karl declared, aware that perhaps the poachers had not ventured far. He feigned nonchalance, affectionately linking his arm with Severus S., expressing his desire to leave. Fantasizing about potential dangers that might heighten their emotions was one thing. Placing his beloved in actual peril was an entirely different matter. They were uncertain of each other's backgrounds, thus it was wiser to proceed with caution. They planned to retreat, lying in wait for the poachers to emerge before executing a surprise counterattack. Karl grasped Severus' hand, glancing at the map in an attempt to guide him. Severus seemed to have the same thought, thus he did not resist. Instead, he reciprocated the grip, his hold firm, his eyes scanning their surroundings discreetly. Though they had indeed linked hands, Karl felt no sense of sweet exhilaration. Just a few meters into their retreat, a rustling sound emanated from the distant thicket, as if a large creature was passing through. Both Karl and Severus, feigning indifference, instinctively tightened their grips on their wands, their minds racing to determine which incantations to employ. In the next instant, a dark shadow erupted from the underbrush, its eyes glinting with ferocity, its fur dark and tinged with the scent of blood. Adorned with tattered remnants of fabric, it raised its claws, lunging towards Severus. It was a werewolf, and both Severus and Karl quickly recognized this fact. What a stroke of luck. This was truly a hidden variant. Compared to dark wizards, a midnight shifting werewolf posed an even greater challenge. After all, a mere scratch could lead to dire consequences. Karl found the situation rather precarious. A werewolf was like a mop steeped in filth. Once unleashed, it was nearly impossible to contain. He contemplated whether to draw attention to himself, but in the next moment, he realized the werewolf had a singular focus. In that fleeting moment of separation, the beast showed no hesitation, choosing to continue its assault on Severus rather than Karl, who appeared the easier target. The werewolf must have consumed wolfbane potion, otherwise, its intent would not be so clear. This was indeed a super hidden variant, a werewolf with intelligence and a precise target. What had Severus done to provoke such a creature? Severus, too, sensed the werewolf's murderous intent. Logically, poachers would avoid provoking conflict. They preferred to remain discreet, especially when dealing with a werewolf. Severus raised his wand, casting a binding spell to swiftly restrain the creature. As he glanced at Karl, he instinctively took a step back. He was confident he could control the beast. But with Karl nearby, that probability might diminish. Just as Severus contemplated how to distance himself from the werewolf, it broke free from his grasp, its claws targeting Severus' left arm with unerring precision. The moment of hesitation slowed Severus' reaction. The sharp claws glimmered ominously in the moonlight, and it seemed evasion was futile. Severus raised his wand. Even if he could strike the creature's heart with a precise spell, the claws would undoubtedly find their mark on his arm. Rewinding time by approximately 3 seconds, Karl, wand in hand, wondered if there existed a means to cast a swift, unerring attack without intricate maneuvers. Indeed, there were 2 such methods available to him. Prefringo. Karl thrust his wand, launching a rapid series of 5 strikes. Silver-blue beams appeared and vanished, revealing circular puncture wounds on the werewolf's back, accompanied by the blossoming of blue cross-shaped shadows. The werewolf, poised to strike, emitted a dreadful howl. In that critical moment, Severus raised his hand. This time, it was not a binding spell but a lethal curse. The incantation tore through the werewolf's fur, piercing its heart, and the resulting spray of blood echoed with the wolf's agonized wail, resonating throughout the forbidden forest. Karl proved to be far more reliable than he appeared, and Severus reaffirmed a truth. His heart raced wildly from the perilous encounter. Chapter 33, The Guardian. Such a level of assault, if it were to strike a normal individual, would likely render them incapable of further aggression. This werewolf, it seems, falls within the realm of the ordinary, howling in anguish, fear compelling it to retreat incessantly. Even the creature's formidable regenerative abilities could not mend 2 precisely inflicted fatal wounds in such a brief span. Bind it swiftly. Bind it swiftly. Karl and Snape acted almost in unison, ensnaring the seemingly lifeless werewolf. The spells were more than sufficient to bind a grievously injured beast. Upon completing this task, they exchanged glances, their heart rates gradually returning to a semblance of normalcy. Although their prior synergy was nearly non-existent, in this critical moment, they executed a flawless collaboration, transforming an impending tragedy into a comedy. Karl felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. It was splendid indeed. The audacity of the werewolf had truly caught him off guard. Such a clean and decisive spellcasting was a rarity, and few could accomplish it. Young, handsome, talented, and affluent, he epitomized the term tall, rich, and handsome, a phrase seemingly tailored to him. Indeed a treasure for Snape to have discovered. But why had this werewolf suddenly attacked them? Karl's momentary lapse in thought lasted a mere 5 seconds before his mind swiftly pivoted to the creature's anomalous behavior. It was a poacher, not a foolhardy assailant. What advantage could there be in attacking professors within the Forbidden Forest? Surely, remaining undetected would be the wisest course of action. Karl approached, scrutinizing the disheveled werewolf, whose body emanated a foul stench. Its back was lacerated, though it was slowly healing. A deep, knife-like wound marred its chest, appearing irreparable as it lay directly over its heart, blood gushing forth incessantly. Its self-healing capabilities attempted to mend the wound, only to be thwarted repeatedly, causing it immense agony. Dark magic, perhaps? How intriguing, Karl mused. He had perused countless tomes, but had never encountered spells of this nature. It seemed likely that Snape had devised this enchantment himself. Or perhaps it was a creation of another family member. The adversary was indeed as remarkable as himself. Yet, true to its nature, the werewolf could not perish from such injuries. Karl promptly raised his wand, aiming at the creature's head. What was the intention behind attacking our Snape? His azure eyes, glimmering like melting ice in the sunlight, radiated warmth. However, within the shadowy confines of the forest, that light was obscured, the once clear hue darkened into a profound sapphire. As his earlier delight faded, leaving only a chilling demeanor, he regarded the werewolf with an air of indifference, as if contemplating the best way to prepare his quarry for the pot. Initially astonished by its capture, the werewolf then began to thrash violently, its howls echoing with rage and defiance. The creature's remarkable healing prowess caused the bullet wounds Karl had inflicted to close at an alarming rate, a spectacle that left him astounded. Having never encountered a true werewolf before, he had only read about their uncanny regenerative abilities. Prefringo, he uttered, raising his hand without hesitation, casting 5 additional spells to reopen the wounds that were on the verge of healing, causing them to bleed anew. The piercing howl that followed was deafening. Enough of this racket. If you wish to preserve your life, you would do well to quiet down. Otherwise, I shall continue to shoot you every 5 minutes. And we shall see whether your healing is swifter than my curses, Karl stated, lowering his wand, a faint smile gracing his lips, though his azure gaze bore the ferocity of a predator. The werewolf, previously wailing, seemed momentarily stunned into silence, its cries abruptly halting. Yet in the next instant, embarrassment transformed into fury, and it glared fiercely at Karl, unable to break free from its chains. Cost, that is enough, Snape interjected, seemingly attempting to curtail Karl's actions, though he chose to intervene only after Karl had completed his casting. His gaze upon the werewolf was laden with disdain, a hidden animosity that blended seamlessly into the shadows. I assure you, I am not typically like this. Snape, believe me, I am no violent individual. Karl turned, his earlier stoic expression evaporating, replaced by panic and uncertainty. Was he perhaps overreacting? In response, Snape nearly chuckled, a cold smirk forming on his lips. I am well aware of your usual demeanor. No display you put forth now can alter the truth that you are a fool. Yet as Karl turned, he immediately noticed the disquieting glint in Snape's eyes, hidden within the darkness. He prefringo, Karl cast once more, directing another spell at the werewolf's back, unleashing 5 consecutive bursts. Why did you cast again? Because I wished to, he replied internally, though he refrained from voicing the true reason. The werewolf appeared exceedingly loathsome, and it had intended to harm Snape. Karl sensed that Snape harbored secrets he did not wish to divulge, which begged the question of why he did not simply reveal them. As you please. I shall contact Dumbledore, Snape stated nonchalantly, raising his wand. Expecto Patronum, he pronounced, summoning the incantation. The quickest method, for he understood the werewolf's unusual fixation on his left arm. A magnificent dome materialized, slowly taking form, a powerful and beautiful silvery guardian, before dashing away at great speed. You have a Patronus? Karl exclaimed in surprise. Truthfully, the limitations of this spell were numerous, and aside from communicating and repelling Dementors, it held little practical use. The concept of happy memories was rather nebulous. Karl had far too many joyful recollections, and he could only manifest his Patronus as a dense white mist, sufficient to intimidate Dementors into retreating, yet lacking a solid form, perhaps a result of his fleeting happy thoughts. As for rapid messaging, Karl possessed a more authoritative method, his mobile phone. He vowed that the future of this industry would undoubtedly become vastly more reliable, Had Hogwarts not rendered mobile phones ineffective, he would have brought one along, even intending to procure one for Grindelwald, but alas, the elderly refused his generous offer, displaying a lack of appreciation. Oh, but his thoughts wandered once more. He returned his focus to the elegant Patronus racing into the distance, his eyes alight with wonder. It appeared so beautiful, a stark contrast to Snape's exterior, revealing itself as his Patronus. Karl found it intriguing. Had the doe not moved so swiftly, he would have loved to interact with it. However, Snape chose to remain silent, taking a step back, distancing himself from Karl. The moon ascended higher, reaching its zenith, and the previously dim forbidden forest finally received the blessing of scattered starlight, illuminating the mottled grass below. At this very moment, the werewolf, which had seemingly resigned itself to despair, suddenly unleashed a ferocious roar, fueled by a final vestige of strength. Having completed his errand, Snape and Karl instantly became alert. The werewolf's form swelled dramatically, its fur bristling like 1,000 needles, and its maw, filled with jagged fangs, gaped wide. It emitted a haunting howl, and in an instant, broke free from its chains. Chapter 34, The Dark Mark. Could it still move? Karl and Snape immediately dispersed once more, casting their spells with reckless abandon towards the werewolf. Yet, the creature appeared impervious to their attacks, its focus unwavering as its claws lunged towards Snape's left arm, its fangs widening in a desperate bid to rend him limb from limb. The enchantments merely slowed its advance, unless they could vanquish it entirely. The werewolf's formidable healing abilities and striking power were a terrifying force to reckon with. Its reckless determination suggested a sinister intent, perhaps from the very beginning, as the earlier displays had merely been a ruse to lower their guard. Snape's mind raced, contemplating his next move. Should he sacrifice his left arm, allowing the werewolf to bite or tear it off in a desperate bid for survival, thus succumbing to the wolf's venom? Such an act would not only jeopardize his potion-making career, but also threaten his very existence. To become a mere beast was tantamount to choosing death. Yet, Snape gripped his wand tightly, resolute in his determination to survive. In mere seconds, he had resolved upon his course of action, his teeth nearly grinding to dust in the process. Not merely an exaggerated description born of anger, but a genuine sensation as he could almost hear the cracking of his teeth, blood seeping from his mouth due to the overwhelming pressure. If he could only endure the pain long enough to unleash the killing curse, that would be his only recourse. He could sense the creature drawing nearer, its objective merely a matter of time. With unwavering resolve, Snape feigned an action, allowing the werewolf's claw to advance toward him. Then, with a cacophony of 10 consecutive bangs, a hail of silver bullets rained down upon the werewolf's back, piercing its flesh once more, akin to the previous spell. The werewolf momentarily faltered, and Snape swiftly adjusted his stance. The claw struck, but due to a miscalculation, it merely tore at the sleeve of Snape's black robe, producing a sharp ripping sound as the fabric was wrenched away. Though struck by the bullets, the werewolf seemed intent on rising again, as if it could withstand this barrage just as it had resisted the earlier spell. Yet Karl, having discerned its intent, coolly uttered a chilling statement. "I'm afraid those bullets are silver-coated. At least one has pierced your heart." Under the moonlight, Karl, with his weapon in hand, his fingers still unconsciously squeezing the trigger, appeared somewhat disheveled from the battle, beads of sweat clinging to his hair as it stuck to his cheeks. The white headband fluttered in the wind, his breath coming in quick gasps, exhaling warm vapor that mingled with the cold winter air of the forbidden forest. In the moon's glow, Karl's blue eyes gleamed like lustrous gems as they regarded the rigid werewolf. Slowly, he lowered his firearm, relaxing slightly, ceasing the incessant pressure on the trigger. From the outset, he had stated that such spellcasting was swift and uncomplicated, requiring no elaborate incantations. He had 2 of them. As Karl relinquished his grip on the gun, the werewolf, its heart ravaged by the silver bullets, ceased its howling and collapsed entirely, its massive form crumpling to the ground, expiring with its final breath. Karl retrieved his notebook, flipping open the pages to reveal a concealed compartment hidden by magic, into which he carefully placed his firearm. Even with his hand tilted to minimize the powerful recoil, he still felt the jarring impact reverberate painfully through his arm. Approaching the fallen beast, he noted that the werewolf had finally succumbed. The curse that had haunted it throughout its life had now departed with its demise, revealing a middle-aged man with a ghastly visage, disheveled hair, and a body marred with scars, particularly a deep gash that traversed his entire calf, appearing especially menacing in the moonlight. Yet, what caught Karl's attention most was not merely the scars. He crouched to lift the man's forearm, revealing an utterly distasteful tattoo in the form of a black skull. Dull and eerie, exuding an ominous aura. Most troubling was the realization that this was no ordinary tattoo. Karl sensed the fading magic, an imprint etched into the very essence of a soul, akin to the accursed wolf's venom, departing alongside its owner's spirit. Snape retreated slowly, his hand instinctively moving behind his back, his body rigid and devoid of further motion. Was this not the dark mark of that bald Voldemort? So, he was a Death Eater, which explained the madness. Karl's voice dripped with mockery and derision. Unlike most Britons who trembled at the mere mention of that name, he displayed no trepidation at all. Perhaps it was because he faced a figure far more terrifying than Voldemort for at least a month each year, and during his childhood. He had spent over 6 months in that presence, striving to control his surging magical powers lest he transform into a muggle. Noticing that Snape did not move to inspect the corpse, and had grown exceedingly silent, Karl found it peculiar. He raised his gaze, meeting Snape's hollow, vacant stare, reminiscent of that fateful Halloween night in the tavern. Alarmed by the expression on Snape's face, Karl asked, "What is it, Mr. Snape? Are you afraid? Do not worry. I shall protect you." He smiled, his attempt at reassurance awkward and unrefined, for he was not accustomed to comforting others. He preferred to lighten the mood with playful banter. Yet he genuinely wished to soothe Snape in that moment, instinctively feeling that his usual levity would not suffice. After all, Voldemort's reputation was indeed fearsome. Though Snape typically exuded strength and resilience, it was entirely understandable if he harbored fears of Voldemort, and such an expression suggested that his apprehension ran deep. Karl kicked the man's severed left arm, continuing his assault. "Voldemort is not so fearsome, dear friend. His terrifying reputation stems merely from his choice to squander his own future in exchange for a fleeting moment of glory. As for this werewolf, it is nothing more than a wretched worm, crawling in the shadows, offering its heart for a lie and a mere whisper of temptation. A dark lord vanquished by an infant, leading a throng of brainwashed minions. I assure you, Dumbledore would have no trouble dispatching him, even if he were to rise from the depths of hell." Karl held an unwavering faith in Dumbledore, asserting that even if one were to entertain the notion of Dumbledore's defeat and Voldemort's ascendance, such tyrannical rule could not endure for long, unless this madman possessed the ability to eliminate all but his followers. But how could even the most deranged of individuals extinguish the lives of all? Thus, defeat was inevitable, a certainty, much like the lessons of their former teacher. There is no need for you to worry about such matters. Karl's eyes simultaneously reflected concern and mockery. Concern directed towards Snape and mockery aimed at the madman sprawled on the ground, along with that sociopathic charlatan. However, contrary to Karl's initial expectation of encountering only Snape, he was confronted with both. Snape's fist tightened, his hand drawn back further, a detail Karl keenly observed. Just then, the nearby bushes crackled with the flicker of flames, indicating the approach of several individuals. In an instant, Snape's eyes exhibited a flicker of emotion, a hint of evasion. While Karl had initially intended to wave at the flickering light with a cheerful demeanor, he quickly grasped the gravity of the moment. Piecing together the fragmented thoughts in his mind, as if they were suddenly strung together by some unseen thread, his left arm instinctively reacted. Karl's eyes widened as a realization struck him. He unconsciously surged forward, seizing Snape's left wrist, and a black mark, indistinguishable from that of a werewolf, manifested on Snape's forearm. "You," Karl's voice faltered, choked by disbelief. Chapter 35. You are different. You now know, a maggot crawling in the dark corners, Coster. Snape's voice was as frigid as the frozen ground beneath Karl's feet, shattering the tenuous warmth of his demeanor that had taken weeks to soften. In that moment, Snape seemed to revert to the man Karl had only just come to know, and Karl felt his own blood congeal in response to Snape's tone. Snape attempted to shake off Karl's grip, but the rustling sounds from the woods indicated that someone was indeed approaching. Shadows were becoming visible to Snape. In that fleeting moment, Karl regained his composure, gripping Snape firmly to prevent his escape. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and unfastened his white headband, ignoring Snape's expression. Within 3 seconds, he wrapped it around Snape's arm, completely concealing the black mark, and then turned away with an expression of normalcy, as if nothing had transpired. "Who did this?" McGonagall's voice rang out. "Calm down, Minerva," came Dumbledore's voice. "I did it. It was self-defense. He tried to kill me," Karl declared, raising his hand to explain everything. Frankly, he had already faced numerous legal issues. One more routine matter, as he could certainly afford bail. "Mr. Dumbledore, how is Professor McGonagall with you?" Karl queried. Glancing at McGonagall, relieved by his earlier decisive action, fewer witnesses would be better for such matters. Minerva caught the Weasley twins trying to sneak out. Dumbledore replied with a hint of resignation. "But you must tell me what transpired." "The fatal wound was a silver bullet through the heart. I did it. He was a Death Eater. As for the rest, I suppose I'll need to hire a lawyer to explain it. I trust you won't dismiss me, right?" "It was genuinely self-defense," Karl jested. "Rest easy, Karl. A poacher on the lam who attempted to assault an innocent professor will likely receive no more than a commendation for bravery from the ministry. Dumbledore reassured him with a smile. Then I can relax. That truly scared the life out of me. I've never seen blood before in my life. Thankfully, I had a gun with silver bullets, or I surely would have perished. Karl feigned vulnerability, dramatically clutching his heart in a pitiful manner. Go home and rest, Coster. Both Dumbledore and I will handle everything. At least tonight. You ought to take a breather, McGonagall said, her gaze filled with sympathy as she regarded the pitiable Karl, who bore an uncanny resemblance to her students, triggering her instinctual compassion as a professor. May I take Snape with me? I think he needs to rest as well. And it's so dark outside, I would fear returning alone. What if I encounter another werewolf? Karl embraced himself, appearing even more pitiful, his disheveled hair giving him the appearance of a frightened child. Of course, Karl. Let Severus escort you home, Dumbledore replied. Although he could tell that Karl was likely feigning innocence, he noted Snape's exposed arm, adorned with the white satin ribbon. It seemed clear Snape was not in the mood to continue discussing the situation. Oh, by the way, there should be a dragon egg he guards nearby. I'm not sure of the breed, but you might want to search around. It's likely in that direction. Karl indicated towards the thicket from which the werewolf had emerged. After bidding farewell to McGonagall and Dumbledore, Karl and Snape walked silently out of the forbidden forest. In a rare turn of events, Karl led the way, with Snape trailing a distance behind him. Coster, Snape suddenly spoke after they had traversed some distance. Karl turned around with delight, thrilled that Snape was finally addressing him. What? A piece of white satin was extended towards him. Karl turned to see Snape calmly using a transfiguration spell to temporarily mend his black robe, then removing the white satin from his arm and offering it to Karl. Here. Karl gazed into Snape's icy eyes, sensing that if he did not utter something significant at that moment, his future might very well lack the name Severus Snape. He felt the presence of something intangible slowly vanishing. I didn't mean it like that. I absolutely did not mean it, Snape. Karl stepped forward without taking the ribbon from Snape's hand, speaking in a hushed, yet clear tone. There's nothing different. We are the same, Snape replied. Both crawling in the dark corners like maggots, wagering our entire lives on a mere possibility, schemers resorting to any means for our own ends. That is how you see it. How could we be the same? We are entirely different now. Karl's voice remained steadfast and earnest, instinctively seeking justifications in his mind. You have a Patronus. You instinctively assist students during potion mishaps, even risking burns, and despite your scathing reprimands, you care about your work. You take on the disastrous potion concoctions for me and the Weasley twins. Just now, you intended to divert that werewolf away, didn't you? Why did he aim for your left hand? You ultimately chose to betray Voldemort, didn't you? That's why he despises you. Even though monkeys and humans are both primates, perhaps sharing a common ancestor, you cannot lump them together so simplistically, can you? You once said you would like me if you were a monkey. Now that you've categorized them together, why don't you like me? You'd best start liking me immediately, or everything you just said is rendered invalid. Because the conditions aren't equal. Karl gesticulated passionately, his voice escalating. Yet his gaze remained unwavering and sincere. Although I have no idea what has transpired, you are already different. I will not permit you to speak of yourself in such a manner. Do you understand? At this point, Karl nearly shouted. His eyes tightly closed as he desperately needed to vent. He then lifted his head, locking eyes with Snape. Most importantly, you are undeniably far more handsome than he is. Karl raised his hand and traced the outline of Snape's face in the air. Those once cold, numb, and hollow black eyes were now ablaze with fury, an unusual kind of rage, perhaps born from indignation or an attempt to conceal something beneath that anger. Let me clarify something. Carlos Cost, I have never spoken ill of myself. It is you who has been vocal about it. Snape roared back, his ire mirroring the playful banter shared between them during lighter moments. The atmosphere returned to normal. Karl suddenly felt a renewed sense of brightness. Well, you were so fierce just now. It wasn't my intention, he said, using his fingers to point at each other in a half-hearted attempt at introspection. First, take off your hair ribbon. Snape raised the exquisite white satin he held in his right hand, the silk glimmering beautifully in the moonlight, fluttering gently in the breeze. All right then. A relieved smile finally broke across Karl's face as he reached out, his hand moving towards Snape's, not for the ribbon, but for the palm. Wishing to feel the warmth of his hand, unlike the panicked performance from before. As Karl's hand drew closer, its trajectory was undeniably off, causing Snape to pause as realization dawned upon him. As Karl's proximity increased, Snape's mind blurred, and in a reflexive action, he tossed the ribbon away, attempting to place it into Karl's hand. However, just as the satin floated in midair, a strong gust of wind arose, whisking the ribbon away into the distance. Karl gasped in shock. At that moment, he abandoned the idea of holding hands, reaching out desperately against the rising wind. My ribbon. Yet, it did not return to him, vanishing into the far reaches of the forbidden forest. My potion ingredients. Karl lamented, nearly at the brink of tears. Thus, the weekend incident in the forbidden forest concluded. Karl was uncertain whether their relationship had deepened, yet he was acutely aware that his beloved ribbon had bid him farewell. Lost in the vastness of the forbidden forest, a daunting task even with a summoning charm. Perhaps the journey of personal growth began with parting from beloved trinkets. However, that ribbon was enchanted with a protective charm, crafted from an exorbitantly priced French perfume, no less than a valuable relic from the former dark wizard Grindelwald. Karl was in a state of turmoil. Are you all right? In truth, Snape felt Karl was anything but well, yet he posed the question nonetheless. I'm fine, Karl replied. Are you not going to retrieve your ribbon? Use your spell. Cost. Snape coughed lightly, feeling a rare moment of awkwardness over the loss of the satin due to his own actions. It's no use. It's likely flown several kilometers by now. It's under a protective shield. Do you realize what that means? It won't get caught by branches, which would unravel it. It will simply continue to drift away. Karl rubbed his head, loathing troublesome matters. Although the ribbon was indeed significant, its worth did not warrant him spending hours, days, or even weeks searching for it. He could procure a new one in less than 3 minutes. Although it still pained him, let us not dwell on it. We should head back. You need rest, don't you? After all, you've had such an unfortunate encounter. Karl sensed Snape's tension. It was clear that this mark was indeed a troublesome thing. In his mind, Karl silently cursed Voldemort, attempting to seal his coffin tighter with a figurative hex. Snape said nothing, merely quickening his pace, even moving ahead of Karl. Well, at least things have returned to normal. I'm accustomed to it, Karl mused. Suddenly, as if a thought struck him, he called out, wait. He rushed to catch up with Snape, who halted at his shout, turning with a puzzled expression. Just moments ago, Snape had insisted on hastening their return. Unless he had changed his mind, perhaps wishing to feed the acromantula. Karl swiftly closed the distance, deftly grasping Snape's left wrist with his right hand, his left hand swiftly aligning with it, fingers intertwining in a seamless motion, without a hint of hesitation. Leaving Snape no time to react. Can you hold my hand? Karl's hair fell loosely as he spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. His gaze devoid of the earlier chill, filled instead with warmth and affection uniquely for Severus Snape. Of course not. Snape swiftly extricated his hand, inhaling slowly before responding deliberately. Is this within the bounds of normal social interaction? Cost? Undoubtedly not, Karl replied. While a kiss on the cheek could be articulated, this was far more complex. After all, no two straight men, no matter how close, would conceive of intertwining fingers. Then can you elucidate what you were doing? Snape thought he had shown considerable respect by not hastily wiping his hands on his sleeve. Clearly, I am enacting my revenge. You refused to allow our fingers to touch earlier to reclaim my ribbon, so I am left with no choice but to retaliate in this manner, Karl replied, eyes wide open as he spun a tale. But what is the truth? Snape felt the muscles in his face twitching. The truth is, I felt a twinge of dissatisfaction from not having held your hand earlier and wished to rectify that, while collecting a bit of interest, of course, Karl declared cheerfully, raising a finger. So, may I have another chance? I didn't quite feel it the first time. Not a chance. Unless you are willing to sever your palm and place it in formaldehyde, then perhaps I would entertain the idea of holding your hand, Snape growled through gritted teeth. In Dumbledore's office, the headmaster maintained his characteristic smile, looking affectionately at Karl. Karl sensed that this demeanor was not due to his teaching prowess, but rather his attitude towards the Death Eaters. After confirming his inability to defend himself, Dumbledore seemed to be at ease with him. Very well, Karl, good lad. The matter concludes here. Thank you for avoiding unnecessary complications. Dumbledore spoke softly, his blue eyes always capable of instilling a sense of calm. Indeed, Headmaster, I am grateful for the lack of turmoil. I truly feared you might dismiss me again. A second expulsion would mean I would no longer have a place in the magical world, Karl chuckled lightly. They exchanged casual pleasantries for about 10 minutes before the conversation came to a close. Dumbledore's gentle approach was genuinely uplifting, far preferable to the daily degradation he faced under Grindelwald. Perhaps this was part of Dumbledore's success. Had Karl encountered Dumbledore first, he would likely have held him in great esteem, heeding his words with an instinctual willingness. In stark contrast, the pressure from his own teacher would be immense, despite the latter's adeptness at manipulating emotions. However, there exists a significant distinction between allowing things to unfold naturally and being subjected to the weight of gravity. Time was running short. Karl decided it was time to depart. Be a good child and leave quickly, Dumbledore urged. But might I suggest you take a small token with you? He made no effort to detain Karl, merely inquiring if he desired a slight gift. Oh right. Karl suddenly remembered something. Speaking of which, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you, he inquired abruptly. It had been approximately a week since the incident in the Forbidden Forest, and Karl had scarcely interacted with Snape, which filled him with frustration. Though they shared meals and Karl found moments to embrace him at night, the rest of their interactions felt as insipid as plain water. Karl had been exceedingly busy, managing the aftermath of a legitimate act of self-defense. Although the responsibility was not his, and the proceedings were expedited through financial means, it still required a considerable expenditure of energy. He could not expect Dumbledore to explain everything, could he? However, this week marked a change. He had nearly resolved those matters. With only a few documents left to submit, easily dispatched by Owl, he could once again cling to his Mr. Snape. Yet, his current dilemma did not revolve around how to win over Snape. It pertained to others. More specifically, to people. Having missed 2 weeks of potions classes, he assigned his students a few free-form essays, convinced that those who had attended 3 lessons would emerge transformed, producing commendable work. Yet, the disparity among individuals was stark. The moment Karl returned to class and received those essays, he realized the situation was far from straightforward. In the potions classroom, Karl scrutinized the abominable essays his students had penned, pondering why Grindelwald had once preferred to suspend himself in a cocoon. Can anyone tell me? Can anyone tell me? I merely took a week off to resolve a legal matter, so why have you returned to me every single lesson I taught? Karl's voice trembled with suppressed fury. Finally understanding how the previous professor had resigned, confronting these students without quitting was a daunting task. He now seriously questioned whether the former professor's resignation was truly due to a sudden cerebral hemorrhage. Would he, too, succumb to such a fate if he continued teaching? Karl steadied his breath. On the argument of Philosopher's Stone being elf earwax, an empirical study on utilizing pixie tears as a substitute for moonstone at the cost of destroying 3 cauldrons, why one cannot hybridize mandrakes into whomping willows? What on earth were they writing about? But, teacher, you said that before trusting textbook knowledge, one must explode the furnace 3 times, replied a girl clad in Ravenclaw robes. Karl glanced over, chuckling at the brilliance of the student who had proposed using pixie tears as a substitute for moonstone. And, teacher, you mentioned that if others cannot achieve something, it merely indicates their stupidity, and one must believe oneself to be a genius, added a boy in Hufflepuff attire. Silence, Furley Wands. Yours is the most ludicrous. If you suggested using electricity in place of dragon blood, I might concede your brilliance. What did you write? Batteries? Answer me. Would you use an earwax scoop to extinguish a fire? Answer me. Look in my eyes. Karl was beginning to comprehend Snape, at least to the extent that he found some merit in his students' creativity. Yet, I believe this is at least pioneering, Furley shrugged, his demeanor making Karl question how he had ended up in Hufflepuff. One must possess a certain level of intellect to produce such essays. Although Karl had encouraged them to challenge authority, some papers had devolved into absurdity, akin to questioning why humanity needs water, with the conclusion being that humans can survive on beverages alone. Marvelous, absolutely marvelous, Karl mused, his lips curving into a strained smile as he perused their alchemical works. Chapter 37. I shall support you as the new headmaster. Such flawless geniuses, and there were 7 of them. Their foundational knowledge was commendable. Yet whenever they leaped beyond basic understanding, their thoughts soared into the realm of the absurd. Nevertheless, Karl observed those naive, earnest gazes and thought, at the very least, it took a certain courage to ponder questions like why humanity needs water. Not. The extinguished spark of anger lingered for but a second. For even a Gryffindor would not possess that audacity. Fine, I concede your prowess, Karl said, extending a finger and gesturing up and down in midair. In the wake of his emotional outburst, that finger lingered, refusing to retract. He wished to take back his initial remarks and those damned thoughts. What a foolish endeavor it was to lead them astray, to toy with these students. The true fool was he. The naive one who came here on the strength of a recommendation. Help! Why did I come to this school to teach? He lamented. Merlin, or God, tell me why I must endure this torment here. He could no longer maintain the facade of elegant composure. Karl clenched his fists and then slammed them down upon the desk. Very well, everyone. We shall commence a practical lesson now, my dear, beloved students. Gather your essays, he declared, repeating himself twice. The cowhide papers obediently leapt into the arms of his students. If you fail to complete the derivation process you've penned, I shall accuse you of academic fraud, and you will be paraded before the public. However, if you succeed, Karl struggled to suppress his anger. If you succeed, I shall inform Dumbledore that he must vacate his position immediately and allow you to take his place. I shall support your enactment of new school regulations. And you will become the new headmaster, Karl announced, a false smile plastered upon his face. For you have accomplished what Dumbledore could not. He ought to step aside for you. Now, I shall provide you with all the materials you require, even if it means traversing mountains of blades or diving into fiery pits to retrieve them. I shall procure whatever you need. And you, especially you, Karl said, specifically approaching Furley, even conjuring 2 batteries on the spot. Mr. Wands, your materials are relatively straightforward, batteries. Commence your derivation process. And remember to offer me special thanks in your successful paper. Of course, that is, if you truly manage to publish it. Karl placed the batteries on the boy's desk and swiftly returned to his podium. He felt as though he had aged a decade in an instant. Teaching defense against the dark arts was far preferable, as it spared him the agony of reading their wretched essays. How could a human produce such nonsense? Unless, of course, they were not human at all. Karl's gaze shifted as he contemplated that arguing this point should be far easier than advocating for the substitution of dragon's blood with batteries. Perhaps he ought to pen a thesis on the matter? The class concluded amidst a cacophony of explosive sounds. Karl was a commendable teacher, just as he professed. He would wholeheartedly support his students, even if their thesis was that humanity could survive without water. However, Karl observed a student in the audience, whose face bore no visible injuries yet was marred by splashes of debris, one side white, the other black, an amusing sight. The upcoming public display would undoubtedly be quite spectacular. They deserved it. Gazing upon the students, all of whom had failed their experiments and were now facing the consequences of academic dishonesty, Karl unabashedly retrieved a rope and balloons. He envisioned stringing them together and levitating them with a floating charm, a spectacle that would surely attract attention. Karl delighted in this thought. I sincerely apologize for intruding upon your delightful reverie, Coster, but might you consider removing that foolish grin from your countenance? Severe as Snape's voice interrupted Karl's musings. Abruptly, Karl set down the rope and regained his composure. Snape, you've come to seek me out. This is quite rare, he exclaimed, his tone laced with surprise. As he suddenly recalled why he endured such torturous labor, his object of affection had arrived. But you seem rather occupied. I hope I'm not interrupting. What are you engaged in? Snape inquired, eyeing the rope in Karl's hands and the disheveled students behind him. Not at all. I'm not busy in the least. I'm merely. Karl hesitated, unsure how to articulate his intentions. Should he confess that he was deliberating over a more flamboyant way to parade these students? Would that not be a breach of pedagogical ethics? What? Snape queried, puzzled. They failed their experiments. And thus I decided to bind them and display them as balloons for public viewing, Karl stammered, striving to frame his words in a manner that would not render him utterly unreliable. What foolishness did they commit? Snape's curiosity piqued at Karl's plight, perhaps finding solace in the idea that he would not be the only one facing an onslaught of monstrous theses. Well, each has its own peculiarities. But the most infamous is the proposal to replace dragon's blood with batteries. Karl's voice dwindled to a near whisper by the end. These students posed no threat to him in the academic realm, yet their folly could tarnish his reputation in the educational sphere. What did you say? Snape inquired, not having caught the preceding words. Replacing dragon's blood with batteries, Karl reiterated. An extended silence enveloped the alchemy classroom. Whose brilliant idea is this? Mr. Vance. Then it is no wonder, Snape concluded with finality. But you cannot treat them this way, Coster, Snape admonished, his brow furrowed. He added, his expression exceedingly complex, as if he had encountered something profoundly distasteful. After all, anyone capable of attending an alchemy class must have passed potions. This reflects poorly not only on you, but on the institution. The students, initially covered in grime and destined for public humiliation, were utterly astonished. Had Snape suddenly transformed from a grim bat into a benevolent figure? It felt as though bat wings had morphed into angelic appendages, and his pallid, somber visage had become somewhat more palatable. Yet, could he truly be so kind-hearted? Are you suggesting that I am being too lenient? Karl mused, believing his punishment to be rather mild. After all, merely parading them around was a far cry from suffering the consequences of a catastrophic failure in alchemy, which could lead to far graver repercussions. I am suggesting that you cannot simply let them off the hook so easily, Coster. What are you thinking? They should transcribe the entire material conversion text 50 times, and then compose an essay to ensure they do not repeat such ludicrous errors, should they? Snape's mouth, usually set in a firm line, articulated words of absolute zero. The old bat remained precisely that, the same old bat. Chapter 38, Seeking Guidance from a Genius. Professor Coster, you must save us. You cannot allow us to fall into the clutches of old Professor Snape. We are your students. We would rather be suspended as balloons for public exhibition than transcribe the entire material conversion text. We promise to heed your words. We shall never pen such nonsense again. In an instant, the classroom collectively gasped, retreating behind Karl, fearful of being seized by the dreaded bat-like creature. It seems my students harbor quite a fear of you, Karl noted, shielding them protectively. If you knew what they might place into the cauldron, you would understand their trepidation towards me, Snape intoned deliberately, particularly lingering on the word fear. I can probably guess, but that needn't be the case, Karl mused, doubting the efficacy of transcribing 50 times. Consider this, if someone can write, Ah, a chicken. It will possess 3 drumsticks. Though it is utter nonsense, it indicates they can at least form words. While they may not craft a Shakespearean masterpiece, requiring them to copy the 26 letters and phonetics seems rather futile, does it not? Very well. Should you wish to dangle your students as balloons, be my guest. I have no authority over your educational methods, but I believe you are somewhat preoccupied, Snape conceded, having no desire to meddle in Karl's pedagogical approach. After all, their philosophies were diametrically opposed. If a student dared to add anything extraneous to a potion, Snape would certainly expel them from his classroom. Yet Karl, he even allowed his students to propose using batteries instead of dragon's blood. Hey, are you upset? Don't be angry. You sought me out for the first time. Don't leave, Karl exclaimed, flustered, preparing to dash out but hesitating as he regarded the starkly contrasting students before him. Teacher, the class has already concluded. You are entirely free to go. Thank you for the reminder, Vance. You truly are the favored student of teachers. Love you, Karl exclaimed, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, hastily gathering his notes to make a swift exit. However, his hurried attempt was fleeting. He soon realized that this was not the Hufflepuff he had imagined. Are you planning to send me away so that you won't be subjected to humiliation? Of course not, Furley replied, his smile betraying no hint of panic. Karl's intuition was correct. Thus, he halted, surveying the classroom once more. Was it truly acceptable to let these students off the hook? After all, their capacity to produce such an article represented a significant setback in his educational career. U7, just as Snape said, transcribed the entire material conversion text 50 times. Karl raised his voice, laced with malice and mockery. The words elicited an immediate gasp from all, their eyes brimming with despair. Achieving his aim, Karl let out a small grunt, admonishing them to remember their current sentiments, for it was precisely this feeling that enveloped him upon perusing their papers. This time, however, he would let it slide. They were to compose a new essay, ensuring it did not involve the interbreeding of the Mandela grassroot with the willow or any other absurdities. Otherwise, he would indeed compel them to transcribe the entire treatise on material conversion. Thus, he urged them to ponder carefully on what they intended to write. For in the next class, he would undoubtedly require them to derive their conclusions genuinely. They ought to eschew any notions of sloth, for the consequences of laziness would be far graver than their current predicament. Karl's expression gradually softened, yet the others could almost instantaneously discern something ominous lurking in his gaze. For instance, he might sell them to Snape, consigning them to a dank cellar, enslaved and tormented. Mr. Snape, please wait. What do you require of me? I am exceedingly free at the moment. Upon uttering these words, Karl swiftly darted away, intent on discovering Snape's true intentions. Do you truly not intend to instill a modicum of wisdom in them? Snape had anticipated Karl's emergence, thus he did not hasten his departure from the classroom. As expected, Karl followed closely behind him. After all, I have taken a week off. Without my brilliant guidance, it is only natural that they would devolve into imbeciles. So, what brings you to me? It cannot possibly be lunchtime yet? Karl inquired, matching his pace to Snape's. Let me reiterate, even when the hour for lunch arrives, I shall not seek you out. Do you comprehend? Snape countered, though it was clear this was not the crux of the matter. I understand, dear. But please, do not so ruthlessly shatter my tender heart, sir. What exactly do you desire from a genius like me? Karl sighed, acknowledging the sharpness of Snape's words, though he recalled how soft Snape's lips felt when they had met. Of course, I am here to seek the guidance of a genius. I remember you often proclaiming your desire to teach me, yet during that time, we were both rather occupied, Snape articulated swiftly, and although Karl did not grasp every nuance, he remained vigilant to Snape's demeanor, thus understanding the general sentiment. Very well, where shall we go? How about my lounge? It has been splendidly renovated, and there are delightful little creatures to pet. With your remarkable talents, I am certain you will master it in no time. Once we are done, we could even enjoy a leisurely lunch together. Despite the high difficulty of the spell, Karl was confident in Snape's abilities, for his talent was undeniable. He felt exceedingly fortunate to have someone he admired who was equally formidable. However, if Snape's aptitude were to falter, it would not be entirely unwelcome, after all. If he struggled to learn it swiftly, they could spend an extended period together in instruction. In any case, he deemed himself fortunate, regardless of the outcome. Observing Karl, who appeared almost radiant with joy, Snape could not shake the feeling that Karl was likely contemplating matters he would rather not know. Increasing his pace, Snape hoped that Karl's quickened stride would deter him from wandering into frivolous thoughts, yet he refrained from bursting Karl's bubble of naive musings, perhaps out of concern that it would lead to greater complications. Let us proceed to your lounge. You mentioned animals. What do you keep? A cat? Or perhaps a dog? Snape inquired, having never seen Karl's pets. Oh, it is a chicken, adorned with exquisite blue feathers. He is quite special, remarkably reminiscent of a quail. However, Karl continued, introducing his family to Snape, hoping that his beloved would also take a liking to Kai, as he believed they were destined to spend much time together. Chapter 39, Birthday. The password to Karl's door was exceedingly simple. It was his birthday, 218, a straightforward number, unlike Dumbledore's or Snape's, whose passwords changed almost daily. 218? Snape pronounced slowly, pondering whether it might be a unique alchemical cipher, perhaps signifying time or quantities of materials. Are you intrigued by this? Karl's lips curled into a radiant smile as he leaned in with a mischievous demeanor, prompting Snape to suspect the situation was more complex than it appeared. This is my birthday. By the way, will you celebrate it with me, Mr. Snape? Karl responded, and indeed, his foreboding intuition was validated. Clearly, the answer was no. But I shall celebrate yours. When is it? Karl leaned closer, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Snape remained silent, clearly unwilling to share his birthday with the young man before him, perhaps deeming it a day that warranted no sharing. You do not wish to tell me? Karl's expression fell, his azure eyes cast downward, projecting an aura of profound disappointment that would make anyone feel as though they had erred in some way. It is not necessary, Snape replied, feeling a pang at Karl's pleading gaze. Yet he deemed this a trivial matter, for no one awaited his birth. Snape's heart was as placid as a still lake, devoid of any ripples, perhaps a decade or two prior. He had suffered from the neglect of those who should have cared for him, but that was now inconsequential. He truly felt no stirring regarding the word birthday, save for the cumbersome annoyance of unnecessary social interactions, which had brought him no benefits whatsoever. Snape reached for the door. I presumed you would not wish to celebrate your birthday with me. How fortunate. I now know it is January 9th, correct? Quite close to mine, I must say. I shall bestow upon you a grand gift. Karl declared excitedly, gesturing expansively. How did you discover this? Snape turned, his curiosity piqued. I specifically inquired with Mr. Dumbledore. Karl pointed skyward, indicating the location of the headmaster's office. How fortuitous, coinciding within 3 months. Yet your birthday is rather unfortunate, Snape mused with a faint smile. Unsure of the deeper meaning behind it, he continued his motion, his hand brushing against the door handle. Even if it were unfortunate, it matters not. I shall celebrate your birthday regardless, for it is indeed a remarkably special day, is it not? Though time and space may differ. The mere thought that the severest Snape I encounter today was born on that very day fills me with immense fortune. Just a fraction of a moment. And I could have missed meeting you, could I not? I am now eagerly anticipating your birth, as it leads to our fateful encounter. Karl beamed, finding birthdays to be profoundly romantic. His mother had once told him that no matter who you are or where you are, as long as you are born into this world, there will always be someone eagerly awaiting your arrival. Karl believed himself to be one of those individuals, looking forward to the birth of the one he cherished, for it was this very moment that brought them together. Snape's hand hesitated momentarily. So may I celebrate your birthday? It is permissible, is it not? This constitutes proper social conduct, does it not? Karl pressed on. As you wish, came Snape's cold reply. He opened the door, revealing a quaint and cozy room before him, adorned with warm-toned curtains and tablecloths, and a plush carpet underfoot. The wooden bookshelves appeared to belong to the previous potions master. As Karl had not replaced them, they were filled with tomes and apparatus. Most notably, the desk was strewn with numerous parchment scrolls and several quills alongside inkwells. This is quite unlike Karl's usual flamboyant demeanor. This room is so ordinary that it evokes a sense of fear. However, one striking detail is a blue rooster, quietly nestled on the carpet, appearing drowsy. Even at the moment the door swung open, the sound failed to rouse it, maintaining a serene posture. Kai, I've brought a guest, Karl announced as he approached, intending to lift the blue rooster, but was promptly halted by Snape. Compared to him, I believe we have more pressing matters at hand, Snape remarked, clearly uninterested in the rooster on the floor. I initially wanted to let you two interact. Kai is quite adorable, Karl said with a hint of regret, yet he did not press the issue. Instead, he opened a nearby cabinet to search for his notebook. Just a moment, I have a habit of taking notes. This particular piece encompasses the spells I completed during my youth, and they are relatively well executed. However, I didn't transcribe them into the notebook I carry with me, he explained as he rummaged through the cabinet. As Snape observed, he caught sight of the eclectic assortment of books on the shelves, several notable Muggle classics among them, but predominantly those pertaining to alchemy. Most notably, there were numerous notebooks, all meticulously categorized and pinned by Karl himself. Can't you teach me directly? Snape inquired. Can you guess why I didn't copy them into the notebook I carry? Karl feigned a shrug of exasperation. Snape, disinterested, did not venture a guess. Because, aside from the initial successful spellcasting, I adhered to protocol. Afterward, I recited the incantations based on instinct, Karl confessed with an embarrassed smile, answering his own question. It seemed unlikely that anyone but Karl would struggle with formal instruction on spells he had created himself. Fortunately, Karl soon located the section on spells and extracted one of the notebooks, quickly opening it to search for notes on the locating charm. Upon glancing at it, Snape's brow furrowed. He realized that the matter was not straightforward, as he could not decipher the jumbled, peculiar words inscribed on the page. "Are you saying you intend to teach me using this?" Snape's tone was as flat as his current emotional state. He vaguely recalled having seen Karl's handwriting on a few occasions, which was either illegible or, at the very least, should not be so abstract. "Oh, my apologies. I lacked patience in my youth. In fact, during my first and second years, my potions class was mostly a struggle to pass, so my handwriting naturally reflects that. I suppose I am the kind of student you find most detestable, Severus," Karl jested, maintaining a buoyant spirit. "But fear not, I can manage to decipher this. I'll transcribe a clearer version, and it won't take long." Karl glanced at the scrawled text, his memory remarkably sharp. Merely observing the patterns brought back memories from his time at Durmstrang. Among these recollections, he vividly remembered his favorite spell. Chapter 40. I hope you become curious about me. Snape watched as Karl swiftly skimmed through the notes, then took a piece of parchment to elegantly replicate the chaotic diagrams with graceful script. Allowing Snape to finally understand the content, the atmosphere shifted to a tranquil stillness, and an amicable ambience enveloped them. Karl leaned over the desk, the quill gliding across the parchment, producing a soft scratching sound. He rarely became so quiet, and Snape, seated beside him, unusually refrained from uttering his usual sharp retorts. Karl's writing began with the essence of the spell, followed by the rationale behind the chosen gestures, and concluding with the phonetics of the incantation. As Karl wrote, Snape observed, maintaining a suitable yet slightly intimate distance, perhaps influenced by the previous incident in the Forbidden Forest. He was keen to avoid any outburst from Karl accusing him of impropriety. However, Snape found it peculiar that the typically ostentatious Karl could produce such delicate and beautiful handwriting. He had never paid much attention to Karl's script before, only recalling that it was at least legible. Yet now, this elegant penmanship seemed incongruous with Karl's character. Everyone's handwriting carries a unique style, like Dumbledore's, Flitwick's, or McGonagall's, allowing one to discern the author. But Karl's script, if not told it was his, would be unrecognizable. Much like the room and the neatly arranged notebooks in the cabinet, which bore no indication of Karl's hand. In Snape's mind, a clearer image of Karl began to form. Someone who acts upon their thoughts without hesitation, appearing neither gentle nor meticulous, occasionally startling with their impulsiveness, yet capable of miraculous insights from seemingly reckless ideas. The room, the notebooks, and Karl's soft, graceful handwriting all exuded an unprecedented sense of incongruity, provoking a desire to understand why. Of course, Snape refrained from voicing his thoughts, merely observing Karl's writing. Frankly, aside from the aspects requiring caution in application, the spell was not particularly challenging, though its execution was somewhat intricate and energy-consuming. Yet for a genius, such processes posed no obstacle. Rather, they could swiftly discern patterns and execute flawlessly. Snape was undoubtedly a genius as well, for by the time Karl completed the final stroke, he was already poised to wield his wand and cast the spell. Upon finishing, Karl turned in surprise to find Snape employing the locating charm, albeit somewhat clumsily. The next step merely required practice, and there would be no issue. "It seems teaching you is superfluous. You merely need the right conditions, not lessons," Karl sighed. His hopes of a hands-on, intimate teaching experience dashed once again. "Thanks to your improved handwriting after puberty, I can decipher it now. Otherwise, I might struggle," Snape remarked, remaining characteristically blunt. "Yet, this script hardly resembles your usual style," he asserted, making a definitive statement rather than voicing his curiosity. "Indeed, the entirety of these notes hardly seems to reflect my hand, does it? It's quite troublesome, requiring immense effort and too much formality. I should be the type to act on impulse." Karl stretched his limbs and turned to Snape, suddenly realizing something. His previously indifferent gaze brightened with surprise. "But why would I have done that? Doesn't that seem odd?" Karl's voice carried a note of delight. It was indeed strange. Snape could not fathom how someone so impatient, with a mind seemingly occupied only by novelty, could immerse himself in these notebooks during his formative years. Even if one were to consider from the age of 11, the notes within the cabinet would require the individual to have diligently recorded at least 1 or 2 volumes each year. Moreover, these records should not encompass the entirety of Karl's work. His special notebook must contain the core of his research endeavors. While the dust-laden pages upon the wall resemble a commemoration, a collection that encapsulates the essence of his youth. Yet, one might ponder why he would dedicate his youth to these notes. This presents a profound enigma. There must be a compelling reason behind such actions. Yet the rationale remains elusive. Snape found himself in a state of perplexity, an unnamed seed of curiosity germinating within him. Are you curious? Karl, beaming with a smile, suddenly stood up and approached Snape, their proximity shrinking to a mere half-meter. When Karl leaned in closer, Snape felt as if their breaths were intertwining. Oh. Snape surmised he had unearthed the nature of this burgeoning feeling within him. Indeed, curiosity. He was somewhat inclined to uncover the reason behind Karl's relentless dedication to the monotonous experiments and notes, all in pursuit of that infinitesimal miracle within alchemical trials. Perhaps he himself was such a person, yet Karl was evidently not. His patience could scarcely endure the prospect of failing 1,000 times for a solitary moment of exhilaration. If it were within his power, he would wish for each endeavor to be a miracle, striving towards that end. However, gazing into Karl's sparkling eyes, Snape found himself unable to voice his thoughts. He felt an inexplicable dread that uttering the words would lead him to commit an irrevocably foolish act. And why was that? The answer lay within the brilliance of Karl's gaze, which was almost blinding. Whenever this individual entertained some peculiar notion, his eyes brimmed with exuberance and curiosity, culminating in an intensity that Snape found nearly unbearable. Clearly, I am disinterested, Snape replied. Then why the veiled inquiry? If you were to express genuine interest, I would certainly share, Karl retorted, maintaining his mischievous demeanor, his face inching even closer. Yet Snape remained steadfast, his expression unyielding. After a moment of silence, Karl finally relented. If you truly are not interested, then so be it. But should you find curiosity one day, do inform me, and I shall reveal all. Stepping back to a more socially acceptable distance, Karl allowed Snape a moment to breathe, a relief that was hard-won. Nevertheless, Karl harbored a belief that Snape was, in fact, intrigued. He yearned for Snape's curiosity. Why? Because curiosity often marks the initial step towards affection. If one day you find yourself curious about me, then I dare say you are but a heartbeat away from falling in love, Karl mused, his words wrapped in honeyed sweetness, thick and cloying, almost impossible to swallow. Snape's response was the sound of a door slamming shut. Just wait a moment, would you? After all, it's nearly time for our meal together, is it not? Karl immediately pursued him. As for the dish he had intended to introduce to Snape, wait for me, little dish. Your master is off in pursuit of happiness, Karl exclaimed. I will surely succeed. This time, Karl's intent was not merely to pursue Snape. Rather, it felt as if those words were not solely directed at him. The notion of curiosity being the first step towards affection was indeed Karl's own sentiment. Meanwhile, upon exiting the door, Snape noticed a tuft of white fur on his black robe, appearing soft and contrasting against the dark fabric. He could not resist the urge to touch it. It felt akin to fox fur, yet distinctly different. Curious? Hadn't Karl claimed to own only a single chicken? Why then was there such fur? Yet he quickly dismissed the thought. Karl was an alchemist. It would not be surprising if there were a dinosaur in his room. Why should he find it peculiar? He felt no curiosity whatsoever. Chapter 41. The Cat's Action. As time passed, life continued in its usual rhythm. Karl would sporadically appear in various locations frequented by Snape, including the dungeon, the dining hall, and the classroom. By the umpteenth morning when Snape opened the door to encounter that strikingly confident face, he had become accustomed to greeting Karl with a simple good morning. Why do you appear so fatigued? It seems it is not merely your hair that is in disarray. Your complexion is rather poor as well. What mischief have those students been up to now? Karl expressed his understanding of Snape's plight, for he too was often overwhelmed by the misfortunes of students' papers in his own 2 weekly classes, let alone the entirety of a school as Snape did. Karl not only empathized but felt the weight of it, often wishing to hang the troublesome students by their thumbs after healing Snape's myriad injuries caused by their antics. No, Snape denied, though his pallor indeed suggested otherwise as he continued forward. Is it an issue with the potions? Karl inquired, following closely behind. No, Snape replied tersely. Then what is it? Was the herb gathering unsuccessful last night? Karl pressed on, aware that Snape frequently ventured into the forbidden forest not only for teaching, but also for the procurement of various herbs. While wild ingredients varied greatly in quality, diligent searching often yielded superior specimens, a necessity for someone like Snape who was meticulous even to the degree of determining precise angles for cuts. However, after the incident in the Forbidden Forest, Snape had prohibited Karl from accompanying him, asserting that his own luck had been impeccable for 8 years until Karl's presence seemed to alter that fortune. Thus, he merely required Karl's maps to navigate without the need for a guide. Upon hearing this, Karl found himself momentarily speechless. After all, his luck was notoriously abysmal. He vividly recalled being the sole recipient of a blank ball during last year's Christmas raffle at his father's company, a singular occurrence among a 1 in a million chance. And he had drawn it first. Yet, in a moment of perverse delight, he remembered how the expressions of those directors who had flocked to flatter him turned sour. their compliments caught in their throats, unable to be uttered. Reflecting on this, he found a certain satisfaction in the memory. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, Snape unilaterally approved the proposal, stating that should Karl choose to accompany him, he would bear the consequences. Of course not, Snape reiterated. You seem rather unwell yourself. What is it? Cost? Are you losing sleep over your students? Snape's tone was both a retort and a veiled mockery. Meanwhile, Karl, trailing behind Snape, concluded that this sudden addition of words and the sharpness in his speech were quite suspicious. He believed he had stumbled upon the truth of the matter. Thus, the narrative unfolded. The next time the other party ventures into the Forbidden Forest, perhaps I shall follow discreetly, Karl mused. Yet, is it truly mere suspicion that compels him to accompany? Clearly, it is not. Karl seeks merely to furnish himself with a pretext to pursue. After all, concern gnaws at him, particularly as the other appears quite unwell from foraging for herbs. Indeed, there remains a slight, albeit concerning, probability that the individual might encounter that wretched lunatic in the depths of the Forbidden Forest. As for whether he would be discovered, Karl has his own meticulous plan, one that is foolproof. Thus, a few days later, when Snape, faced with a shortage of ingredients in his potions classroom, again sets off for the Forbidden Forest, a small white shadow trails behind him, a striking snow leopard, its sleek form adorned in a beautiful pattern of black and white, with a long tail and eyes that shimmer in shades of blue. While navigating the Forbidden Forest may pose challenges for humans, for a snow leopard, it is akin to a simplified mode of existence. Its robust pads render it impervious to rocks, and, of course, it harbors no fear of the plush grass beneath its paws. With agility that allows it to traverse snowy expanses effortlessly, it can certainly evade the few small trees in its path. Indeed, Karl is an illegal animagus, and this snow leopard is his true form. Since his student days, he has sought materials to complete his animagus transformation, clandestinely experimenting with these intriguing phenomena. It was only after successfully cramming for his potions class that he first contemplated this notion. It is not that becoming an animagus offers him any tangible benefits. Rather, he simply finds it fascinating. Is it not delightful to transform into a small creature? Although perilous, once he had successfully morphed into a snow leopard, he had boasted to Grindelwald, only to be admonished and suspended by him for the inherent dangers of such a transformation. Yet, Karl remains grateful to his former self, who, in pursuit of amusement, ventured into risky endeavors, allowing him to now follow Snape without trepidation. Should he be discovered, Karl would merely express his approval. The snow leopard is an unusual creature. Even he only learned of its existence through extensive research in an animal encyclopedia. Snape may not have encountered such a being before. And if he were to spot Karl, the latter could simply recline and feign the guise of an extraordinary creature passing by. The appearance of a leopard in the Forbidden Forest, upon reflection, is not particularly incongruous, is it? He could even roll on the ground, pretending to be an ordinary cat. As these thoughts danced in his mind, the large tail behind him began to sway slightly in response to his perfectly imagined scenario, nearly betraying his excitement with soft, purring sounds, an expression of the snow leopard's delight. Once transformed into an animal, it is often challenging to suppress certain instinctual behaviors. Ahead of him, Snape, lantern in hand, turned vigilantly at the slightest sound, his keen senses alert to something amiss. Karl crouched low, the purring in his throat abruptly ceasing as he endeavored to remain hidden. After 3 tense minutes, Snape, seemingly reassured, resumed his path. Karl finally exhaled, the immediate crisis averted. With a flick of his tail, he stealthily continued in pursuit, determined to protect and assist Snape while uncovering the cause of his herb-gathering woes. As Snape navigated the map in search of herbs, Karl trailed closely, boredom prompting a yawn. Why, he wondered, did this endeavor feel so exhausting? It soon became clear. Upon reaching a specific location, Snape purposefully employed a locating charm, beginning his search for something. But what could it be? Observing Snape's erratic movements, Karl initially speculated that he sought a particular herb, but this theory was swiftly dismissed. The herbs would not move about haphazardly. After all, could it be? Chapter 42, Cat Contemplation. Karl activated his keen sense of smell, inhaling deeply to detect an enticing aroma that wafted through the air. It was the unmistakable scent of unicorn, a truly delectable fragrance, rich and captivating. If one were to liken it to human cuisine, it would be akin to an exorbitantly lavish French feast. He felt his mouth water. While the school's meals were certainly delightful, they could become monotonous after a time. The scent of unicorn was simply irresistible. Wait, no, he admonished himself. He could not indulge. Even a full-grown tiger might struggle against a unicorn, let alone this snow leopard. Indeed, it was as he suspected, unicorns. It appeared his conjecture was correct. A rare and valuable potion ingredient was indeed on the move. A creature imbued with treasures. even its blood possessing formidable side effects. Unicorns attracted countless poachers who risk life and limb to seize their precious gifts. Surely, Snape was not seeking unicorn blood. Or perhaps its horn or mane, items notoriously difficult to procure. What was he thinking? How could he venture forth unprepared? He was hardly the type to endear himself to a unicorn. With such a powerful aura, it was unlikely that a unicorn would willingly offer him blood, hair, or horn. Indeed, it would be a remarkable achievement if they did not flee in terror, let alone risk injury from a misdirected attack. Was it possible that he was mistaken? Perhaps Snape was searching for something else entirely? Yet, this location was undeniably accompanied by the presence of unicorns, indicating that he indeed sought something from them. Could it be that he required a potion ingredient involving unicorns? Was he resorting to desperate measures? But it is well known that unicorns are most receptive to the touch of maidens. Surely, Snape was aware of this fact. His relationship with young women was as incongruous as a bicycle is to a fish. Even in a state of desperation, he could hardly be so misguided. Perhaps he truly was in such dire straits. After all, eliminating all impossibilities leaves only the probable, no matter how unlikely it may seem. Snape's trajectory continued to follow the path of the unicorns. In light of this, it seems I ought to lend my assistance. Lowering his head, Karl began to engage in feline contemplation. In his snow leopard form, his thoughts danced with more agility and whimsy, often persuading himself in ways he could not have previously imagined. Yet one certainty emerged. Unicorns and Snape most likely could not coexist under the same roof. However, the odds of a unicorn and an innocent passing snow leopard cohabitating harmoniously would be significantly enhanced. After a simple mental calculation of various inequalities, Karl made his decision. To safeguard Snape's opportunity for repose, it was time for him to make an appearance. He, being more approachable to such a cunning magical creature, could easily win the unicorn's favor, thereby obtaining the shed hair and horn with ease, allowing Snape to rest peacefully. However, acquiring blood would prove rather challenging. Unicorns generally do not willingly approach any other creature, let alone offer assistance. However, he could still give it a try. Due to his transformation into a beast, Karl's once astute intellect had devolved into a simplistic and juvenile state. After all, one cannot expect a snow leopard to possess an immense capacity for reasoning. In summary, he made a decision that he would have never considered under ordinary circumstances, a choice with an almost negligible chance of success. His thoughts leaped in a manner that felt exhausting. Nevertheless, it must be reiterated that this was not his fault. A snow leopard could hardly be expected to exhibit high intelligence. In any case, Karl quickened his pace, for his keen sense of smell was swifter than his attempts to cast spells. He chose a closer route to seek out the unicorn's hiding place. Once he captured it, he would return home and present it in human form, thereby garnering a delightful amount of goodwill. What a genius he was, he mused, as he quickened his steps, his spirits lifting with each stride. Meanwhile, Severus Snape had lowered his wand, having felt a sensation of being followed since he first entered the Forbidden Forest. Now, that feeling had dissipated, replaced by the rustling of something moving through the underbrush. Snape deduced that it was likely an animal within the forest, startled by his entry, trailing him to ascertain if he posed any danger. However, it was not Coster. Snape was reluctant to admit that his first thought upon sensing a presence behind him was that Karl had followed. He glanced toward the distant sound fading away, certain it was indeed some creature and not a wizard. It seemed someone had learned their lesson. That was a good thing, Snape concluded. On the other side, Karl was moving rapidly, his speed increasing as the distinct scent of the unicorn intensified. Yet, the closer he drew, the more he sensed something was amiss. From a distance, he could only discern a rich and fragrant aroma of unicorn. But as he approached, his mouth watered with an insatiable hunger, the air thickening with an overwhelming scent. Even in his animal form, surrendering to instinct, he could not fathom being so ravenous for a unicorn, and the intensity of the aroma felt wrong, too rich, reminiscent of blood mingling with the air. As he neared, the scent became almost tangible, and Karl could almost confirm that a unicorn was injured. And the severity of its condition was alarming. It was likely a young unicorn that had been harmed, as Karl sensed it was moving rapidly. An injured unicorn would not be able to flee so quickly. It was probable that a mother was escorting her wounded offspring. Karl hastened his pace, eager to uncover the truth. Parting the foliage, he stumbled upon a small clearing, realizing he had caught up with the unicorn's pace. The scent enveloped the clearing, and for some reason, the creature had slowed, seemingly unaware of his approach, and began to rest. Could it be that a snow leopard was too weak to warrant a unicorn's flight? Regardless, he decided to proceed with caution. A mother beast with a wounded youngling, be it a unicorn or even a common kitten, warranted respect. Snape would not arrive quickly, so Karl reverted to his human form and cautiously advanced. Before him stood a mother unicorn, gently licking the wounds of her injured foal, which appeared frail, bearing deep claw marks from a predator. The blood had darkened, suggesting these injuries had persisted for some time. Logically, such grievous wounds should have resulted in death long ago, yet for some reason, the foal clung to a faint breath of life. The mother unicorn looked utterly exhausted, likely due to her efforts to shield her child from danger. Her spirit strained from evading threats. As for the cause of their tragic plight, Karl recalled the werewolf he had slain that day. Only a creature of that ilk could inflict such harm upon a unicorn. It was highly probable that the werewolf was the ultimate perpetrator of the foal's near demise. However, given that more than 10 days had passed since that encounter, he pondered why the injuries had not resulted in immediate death. As Karl pushed aside the underbrush, the absence of leaves offered clarity. He understood why the unicorn still lived and why it did not recoil from his presence. The white ribbon carried away by the wind the previous night was now entwined around the foal's neck, its protective charm granting a semblance of respite. Coupled with the unicorn's formidable self-healing abilities, it ensured the foal's survival. They likely did not flee due to their familiarity with his scent. Yet even so, neglecting to act would lead to death. The evidence lay in the fact that despite the passage of 10 days, the foal remained in a state of near death. Had the injuries not been so grave, the ribbon and the unicorn's regenerative powers would have restored it to vitality long ago. As Karl approached, the mother unicorn became instantly alert at the sudden presence of a stranger. "Hush, I am merely here to retrieve my belongings, my ribbon, which indeed belongs to me." As you might discern, Karl spoke softly. Chapter 43, A Plea for Help. The unicorn certainly recognized the truth and the purity of his intentions. Such noble creatures would not stoop to claim another's possessions. They were regal and proud, harboring little affection for humans, often dismissing them entirely. Yet, this was a mother, one who had traversed the brink of life and death countless times. In an instant, the majestic unicorn shielded her child behind her, adopting a defensive stance towards Karl. "I assure you, I do not intend to take the ribbon at this moment. I am not so cruel. If you wish to keep it, that is absolutely fine. However, you may observe that your child has one foot in the realm of the departed. Even if I do not take my ribbon, its death is merely a matter of time." Karl spoke slowly, a hint of sorrow escaping him. To others, he might seem heartless, but any empathetic soul would feel compassion for a mother on the verge of losing her child. The great unicorn could perceive the authenticity of Karl's emotions, yet she instinctively distrusted humans. Her unfortunate child had been drawn to the unfamiliar human out of curiosity, only to find itself ensnared in peril. Who could have foreseen that the anguished human would, in the blink of an eye, transform into a werewolf, extending its claws towards the very unicorn that sought to aid him, intending to drag it into darkness and sell it for a handsome price? She had stealthily extracted her child while the werewolf was preoccupied, but the gravely injured foal was still unable to return to health. Its body was on the brink of collapse, a mere ribbon, floating from who knows where, imbued with a modicum of protective magic, barely sustained its existence. "Why not seek help from Hagrid? He is a good man," Karl gently suggested. The great unicorn offered no response, standing there like a statue. "Very well. I shall remain silent." Clearly, the mother, teetering on the brink of despair, was loath to trust anyone. She was gripped by terror, clutching her child as she fled from this horrific reality, too frightened to let anyone approach them. No one could blame such a mother. Had she not risked her life to steal her child, the little unicorn might have perished long ago. Yet, this course of action was not sustainable. I recognized that perhaps some humans had harmed them, and while she was entitled to lose her faith in humanity, there was no time for such contemplations now. Karl did not believe the unicorn was wrong to act thus. Her actions were entirely justifiable, yet it was evident that she should not persist in this manner. "You are fortunate." The protective charm on that headband was cast by one of the most formidable wizards of this century, but it can only endure for so long. More than 10 days have passed, and the enchantment may last only 3 to 5 more days at most. Your time is running short. If you wish to save your child, you must seek assistance from Hogwarts, for there resides one of the most powerful wizards of this era, a phoenix, and a most gifted potion master. You must stake your life on the belief that we are indeed the good ones. Karl blinked, his smile remaining gentle, devoid of the usual sharpness and edge. The unicorn hesitated. "Of course, you may choose not to take the gamble. I will not prevent your departure," Karl finally stated, allowing her the freedom to decide while clenching his fists. The unicorn stepped forward, indicating her willingness to join Karl and take her child with her. "Splendid. Good girl. You have won the gamble. Thank you for daring to take that risk for your child. You are a remarkable mother." This was an endeavor that required immense courage. And though he would have resorted to force had she refused to leave with him, he preferred to avoid such measures. "I shall fetch assistance." Without a wand, utilizing a locating spell would prove troublesome. Thus, he opted for the simplest method. Transforming into a snow leopard, he called out to the mother and child, signaling them to exercise caution. He then sniffed the air for Snape's scent and dashed toward him. The optimal solution was to find Snape first, to ensure the unicorn's life was secured before seeking Hagrid and ultimately notifying Dumbledore. He had not forgotten that he should not be in the Forbidden Forest. Let us see if the snow leopard could lure Snape over. If that failed, he would have to resort to more drastic measures. Karl, in his snow leopard form, sprinted agilely, and soon the scent of Snape drew near. In a remarkably short time, he once again laid eyes on the man in black robes. Snape appeared to be resting, likely fatigued, as Karl keenly observed a healthy-looking white root just 3 meters to his left, which Snape had neglected to harvest. Such negligence could only stem from extreme weariness. Karl carefully vocalized a soft call. Creatures like leopards, despite their fierce appearance, emitted gentle sounds, genetically predisposed to be devoid of roars. Snape, too, was drawn by the sound, raising his wand to scrutinize the suddenly appearing feline. The creature, of medium size, boasted a coat of pure white fur, a bushy tail, and striking blue eyes. There was an inexplicable familiarity about this cat. However, before Snape could ponder the source of this sensation, he heard the creature emit a series of plaintive mews, tinged with urgency, seemingly directed at him. You. Snape felt somewhat foolish for speaking to a large cat. The feline cautiously approached, step by step, appearing wary yet not overly so, until it finally nestled against his legs, persistently meowing. Let me guess, you truly are seeking me? It was now confirmed. Snape was not mistaken. The cat indeed sought him. The large cat's eyes widened in delight as it tugged at Snape's pant leg, trying to pull him forward while displaying an almost human-like expression. Something felt amiss. Gazing into those blue eyes, the strange familiarity crept back into his mind. He watched as the large cat persistently tugged at him. Karl? Snape called uncertainly, an instinctual thought nearly bursting forth from his lips. Chapter 44. You must be Karl, indeed. Yet the large cat continued to paw at him, attempting to lead him somewhere. It was absurd. Karl had not reacted, as Snape usually referred to him as Coster. It was rather disheartening that someone he admired only used his surname. Nevertheless, the good news was that, due to this confusion, Karl instinctively bypassed Snape's words, circling around him, rubbing against his pant leg, and playfully pawing at him. Thus, he narrowly escaped the catastrophe. Snape pondered whether his mind had been momentarily swapped with Karl's. For why else would he entertain such thoughts simply because a large cat possessed the same blue eyes as Karl? Though Karl was rather foolish, he would not be so easily misled. Snape assessed the anxious, pacing large cat with a critical eye. Although he was unaware of when this breed had appeared in the Forbidden Forest, it was evident that the forest was vast, teeming with many creatures unknown to him. The creatures seemed to be seeking assistance. Snape glanced into the distance, deciding to move forward a bit to ascertain whether it was leading him to something deliberate. Finally, Karl had achieved his goal, leading Snape through the Forbidden Forest at a brisk pace. After traversing a considerable distance, Snape had yet to discover any signs of human presence. Instead, he noticed the distinct, somewhat chaotic hoofprints left by the unicorn, glancing at the large cat that continued to race ahead. It seemed he grasped the implication. Is a unicorn injured? Is that why you brought me here? Snape inquired, nearly certain of the reason behind the cat's actions. Karl offered no verbal reply, merely nodding his small leopard head before silently quickening his pace, maintaining a rhythm that Snape could follow. They leapt over a few patches of grass and navigated winding paths, eventually arriving at the location where the unicorn lingered. She had finally chosen to trust him. The unicorn mother remained there with her child. Karl nudged his head forward, then pointed with his paw toward the pair, indicating that Snape should look. Werewolf claw marks, Snape discerned with far greater expertise than Karl, deducing at first glance that these were indeed the remnants left by a werewolf. He approached the small unicorn, noting the ribbon that was wound around it. Your child requires treatment, but in this state, even the best healing potions would be ineffective. However, I suspect Phoenix tears could suffice, and just a glance will likely reveal the necessary course of treatment. It seemed that this headband had saved their lives, and of course, there was that large cat. Snape cast a glance in its direction. Karl stood there, appearing exceedingly well-behaved and obedient, for in the winter, his fur seemed even more luxuriant, rendering the entire snow leopard a fluffy bundle. Snape produced a white ointment, initially applying it gently, followed by a spray of potion upon the unicorn's body. This will offer your child a fleeting glimpse of vitality. Now, follow me to find Hagrid. The little unicorn finally opened its eyes, yet it still seemed unable to rise. The larger unicorn had no choice but to carry it upon its back, slowly making their way towards the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Upon reaching Hagrid's humble abode and knocking on his door, he was utterly taken aback by the scene before him. Who could have done such a thing to the little unicorn? Good heavens! And you, poor girl, you must be terrified. This is utterly unacceptable. Who would commit such an atrocity? The towering giant exclaimed, his voice quavering with emotion. You must take him to Dumbledore. There is nothing else I can do. Only he can help. Fox tears can save, but your tears clearly cannot, Snape interjected. You remind me, Severus, you truly are a good man, Hagrid replied. Always flustered when it came to these adorable creatures, but grateful for Snape's timely reminder. He immediately scooped up the little unicorn, but in the next moment, the larger unicorn seemed to panic, its entire being engulfed in fear. If you refuse to let Hagrid take your child, so be it. But I fear that if Hagrid does not, then death will surely claim your child, Snape concluded. Severus, you will frighten this sweet girl. Oh dear, do not be afraid. Your child will be fine. Albus Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of this century, will ensure your child's safety, Hagrid assured, nearly thumping his chest in guarantee. Awoo, Karl, standing nearby, gently tapped the unicorn's hoof, attempting to remind it of the words he had just spoken. Clearly, the unicorn understood, as it began to emerge from its defensive state. Oh, what is this? Hagrid exclaimed, suddenly intrigued by Karl's presence. An unidentified feline creature. He led me to the unicorn. He is truly remarkable. But don't you think you should rush to find Dumbledore? You are right. I must leave at once, Hagrid declared, clearly more concerned about the ailing little unicorn. Wrapping it in his cloak and hastily heading towards the castle. The larger unicorn allowed Hagrid to take her child away, though she remained at a distance, gazing longingly into the horizon, searching for her offspring's silhouette. This was a perfect scenario. Snape had acquired what he needed. Once the little unicorn recovered, he believed that such a pure, innocent creature would not mind offering a token of gratitude in return. He felt quite clever, having resolved everything with seemingly effortless ease. Karl was elated, his tail perked up and began to sway joyfully. He fixed his gaze on Snape, eager for praise, hoping for a commendation, even if Snape did not recognize him as Karl. Snape observed the exuberance of the creature's tail. It bore a striking resemblance to Carlos Cost, and Snape could hardly overlook the similarities, speculating whether this could indeed be Karl, in his animagus form. However, you are Karl, aren't you? Snape probed again. Yet Karl, who was intently gazing into Snape's eyes, was acutely aware of the scrutiny within them. No, this could not happen. Karl had long considered that should Snape discover his animagus form to be that of this snow leopard, he would surely refuse to allow him to accompany him in potion gathering, effectively stripping him of his past identity. Whether human or beast, he would undoubtedly be exposed. Thus, Karl feigned ignorance and continued to look innocently at Snape. Chapter 45, A Sense of Similarity. Awoo? Karl tilted his leopard head back, displaying an innocent demeanor, his tail swaying back and forth as he scampered closer, beginning to circle and rub against Snape's leg. He even rolled over, exposing his little belly, exuding a natural affection. His performance was utterly flawless. He would not suspect himself of being Carlos Cost. How perfect it was. Would he really engage in such foolish antics regularly? He was undeniably clever. The resemblance intensified for some inexplicable reason, especially when the leopard's head brushed against Snape, making him almost envision Karl's face, constantly nudging closer while exclaiming, "Dear, I adore you." However, upon further reflection, Snape pondered more deeply. If that were the case, it would seem improbable. Upon careful consideration, if Karl wished to conceal his identity, would he engage in such a self-sabotaging act? Although Snape often called Karl foolish, it did not imply that Karl was truly dim-witted. This large cat appeared somewhat similar to Karl, yet undeniably seemed more daft. It was evident that the resemblance was merely superficial. Or perhaps, all fools are alike, with the only distinction being that this one was even more foolish. Snape dismissed the thought, yet a strange emptiness flickered in his heart. "You may leave now. Your friend has been saved, Kitty," Snape said, giving Karl a gentle push away before continuing deeper into the forbidden forest, for he had indeed come to gather herbs. Everything else was incidental. Awoo? Karl followed closely, now realizing it was quite late. Was Snape truly intent on gathering herbs at this hour? Wouldn't that be too exhausting? Surely, they could wait until tomorrow. However, as herb gathering required specific times and locations, it was simply not feasible to postpone until the morrow. Snape, observing the questioning gaze in Karl's eyes, instinctively blurted out a sharp retort, despite the fact that the creature was merely a feline. He pondered if he had spent too much time with Karl, leading his intellect to align with that of the creature. Why was he treating this foolish cat as if it were Karl, even engaging in conversation with it in the manner he would with Karl? Forget it. You wouldn't understand, he muttered, clenching his fists in irritation before relaxing them. He ultimately said nothing more and turned to venture further into the forbidden forest. Meanwhile, Karl hesitated, cautiously extending a paw and following Snape at a distance, keeping several meters behind him. If Snape stopped, so would he. He kept his distance, walking and pausing several times. Eventually, Snape could no longer ignore the presence of the large cat trailing behind him. "Come out." Why do you persist in following me? Snape could no longer disregard the feeling of being stalked, a sensation heightened by his acute awareness of his surroundings. If you wish to accompany me, you might as well walk directly behind me, if you must. Severus Snape was uncertain whether the spiritually attuned large feline could comprehend more of human speech, yet regardless. In response to the command, Karl manifested a delightful surprise. The moment he heard the directive, he dashed forward with an exuberant leap, nearly yearning to leap into Snape's embrace while also expressing affection by licking his face. However, upon nearing within a meter of Snape, Karl realized that his considerable size and weight might impose a burden on the man. Such a sudden impact would be no trifling matter. Thus, he abruptly halted. Snape observed the skidding cat and lowered his wand, continuing their intermittent stroll through the forest. Although spells were not an option, as a small creature with a keen sense of smell, Karl possessed an innate advantage that humans lacked. He instinctively knew which herbs thrived best. Thus, with a jubilant howl, he sniffed left and right, and upon detecting a particularly flourishing herb, he immediately vocalized a reminder for Snape. Snape was indeed captivated by Karl's find, recognizing that the herbs he discovered were not only accurate, but of remarkable quality. This pattern repeated itself several times. As the moon ascended gradually, Snape realized he had completed his task ahead of schedule, and with half of his planned endeavors already accomplished, he mused that it seemed he could enjoy a restful night. After a night of bounding about, Karl now felt a tinge of weariness. Sensing Snape's intention to depart, he deemed it appropriate for the unsung hero to make a graceful exit. With a final howl, Karl patted the ground with his paw and glanced towards the depths of the forbidden forest, conveying his sentiments through his actions. "Are you leaving?" Snape inquired, observing the small creature illuminated by moonlight, its coat a soft cream adorned with exquisite patterns, large ears complemented by mesmerizing, color-shifting eyes. From an objective standpoint, should this feline refrain from engaging in foolish antics akin to Karl's, it was undeniably beautiful. Karl nodded his feline head. After all, if Snape was departing, his presence here would be rendered futile. He nuzzled Snape's leg once more before slowly turning away, casting a lingering glance before departing with measured steps. Remarkably reminiscent of Carlos Coste, Snape mused again, every movement of the creature strikingly familiar, leaving negligible room for doubt. Yet, therein lay the greatest conundrum. If Carlos Coste truly intended to disguise his identity, he would certainly avoid such glaringly flawed performances. Hence, this could not possibly be him. However, Snape had not considered that perhaps Karl instinctively did not wish to deceive him, resulting in the simplest, rudimentary disguise born from a simplistic mind. Were he indeed Carlos Coste? What would Snape say? To prevent him from appearing foolish, Snape thought he might unleash a sharp, merciless retort. Yet, if before him stood merely a dim-witted feline that bore a semblance to Carlos Coste, what would he then do? Unconsciously, Snape extended his hand to Karl's head, gently caressing it in a swift motion before retracting his hand. Yet, he could not deny that the sensation was quite pleasant. Chapter 46, Honey Time. You did splendidly. Snape mused, likely to say, "You did splendidly," he inexplicably uttered aloud. Snape gazed at the large cat's eyes, gleaming with excitement, struggling to contain the words that threatened to spill forth. Karl nearly leapt for joy. Had he possessed human hands and feet, he would have surely danced with glee on the spot, reveling in the affectionate head pat he received, nearly unable to suppress the rumbling emanating from his throat. In truth, he did just that. Controlling his strength, Karl swiftly leaped into Snape's embrace, rubbing his head and chin against the man's chest while producing a symphony of purring sounds. He even contemplated giving Snape a lick, but quickly realized the potential harm that could ensue. His snow leopard tongue was not akin to that of an ordinary cat. This realization dampened his spirits momentarily. Wait, he just called me Karl. He recognized me as Karl. Suddenly, Karl was struck by the revelation, his entire body stiffening in an instant. But in the next moment, damn it, he resembles Coste too closely. Snape seemed somewhat vexed. Oh, never mind. Karl instantly regained his vigor. Settle down. Refrain from further foolishness. You should head home immediately, should you not? Yet, the sensation was not unpleasant, was it? After all, compared to the folly exhibited by Karl in the aftermath of such antics, the folly of a mere cat was far easier to handle. However, once those words escaped his lips, he promptly silenced himself, extricating Karl from his grasp, rising swiftly to depart. He clenched his hands tightly, almost on the verge of breaking the skin of his palms. Returning to his quarters, Snape removed his black robe, noticing white fur clinging to the fabric, a sight that seemed oddly familiar. Nevertheless, he brushed it aside. Of course, had he not forcibly suppressed his curiosity about Karl a week prior, he might have recalled that while the texture of this fur differed from the previous encounter, the color was nearly identical. It was a morning when the illustrious alchemist Carlos Coste was engrossed in his grand experiment. To avert any dangers, he had confined his pet Kai within a box, leaving nothing to hinder his endeavors. Quietly, he incorporated the last item, the shedding of the Ouroboros, into the molten syrup, carefully shaping it. The magic circle emanated a splendid pale golden hue, transitioning to blue as he meticulously recorded calculations in his notes until completing the final line, signifying the culmination of his experiment. As the magical formation concluded, the confection gradually solidified, shimmering with a blend of golden and blue colors, signaling the successful completion of his endeavor. Observing the exquisite luster, Karl felt confident that he had achieved success, having never before witnessed such resplendent hues. Eager to sample the creation, he hesitated, considering his forthcoming lunch with his beloved. This plan could wait. Before commencing the actual experiment, he needed to devise a few more intricate seals he could not yet unravel, ensuring that in the event of failure, he could prevent any erratic escape. This preliminary work could be completed swiftly. However, just as he was about to proceed, a sudden knock echoed from the door of his quarters. Could it be? Karl's eyes lit up. Surely, it was Snape come to invite him for lunch. Excitedly, he flung open the door. Karl, help us, we need assistance. Fred, just out of class, clung to the doorway, appearing to have endured an unparalleled ordeal. We're going to die? Help us. George, clinging to the doorframe beside him, mirrored his brother's plight, equally gasping for breath. TCH, Karl's once enthusiastic demeanor abruptly faded. A hint of disdain and disappointment flickered in his eyes, which Fred discerned almost instantaneously. Goodness. You actually wish we hadn't come to find you? So who were you expecting to knock? George's curiosity was palpable, even in such dire circumstances. You still choose to engage in this sequential banter? Observing the two, who feigned near collapse yet were clearly overacting, Karl bestowed upon them a withering critique. And mind your manners, children. If Snape were here, he might very well deduct points from you both for disrespecting a professor. Karl delivered this admonition with a tone that was almost preachy, yet his acting was nearly as poor as that of the Weasley twins moments prior. Alas, it was the only camaraderie they had, those seventh-year students eager to join us in our mischief. Oh, George, have you forgotten that they might also be sixth years? But surely not fifth years, right, Fred? Fred and George exchanged knowing glances. Carlos coughed. The brothers teased. All right, I concede you both have your merits. Let me think. After lunch, your first class is potions with Snape. I can certainly understand why you appear so woeful, Karl reflected, grasping the reason behind their theatrical display. If only we could truly skip class. Snape has it out for Gryffindor. Fred lamented, sounding almost like a tattletale. Indeed, he treats Slytherins and Gryffindors with stark disparity. George concurred. What have we ever done to provoke him? The brothers chimed in unison. Karl pondered briefly, then gazed into their eyes. Perhaps it's simply that your number of explosions far exceeds that of Slytherin, not to mention the nicknames you've given him. And you both teamed up with me to prank him just over 20 days ago. Karl recounted their myriad misdeeds with a touch of amusement. All right, no more of that. They said in perfect harmony. Truly, they were the epitome of twins, Karl mused internally, shrugging in resignation. I might have a word with him, though I can't promise it will be effective. Honestly, if I were your potions professor, I would likely treat you the same. Karl found it difficult to voice an opinion on this matter, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the twins' plight. If only there were a way for us to evade the next class. Perhaps we could suddenly be gravely injured, only to miraculously recover after it. The brothers were clearly concocting some mischievous scheme, and Karl couldn't help but wonder what they would be like as adults. What would they become once they matured? And further still, in their old age, would they retain their current exuberance? If they were to marry a pair of twin sisters, and have two sets of twins. Chapter 47, A Minor Mishap. Karl chuckled at this thought. Perhaps you could share in my alchemical experiments. If, and I mean if, you two were to consume this candy and revert to infancy, you would naturally be excused from class. Karl jested. What is this? George inquired, clearly hesitant to become a test subject, recalling Karl's previous tales of his alchemical mishaps. Give it to me. I want to be brave and try something new. Perhaps it will change my life for the next 40 minutes, Fred declared, appearing somewhat desperate. An alchemical candy that could randomly reverse aging or accelerate it. You might wonder how this differs from age-reversing or age-accelerating potions. The distinction lies in its ability to also reverse one's mindset to that particular time. Though the future will only simulate thought, not encompass your entirety, Karl elucidated, emphasizing that his alchemical creations were far from simple. I have conducted over 380 experiments, and this is the first that seems markedly different from the previous few hundred. I utilized the shed skin of an Ouroboros this time, Karl stated earnestly. This indicates I have an 80% chance of success. Karl gestured with his fingers to signify the number 8. And the remaining 20? Fred asked, perplexed. It's hard to say. It could lead to another form of failure, perhaps altering one's form into something unreliable, or causing rapid shifts in age, or even inducing subconscious chaos, Karl replied casually. Oh, and it might result in dementia. After all, experiments do carry risks. For a lifetime? George queried. For a lifetime, Karl replied, sporting an impish grin akin to that of a mad alchemist ensnaring subjects for experimentation. Fred and George broke out in a cold sweat. Just kidding. The worst outcome would likely be subconscious disorder and age fluctuations. At least, I've never turned into a dullard because of it, Karl assured, giving a thumbs up. Now, you two should head out. I need to conduct my experiment, Karl said, tossing the candy in his hand with theatrical flair. But what if you really do become a dullard and perish here? Fred voiced his concern. Rest assured, one must possess a certain level of competence to die in this room, Karl replied nonchalantly, collapsing onto the floor, where a blanket promptly flew to catch him. See, even if I wanted to end it all, it would be quite a challenge, Karl boasted. If he could have manifested the ears or tail of his snow leopard form in his current body, they would undoubtedly be perked up, emitting a satisfied purr. Fantastic. Let's give it a try. Fred and George exclaimed in unison, their excitement palpable. They then leaped to the ground, without a shred of hesitation or fear. What on earth are you two doing? Karl attempted to rise to stop them, knowing full well that the room was designed solely for him, and Fred and George would undoubtedly end up with bumps on their heads. But his attempts to intervene were evidently too late, for as he uttered those words, the two reckless children had already leaped. Karl could only close his mouth and lunge forward, dropping everything in his hands as he endeavored to use his small blanket to save the two fools ahead of him. With quick reflexes, Karl lunged forward. The blanket beneath him would not allow its master to come to harm, propelling him forward as he landed atop it. Fortunately, he managed to catch Fred and George. Oh yeah, successful landing. Let us do it again. Fred cheered exuberantly. This is exhilarating. If we could set up the entire Quidditch pitch like this, we could fly with a magic carpet. George's imagination was evidently boundless. You too, had I not caught you, you wouldn't just be celebrating a successful landing. You'd be facing utter disaster. Karl clambered to his feet, feeling something foreign in his mouth as he spoke, instinctively chewing, and a sweet flavor cascaded down his throat into his stomach. They were in a hurry, and Karl wished for them to leave first. Yet he soon realized that even if they did, failing to lock himself away would serve no purpose at all. It mattered little. He just hoped he would never commit any irreparable act. The consequences of his muddled consciousness were far from trivial. If he could transform into someone in their 70s or 80s, that would be acceptable, but to regress into infancy would be a true tragedy. However, Karl's luck had never been particularly favorable. Consequently, his body shrank, and his once fitted clothes now hung loosely on his frame, which appeared to have diminished almost by half. His headband fell away due to the overall reduction, leaving his hair disheveled. Karl, are you all right? Oh my goodness, you've shrunk, exclaimed Fred, his concern mingled with fascination. You're definitely an Aries, right? I remember when Mom bought a pure wool sweater, and it shrank just like that. Fred and George appeared genuinely worried. Yet their primary sentiment was one of curiosity. Otherwise, they would not have had the time to jest. Why were they so intrigued? Perhaps it was the sight of someone who looked considerably smaller than themselves, Carlos Cost. Could he possibly not have started school yet? How utterly fascinating, wouldn't you agree? Clearly not. I am an Aquarius, Karl interjected, showing no sign of discomfort, though he soon became aware that he was not in the familiar surroundings of home. Where am I? He wondered as he surveyed his surroundings. His last recollection was of his parents kissing his cheek and sending him off to his teacher. He had unknowingly drifted into slumber on the way. Yet, upon awakening, he found himself nowhere near his teacher. Hey George, this place doesn't seem dangerous at all, Fred remarked, eyeing Karl, who appeared harmless, almost wishing to pinch his cheek. I think so too. Karl's childhood face looked so soft and adorable. Hi, perhaps we could give it a little pinch. True to their nature, George articulated what his twin was thinking, as Karl gazed at the two before him. An inexplicable sense of fondness welled up within him. However, he quickly shook off this subconscious influence and swatted away the Weasley brothers' eager hands. Are you angry, Karl? Will your cheeks puff up? Fred and George chattered excitedly beside him, evidently amused by the prospect of Karl's irritation. Karl turned his head away, reluctant to engage with these two seemingly older yet surprisingly childish individuals, especially as they took pleasure in his anger. Despite the underlying fondness he felt, he would not tolerate such behavior. We'll just pinch for a moment and let go, they insisted. Yes, we won't be too rough. Fred and George dismissed his displeasure, believing Karl's feigned irritation was merely a jest, one they would soon share a laugh over. However, the next moment, Karl swiftly knocked their hands away, casting a warning glare in their direction. The once jovial expressions of Fred and George immediately turned serious. They were not oblivious to the atmosphere and realized Karl was genuinely upset. Hey, Karl, are you really angry? Fred asked, a hint of panic in his voice. In his memory, they had never witnessed such an expression on Karl's face, leaving him somewhat bewildered. "We won't pinch you. Please don't look at us like that," George added. Feeling the chill in Karl's demeanor, which was rather unsettling, Karl regarded the twins with pitying expressions, his subconscious yearning to forgive them, perhaps due to that spark of fondness. Not wishing for them to remain disheartened, especially as they seemed to recognize their mistake. They meant no harm, and there was no need for him to harbor resentment. Yet, in that fleeting moment of compassion, Karl immediately squashed it. No, he despised them. The remnants of the mature Karl could not withstand the unyielding will of the younger version of himself. "I hate you," Karl shouted, turning his head away as if to avoid seeing them. "What do we do now?" Fred and George exchanged glances, both recognizing their helplessness. They were not adept at apologizing, and few people had ever truly been angry with them. They looked at one another, feeling utterly lost. If Karl were to burst into tears and summon someone, their punishment would be doubled. After all, they had not forgotten how that candy had found its way into Karl's mouth, especially since Karl himself could not plead on their behalf. How had they previously managed to dissuade Ron from telling? It seemed they had never encountered such a situation before. The brothers searched each other's eyes, capturing a sense of despair. "Look at me, Karl. How about I make that box over there float for you?" Fred nearly exhausted himself trying to appease the child. "The levitation charm? Is that something to boast about? I've already mastered it." Karl retorted with a sidelong glance and a proud tilt of his head. "If that doesn't work, I could demonstrate the transfiguration charm," George suggested, considering that perhaps Karl had not yet mastered it. "But you know, the teacher said that at our age, if you can't turn a matchbox into a complete tea set, it's quite a failure." Karl cut George off. "Are you going to turn a complete tea set for me?" He blinked his large eyes, appearing innocent. Yet a hint of malice could be discerned for those who looked closely. Like an overly playful kitten, he might find his actions harmless, but to others, they could be quite cruel. As Fred and George's expressions darkened in an instant, especially under Karl's pitifully mocking gaze, they felt a surge of frustration. Damn it! Had Karl always been this difficult? Their resolve hardened, fists clenched, yet they could not genuinely retaliate. They continued their attempts to placate him for nearly 20 minutes. But without exception, each effort was met with rejection and a playful rebuttal, leaving Karl with no intention of forgiving them. In the end, the eloquent George and Fred found themselves parched and hoarse from their efforts. Just then, a knock sounded at the door, and Fred and George let out a sigh of relief. They were saved. Who had arrived? If this new arrival could placate Karl, they would be free of their worries. "Carlos Cost, I believe you are late. Do you have any idea how long past 12 it is?" Snape entered, his tone tinged with impatience, causing the Weasley twins' hearts to leap into their throats. They were doomed. What had turned into a challenging predicament had now morphed into a hellish ordeal. The troublesome Karl combined with the old bat was enough to spell their doom. The expressions on Fred and George's faces were nearly etched in stone. "You," Snape halted mid-sentence, his gaze shifting from the expected face to the clearly distressed Fred and George. "What are you two doing here?" Snape's eyes slowly closed, and his speech was deliberate, as if he were torturing Fred and George. The narrowing of his eyes resembled the beam of a spotlight, illuminating the two of them. "There has been a minor mishap," Fred remarked, noting that they blocked Karl's view, thus rendering him invisible from Snape's perspective. "Indeed, a minor mishap," George echoed Fred's sentiments. "What kind of mishap? Did Coster blow up half the classroom?" "I didn't notice anything amiss as I approached," Snape pondered, assuming Karl had hidden away and instinctively suspecting the boy had committed some wrongdoing. "Well, since he chose to conceal himself," Snape sneered slightly, preparing to turn and leave. As Snape turned to make his escape, Fred and George's eyes widened in alarm. If Snape truly got away, they would have to confront the diminutive Karl. This was utterly tragic. They could not simply abandon someone who appeared so small and helpless. The only option left was to disregard the old bat's fierce gaze and thrust Karl into Snape's arms, thereby resolving two significant troubles in one fell swoop. What sparks might fly between the seemingly troublesome Karl and the genuinely formidable Snape was beyond their contemplation. Fred and George exchanged knowing glances, each finding the same solution reflected in the other's eyes. "Excellent, brother, you think as I do." In perfect unison, they lifted Karl from behind and swiftly pushed him towards Snape, quickly retreating a step to establish distance. Karl's alchemical experiment failed, and this is the result. Fred hastily distanced himself from the responsibility. "Professor Snape, you are Karl's friend, aren't you?" George seized the moral high ground. "So this innocent, shrunken version of Karl is now entrusted to you." Fred continued the charade. "We simply cannot pacify him." George lamented their predicament. "Thank you for your kindness. We must take our leave. We haven't even had lunch." The brothers exclaimed in unison, hastening out the door with remarkable speed, leaving Karl, dazed from the double act, and Snape exchanging glances. Chapter 49. The malevolent bat catches a young snow leopard. Karl blinked in disbelief. He never anticipated that these unreliable brothers would truly abandon him. He was still trying to comprehend what had transpired. He had intended to wait another 10 minutes for them to placate him, after which he might reluctantly forgive them. But now he thought better of it in light of their cowardice. Despite harboring a slight fondness for the twin brothers, their audacity to flee left him indignant. Now, all he could do was gaze up at Snape, standing before him. The man before him could hardly be described as handsome, especially compared to his father. In fact, his demeanor was gloomy, his complexion pale, and his black eyes appeared rather intimidating, certainly not the type to endear himself to a child. Yet, Karl felt no urge to cry. Rather, he found himself wanting to extend his arms, eagerly inviting the man to embrace him. It seemed that the twins' departure had turned out to be a positive twist for him. Embrace me. Thus, Karl did just that, opening his arms wide, eyes sparkling with anticipation for the man to lift him, feeling inexplicably elated. Have you shrunk in size, or has your brain diminished along with it? Or are your legs broken? If you wish to eat, you ought to come along, Mr. Coster, Snape remarked, observing Karl's outstretched arms with a sense of foreboding. Suspecting that the child intended to engage in some foolish antics due to his youthful appearance. Nevertheless, Snape raised his hand and cast a transformation spell to resize Karl's clothing appropriately, for in his current state, he was liable to trip over his own garments. The child may be foolish, but he himself was not. Karl stood in stunned silence, incredulity etched across his face, as he seemed shocked into silence by Snape's cold words, momentarily overlooking everything else. If you won't embrace me, then why act so sternly? Do you truly believe I yearn for your embrace? Karl erupted, his indignation akin to a small creature defending its territory from an intruder. I don't want you to hold me. You are far less appealing than my father. Karl nearly voiced his thoughts, but the words stuck in his throat, refusing to escape. What have you done to me? Why can't I curse you? Karl was utterly astonished. If you embrace me, I might. He attempted to scold Snape further, but the words he sought to unleash were entangled in his throat. Karl was at his wit's end. What was happening? Snape had intended to turn and leave. But upon hearing Karl's angry voice, words the boy would never typically utter, his heart skipped a beat. And he felt a profound discomfort at the genuine distaste and anger conveyed in Karl's tone. Coster. Snape turned back, tentatively calling out to the irate Karl. You are not permitted to call me that. Not my surname, either. Karl was furious, uncertain of why he felt this way. But he recognized that this man was insufferable. Yet, when he opened his mouth, the word hate eluded him, inciting further frustration. He must have cast some spell upon me. Karl thought vehemently, as the instinctive affection and joy he had felt shifted into embarrassment and anger at Snape's rejection, transforming into genuine animosity when he found himself unable to voice his grievances. But amidst this tempest of emotions, a flicker of fondness for Snape lingered in his heart. Thus, Karl shuffled away, striving to distance himself from Snape, further and further away. How old are you this year? Snape narrowed his eyes, uncertainly inquiring. I won't tell you. Karl retreated further, truly wishing to evade the man, as the conflicting feelings of affection and disdain created an uncomfortable tension within him. You appear to be no older than 6, Snape remarked, glancing at Karl's diminutive frame. Nonsense. I am already 7, Karl retorted instinctively, unwilling to let this annoying individual belittle him. Snape felt a headache coming on. He had initially thought that Karl's physical shrinkage was solely due to his failed alchemy. But now it appeared that the boy's psychological age had also diminished. Despite the headache, his heart felt surprisingly lighter and at ease. Why? Perhaps subconsciously. He recognized that this was a 7-year-old Karl, not the present version, though he may not consciously acknowledge this. Very well, little baby Karl, cease your petulance. You must be quite hungry now, so why reject a meal, even if you seem disinclined to be in my company? Snape, of course, could not adopt a soothing tone, even with the child's current diminutive stature, and his voice bore an undercurrent of mockery. I am not hungry. I refuse to have lunch with you. Karl let out a slight grunt before turning his head away, deliberately avoiding Snape's gaze. However, the prospect of lunch proposed by Snape made Karl acutely aware of his hunger, as he felt the emptiness in his stomach and the tasteless void in his mouth clamoring for sustenance, even prompting a copious secretion of saliva. Yet, he harbored a disdain for Snape. Nevertheless, the allure of lunch presented him with a quandary. If only the man would indulge him just a little, he would undoubtedly relent, despite his aversion. Yes, indeed. That was it. Karl cast a furtive glance at Snape, thinking to himself, oh, is that so? Then never mind. Snape's demeanor was as inscrutable as ever, his expression devoid of emotion as he observed Karl, who seemed poised to leave. Karl stared in astonishment at Snape, unable to fathom that the man truly would not indulge him, even for a moment. After all, the Weasley twins had persisted in appeasing him for over 20 minutes. But Snape, he had outright rejected Karl not once, but twice. To preserve his dignity, Karl felt compelled to resist. He stifled the gnawing hunger within him. Despite being acutely aware of his need for food, I imagine lunch will feature lamb chops and tender steaks, drizzled with delectable sauces, along with sandwiches laden with condiments. And perhaps caramel pudding or sugar-free desserts. Of course, I recall the delightful marinated chicken legs prepared by the house elves recently. Snape's deep, deliberate voice enumerated a plethora of dishes, each more enticing than the last, further igniting Karl's ravenous appetite and eliciting more saliva. Yet, this loathsome man. But the food was so enticing. Karl's mind was a battleground of conflicting thoughts when, at that moment, Snape exited the room with little hesitation. Chapter 50, You'd better be. Wait for me. I want lunch. Driven by the emptiness in his stomach, Karl had no choice but to rise and pursue Snape, who had not strayed far. As Karl stepped outside, he caught sight of Snape's silhouette, seemingly waiting for him. But Karl questioned whether he was truly being awaited. After all, this was a man who appeared to harbor little fondness for him. Why would he be waiting? Give me your hand. Don't get lost, Snape instructed, lowering his hand. His expression remained impassive, devoid of any emotional turbulence. Yet his words confirmed that Karl had not misjudged the situation. He was indeed waiting for him. I can manage on my own, Karl retorted, turning his head away defiantly. He remained sulky, still reeling from being rebuffed twice. Even when offered a lifeline, he insisted on stretching his words, attempting to project an air of self-sufficiency. Snape regarded Karl, who stubbornly averted his gaze, and thought that the usual Karl would have jumped up in surprise. Yet now, Karl seemed disinclined to display any joy over his actions, a realization that dawned on Snape. If he did not intervene, Karl would remain inactive, perhaps even distance himself further. Why must it be at this moment? Snape mused inwardly, stifling a derisive snort. He wished that Karl could maintain such a demeanor more often. It would certainly afford him more peace. Yet, the boy was still just a child, and allowing him to wander alone in the castle was perilous. Suppressing his unease, Snape quickly grasped Karl's wrist, guiding him forward. After all, he was a child, and thus, this was necessary. Yes, precisely so. Let go of my hand, Karl protested, straining to break free, but it was as though his hand were bound. Much like the words he had previously held back, he had no desire to relinquish Snape's grasp. He could only shout, impotently unable to act. If you wish to tumble down the stairs and become a mere smear, I can certainly release you, Snape threatened, yet continued to hold onto Karl's hand. Today is truly uncanny, Karl thought to himself, finding himself in a peculiar situation surrounded by a host of strange individuals. While he subconsciously felt no aversion to this place, he adamantly refused to accept it in this manner. Unable to shake off Snape's hand, he lowered his head, seething in silence, attempting to suffocate Snape with his silence. The two walked in silence to the dining hall, both unaccustomed to the quiet, Karl due to his normally loquacious nature being stifled, while Snape seemed unaccustomed to the silence that accompanied Karl's presence. You should open your mouth and partake of the food, yes? Snape remarked as he positioned Karl beside a chair, initiating conversation, albeit in a manner that was awkwardly jarring. After speaking, he settled into the adjacent chair and smoothly recited Karl's usual order, ultimately placing one for himself as well. Karl laboriously climbed onto the chair, his eyes lighting up at the sight of his favorite dishes spread before him. He immediately seized a fork and began to eat voraciously. Initially, he was solely focused on his meal, but as his hunger began to wane, he found himself with more energy to observe Snape. Karl stole glances at Snape, whose expression remained dark and his skin appeared pallid, though his cheeks were not as gaunt, still bearing an unhealthy pallor, and his demeanor was decidedly unfriendly. However, once the momentary embarrassment faded, Karl found himself yearning for Snape's embrace once more. This sudden thought left Karl feeling awkward. But how could he possibly ask Snape for such a thing in this situation? He resolutely refused to entertain such notions. With that thought, Karl averted his gaze from Snape, returning to his meal. The lunch was markedly quieter than usual. Even when Snape raised his head to glance at Karl, he did not see those blue eyes gazing back. Nor did he receive a smile in return. The silence persisted throughout the meal. Snape had initially intended to take Karl to see Dumbledore, believing the headmaster would be more adept at handling a child. However, as he prepared to do so, he abruptly remembered that Dumbledore was attending a meeting at the Ministry of Magic and was not in Hogwarts at that moment. Thus, he was left to manage this troublesome child alone. Listen closely, Karl cautioned. I will escort you to class, but you must not cause me any trouble, otherwise, you will certainly regret it, Snape warned as he led Karl by the hand toward the potions classroom. He threatened Karl with his words, but regrettably, the boy, who was refusing to engage with him, seemed oblivious to the warning. You had better remember your behavior today, Snape thought, almost amused by Karl's obstinacy. He had never realized that young Karl was more challenging to deal with than the current Karl, even more willful. My memory is exceptionally sharp, I never forget, Karl, indifferent, let out a hum, seemingly brimming with a touch of pride. Oh, is that so? You had better be. What he received in return was a non-committal, icy smirk from Snape, but there was also something else, undoubtedly something more. Snape's voice was particularly smooth and melodious. If Karl were his true self at that moment, he would likely sense the concealed delight nestled within Snape's words. It seemed as though Snape was anticipating something, perhaps the expression on Karl's face when he regained his memories. That would undoubtedly be a spectacle. Chapter 51, Utter Neglect. Contrary to Snape's expectations, upon entering the classroom, Karl did not cause him any trouble. He sat quietly on a small stool beside the podium, almost on the verge of dozing off. Suddenly, Snape recalled Karl's earlier remarks about how, in his first and second years, his potions grades were merely scraping by. It appeared the boy was not lying. At 7 years old, he displayed no interest in potions whatsoever, opting instead to succumb to slumber rather than watch the cauldron stir. This, in fact, brought Snape a modicum of satisfaction. Should Karl create chaos, hurling vials and jars around the classroom, there was little Snape could genuinely do about it. After all, Karl was not a true student. Beneath the podium, Fred and George were concocting potions, whispering amongst themselves, unable to fathom how such a troublesome Karl could be so docile in Snape's presence. Was Snape truly adept at handling children? Fred and George found it hard to believe, for he did not appear to be that type at all. The class passed in serene silence, and the troublesome scenarios Snape had envisioned did not materialize. Karl was far quieter than he had imagined. Perhaps he was simply fatigued, or his current form rendered him drowsy. Snape gently patted Karl's shoulder, and to his surprise, the boy slumped down. Had Snape not intervened, he might have toppled forward, crashing against the podium and sustaining a painful bump. Thus, Snape half-crouched, raising his hand to slowly support Karl's head. Karl seemed devoid of suspicion, leaning against Snape's hand, his lips curving into a faint smile. It was reminiscent of times past, a smile that radiated warmth, almost scorching enough to incinerate, but in this context, devoid of hostility. Snape perhaps momentarily grasped the essence of that warmth. After all, why else would he also be smiling? It seemed that since Karl's arrival, at least during their interactions, Snape felt less numb, even amidst irritation and sharp words. No longer was he numb, nor was he in pain. In just over a month, he had transformed this way. Occasionally, even during his work, he found himself pondering how things would be if Carlos Cost was present. Yet, Snape quickly brushed these thoughts aside, just as he overlooked the fact that he was smiling and the curiosity he held towards Carlos Cost. He believed that by ignoring everything, those things would cease to exist. Snape swiftly retracted his hand as Karl, disturbed by the previous jolt, opened his eyes. His blue irises reflected a hint of confusion but soon brightened, albeit only slightly, as he became aware of Snape's half-embrace. His consciousness, engulfed by sleepiness, retained only a smidgen of subconsciousness, which naturally harbored a fondness for severe Snape. This subconsciousness, even in slumber, endeavored to prevent any harm to Snape, playing a crucial role between the realms of wakefulness and dreams. Embrace, Karl extended his hand, yearning once more for Snape's embrace, driven by a pure, soulful affection. Do you know what you were saying? You just refused to let me hold you, Snape chuckled lightly, attempting to bring Karl's rationality back to the present. But I want a hug. Karl's expression appeared utterly forlorn, his innocent blue eyes gazing at Snape, rendering any refusal nearly impossible. He continued to extend his arms, seeking the embrace. Very well, you win. Sleep well, Cost. Snape lifted the half-awake Karl. The boy's weight was so light that he could easily manage him with one hand. Karl, nestled in Snape's arms, quickly drifted back to sleep. Snape was unable to return such a Karl to his own quarters, so he carried him to his own resting place. He repeatedly reminded himself that it was merely due to a small incident today. Yet, perhaps the reality was different. Was it true that ignoring something meant it did not exist? As Karl's consciousness gradually faded, he awoke to find it was morning, and he was back to normal. Filled with elation, his candy had finally been perfected. The results were remarkably promising, lasting nearly an afternoon. By merely reducing the dosage to 3 hours, or even less, he could produce these candies as toys, ensuring they would sell exceptionally well, thus allowing him to earn galleons from wizards. Karl stretched luxuriously before recalling the events of the previous day, including the Weasley twins he had toyed with. Oh, that part was delightful. He needed to document it thoroughly, preferably in a memory vial, for Fred and George's expressions would surely be priceless. Karl mused contentedly. How difficult it must have been for them, before that incident. He had indeed been quite headstrong and far less agreeable than he was now, with a particularly sharp tongue. Nevertheless, it was their own fault for mischief. This was their just punishment. And then Snape arrived. No, wait. Snape. Karl suddenly recalled Snape's words. Is that so? You had better be. What had he said then? He seemed to have boasted about his excellent memory, proclaiming he would never forget. Karl felt an overwhelming urge to bang his head against a pillar to forget this moment. He knew that unleashing his childhood self would bring nothing but trouble. It was a reckless sprint back to chaos. Just as expected of him, Karl felt as though he were gasping for air. "You seem to have slept quite well." Carlos coughed. Caught in a whirlwind of emotions, Karl's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by Snape's voice. Professor Snape, why are you here?" Karl slowly raised his hand. Assuming he was in his own quarters, having been lost in thought and neglecting to observe his surroundings. "Think again about whose space this truly is. And why you are here," Snape replied with a cold smirk, clearly indicating that someone had entirely forgotten how he had clung to Snape's robes, insisting on returning to the cellar with him, and how he had been unwilling to leave thereafter. Chapter 52. I seem to like you more. So it was my own stubbornness that brought me here. Well, that changes everything. Karl blinked, appearing relaxed and cheerful as he spoke. Yet internally he harbored a tinge of guilt. "Your definition of yourself is remarkably precise. It seems you've managed to recall it," he replied. Snape's mocking tone struck Karl like a bolt of lightning, causing him to feel a pang in his chest. He continued to search through the fragmented memories in his mind. For after a night's sleep, the events of the previous day felt dreamlike. He pondered what he had witnessed, a version of himself who had requested a hug but was callously denied. A small imp thrown into a volcanic crater whose mouth would float in the magma, and a hand that had been extended toward him. Karl's previously awkward expression momentarily froze. In that fleeting moment, he realized something significant, and an overwhelming joy surged within him, banishing his earlier embarrassment to the farthest reaches of his mind. "Oh, I believe I've remembered at least a large part of it. Thank you, Mr. Snape," he exclaimed, his entire sentence brimming with elation and happiness. Snape could almost perceive the triumphant tail of Karl's soul wagging through his smug demeanor. An unsettling premonition washed over him, based on his experience. Such ominous feelings often manifested into reality when dealing with Karl. "Are you thanking me for not truly sending you to the nearest place suitable for a vagabond under such fitting circumstances?" Snape articulated this with a tone so sharp, disdainful, and sardonic that it would be unbearable for any ordinary person. Yet Karl was evidently no ordinary individual. During his university days in Austria, he was invariably placed in the second class. "If you wish for me to divulge that information, then come a little closer," Karl said. A slow smile curling at the corners of his lips, his eyes revealing a hint of determination. His beckoning fingers seemed to carry an enchanting allure, especially as the motion caused a slight slip of his bedding. Against the backdrop of the dark covers, Karl's skin appeared almost blindingly pale. It was clear he desired Snape to approach. Evidently, he seemed to be enticing him, whether intentionally or not. "I do not wish to know. And you should now put on your clothes and leave my cellar." Snape enunciated each word with precision, his restrained expression and suppressed tone allowing everyone to sense his simmering anger. "So, you notice that I'm actually in a vacuum down below? My clothes have burst due to growth." Karl raised his hand, still clutching the tattered remnants of a shirt that seemed utterly unwearable. "Clearly, I want you to wear your clothes." "Cost." Snape nearly laughed in fury, turning his head sharply away, refusing to gaze at Karl's deliberately exposed skin. "But I no longer have any clothes." Karl feigned innocence, adopting a pitiful expression. "You should have learned the restoration spell in your first year." Snape's tone was far from pleasant. "Oh dear, I can't believe I forgot that. Could you lend me your wand for a moment?" Karl rose, leaning forward as a wand was almost rudely dropped onto his lap. "Here," Snape exclaimed, wishing to turn and leave immediately, but the next moment, he heard an ominous sound behind him. Karl was uttering a spell that did not belong to the restoration incantation, but rather, vanishing spell. Snape heard Karl pronounce the incantation. Turning swiftly, he saw Karl's pale hand gripping his wand, directing it at the fragments of clothing with the vanishing spell. Snape rushed forward, intent on snatching the wand from Karl, fully aware of the perilous nature of using such a spell in his disoriented state right after waking. "Do you realize what you are doing?" Snape's hand grasped his wand, attempting to reclaim it, but simultaneously, his hand brushed against Karl's. "Oh, my apologies, Mr. Snape. I confused the vanishing spell with the restoration spell." "How dreadful!" Karl exclaimed, yet his expression bore no semblance of distress. Rather, it radiated the glee of a schemer whose plans had succeeded. "I must thank you for your concern. I appreciate your worry for my safety," Karl winked, his eyes glinting with a sense of victory. "Clearly, I am not worried about you. I am merely lamenting your foolishness," Snape scoffed, attempting to wrest the wand from Karl's grip. "Very well, I shall pretend it is as you say," Karl replied nonchalantly, yet his fingers remained tightly wrapped around the wand, preventing Snape from exerting too much force to reclaim it. "But I believe I mentioned that I would tell you why I am thanking you if you came closer. Are you certain you do not wish to hear?" Karl's voice was akin to a delicate hook, his words almost melodic, inciting an irresistible urge within. Snape's grip faltered momentarily, Are you truly willing to forfeit this opportunity now that you are so close? Karl continued, slowly loosening his hold on the wand, then raising a finger to gently tug at Snape's collar. I want to thank you for stopping me when I was being quite rude. I want to thank you for holding my hand when I said I didn't want you to. I want to thank you for taking me to class, even if it seemed you were somewhat reluctant. I want to thank you for not rejecting me when I awoke and desperately desired a hug. And lastly, this must be your bed, reeking of potions, almost marinated in the scent, and it appears to be freshly laundered bedding. So where did you sleep last night? I suspect that a bed conjured by a transformation spell isn't particularly comfortable, or did you manage to make do with the desk all night? Karl's voice was slow and gentle, his eyes sparkling with excitement and warmth. He tugged at Snape's collar, then rose slightly to place a soft kiss on his cheek. Thank you, dear. You are so gentle. I believe I like you even more, Karl murmured softly in Snape's ear, his voice like the most exquisite melody. But Snape could only hear a thunderous roar in his ears, accompanied by a ringing sound, as though he had been struck by a barrage of sensations. Finally, he stiffly turned to glance at Karl, who sat obediently wrapped in bedding. What are you doing, Carlos Cost? Oh, I suppose, Mr. Snape, I did not make a sound. Did I? A kiss on the cheek is within the bounds of normal social interaction, is it not? Snape's expression was as expected, and Karl had anticipated Snape would likely be infuriated, yet that no longer mattered. He could always apologize later. In that moment of impulse, it was challenging to restrain himself. However, this did not prevent him from feigning innocence. Karl widened his eyes, appearing like a genuinely innocent soul. Chapter 53, Clothes. A spurious argument. If your brain were as agile as your tongue, you would never commit such an act. Snape struggled to break free, swiftly stepping back. I have no clothes left, so please lend me a set of yours. Karl sat up without a hint of hesitation, neglecting to respond to Snape's words. Instead, he feigned innocence, reaching out as if to request clothing from Snape, paying no mind to the black blanket that had slipped from his upper body. Since your clothes have vanished, why not use a transfiguration spell? My goodness. Snape scoffed, incredulous. They were wizards after all. He could hardly believe that Karl would be foolish enough to lack the ability to conjure a mere garment. Are you serious? The only thing suitable at the moment is this blanket. Are you suggesting I transform it into clothing and remain completely bare? Karl exclaimed in astonishment. Who would have guessed that beneath your refined exterior lay a wild heart? He teased playfully. You get out. Take your belongings from my cellar and never return. Snape retorted sharply, hastily rummaging through his wardrobe and throwing a pile of clothes at Karl before slamming the door behind him. It seemed his gentleness was a limited-time offer. However, the plan had succeeded. Karl picked up the clothes that had fallen atop him, slowly forming a scissor gesture with his fingers. As he surveyed the garments, he found them lacking in personal style, ultimately settling on a pair of black trousers and a somewhat worn shirt. After dressing, he emerged to find Snape still seated. Not having fled, he was grateful that Snape had chosen his own room yesterday. Had it been his lounge, he might not have encountered the man at all, likely having bolted long ago. However, if it had been his own lounge, he could hardly exile himself. I'm leaving now, Karl ventured cautiously. Take your time. No need for farewells, Snape replied coldly, his gaze directed downward, seemingly lost in thought. His hair cascaded over his shoulders, and the candlelight barely illuminated the dark cellar, casting a dim glow upon Snape's face that did little to warm his brooding expression. Karl sensed an urge to act. He initially intended to depart without voicing his underlying hopes and speculations, but his resolve faltered in Snape's presence, compelling him to engage in reckless behavior. Some thoughts, which ought to remain unspoken, could, paradoxically, work to his advantage. But do you truly feel nothing for me? Karl approached, placing his hand atop Snape's book, blinking innocently as he obstructed Snape's gaze from the text, redirecting his attention to himself. Snape slowly lifted his head, meeting Karl's wide, innocent eyes. Karl's seemingly naive demeanor could easily disarm one. Had Snape forgotten his recent folly, he might have been genuinely deceived by that innocent expression, provided, of course, that his mind had not been devoured by the boggart. Not at all. Not even the slightest inkling. Carlos Cost, if your vision aligns with your sight, you would see it clearly. Snape's voice was suddenly intense, fervently rebutting Karl's insinuation. He seemed desperate to ignite his anger, believing that by losing his composure, he could once again twist Carlos Cost's veiled confession into a jest. Can I interpret that as you complimenting the beauty of my eyes? Karl responded lazily, lacing his words with a hint of mockery as he gently tapped the book. Snape abruptly fell silent. Ha ha, I was merely jesting, Karl chuckled, effortlessly steering the conversation away from the awkward topic. But why are you so kind to me when I seem to be in trouble? It almost makes me feel as though you've fallen for me. Yet, it was evident that Karl had no intention of letting Snape off the hook easily. As he pivoted to another topic, his eyes sparkled, and had there been more light in the room, they would have shone even more brilliantly. Clearly, it's because the Weasley twins fled from your torment. Or do you truly believe it's right for me to cast you out to wander the streets? If they're essay next time, I'll consider it. Snape's voice was as frigid as ice. Oh, is that your sense of responsibility? Your concern for me stems from duty, Karl remarked, a hint of realization lacing his tone, tinged with a touch of melancholy. Evidently, Snape replied, following Karl's lead. But I doubt you feel such a sense of responsibility towards those Weasley twins, do you? Karl countered with a mischievous glint in his eye, his earlier despondency vanishing, replaced by exuberance. Or, to put it another way, do you possess a unique sense of responsibility towards me? His words were delivered with a rhythmic cadence, each syllable deliberate and compelling. Snape's sharp retorts faltered, momentarily silenced. I'm so delighted, Mr. Snape, Karl beamed, his smile radiant. Even as he leaned against the table with an air of nonchalance, his striking blue eyes imbued him with an almost boundless vitality. Mr. Snape, you truly adore reading. Karl articulated, each word measured. Have you ever read The Art of Loving? It's a Muggle book, yet it's truly remarkable, Karl continued, turning his head as he raised his hand to form an imaginary frame, symbolizing the shape of a book. Written by Eric Fromm, his interpretations of love are splendid, Mr. Snape. Karl yearned to share everything he cherished with Snape, including his favorite books and his understanding of love. This book conveys that the emergence of mature love is accompanied by 4 essential elements: care, responsibility, respect, and understanding. It teaches that love is not about being loved, but about loving. Love is an act of giving. Karl spoke slowly, unperturbed by the possibility that Snape might flee mid-sentence. Even if he did, Karl would ensure he finished his thoughts, driven by an overwhelming desire to express them, even if it seemed unwise at that moment. He had always been a headstrong individual, and that trait persisted into adulthood. Yet, during this past month, I occasionally feel defeated. Though most of the time I maintain a positive outlook, Karl said with a light-hearted tone, even as he spoke of his struggles, his demeanor betraying no trace of negativity. The source of his frustration stemmed from Snape's apparent reluctance to take any initiative. Understanding me, respecting me, those are within my control. I can actively allow you to know me. I can strive to shine brightly enough for you to respect me. Karl exuded confidence in his ability to command attention and admiration. He believed he could be so dazzling that others would inevitably come to understand him. He could be so exceptional that respect would be unavoidable. He held firm to the belief that he could earn the understanding and respect of all. Convinced that even his adversaries would concede, acknowledging him as a remarkable individual. Karl would always think this way. However, genuine care and responsibility are not rewards one can claim through mere brilliance. These qualities cannot be demanded through logic. They often elude even the most earnest efforts. But I can never fathom how to elicit your concern or instill a sense of responsibility within you, for those are products of your own volition, beyond my control. He mused, his tone softening as a hint of genuine worry crept in. But that has changed now. You just openly acknowledge that your concern for me is rooted in responsibility. Karl's gaze shifted towards Snape, a wave of elation washing over him. I am utterly delighted. I did nothing but indulge in my alchemical confectionery experiments. And then he appeared. Karl's joy was radiant, his smile bright as the sun. Yet, Snape's response was curt, cost. There is no possibility I could ever harbor feelings for you. Never. He almost recoiled from that sunny countenance, realizing with a pang that Karl's feelings were genuine. And he regretted having hastily acquiesced to that request. But just 3 months remained, after which they would no longer be entangled. He felt no obligation towards Karl's affections, having already paid for his own mistakes, and he certainly did not harbor any fondness for Carlos Cost. We have merely 3 months, and that's final. Snape's conclusion was starkly cold, defining the parameters of Karl's affection. I could never like you, Cost. That is merely your delusion, all of it a figment of your imagination. Snape reiterated, his tone devoid of warmth, resolute and bland, as if stating an undeniable fact. Karl's heart jolted painfully. He believed that even if Snape vehemently contradicted him, he could brush it off with a smile, for he could perceive the underlying concern in Snape's emotions. But if he did so, he would be calmly negating every part of himself. This was decidedly troubling. Karl felt a twinge of pain in his heart, pinpointing its location with unsettling accuracy. Taking a deep breath, he declared, not necessarily severe as Snape. Just you wait. Karl exhaled, casting aside the flicker of unease within him, his gaze now filled with determination. I told you, I like you very much so. I shall persist in my pursuit, and you have 2 months to accept my affections. He mentally calculated the time. It's less than 2 months, Cost, Snape restated. All right, a month plus many days. Forgive me for not wishing to describe it as less than. I wish to make our time together seem more ample. Karl chuckled, his words devoid of any hint of disappointment, appearing to be in perfect emotional harmony. "Remember what you said today?" Snape found the phrase oddly familiar, but before he could dwell on it, Karl continued, "It sounds familiar, doesn't it? You once uttered it, so I shall return this sentiment to you, verbatim. If you ever find yourself in love with me, should you ever wish to kiss me, I shall repeat your words in that moment. For that is what you deserve." Karl playfully jested. "I will wash your clothes and return them to you. Lastly, I truly like you. I am not jesting," Karl reiterated, feeling that without this affirmation, Snape might overlook it. "Severus Snape, see you tomorrow." As he slowly opened the cellar door, Karl added, "Oh, and do not think you can evade me. If you truly do not harbor feelings for me, you should not shy away." Just before departing, he recalled the bat's aversion to light and its instinct to flee. "Do not harbor guilt." His voice carried a playful lilt. "But if you wish to avoid me, I welcome it. It would bring me joy, as it might indicate you have a modicum of affection for me." In the end, he cast aside any trace of disappointment, reverting to his usual demeanor. Snape found himself at a loss for a similar farewell. Indeed, he was eager to avoid the being known as Cost. His fists clenched tightly, likely out of anger. Anger towards the whimsical Carlos Cost, towards the erroneous affection, and towards the assertion that if one did not like another, one should not avoid them. This left him bereft of legitimate means. Unbeknownst to Snape, Karl remained blissfully unaware of his turmoil, humming cheerfully as he returned to his quarters. His alchemical endeavors had triumphed completely, requiring only brief adjustments, such as streamlining the process to minimize prolonged chaos. Safety considerations must also be factored in to ensure stability. He mused that if he perfected everything, it would make for a splendid prank device. Chapter 55, Karl the Cat returns. During lunchtime, Karl arrived at the dining hall well in advance, seemingly unperturbed by the earlier awkward encounter, even anticipating Snape's arrival. After what felt like an eternity of waiting, he finally spotted the figure he longed to see, cloaked in black robes, exuding the same captivating charm. However, it was evident that Snape was reluctant to face Karl after the morning's events. His glance at Karl almost halted his stride. He pondered whether to approach. But before he could decide, Karl had already exited the hall, confidently drawing near to Snape and slowly uttering a provocative remark. "Are you suggesting that you are feeling guilty?" A smile danced at the corners of Karl's mouth, his resolute demeanor radiant, akin to the sun, rendering Snape's attempts at rebuke utterly ineffective. "Certainly not. Good afternoon, Carlos Cost." Snape replied with a sardonic smirk, his expression unyielding as he greeted Karl. Yet, Karl sensed otherwise, noting Snape's firm grip on his name. This was undeniably alluring, and had circumstances permitted, he would relish hearing his name uttered in such a manner at any location. However, Karl withheld his thoughts, choosing not to aggravate Snape's evident displeasure. Even if teasing him was entertaining, there must be limits. "What would you like to eat for lunch?" "As per usual. And what do you suppose I desire?" "You? That is irrelevant to me. But you are aware, aren't you? Otherwise, you wouldn't have managed to articulate it so smoothly yesterday." Their exchange continued. But upon mentioning the previous day's events, Snape immediately fell silent, elegantly withdrawing, leaving Karl with only his departing silhouette and the fleeting glimpse of a sleeve. "Well, at least you are still willing to converse with me," Karl called after him, mumbling to himself. One evening, under a moon that shone brilliantly, casting light through the gaps in the forbidden forest's branches, the ambience was inviting. Yet, the terrain remained treacherous. The depths of the forest were overgrown, offering scant footing, the only navigable path being a narrow trail marked by footsteps, while jutting branches frequently obstructed the way. Nevertheless, Snape pressed on. There were no better alternatives. However, the white leopard appeared to be arriving fashionably late. As Snape contemplated this, rustling sounds erupted from the thicket nearby. In the past, such sounds would have roused his vigilance. This time, however, alongside his caution was a flicker of secret anticipation. The large white cat, which had frequently approached him during his herb gathering, seemed to be following him once more, just as it was now. The thicket rustled softly, and in a fleeting moment, a white head emerged, adorned with striking blue eyes and a coat of black and white fur. "Good evening, Karl," Snape greeted with an expressionless demeanor. The reason for addressing the creature as Karl stemmed from the cat's peculiar belief that this was its name, a result of several misnomers. Well, not just a few, quite a number, in fact. Upon reflection, however, there was nothing inherently wrong with the name Karl, at the very least. It was far more conventional than those typically assigned by Hagrid. Snape observed as the large white cat effortlessly gnawed through the obstructive branches, discarding them carelessly to the side. Following this, the exuberant feline lunged towards him, rubbing against his trousers and rolling onto the ground, exposing its belly. All Snape could do was pat the cat's head, attempting to maintain his composure in the face of such feline affection. "All right, Karl, No more of this capriciousness. I must complete today's task with utmost urgency. As Hagrid is seeking me, Snape stated flatly. The feline, known as Karl, immediately perked up, transitioning into a mode of herb-seeking, appearing both eager and endearing, and moving with remarkable speed. After all, he was keen to assist Snape in resolving his sleep issues. The latter's usual brooding demeanor was undoubtedly linked to his nocturnal habits. Following Karl's assistance, Snape's frown had noticeably diminished, though his expressions of irritation had markedly increased, as Snape regarded the dutiful and affectionate Karl. He found it hard to fathom the existence of another creature so similar in nature. Yet, the cat Karl was evidently far more manageable. When the large feline approached him with a prized herb in its mouth, Snape was instantly reminded of a certain co-star. With that sickly sweet smile and the kind of endearments one might utter after consuming a pound of expired chocolate. Meanwhile, Karl remained blissfully unaware of Snape's complex thoughts. Perhaps he could typically sense them, but in his current state of diminished intellect, he was wholly absorbed in the joy of being able to assist Snape. Just recently, following an awkward morning where Karl had confessed his affection, he had nearly found himself on Snape's blacklist. However, due to a prior agreement and a need to prove his innocence, Snape had refrained from fully severing ties with Karl. While in human form, any affectionate gestures would lead to torment, but in animal form, the dynamics were different. With the herb triumphantly held in his mouth, Karl proudly placed it in Snape's palm. Eagerly observing the instant flicker of joy in Snape's eyes upon recognizing the herb, Karl was elated. Even more so when Snape, after securing the herb, affectionately stroked Karl's little leopard-like head and spoke in a melodious tone. You did splendidly. Not merely splendidly, but extraordinarily so. Were there any other herbs? He wanted to collect them all. He yearned to pet Karl more, to shower him with praise. Karl felt invigorated, as if he had been electrified. Otherwise, why would he be willingly engaged in the monotonous tasks he once despised? With Karl's assistance, Snape swiftly completed his mission without incurring any harm. For a snow leopard would eliminate any threats in their path, be it branches, thorns, or bushes. Yet, the time for parting had arrived. Their time together had been too brief. Karl felt a mix of melancholy and joy, for he was about to bid farewell, knowing that Snape could finally rest. But Snape, remembering his appointment with Hagrid, knew he could not yet take his leave. After a moment's contemplation, he looked at the conflicted Karl sprawled on the ground and slowly articulated. I believe you must accompany me this time. Do you remember your friends? Their injuries have healed. Wouldn't you like to see them? Snape understood that the large cat was quite perceptive, likely comprehending most of what he said. Chapter 56, Satin. My friend, what friends do I have? The Weasley twins certainly wouldn't be in the Forbidden Forest at this hour. Well, perhaps it's not entirely impossible, is it? Karl mused to himself. Snape observed the myriad expressions flitting across Karl's face, confusion, realization, and a flurry of emotions, and quickly deduced that Karl's thoughts had strayed far from his own intentions. The two unicorns had nearly recovered from their injuries, prompting Dumbledore to allow Snape and Hagrid to return them to the depths of the Forbidden Forest, he explained. He reflected that had he been in this position before, he would never have believed he would find himself explaining his actions to a leopard. Oh, that is wonderful. They've healed, Karl exclaimed, his spirits lifted, for this was indeed splendid news. Moreover, Snape required the unicorn's remnants, making this a perfect opportunity for mutual benefit. Karl's tail swayed joyfully, motivated not only by the unicorns but also by the satisfaction of fulfilling Snape's needs. Thus, he was determined to accompany him, tugging at Snape's trousers to urge him to hasten. Together, the man and the cat ventured towards the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Snape's sense of direction was impeccable. Even without consulting a map, he could navigate accurately by following the growth patterns of the surrounding flora. After a while, they beheld the faint glow of Hagrid's cabin, soon accompanied by the faint sound of Hagrid's muffled sobs. Oh, you've come to see me, especially you, Nina, and you, Maria. I shall miss you dearly, Hagrid lamented, the towering giant appearing quite pitiful in his sorrow. Karl watched curiously, stealing a glance at Snape, who seemed unfazed, his expression betraying none of the emotional upheaval Karl experienced. Ahem, Snape cleared his throat softly. Ah, Severus, you've arrived. Well, it seems we must part ways, my dear girls. Hagrid's voice carried a note of melancholy. The elder unicorn, having developed trust and fondness for Hagrid over the past few days, gently nudged his large hand with her head. Wonderful. You mean to say you will return to see me? I am overjoyed. The affable giant's emotions surged with equal fervor in both joy and sorrow, shifting from despair to elation in an instant. All right, Severus and I will escort you back to the Forbidden Forest. Remember to discern humans carefully and never allow yourselves to be harmed again, especially you. Nina, you are far too trusting, Hagrid cautioned, adopting a maternal tone with the two unicorns. If you find yourselves in danger again, Do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall always protect you." Hagrid's nurturing instincts were nearly overwhelming. Snape, observing Hagrid slipping back into that familiar mode, felt compelled to interject. "Ahem, excuse me, Hagrid. I truly did not mean to overlook your presence. Come now, speak a few words, do?" Hagrid urged, almost enthusiastically attempting to draw Snape into the conversation. Instinctively, Snape recoiled, evading the impending obligation of a speech. As Karl gazed at Snape, the finest opportunity had presented itself, and he was now poised to claim what he desired. Believing that the unicorn would not refuse him. "No need for a speech, Hagrid. I think the most pressing matter is to return them to where they belong." Snape replied calmly. "But shouldn't you have something you wish for? Just letting it go like that?" Karl was astonished by Snape's lack of action. They calmly released the unicorn back into the forbidden forest, with nothing particularly noteworthy occurring until that night when Karl, lying in bed, still could not comprehend what potion Snape had concealed within his gourd. Yet it was evident that Snape had indeed acquired what he sought. Tomorrow, Karl would come to understand Snape's true intentions. Early the next morning, Karl was summoned to the headmaster's office, where he faced a smiling figure clad in purple star-patterned pajamas, adorned with a particularly flamboyant bow. He couldn't shake the feeling that the other's smile concealed sinister intentions. Karl mentally searched through all the misdeeds he had committed since arriving at the school, realizing that he hadn't done anything particularly reprehensible that would warrant Dumbledore's peculiar demeanor. At most, he had once suspended students from balloons, kissed Snape's cheek twice, and provided inspiration for the Weasley twins' pranks on 3 occasions. That was about the extent of it. "Mr. Dumbledore, what is it that you seek from me?" Karl inquired, casually poking at his finger joints with his thumb to alleviate his rising anxiety. Rarely did he feel so guilty. Even when facing the lavish jury and professional legal team at Durmstrang, he had never felt such trepidation. After all, should he truly be expelled for any wrongdoing, he would lose all chance of pursuing Snape closely. "Do not be anxious, dear Karl." Dumbledore gestured with his hand, indicating that Karl should remain calm, and then produced an item that would indeed ease his nerves, a white satin headband, embellished with a terrifyingly potent German protective charm. "Exclusive to Grindelwald. My headband." Karl recalled that the headband had been taken by the little unicorn. In the midst of his busy days, he had nearly forgotten about it. Seeing it now brought back memories of reclaiming his satin accessory. "But how do you know it belongs to me?" he wondered, suspecting that Snape had instructed Dumbledore to return it, yet he still voiced his curiosity. After all, from the other's perspective, he was oblivious to the truth. It was indeed a stroke of luck that his headband had saved the unicorn's life. No, a replacement. In an instant, he seemed to realize something. Indeed, he had been ensnared by his own animalistic thoughts. Once his mind cleared, he had not pondered deeply enough. Snape's pursuit was not solely for the unicorn. He was also after his headband. This realization invigorated Karl. Chapter 57. Grateful for Dumbledore's enhancements. For this headband bore a unique protective charm, some of which I had even crafted myself, he heard Dumbledore declare simultaneously. "You?" A flicker of doubt crossed Karl's eyes. "Is that true? Aren't you and Grindelwald sworn enemies?" "It's written on the chocolate frog cards." This was common knowledge for anyone over 10 years old, and he had learned it the hard way at the age of 3. "When I was younger, much younger than you are now," Dumbledore added slowly. "The time had been so brief, only a fleeting 2 months. Before it all came to an end, leaving many matters unresolved. He had thought that everything would leave no mark. Yet that imperfect protective charm had been perfected and subsequently appeared on Karl's headband. Clearly, Grindelwald holds a great affection for you." Dumbledore's tone was calm and steady. Yet for a fleeting moment, Karl, acutely sensitive to emotions, felt something different. However, disbelief washed over him. The very mention of Grindelwald's name seemed a test of his resolve. While both he and Dumbledore were well aware of the nature of his connection with Grindelwald, the directness of the statement unsettled him. Karl sensed some hidden agenda. Coupled with the unusual emotion in the air, he felt increasingly uneasy. "Relax, Karl. I have no intention of testing you, nor is there any conspiracy. Throughout our time together, I have come to understand that you are a good child, and I believe I should place more trust in you." Dumbledore's voice remained soft, gentle, and reassuring. Karl's hands instinctively curled, as he felt an unsettling prickle at the back of his neck when Dumbledore uttered these words. He sensed that the peculiar feeling had intensified. "Indeed, Grindelwald holds a great affection for you," Dumbledore reiterated. It was only then that Karl fully comprehended the statement. He had been preoccupied with understanding Dumbledore's intentions and had failed to listen closely. "Wait, Grindelwald likes me? What kind of liking are we talking about? The kind that involves hanging me up and spinning me around until I'm half dead?" Karl's expression soured at once. He believed that if it weren't for his grandfather's connection, should Grindelwald not owe him a favor, he would show no concern for his well-being. Thus, this liking made Karl's demeanor grow increasingly sharp. "All right, Mr. Dumbledore. While I am uncertain of your meaning, I must thank you for retrieving my headband. Karl stepped forward, taking the headband from Dumbledore's hands and readying it upon his head. Though not much, the return of his headband instilled a subtle sense of security within him. He felt significantly safer now. The weight of the fabric upon his hair was just right, absolutely splendid. But is this headband truly yours to return? Or is the truth something else entirely? Karl raised his head, blinking innocently, his eyes glinting with a hint of mischief, as if hoping to discern some deeper truth from Dumbledore's expression. Although he was nearly certain that Snape had been the one to recover his headband, he still yearned for a definitive answer. After all, Snape had not genuinely acquired anything until the unicorn departed, so it was highly likely that he had already obtained what he desired. What could it possibly be? It was truly a perplexing riddle. Karl felt a surge of satisfaction. However, Dumbledore merely responded with a smile, choosing not to speak further. This atmosphere lingered for a considerable time, perhaps around 3 minutes. Dumbledore eventually broke the silence, not yielding, but rather recalling something. Very well, I confess. Although what I stated was entirely truthful, it was not my initial intention to reveal it, Karl. The truth is, as you surmised, Snape requested that I hand him over to you. It was only after I obtained the headband that I observed the protective charm and, blending half-truths with lies, spoke what I did. Dumbledore remarked, a hint of exasperation evident in his tone, his beard bobbing playfully in rhythm with his voice, giving him a mischievous appearance. I knew it, exclaimed Karl, his spirits soaring instantaneously. Although he had harbored suspicions for quite some time, the confirmation filled him with unrestrained joy. He could hardly contain himself. Nearly bursting into song and dance, it was simply splendid. But why did you choose to tell me? He queried, recalling that Professor Snape had likely issued a stern warning against divulging the truth, accompanied by rather unkind words. Yet, Karl quickly stifled his exuberance and sought a thread amidst the chaos of his thoughts. It is because I know you have already deduced it. My affirmation is merely the icing on the cake for you, Dumbledore replied with a resigned smile. Oh, you are indeed perceptive, Karl chuckled. Your eyes reveal everything, Karl. One can discern your thoughts simply by gazing into them. You are not one to conceal your feelings, Dumbledore remarked, smiling back, recognizing the underlying mischief that simmered beneath Karl's sharp demeanor during the interview. Fine, I concede you are right, Karl shrugged, admitting his lack of skill in masking his emotions. At least at this moment, his joy was overwhelming, rendering him somewhat reckless. He glanced at the time, realizing he needed to depart, as he was quite busy. Although he only had 2 classes each week, his alchemical studies had reached a promising stage, devoid of the terrifying topics of yore. His students' essays now appeared remarkably standard, and in his good spirits, he would occasionally carve out time to tutor them individually. Coupled with his dates and personal alchemical pursuits, his days were decidedly filled. However, there was more to this than met the eye. Just as Karl turned to leave, Dumbledore spoke again. Karl turned back. I have a feeling that expressing this will be beneficial. My intuition tells me so, the elder stated, leaning against the desk with a knowing smile. As if harboring a secret, the aura he exuded in that moment made Karl feel that he truly deserved the title of the greatest wizard of this century. Indeed, Karl, you must not breathe a word of this to Severus. Otherwise, dire consequences will surely follow, Dumbledore playfully cautioned, his expression adopting a pitiful demeanor. I understand. I shall keep my lips sealed, Karl replied, though internally he added a silent caveat, if he could help it. In the heat of the moment, he truly might disregard right and wrong. Well, can this be spoken of? Chapter 58. Karl also relished the sanctuary of Snape's private space. One afternoon, after finishing dinner, Karl once again clung to Snape, compellingly following him to his quarters. Snape cherished his solitude, and Karl found immense joy in sharing that solitude with him. While Snape brewed potions, Karl would observe, occasionally assisting with minor tasks. Although Snape excelled in potion making, this did not imply that Karl lacked skill. For many obscure ingredients, Karl possessed unique techniques, such as maximizing the efficacy of herbs or reducing their cross-sectional area to enhance their applicability in various concoctions. They often spent their afternoons in this manner, time seemingly standing still. Snape sometimes pondered that if Karl were to refrain from mischief, he would not mind allowing him to visit his quarters again in 3 months. At that moment, Snape cast a sidelong glance at Karl, who was engrossed in an alchemical manual at the desk. Karl's posture was relaxed, seemingly absorbed in the text, with a strand of white silk ribbon securing his long black hair, though a few errant strands had escaped, lending him a slightly disheveled, yet charming appearance. His exquisite features compensated for the casual hairstyle, and his blue eyes, when focused, held a captivating allure. As Snape observed that face, he momentarily halted his work, pondering what feelings it evoked. Just then, Karl, keenly aware of the gaze upon him, lifted his head to meet Snape's dark eyes. Oh, are you watching me, Mr. Snape? Karl's tone carried a hint of casual indifference, yet his gaze was earnest and unwavering, having shifted from the book to Snape's visage. It was as if that latter sentiment conveyed the depth of his affection, but Snape averted his eyes. I am merely astonished at your ability to remain silent for nearly an hour. It is quite the rarity, Snape remarked, resuming his task with precise movements. His earlier distraction seemingly having little effect on him. Although Karl had made his feelings known, their relationship remained unchanged. Karl's unabashed advances met with Snape's strategic retreats, as Snape's escape routes had all been effectively blocked by Karl. I have always been quite patient with alchemy, Karl replied with a non-committal smile, leaning closer. Of course. I am equally patient with you, he whispered softly. Snape instinctively took a step back, even while handling his most cherished herbs. Well, it is nearly time, Karl stated, showing no intention of pressuring Snape. Observing Snape's retreat, he raised his wrist to check the time. I must be off soon. I have a student awaiting Professor Coster's brilliant guidance. Karl felt a twinge of regret, but having arranged to assist a student with their assignment, he knew he must temporarily vacate Snape's private sanctuary. Thank heavens. Tell me that student's name, and I shall treat him more kindly in my class, Snape quipped, his voice reminiscent of a cello's exquisite timbre, laced with mockery, as if he were encased in ice. You won't even grant me a morsel of kindness, Karl retorted, his frustration flaring. Snape, however, chose not to engage further. Very well, if you wish to remain obstinate, a parting embrace is non-negotiable. A hug before I leave, Karl compromised, extending his arms in hopes that Snape might reciprocate. Yet, Snape did not even lower his silver knife, seemingly attempting to evade Karl's embrace. This was quite unfortunate. Silently, Karl approached, rising on his toes, disregarding their height difference, and buried his head in Snape's shoulder, wrapping his arms around Snape's waist. He then exhaled slowly, murmuring, "But if you refuse to embrace me, I suppose I could hold you like this for about 10 minutes. It might soothe my tender heart." Karl's voice carried a playful undertone, convinced his scheme would succeed. He could feel Snape's rigid body and the tremor of his hands, betraying his anger. The embrace in this particular position far more intimate than usual. Are you not offering extra lessons to the students? The words, spoken by Severus Snape, were laden with restraint. And upon closer inspection, one could detect a slight tremor of anger. Regardless of the circumstances, a 10-minute delay was inconsequential for him. However, for you, Karl resembled a mischievous kitten, flaunting its little claws with unabashed pride. Snape turned his head, and one could even discern the corners of Karl's mouth curling upwards. You've won this round, Coster. Now release me, Snape conceded, acknowledging that a minute spent in a proper embrace was preferable to being ensnared by Karl for 10 minutes like a koala. Splendid. The triumphant tone in Karl's voice was unmistakable as he willingly released his hold on Snape, extending his arms in eager anticipation, hoping the other would reciprocate with an embrace of his own. Snape's embrace was notably gentle, almost so light that Karl felt he might vanish in the next instant, leaving him with an unwelcome sensation of reluctance. Karl smirked, and as he felt that tentative yet airy embrace, he wrapped his arms around Snape in return, exerting a much firmer grip. So firm, in fact, that Snape couldn't help but think that Carlos Coster's ultimate aim might very well be his assassination. Nevertheless, having grown accustomed to such encounters, Snape's body no longer tensed. After nearly 2 months of similar exchanges, he had become quite familiar with the routine. Karl, too, sensed Snape's gradual relaxation in response to his embrace, and he reveled in this small victory. After counting to 60 in his mind, Snape almost immediately released his hold, while Karl found himself momentarily disillusioned, escaping the blissful illusion of euphoria. You are truly heartless. You must have been counting in your mind, waiting for the moment to push me away, Karl complained, a hint of dissatisfaction evident in his tone. In this regard, I can genuinely perceive your brilliance, Snape retorted with a sardonic smile. All right, but let us not deviate from the topic. Don't you sense that something is imminent? Karl inquired with a flicker of excitement. Perhaps it's the second trial for the Durmstrang case? How unfortunate, Coster, if you end up incarcerated. I shall visit you as your lover within the agreed 3 months, Snape remarked, his words dripping with sarcasm, which Karl had anticipated. Of course not. I've compensated sufficiently. Even if there's a retrial, I want to be sentenced to prison, Karl insisted, fervently defending himself. Chapter 59, The Approach of Christmas. It's almost Christmas. I will celebrate it with you. Isn't that delightful? Karl exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he revealed he was already prepared with a gift. Undeniably romantic, utterly unbeatable, guaranteed to capture anyone's heart. If Snape's heart had even the slightest flutter, then executing his subsequent plans would be effortless. Karl clenched his hands in anticipation. Snape, however, merely glanced at Karl and remarked, if you do not seek out your students now, you shall certainly be late. but we are currently discussing our first Christmas together. Don't you find it incredibly romantic for lovers to celebrate Christmas? I have been looking forward to this since our very first day together, Karl enthused, placing a finger to his cheek in blissful delight, nearly overwhelmed by happiness. Soon, the students would begin their holiday breaks, and his plans would unfold seamlessly. Christmas? Snape's voice carried a hint of skepticism. Indeed, Karl nodded vigorously. As he observed Karl's earnest demeanor, Snape's doubts began to dissipate. Throughout his life, he had never truly celebrated such a holiday. His drunken father and feeble mother had always favored purchasing the cheapest alcohol over buying gifts for their children. The aftermath of such indulgence was a father lamenting his failures while unleashing his frustrations upon Snape and his mother. Consequently, he harbored no fondness for this holiday. Furthermore, Christmas was a time for family, and Lily Evans would never come seeking him. The cumulative effect of these memories left the holiday devoid of any merit for him. In the present, as a solitary figure, he had all but resolved to forego any celebration. Yet, breaking free from his thoughts, Snape was met with the sight of Karl's shining, eager eyes as he rambled on about various trivialities. I want to buy lots and lots of Christmas decorations. And a cake. Oh, by the way, can I hang decorations here? Can we place a gigantic Christmas tree right in the middle of the cellar? Karl's words were laced with sweetness and anticipation as he gestured grandly towards an imaginary large package when mentioning his gift. Do as you wish, Snape found himself inexplicably agreeing. Wonderful. I shall take my leave. Karl waved excitedly, his enthusiasm causing him to momentarily forget the most important matter he intended to discuss with Snape. Watching the buoyant Karl, Snape tightened his grip on the silver knife in his hand. Recalling the joyous expression on Karl's face as he envisioned the holiday and the way he had gestured towards that large gift. Surely, he too needed to prepare a present for Karl. Snape began to regret his hasty agreement to Karl's request. It seemed that since meeting Karl, he had been prone to making impulsive decisions he could not retract. This was quite unfortunate, but now that he had consented, perhaps he ought to seek out Karl once more to refuse him. As this thought crossed his mind, Snape's heart skipped a beat, causing his hand to inadvertently deviate by 20 degrees while cutting the herbs. This was a significant blunder, indicating that the herb was now practically ruined. Gazing at the damaged plant due to his distraction, Snape could only dispose of it and prepare a new batch. It appeared that his visit to Dumbledore would be delayed, as processing this herb would take approximately 10 minutes, compounded by the 10 minutes wasted by Karl. 20 minutes. Well, that was of no consequence, after all. Dumbledore himself would not mind, and he would likely be cheerfully indulging in those accursed sweet confections while waiting leisurely. Clearing his mind of distractions, Snape finally focused entirely on the potion before him. He skillfully handled the ingredients, his silver knife dancing through the air like a conductor leading an orchestra. Elegant and pleasing to the eye. If Karl were present, he would surely be captivated once more, as he often was. As the potion in the cauldron began to change color, Snape recognized that it was well on its way to success. He simply needed to monitor the pot daily, ensuring no major mishaps occurred, and in a few days, he would have a batch of genuine, high-efficacy Felix Felicis. Once he had secured his precious cauldron, Snape turned to depart the cellar and make his way to the headmaster's office. With the approach of the Christmas holidays, the professors were invariably busy, particularly the heads of house. After all, there remains the impending OWL's and Newt's examinations next year, necessitating that their preparations commence long in advance. Upon entering the headmaster's office, Dumbledore was exactly as anticipated, unwrapping a sweet confection and indulging in its cloying sweetness while awaiting his arrival. Snape, preferring a more succinct approach to problem-solving, refrained from engaging in idle chatter. Within just an hour, he had thoroughly completed the tasks expected of him in the headmaster's office, alongside a series of Dumbledore's ideological musings. Snape mused that had he not been subjected to Dumbledore's philosophical discourse, he could have departed in a significantly shorter time. Bidding farewell to Dumbledore, he caught sight of a peculiar piece of paper that had fallen to the ground just before he turned to leave. He picked it up and discerned its contents, a leave request form for Carlos Coste, indicating that he would not be in school for Christmas. With his back turned to Dumbledore, Snape offered no opportunity for the headmaster to probe his emotions. His expression momentarily froze, his gaze turned numb and icy, and the words he uttered came out somewhat stiffly, for he was holding a leave request form approved by Dumbledore, adorned with a whimsical bow that unmistakably bore the headmaster's artistry. Oh, yes, he mentioned he would be returning to Germany to spend Christmas with his parents. I just approved it and was about to hand it to Carlos, Dumbledore replied, his attention wholly consumed by the lemon sherbet in his hand. Unlike students, many professors were required to remain at school even during Christmas. However, Carlos was not a head of house and was responsible for a remarkably small number of students. Thus, Dumbledore felt it permissible for him to return home. When did this occur? Snape found himself questioning, bewildered as to why he felt compelled to inquire. What was it to him? A few days ago, I believe, Dumbledore contemplated. Oh, is that so? Snape's voice was frigid, almost capable of freezing the air around him. He harshly placed the document onto the nearby desk and departed without a backward glance. Oh, is that so? Snape echoed twice. The flaring edges of his robes mirrored his tumultuous emotions at that moment. A surge of indignation coursed through him, feeling as though he had been made a fool of. He even contemplated rejecting the notion altogether. Simultaneously, a blend of anguish and other sentiments accompanied him, though Snape subconsciously chose to disregard them entirely. Yet, no one could deny their palpable existence. The other party had afforded him no opportunity to refuse. He surmised that he was not even considered a viable alternative. After all, Carlos Coste had his own family, and naturally, he ought to return to celebrate Christmas with them. As for himself, perhaps the day before Carlos's departure, he would begrudgingly tell himself that he could not spend Christmas with him. Snape coldly mocked this thought, exhibiting a marked aggression as he involuntarily clenched his hand, his nails nearly embedding themselves into his flesh. Yet in the next moment, he recognized his lapse and forcibly relaxed his grip. It was of no consequence. This was not a matter of great import. He felt a sense of relief in not having to decline Carlos's foolish proposal. Furthermore, he would be spared the effort of preparing a gift. This was indeed delightful news. Snape seemingly calmed his tumultuous emotions. But anyone observing his expression at that moment would know that Professor Snape was, without a doubt, quite irate. That evening, Carlos, as was his custom, clung to Snape's side, once again forcibly claiming the seat beside him. He discreetly studied Snape's profile, a satisfied smile creeping onto his face. What would you like to eat today, Mr. Snape? He inquired, fully anticipating that Snape would adhere to his usual culinary preferences. Shall I order for you? Carlos blinked innocently, adopting a mischievous demeanor, confident that Snape would likely acquiesce, though his demeanor might not be particularly amiable. But that was of little consequence. The essence of strategy lay in gradual persuasion. Carlos possessed ample patience for this endeavor. Not necessary. My throat has not yet turned to a wind instrument, and my head remains intact. I am fully capable of ordering for myself. Snape's tone was as frigid as ice, akin to a sharp icicle, leaving Carlos momentarily stunned. As he had expected a different response. Turning away, he found himself confronted by Snape's numbed, indifferent expression, which unnerved him far more than the sight of Snape's anger. What's wrong? You don't seem well today, Carlos inquired with concern, the image of Snape's demeanor recalling the evening of their initial encounter, as well as the night that revealed Snape's affiliation with the Death Eaters. An instinctual sense of wrongness stirred within Carlos. He yearned to approach him, but Snape instinctively recoiled, distancing himself, then seized the menu, pointing at items that were entirely uncharacteristic of his usual choices. He then glanced back at Carlos, who interpreted that look as if to say, "See, you do not know me completely." Today was indeed an uncanny occurrence. In a public setting, Carlos could not afford to cling to Snape in a show of affection or petulance, as that might cause Snape embarrassment. Therefore, he relinquished his hand and ordered his usual favorites. Carlos was at a loss to understand what was amiss. He initially believed Snape was simply in a foul mood. However, as events unfolded, he came to realize that Snape likely harbored some discontent towards him, evident in every interaction, including when he attempted to draw closer or offer to order food for him. Throughout these exchanges, Snape's demeanor remained grim, his eyes reverting to their usual numbness and coldness. Yet when Carlos pondered what he might have done wrong, Snape remained obstinately silent, wielding his silence as a weapon. Their interactions continued as they had before, leaving Carlos unable to identify any tangible faults in his behavior. Except for Snape's inexplicably frigid attitude, Carlos could find no avenue for resolution. Good heavens! What on earth has transpired? Who has meddled with Snape's disposition and reverted him to his former self? Who dares to step forward? Yet when Carlos sought answers, Snape dismissed his concerns and departed without a second thought. As Carlos stood hopelessly before the closed cellar door, he felt an overwhelming despair. What had occurred? The hour had grown late, and it would be inappropriate for him to remain there any longer, so he reluctantly took his leave. Yet this was not a viable solution. The past few days had been overwhelmingly busy, causing him to overlook several matters. By tomorrow at the latest, he must inquire with Dumbledore regarding his request for leave. He needed to prepare for his return to Germany. If he were to be absent for 3 or 4 days, would Snape not be entirely reverted to his previous state? He had to seek clarity on this matter. As time flowed into the following day as midday, Carlos, having succumbed to restless thoughts the previous night, had only managed to fall asleep in the early hours of the morning. Upon awakening, he realized that he had squandered a significant portion of the day. He surveyed the room, where his suitcase lay, meticulously packed in advance. Battling a headache brought on by sleeplessness, Carlos forced himself to rise. His mind, deprived of quality slumber. Felt as though it might explode, compounded by the side effects of certain spells. He felt as if his very soul had drifted to another planet. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks interrupted his thoughts. Carlos glanced at the clock. It was mealtime. Severus Snape had come to seek out Karl. Of that he was almost certain. The melody of the knock resembled that of their first encounter. Chapter 61. Tell me, my master. Karl felt a mixture of anticipation and bewilderment. The former due to Snape's visit, and the latter because of Snape's emotional state. His willingness to approach indicated that he was not excessively angry, and Karl felt compelled to uncover the truth. Today, even if it required interrogation, he would extract the answers. He had rarely experienced such feelings. Save for that one occasion, an elusive sensation. He had believed he understood Snape completely, yet it appeared he was mistaken. Perhaps this was the nature of love, rendering one somewhat foolish. Dressed in his nightwear, Karl hastily opened the door to his lounge without donning shoes. Snape's voice, as cold and detached as on the day they first met, sent a shiver down his spine. Since you have opened the door, do not stand there like a statue. Come along. Snape's tone, though laced with playful mockery, felt distinctly different, stirring a sense of anxiety within Karl. For a fleeting moment, he glimpsed the numbness hidden within Snape's gaze. Not at this hour. Why are you still in your pajamas? Snape inquired, his brow furrowing at the sight of Karl's disheveled appearance. I was awake until 5:30 last night, Karl replied, a hint of grievance in his voice. Awake? You? Snape's disbelief was palpable. It was all because of you, my master. What is the matter? You were acting strangely at dinner last night, yet when I asked, you offered no reply, Karl lamented, having posed this question countless times over the past 3 days. No, Haven T, I always been like this. Costas. Think with your little brain, Snape retorted, a smirk tugging at his lips, yet Karl sensed an underlying dissonance. Snape's refusal to divulge his troubles suggested that he perhaps had reasons for withholding such information, which Karl felt compelled to respect. However, there was no room for uncertainty. Karl felt a persistent scratching sensation at his heart, akin to a restless kitten, and he could no longer endure the coldness in Snape's gaze. He yearned to understand what troubled him. Was it something to do with himself? Karl's eyes brimmed with a deepening sense of injustice. Drawing a steadying breath, he resolved to uncover the truth. With a swift motion, Karl enveloped Snape in an embrace. In that instant, he sensed Snape adapting to his touch, yet the next moment, he felt the rigidity return as Snape forcibly stiffened. Clearly, the issue lay with him. Karl pondered. He then laid bare all his vulnerabilities, exclaiming, I cannot deceive myself. I cannot convince myself that you are untroubled, Snape. I truly wish to know what issues exist between us. Karl had rarely spoken in such a tone. He was typically willful. As he held Snape, his head nuzzled against him like a gentle feline. He endeavored to coax the tension from Snape's rigid muscles. Even though I am an alchemical genius, I am but an ordinary person newly in love. Pray, tell me, my master, what burdens you? As Karl raised his gaze, his blue eyes intertwined with Snape's breath, thickening the air with a hint of intimacy. When Karl's azure orbs focused intently on something, few could resist his requests. Snape felt his breath hitch for a moment, entranced by the magic in Karl's eyes and the sweet nothings he whispered. Yet, in the next heartbeat, Snape wrested control back from that enchanting hold, distancing himself from Karl's gaze. As he broke away, his peripheral vision caught sight of a suitcase nearby. Is that your packed luggage? Snape's voice remained remarkably composed, devoid of any emotional display. Yes, what of it? Karl replied, momentarily bewildered by the sudden shift in inquiry. Instinctively offering an honest answer. When did you pack it? Snape pressed on. A couple of days ago. Karl answered truthfully. Wonderful, Snape said, barely containing his voice. Marvelous. Carlos Costas. You are among the few who dare to toy with me. Karl was pushed away with considerable force, and Snape vanished down the corridor at an alarming speed. Karl, clad in his pajamas, attempted to pursue him, but within seconds, he could only watch Snape's retreating figure disappear up the spiral staircase. What did he mean by toying with him? When had that occurred? Karl was utterly perplexed. He admitted to having a penchant for mischief, having been indulged in his upbringing to the point of becoming willful and childish, yet he vowed that his feelings for Snape were genuine, ranking alongside his dedication to alchemy. Awakening with a throbbing headache, Karl forced himself to contemplate the issues between them. Luggage, leave of absence, packed 2 or 3 days prior, backtracking to Christmas. A realization dawned upon him. Snape couldn't possibly believe he was playing him for a fool, could he? Surely he didn't think he was merely a backup for his failed leave request? Oh no, this is disastrous. But how could Snape have known about his leave? He hadn't disclosed it yet. Karl glanced up at the headmaster's office above, a dawning comprehension settling in. He exhaled and hastily donned a jacket. Intent on tracking down Snape, he ascended the stairs, casting around for any sign of him while activating the guidance spell. However, after several laps, Karl completely lost Snape's trail and began to doubt whether he was still at Hogwarts. What if he had left? Oh right, I must inquire with Dumbledore. Karl hurried to the headmaster's office, sprinting up the stairs in a mere 3 minutes. Upon reaching the door, he knocked with little regard for decorum. As Dumbledore opened the door, Karl could hardly contain his urgency. Where is Snape? Severus Snape? His anxiety was evident to all. Oh, he has taken a leave for about 3 or 4 days, Dumbledore noted, slightly taken aback by Karl's demeanor, mistakenly believing Snape's absence was due to Karl's influence. What is the reason? Karl pressed, urgency mounting. There is no specific reason. He seldom does this, and I have no grounds to inquire further, as that would make me seem unkind. But, Karl, are you not aware? Dumbledore's gaze radiated wisdom, yet in that moment, Karl found himself devoid of the capacity to appreciate it. I had been embroiled in a silent standoff with him for a day and a half, and I couldn't fathom whether he was aware of my absence from duty. Was he informed yesterday evening? Karl first addressed Dumbledore's inquiry. But then his own questions tumbled forth like a relentless barrage, cascading from his lips without pause. You did not disclose this to him? Dumbledore countered. Blast it, Merlin. I completely forgot. Karl lamented, nearly pounding his chest in frustration. These past few days had been a whirlwind of activity, leaving his mind a blank slate. After finally securing a rare moment of respite that afternoon, he had spent 3 hours in a daze, fixated solely on arranging a Christmas celebration, neglecting to communicate any other pertinent details. Where is he now? Karl paced anxiously, desperation gnawing at him. He had to explain everything clearly. I suspect he may be at his former residence, Dumbledore mused, recalling the hidden alleyway that concealed all of Snape's secrets. A place he had almost adamantly forbidden anyone from entering, even himself. Karl's presence there might not align with Snape's expectations. Perhaps the ribbon he could present him would convey a message, but it would not be the same as before. It seems you cannot reveal his whereabouts to me, Karl deduced, feeling as though his hair might fall out from anxiety, yet he felt utterly powerless. If Snape continued to evade him, their Christmas would surely be ruined. And even with subsequent explanations, this unfortunate holiday would haunt them for a lifetime, rendering all his plans utterly futile. What to do? Indeed, Karl. I am uncertain whether revealing this to you would incite Severus's ire, so I apologize, the elder sighed, resigned. Yet, the thought of Snape not returning for Christmas had Karl teetering on the edge of despair. Then you must go and explain it to him. Right now? Go. Perhaps you can bring him back, and everything will be resolved. Karl implored Dumbledore, suddenly struck by a brilliant idea. Allow me to decline your suggestion. I do not believe it would be wise, and it would be best for him to come to his own understanding, Dumbledore replied. Recognizing that he could indeed assist Karl in explaining or even summoning Snape back, yet he felt that his intervention might not yield the best outcome. It was preferable for Snape to return willingly, at which point Karl could provide him with clarity. Moreover, Snape must understand why he had fled. This was a lesson learned from experience. In matters concerning two individuals, it is often best to refrain from involving a third party unless absolutely necessary, lest complications arise. Very well, I too believe this is not a prudent course of action. If possible, I would prefer to explain it to him myself. Karl hesitated, rarely finding himself in such a state of indecision. But I believe it will be all right. Karl, you may return to Germany. Snape is the headmaster. He will inevitably return to his dungeon. His leave will not extend for long. I can assure you he will be back by Christmas Eve. Rest assured. If you wish to explain, why not leave him a note? Oh, and a gift, Dumbledore reassured him. May Merlin bless us. Though this seemed a rather unfortunate circumstance. Believe me, as long as you can personally clarify matters with him, the current unpleasantness will transform entirely into something delightful. You cannot evade discomfort. Instead, strive to adapt and resolve it. Karl, hearing Dumbledore's words, was puzzled by the elder's apparent wealth of romantic experience. While I cannot disclose his current location, I can assure you that access to his dungeon is unproblematic. This week it's the Aconite, but you must not divulge to him that I informed you. Remember, this password is one you must discover for yourself. Do you understand? Dumbledore winked, adopting the demeanor of a mischievous old rascal, which alleviated Karl's anxiety considerably. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. I must admit, you truly are a good man, Karl acknowledged, finding this indeed to be the best course of action. If possible, he wished to rectify his own missteps. Thus, on that day, Karl spent nearly an entire afternoon lurking in Snape's dungeon. Yet he still failed to encounter the person he yearned to see. It was utterly disheartening. The misunderstanding had spiraled out of control, and Karl was not pleased. Even though Snape's actions and reactions suggested he still harbored feelings, Karl was resolute in his desire not to test his partner's sincerity in such a manner. Snape must be suffering immensely, yet as a lover, Karl felt helpless for not being able to find him immediately. The simple 2-kilometer locating charm had become his most significant shortcoming. He had to expand his abilities. Of course, that was a concern for another day. For now, he could only take a piece of parchment, write down everything he needed to express, and then, along with the extravagant gift he had prepared, place the note prominently in Snape's room. May everything unfold smoothly. Karl pondered whether he was experiencing a streak of bad luck. Otherwise, how could he be so unfortunate? He felt the need to consult someone about it, even if merely for self-comfort. If possible, he did not wish to leave. He wanted to remain there, waiting for Snape. Yet he had his own life to lead. As he sat on the plane bound for Austria, suitcase in hand, anxiety gnawed at him relentlessly. After a brief meal, the short flight concluded, and he found himself once more on familiar soil. Oh wait, why not Germany? The answer was quite simple. Perhaps it was time to move forward. I heard you went to work for Dumbledore. If you truly received this letter, it must be true. Congratulations. Meet me before and after Christmas, and tell me what wonderful things you have learned from Dumbledore. If you choose to remain there, well, the consequences will be amusing. These two missives, which hardly resembled letters, felt eerily familiar. Indeed, before spending Christmas with his parents, Karl had to resolve a matter of paramount importance. He needed to see his mentor and emerge alive. Karl, with his suitcase in tow, executed several disapparitions until he finally beheld the ancient edifice he knew so well. The dark fortress loomed atop the steep cliff, resembling the jagged spine of a colossal beast breaking through the ominous clouds. The towering stone walls, constructed from a deeply hued gray stone, stood cold and unyielding, their surfaces entwined with withered vines, as if drained of vitality. As evening approached, the sharp peaks of the towers pierced the leaden sky, and Karl knew that the narrow windows revealed hardly a glimmer of light. The entire structure seemed to rebuff the sun's probing rays, lacking only the instruments of torment and rivers of lava to resemble hell. Approaching slowly, Karl always felt a shiver in this place, as though it had absorbed all warmth and life. Even without dementors, an unsettling chill grasped at the soul. Upon reaching the entrance, he encountered a heavy iron door. Its surface rusted and pocked, with remnants of inscriptions barely discernible, for the greater good. Although the lettering had faded, Karl could still perceive the glory of his teachers passed through those words, along with the madness and obsession that accompanied it. The wind howled through the crevices of the towering walls, emitting a low, mournful wail, as if the souls of countless prisoners were lamenting within the stone fissures. However, Karl was aware that this vast prison housed but a solitary inmate, one of the most formidable wizards of this century, the leader of the dark arts movement. A man of paranoid genius and captivating charm, who embodied both the traits of a schemer and a leader, his mentor, Gellert Grindelwald. Chapter 63, The Snow Leopard Ascends the Branches. Karl bypassed the grand entrance, and, upon the stone wall overrun with climbing plants, he tapped his wand lightly, revealing a hidden passage that materialized before him. He exhaled softly and stepped inside. The passage was neither too narrow nor too wide, just sufficient for a single person to traverse. After all, he had been the sole visitor to this place for many years. To be honest, a sense of trepidation enveloped Karl, especially at the thought of emerging from this tunnel into the castle's interior, where he would likely confront his mentor directly. If he truly intended to envelop himself in flames as a form of protection, what manner of escape could he adopt that would appear dignified? Nevertheless, Karl was not particularly anxious. At least he could still entertain himself with silent jest. After passing several flickering torches, Karl discerned a faint glimmer in the distance. His destination loomed ahead. Should he proceed? An agonizing sensation akin to being led to the gallows gripped him. As he approached the tunnel's mouth, he hesitated once more, rooted in place. How long do you intend to linger here, Carlos? A venerable voice resonated, its timbre fitting for the scene, sending shivers down Karl's spine and nearly causing him to drop his suitcase. He lifted his gaze to find an elderly man standing against the light, seemingly having waited for Karl's arrival for quite some time. How rare, my teacher, that you would wait for me here, Karl remarked, a sheepish smile gracing his lips as he swallowed hard and summoned his somewhat trembling legs to move forward slowly. Of course I awaited your arrival, Carlos, my esteemed pupil. After all, you have now ascended the branches, and upon encountering Albus Dumbledore's most cherished professor of alchemy, should I not greet you with utmost reverence? Grindelwald sneered, his voice sharp as ice. If Severus Snape's tone resembled an ice pick, then Grindelwald's was akin to an ice axe, both cold and hard, capable of shattering ice into shards. After all, I am merely a vanquished foe of Albus Dumbledore. How could I ever compare to you? Wouldn't you agree, dear Mr. Carlos Coster? Oh no, I mean, Mr. Dumbledore's professor of alchemy. Grindelwald's inquiries were as incisive as a blade. At that moment, Karl felt beads of cold sweat forming upon his brow. One cannot say that. I believe Dumbledore harbors no particular fondness for me. I am, of course, on your side, teacher. I hold you in the highest regard, he stammered. his grip tightening around his wand, his body primed for action. Should Grindelwald decide to act, he would be afforded ample time to respond in self-defense. Yet, he maintained his customary style of discourse, even incorporating a phrase he had recently learned in Japanese. Clenching his hands into a heart shape, albeit somewhat distorted due to his tight grip on his wand and suitcase. Even while traversing a precarious path, one must do so with dignity. What does he call you? Grindelwald inquired casually. What? Karl? Karl hesitated, uncertain if he should respond. For the name Dumbledore was a veritable minefield in Grindelwald's presence. Merely mentioning it could ignite an explosion. It seems he truly does hold you in high regard. The elder's voice carried an inexplicable undertone, yet Karl could not quite grasp the fleeting emotion that accompanied it. Suddenly, Karl felt as though his very soul had fractured. Goodness! Why do you all say such things? What on earth have you seen? This is merely customary decorum, that fellow Dumbledore seeks to ingratiate himself with me, naturally adopting a tone of familiarity. But let me reiterate, I am not swayed by Dumbledore's charms. I am merely here to collect my wages. I remain steadfastly on your side, teacher. Dumbledore's bribes hold no sway over me. Oh, certainly, if Dumbledore were to assist in wooing Severus, and if he were to use that as a form of bribery, then we shall consider that a different matter entirely. Yet, Karl refrained from voicing this truth. Akin to dousing flames with gasoline while carrying a bucket during a house fire, he attempted to reason with Grindelwald, cautiously approaching him while rubbing his hands together. Akin to a cat tentatively extending its claws, Karl's eyes could not resist a furtive glance, seeking to gauge the other's disposition. How peculiar, he mused, as he scrutinized Grindelwald, contemplating the myriad scenarios that had crossed his mind, even the notion of his teacher erupting in fury and delivering a beating before suspending him aloft. However, the current situation had not crossed his thoughts. Why did the other's words resonate with a hint of bitterness and an elusive sentiment? Karl struggled to articulate his feelings, particularly regarding the phrase, "How could I ever compare to you?" and the subsequent remark, "It seems he truly does hold you in high regard." Why did both Dumbledore and Grindelwald utter similar sentiments? What had led them to discern that their arch-nemesis was held in such esteem? The elder donned a thin black garment, draped with a not overly heavy overcoat. By typical standards, he appeared to be an unremarkable, yet strikingly handsome elderly gentleman. However, when his gaze swept over Karl, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, a shiver of fear intertwining with awe, like a tiger, though aged, still retained its ferocity. Come in, as I mentioned in my letter. Tell me about your recent endeavors, and what valuable lessons have you gleaned from Dumbledore? Grindelwald ambled into the tower, deliberately ignoring Karl's probing gaze. Following his utterance, a wave of regret washed over him, particularly in Karl's presence. He understood this child well, having watched him grow. Karl's thoughts were astutely perceptive, and if the conversation continued, he might unearth something else entirely. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Grindelwald, much like in his youth, chose to forsake the most prudent course of action, surrendering to his emotions and acting impulsively once more. But that was the extent of it. Decades prior, he had vowed to ensnare Dumbledore along with his youth and bury them both. After all, Albus Dumbledore was hardly a figure worthy of losing composure over, nor was he deserving of excessive effort to unearth his meager traces. As for what he was currently engaged in, clearly, a responsible godfather was tending to his protege, a diligent teacher assessing his students' academic achievements. And Dumbledore? Who would dare to recruit his student? Karl followed Grindelwald inside. The decor of Nurmengard remained unchanged. A wooden bed stood resolutely. A battered wooden desk bore an open notebook, half illuminated by a silver candle, and various furnishings had succumbed to rust. The room was devoid of adornment, the dark stone floor amplifying an oppressive atmosphere. The only furnishings that appeared somewhat new were remnants of Karl's past. After all, one could hardly expect Gellert Grindelwald, imprisoned and brooding, to procure any new possessions. Any attempts by Karl to present the man with something novel would likely be rebuffed. Chapter 64. What else is there? Perhaps that is all, teacher. Karl gradually recounted a plethora of details, including Dumbledore's reaction upon his invitation, his current state, and of course, his sense of fashion. Throughout this discourse, Grindelwald scarcely interrupted. He listened attentively, embodying the role of a true elder as Karl shared the minutiae of his life. How remarkably ordinary. It was almost unervingly so. A chill coursed through Karl, for if Grindelwald's demeanor could be deemed normal, then that was profoundly abnormal. Although Grindelwald's attitude was not overtly negative, it certainly did not exude the warmth of the present moment. Unbeknownst to Karl, however, Grindelwald was mentally extracting the essence of Karl from his words, constructing a distinct persona of Albus Dumbledore in his mind. As Karl uttered his final word, Grindelwald shattered the imaginary figure he had conjured and redirected his gaze toward Karl. Ah, it seems you have obtained what you desired. A letter of recommendation? Might you consider visiting during this Christmas season? Grindelwald awkwardly shifted the topic under the guise of concern for Karl. Oh, never mind. I have more pressing matters at hand. There's no rush. I would prefer to wait until the summer break, when I have more leisure time to pay a visit to the esteemed Nicodemus. Karl shook his head, aware that he needed to seek out Snape. Thus, his fervent desire to refine his alchemical notes would have to be postponed for the time being. How curious it was that a morsel of meat could drop before a cat, and yet the cat would choose to turn away. Grindelwald let out a non-committal chuckle, turning away to jot something down with a quill at the desk. Karl could not see what he was writing and felt too intimidated to approach. It was one thing to tease a tiger by tugging at its whiskers, but it was another matter entirely when the tiger was agitated. As for Grindelwald himself, he had finished questioning Karl and had no further inquiries. Regarding Karl's upcoming journey to Hogwarts, the fool from Durmstrang had foolishly expelled his student. Dumbledore, on the other hand, was evidently far more discerning. Why then should he harbor anger? Grindelwald mused as he continued to inscribe his thoughts. Moreover, he had compelling reasons for wanting Karl to remain at Hogwarts. Oh, it's because I've started dating. I've been pursuing someone lately, and due to a minor misunderstanding, he has been avoiding me. I must return home on Christmas Day, otherwise I would surely be misjudged. As Karl mentioned Snape, a spark ignited in his eyes, and the slight unease he felt in Grindelwald's presence dissipated in an instant. Why was Karl able to speak so freely, despite Grindelwald's reputation as a cold-hearted old man? His demeanor in Karl's eyes was that of a trustworthy elder, someone to confide in. Who? Grindelwald's quill came to an abrupt halt. Karl nodded vigorously. Grindelwald did not divert his gaze from his writing. The quill paused for a few seconds before resuming its fluid motion. Aren't you curious why I chose to date a boy? Karl boldly posed the question, emboldened by the earlier conversation. What is there to find peculiar, Carlos? Even if you were to bring a goblin and announce your intention to marry him, I would not be surprised, Grindelwald replied, his calm demeanor unsettling. Perhaps after all these years, he had come to understand Karl's mischievous nature, leading him to expect anything from the boy. Naturally, the notion of Karl's attraction to men seemed hardly extraordinary. Was it such a revelation? Did he believe he was the first to discover that men could be drawn to one another? Yet, Grindelwald remained uncertain whether Richard's son would accept the fact that his offspring favored men. Meanwhile, Karl contemplated the situation. It struck him that everything felt disjointed, particularly Grindelwald's sudden concern. Even if he were to interpret it as a shift in Grindelwald's character, aspiring to become a model teacher, it still did not add up. If he were genuinely interested in Karl's daily life, why would he not inquire about his romantic endeavors? Grindelwald's familiar demeanor suggested a lack of interest in the matters he spoke of, signaling Karl not to trouble him further. Upon reflection, the most frequently mentioned figure in Karl's recounting was Dumbledore. Did the teacher wish to glean information about Dumbledore? That seemed implausible. What could such fragmented snippets of information yield? They could hardly form a coherent profile of a person. However, why was the teacher questioning him at all? After contemplating this, Karl slowly posed his inquiry, maintaining a steady gaze upon Grindelwald. He sensed there was something amiss. Initially, he had assumed Grindelwald had sent him those letters out of disdain for Dumbledore, preparing himself for an outburst. Yet, what had Grindelwald done instead? He had merely expressed concern for Karl, and that was all. My goodness. This is more bizarre than Merlin booking a hotel room with God. Well, what do you wish to convey? Grindelwald's gaze met Karl's as he leaned forward, no longer tolerating the playful swipes of the inquisitive kitten. His voice was cold and commanding, and in that instant, his mismatched eyes instilled a sense of trepidation in Karl. Were it not for his familiarity with Grindelwald, he might have been paralyzed with fear. Nothing much. I merely find it curious that you seem suddenly concerned for me. Karl replied, sensing Grindelwald's rejection and underlying threat, causing him to avert his gaze. You only need to know that I have always cared for you. Grindelwald sneered before resuming his writing. No, no, no. Teacher, you are gravely mistaken. You are not the type to concern yourself with my daily affairs. I know you too well. Karl believed he had not erred. Grindelwald was indeed probing for information regarding Dumbledore. But why? The words Dumbledore had spoken not long ago echoed in Karl's mind, revealing a time when he was much younger, even younger than his relationship with Snape. When he had shared a camaraderie with Grindelwald, Karl fell silent, envisioning the image of two close friends, followed by a rift, and then the present day. This didn't fit. Friendships are inherently transparent. If Dumbledore were indeed Grindelwald's friend, even if their bond had fractured, Karl could not fathom Grindelwald meticulously seeking information about Dumbledore. If he wished to inquire, it would surely be done openly. After all, his grandfather Richard had unhesitatingly distanced himself when Grindelwald's alliance crumbled, yet Grindelwald had not reneged on his promises to Richard thereafter. Even now, When Grindelwald reflects upon his failures, he cannot help but utter, "You certainly do not resemble Richard's grandson." It is as if there exists no chasm between them. As though his grandfather Richard had committed no transgressions against him, despite the fact that even had Richard chosen not to abandon his post, the wizarding movement would have been but a shadow of its former self. Grindelwald is a true force to be reckoned with. He possesses his own dignity and steadfast principles. If Dumbledore were merely one among Grindelwald's former friends, he would not have articulated such hollow concern for his well-being, nor would he have refrained from expressing his desire to learn more about Dumbledore. But let us set that aside for the moment. What else remains? Focus, and let your mind race. Chapter 65, The Cat's Trial. Upon reflection, Karl pondered the implications of Dumbledore's declaration regarding his past friendship with Grindelwald. Both before and after he spoke those words, seeking connections, his mind began to whirl, recalling his own interactions with Snape, who had returned his headband but withheld certain truths. Truths that Dumbledore had later divulged. The look in Dumbledore's eyes during that moment lingered in Karl's memory. It was as if he had discovered the most crucial thread amidst a cacophony of tangled yarns. And he suddenly perceived the sorrow that lay concealed beneath Dumbledore's kind and mischievous gaze. At this juncture, fully armed and seemingly in a heightened state of alert, Grindelwald stood before him. A bold hypothesis took shape in Karl's mind, accompanied by a daring plan. "If you have no further matters to attend to, I believe I shall take my leave," he declared, unwilling to linger any longer. He had already spent ample time here, and the impending task he faced loomed large. Remaining would surely lead to a scene of utter brutality. Grindelwald offered no further words, yet it was clear he communicated a desire for Karl to depart swiftly, ideally soaring back to his homeland in Germany without delay. "Oh, by the way, sir," Karl ventured, testing the waters of conversation. At this, Grindelwald seemed to momentarily pause. "Although it appears that Mr. Dumbledore is unmarried, I believe he is rather well suited to a certain lady. Their rapport seems quite harmonious. I wonder if they might." As Karl spoke, he tightened his grip on his wand, prepared to defend himself should he inadvertently provoke Grindelwald's ire. Grindelwald, visibly taken aback, soon unleashed a vicious curse aimed directly at Karl's head. In an instant, Karl raised his wand and cast a protective charm, narrowly evading the malevolent spell. It seemed his instincts had proven correct. What were foes and friends, after all? Have you ever witnessed a rival and a confidant crumble at the mere suggestion of a romantic entanglement? Their bond was that of estranged lovers. The torment he had endured over the years due to Dumbledore suddenly found its rationale in this moment. Karl's heart raced from the recent spellcasting, and his thoughts surged forth. No wonder they bore such resemblance. With Dumbledore's name intertwined in Grindelwald's words, "He likes you very much. Am I merely a piece in your play?" Carlos cost. The elder's furious voice erupted, directed at a child he had raised, who had just plunged a blade into his heart, a blade he could scarcely endure. For a fleeting moment, he found himself at a loss for words, letting out a fierce growl of the child's name. "I was jesting, sir. Merely jesting. But I think of you. And since your reaction was so pronounced, I must not be mistaken." Karl lowered his wand, observing that Grindelwald appeared less inclined to attack him. To his astonishment, he had not resorted to theatrics or fury. In an epiphany, Karl grasped why every mention of Dumbledore, whether in shared criticism or praise, or even in neglect, seemed to darken Grindelwald's mood. First, how could he insult the former love of his life? Second, how could he extol the virtues of his sworn enemy? Third, Karl remained uncertain, but perhaps it was a matter of unspoken guilt. Regardless, he now understood. In an instant, Grindelwald seemed to be drained of vitality. The once stalwart figure appeared momentarily hunched, only to straighten once more. Yet Karl recognized that even these fleeting seconds were significant. Dumbledore was undeniably of immense importance to Grindelwald, profoundly so. "Sir, it seems Dumbledore indeed has a significant person in his life," Karl ventured, contemplating his words, determined to convey his thoughts. Dumbledore, he felt, would not wish to witness the anguish of a beloved elder. Karl felt no remorse for betraying Dumbledore. Grindelwald, turning away, seemed eager to depart. "It is you, sir? It must be you. If Dumbledore has an important person, it can only be you," Karl interjected swiftly. "I doubt you are interested in the tale of my beloved. So I shall share what you are likely keen to know. Dumbledore revealed to me that he once shared a close bond with you, that you collaborated extensively, that he regarded you as a friend. It is through these connections that I have pieced together the nature of your relationship," Karl asserted, his tone steady and resolute. He was convinced that in that moment, a flicker of something, perhaps recognition, passed through Grindelwald's murky, aged eyes, further solidifying Karl's hypothesis. Chapter 66, Homeward Bound. Of course, if that were all, perhaps he would remain uncertain. Yet when Dumbledore recounted how his headband had fallen and how the one he cherished had retrieved it, he had been acutely aware that it bore Grindelwald's mark. Yet, After uttering this deception, for reasons unknown, he divulged the true identity of the one who had returned his headband. In the end, he regarded Karl with a gaze filled with regret and sorrow, suggesting he believed this to be a good decision. Why, then, did he consider it a favorable outcome? Whom had he overlooked? Who did he deem most essential? Karl's words flowed forth in a torrent, as he laid bare his deductions, nearly parched by the effort, but striving to articulate every thought. Who does he deem most important? What does that concern me? Yet Grindelwald merely snorted dismissively before hastily retreating, exhibiting no trace of attachment or excitement over the revelation. Karl gazed at Grindelwald's departing figure, questioning the authenticity of his indifference. He held a contrary view, for in the next instant, he approached the weathered wooden table and seized the half-finished notes Grindelwald had penned. Even in that incomplete state, he discerned it to be a discourse on the 12 uses of dragon's blood. Previously, I was only aware that it was Dumbledore who accomplished this feat, as my teacher had never disclosed the nature of his relationship with Dumbledore. However, it now seems plausible that my teacher's influence may be present within. Yet, the reason for being able to discern Grindelwald's inner turmoil through this artifact remains elusive. It is quite evident, is it not? Such theoretical matters are ones Grindelwald no longer needs to document. He can recite them effortlessly, as can I. Therefore, to be candid, dear teacher, what you are doing bears no distinction from inscribing the name Albus Dumbledore repeatedly upon parchment. Oh, but wait. If this artifact was a collaborative endeavor, then it would be my teacher's name, Gellert Grindelwald, alongside Albus Dumbledore, adorned with a grand heart drawn around both names. I wish you success, dear teacher. Karl slowly set down the parchment, his heart a tapestry of conflicting emotions as he grasped his small suitcase and departed. He, too, must return home. Severus is indeed of great significance, yet so too are his family. His parents must be eagerly anticipating his return. Since his teacher did not intend to keep him, he would hasten back to Germany. With a stroke of luck, he would secure a plane ticket. If fortune were to frown upon him, he would resort to a series of apparitions followed by broom travel, albeit with some inconvenience. This time, Karl's luck did not fail him, as he successfully purchased a ticket back to Germany and boarded his flight home 2.5 hours later. After executing another apparition, he arrived near his home. As he strolled down a few streets, a charming little villa came into view. The garden, even in winter, displayed some evergreen plants. In spring and summer, it might boast roses and sunflowers, his mother's favorite being the rose, while Karl adored sunflowers. As for his father, he cherished both his wife and Karl. Karl's previously anxious heart was instantly soothed upon sighting the house. He exhaled deeply and approached with a lightened step. The interior was bathed in warm, soft lighting, exuding a cozy ambience. Pushing the door open, he found a man and a woman, both nearing middle age, nestled together on the couch, appearing as though they had been waiting for quite some time, their weariness evident. They awaited his return, for Karl had sent word that he would be home, perhaps today. I'm back. Who will give a hug to Karl, the prodigal son? Upon seeing the two figures, a wave of longing surged within Karl, and disregarding their apparent fatigue, he leapt forward. First, he embraced his mother, and then, as his father was already holding her, he managed to wrap his arms around his father as well. The joy that surged within him, stemming from his family, was irreplaceable. The family remained entwined for a long while before finally releasing one another. Welcome home, my dear. Let me see if you've lost weight from not eating properly, Karl's mother remarked, her beautiful golden hair cascading down and her striking blue eyes twinkling. It was clear that Karl had inherited her eyes. Of course not, mother. I've been eating well, Karl replied, like a proud child. It's rare, Leah. It seems our Karl has learned to take care of himself, remarked his father, who had short black hair and dark eyes, resembling Karl in many aspects, albeit with a more pronounced and refined facial structure. Strangely, while his features were more defined, he emanated a gentler elegance, whereas Karl often exuded a more vibrant energy, making it difficult at first glance to connect the two. Oh, by the way, I have exciting news. I'm in a relationship, Karl unabashedly declared, sharing his delightful tidings. Ah, so you're in love. That's wonderful. The woman named Leah laughed, her senses dulled by fatigue, momentarily caught off guard. Leah, wake up, my dear. Yes, he is in love. Her husband, clearly more alert, leaned closer to her ear, elongating his words to emphasize the point. Oh, Ceci, I haven't tea. Wait, who is she? Leah inquired, suddenly wide awake, casting aside her sleepy demeanor to eagerly question her child. Well, to be precise, it's he. Karl waved his hand dismissively. I remember the last time I introduced you to that boy from the Vulpin family. You told me his father, Ceci, recalled that day when he had encouraged Karl to go on a blind date, only to have Karl return home in a huff, exclaiming, Dad, is there something wrong with your head? Why are you introducing me to men? Ceci mimicked Karl's tone perfectly. Upon hearing those words, Karl felt a surge of panic. How could these two be compared? It was a desecration to Severus. Severus was different. He was exceptional, extraordinarily talented, the youngest potions master and headmaster. Handsome, with an impressive presence. It was hard to grasp just how remarkable he was. If he were to succeed in winning Severus's affection, he would bring him home to show them, and they would undoubtedly love him. I guarantee it. Karl immediately interrupted his father, fervently extolling Severus's virtues. This was merely a brief summary. Given the chance, he could extol Severus's praises for an entire day, crafting a monologue in his honor. That is unfortunate. It seems that boy from the Vulpin family quite likes you, Ceci observed, watching his son's exuberance, reminiscent of a lovesick girl. He suddenly felt as though he had raised a daughter instead. I certainly know that, or else he wouldn't be under the table rubbing my calf with his shoe. The mere thought of that person made Karl feel as if his soul were about to soar from his body. Before he had met Severus, he had believed that he was rather reserved. Yet, what he was doing could hardly be construed as anything other than harassment. All right, my child. But it seems you haven't successfully pursued him yet? Ceci inquired, curiosity piqued, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. It was quite peculiar that someone would dare to reject Karl. After all, Karl's personality mirrored that of Leah. He was gentle, kind, lively, resilient, perceptive of others' emotions, and utterly charming. That someone could resist Leah was indeed astonishing. I will definitely win him over. You needn't worry, Karl declared confidently, lifting his chin like a proud, elegant cat. Of course, you are our treasure. You will surely succeed, Leah chimed in, applauding without allowing a moment's silence, almost as if she were on the verge of shouting encouragement. However, the most crucial aspect was that Karl's visage bore a striking resemblance to that of Ceci. In his youth, Ceci was not only handsome and affluent, but also possessed a remarkable intellect and athletic prowess, rendering him virtually devoid of any flaws. He was the quintessential prince of the campus, basking in popularity, a status that Karl, inheriting most of Ceci's admirable traits, also enjoyed. Leah mused, with a smile illuminating her thoughts, that it was impossible for anyone to dislike him. Yet, the hour was late, and it was time to retire for the night. After all, you had endured a taxing journey to catch your flight, and you had just visited Mr. Grindelwald, hadn't you? Ceci recalled Karl's mention in his letter about his intention to pay a visit to Grindelwald, a figure whom Ceci held in high regard, despite not fully comprehending or agreeing with his philosophies. After all, he had saved his child. Upon reflection, if a person could indeed save their child, then even if that individual were to commit murder or implore assistance in such a heinous act, someone like Ceci, possessing a rather lax moral compass, would likely stoke the flames of destruction, fervently fanning the embers, and ultimately pour gasoline to obliterate evidence, whilst providing reliable testimonies. Moreover, Grindelwald had never demanded a price from them. He had merely stated that his father had compensated him. He was the type to be in good spirits. And Karl nearly divulged one of Grindelwald's little secrets, but in a moment of discretion, he opted to remain silent for the sake of his mentor's dignity. Let us retire for the night. This is a topic I cannot discuss. Karl gestured as if zipping up a jacket. Indeed, we must rest. Late nights do not bode well for my creative impulses. Leah observed Karl's hesitation and promptly pointed to her head, her many small gestures remaining unchanged despite her advancing age. Yes. Mother, is my room still as I left it? I miss my soft, fluffy blankets, the cushions, and my little pillows, Karl exclaimed, wrapping his arms around his mother's and beginning to sway side to side, employing his customary charming tactics that worked wonders on both Ceci and Leah. Of course, I have also procured a new soft throw blanket for you. Shall we go and see? Leah made a gesture of surprise. In an instant, both were laughing heartily. Ceci observed his wife, then glanced at his child. Yes, if he had them, he would never resort to such actions. As long as Leah and Karl were by his side, that was sufficient. Engaging in small business and tending to a modest plot of land was neither shameful nor undesirable. It was quite satisfactory. A smile involuntarily crept across his face as he nodded in agreement. In Spinner's End, Severus Snape had lost count of the number of herbs he had ruined that day, attributing it to the poor feng shui of his abode. Upon closer inspection, he was haunted by memories of those he wished to forget, those damned recollections. He inhaled deeply, drawing in the air before exhaling slowly, attempting to quell his restless spirit, though he was uncertain of the root of his agitation. Perhaps it was indeed the unfavorable energies of Spinner's End, he reiterated to himself. Snape glanced at the calendar. His holiday extended only until Christmas Eve, for he had no desire to lay eyes on Carlos Costner, not a single glimpse. After being deceived, his mind was plagued by anger and a tinge of humiliation, rendering him averse to encountering those piercing blue eyes. He resolved to return by this late hour, confident that he could avoid crossing paths with that individual. Snape's frustrations were directed solely at Carlos Costner for daring to deceive him. Yet, in truth, it was likely more complicated than that. Despite his own inability to discern it, he gripped the silver knife in his hand, unconsciously tightening his grip before quickly releasing it. His hand mirroring the chaotic state of his mind, he found it nearly impossible to think. In the following moment, Snape decided to abandon thought altogether. His gaze grew vacant, and the remnants of warmth on his face faded away. The instinctual defenses of his mind confirmed the depth of his malaise, far worse than he had previously acknowledged. The Snape of yore would have never believed he would resort to mental defenses over such trivial matters, merely to maintain his ability to handle herbs. It was utterly absurd. Yet, amidst the absurdity, the silver lining was that he could once again concentrate on processing his ingredients and continue his potion making, impervious to distractions, such as an individual by the name of Costner. However, in an instant of clarity, a thought struck Snape like a bolt of lightning. He had forgotten about the cauldron brimming with half-finished Felix Felicis in his cellar. In his aversion to seeing Carlos Costner, he had neglected that crucial matter. It seemed that ever since encountering Costner, his intellect had been regressing. Damn it, he still had time to rush back. Snape hastily gathered his belongings. In comparison to the potions he had been concocting to pass the time, a bottle of Felix Felicis was far more significant. He had invested considerable effort into it, and if he failed to return today, months of labor could be rendered futile. As for whether he would encounter Karl, who had not yet departed, that was no longer part of Snape's plans. He needed to hurry back to his cellar. Chapter 68. The Sickness of Longing. Snape had not fully enjoyed his holiday before hastily returning to his cellar to salvage his Felix Felicis. His mind was in disarray, perhaps due to the potion, but undoubtedly, part of it stemmed from the prospect of encountering Carlos Costner upon his return. If the latter were to shamelessly approach him, those innocent blue eyes wide open, believing that merely looking at him with feigned innocence would grant him his desires. If it truly came to that, with such thoughts, Snape opened the door to his cellar, steeling himself for the possibility of a dark figure leaping out at him, a rather heavy shadow, perhaps, only to be met with nothing. Upon swinging the cellar door wide, a cold gust of wind rushed past him, and the stagnant air within suggested that no one had visited in quite some time, quite a long time, indeed. As for that certain someone, they had likely long since returned to their German homeland. Snape slowly and stiffly closed the cellar door, an inexplicable emptiness swelling within him, causing a fleeting pang in his heart. Yet, in the next moment, the mechanisms of his mental defenses alleviated all of that. He prepared to search for his cauldron. As his gaze swept across the table, he finally spotted a package Karl had left there, alongside a piece of parchment. This is a Christmas gift. Snape read only the first line on the parchment before. With remarkable composure, he incinerated it with a flick of his wand, reducing the elegantly penned note to ash. Exhaling calmly, he turned his numb expression toward the large package, sweeping it off the table without a glance, lest it disrupt his mood. Now, he needed to focus on salvaging his Felix Felicis. Time passed, and once Snape concluded his work, the clock hands had crept toward 11 o'clock. Exhaustion tugged at his nerves, urging him to sleep, yet the turmoil in his mind granted him an unprecedented clarity. He picked up a book once more, reading quietly and unknowingly. His consciousness began to fade into a gentle blur. Perhaps in his weariness, he might slumber until the conclusion of Christmas, Severus Snape mused before losing consciousness. Meanwhile, in a quaint home nestled in Germany, a vibrant fire crackled in the fireplace, and an exquisitely adorned Christmas tree stood surrounded by an abundance of gifts. A delectable Christmas feast lay spread out on the table, yet Karl's spirits were far from buoyant. After spending time with his parents, his thoughts inevitably drifted back to Snape. And as Christmas Eve approached, his longing intensified. He genuinely worried about the man. Before him, his favorite lamb chops seemed utterly unappetizing. He yearned for Severus. What could he be enduring? Had he seen his letter? Was he aware of his plans? Was he still angry? Karl helplessly slumped onto the table. His low spirits did not escape the notice of his companions, Sissy and Leah, for Karl was quite transparent in his emotions. The poor cat attempted to leap onto his lap, seeking to comfort him with affectionate nudges, but he even rejected that. Such behavior was remarkably rare. Leah gently patted him on the back from behind, her concern mounting as she feared for the well-being of her beloved child, who seemed to be drowning in his own melancholy. Mother? I'm sorry, have I worried you? Karl, though dazed, roused himself at Leah's inquiry. Yes. You have caused me concern, Karl. Your demeanor is troubling. You seem weighed down by thoughts. Tell me, are you preoccupied with that man, Severus Snape? Leah's voice was tender. Karl opened his mouth, hesitating for a moment before he could no longer contain himself. Yes, mother. Yes. I miss him terribly. He confessed earnestly, pouring out his emotions. I had intended to celebrate Christmas a day early with you, but I forgot to inform him, and now he must think I regard him as a mere backup. He must despise me. Though he had left a note, He lamented the probability that Snape's temperament would prevent him from reading it properly. A likelihood far below 10%. Karl expressed his grievances, feeling unjustly wronged, yet uncertain whom to blame. After all, he had been the one to forget. He might even be so enraged that he throws my gift out into the cellar. My heart is breaking. Karl exhaled shakily, his hands trembling, mimicking tiny claws. As he appeared utterly distraught, Leah regarded her obviously troubled child, recognizing the affliction he suffered. Clearly, it was a severe case of lovesickness. This boy required healing. Severus struggled to awaken, his head pounding as if it might split open. He was unaware of how long he had been asleep, perhaps an hour, perhaps 3, or even half a day. He lifted his head and glanced at the clock. It read 11:50. It appeared he had only dozed for a little over half an hour. Clearly, the notion of sleeping through Christmas was a misguided one. His sleep quality had been abysmal. Severus contemplated, turning his gaze to the large parcel that lay on the floor. His disheveled thoughts nearly hindered his rationality, yet he found himself inexplicably drawn to the package. Lifting his hand slowly to unwrap it. What did this signify? Chapter 69, I long to see him. Severus could deceive himself, but he could not alter the undeniable truth. Even if he appeared indifferent, he had undoubtedly endured profound suffering before becoming truly strong, having healed his wounds to become impervious. Yet, this also meant he had once been vulnerable, truly on the brink of despair. Thus, he had, in fact, looked forward to Christmas. Through countless nights filled with the stench of cheap alcohol and violent clashes, he had yearned for the warmth of the holiday. Gazing at the flickering lights emanating from other families, he was not the cold-blooded serpent he presented himself to be. Even he could long for the radiant glow of a fire. However, as those dreams shattered, his heart grew numb and cold. He had to admit that Karl's words rekindled a flicker of hope in his numbed heart. He had contemplated preparing a gift for him. Otherwise, he would not have felt uncontrollable anger upon discovering that Karl intended to celebrate Christmas with his parents, a perfectly reasonable arrangement. After unwrapping the gift, a scruffy, cat-like plush toy appeared before him, seemingly handcrafted, though the craftsmanship left much to be desired. Severus pressed the plush gently. It was remarkably soft. Severus. In a moment of daze, he thought he heard a voice. Was it a hallucination? No, it was the toy that emitted sound. Karl had included a voice feature. Severus lifted the plush cat to inspect it, trying to discern the source of the sound. I'm behind you. The voice continued, clearer this time. Severus turned to see a shadow springing toward him like a coiled spring, enveloping him in a warm, nearly infinite embrace. Just in time. I hope you haven't waited long for me. Karl's voice trembled slightly, accompanied by heavy breaths, as if he had run to reach him. Severus was momentarily taken aback. You ran here? He asked, his tone dry and bewildered. Yes, I ran, Karl replied. If it's to see you, I'll run. As Severus heard this, he looked down to find Karl gazing up at him with his beautiful blue eyes, sparkling with joy, radiating an indescribable affection, more brilliant than any warm light he had ever glimpsed from sneaking into other rooms. Under the gaze of those eyes, one could not help but feel cherished. Karl's cheeks flushed from exertion, accompanied by slight gasps. He could nearly sense Severus's rigid form, which was not the worst of it. The true concern lay in the fact that Karl suspected Snape had not seen the note, for otherwise, he would not appear so disheveled, unkempt, and exhausted. Karl stepped back from Severus's embrace, scrutinizing the man before him, wondering how he had become so disheveled in just 2 or 3 days. Where's my note? He inquired, extending his hand towards Severus, demanding the item. Severus felt an urge to evade the probing gaze of those beautiful blue eyes. He was reluctant to confess his actions, to reveal the truth that his subconscious urged him to conceal. It seemed he had already sacrificed his dignity. Did you read it? Karl pressed on, his inquisitive eyes scanning Severus. Of course, Severus responded, uncertain of why he felt compelled to deceive in such a foolish setting. Yet, as he gazed into Karl's eyes, he found it difficult to articulate the truth. He had indeed incinerated that note. However, in essence, it was not entirely a lie, for he had glimpsed the first line. What did I write? He mused. You said what lay upon the table was my gift, hence I unwrapped it. Severus's reply was straightforward, and though he appeared remarkably composed, internally he was anything but tranquil. This was the first time in a decade that he felt a pang of guilt. What else did I say? Karl continued to scrutinize Severus, almost convinced that the latter had not looked at the note, which he assumed had been shredded. Severus fell silent, having burned the parchment. Very well, I confess, Cost. I did burn it. I only perused the first line. He averted his gaze, striving to avoid meeting Karl's eyes. Barely cognizant of the fear coursing through him, fear of witnessing Karl's disappointment or hurt. I knew it all along. I should have taken fireproof precautions with that note. Karl clenched his fists, grateful for his mother's support. Otherwise, He would have spent the entire night in the cellar mulling over the fact that Carlos Cost was truly toying with him. That wretched conclusion, the expression Severus had envisioned, failed to materialize. Karl merely regretted that he had not considered these matters earlier. His thoughts drifted back to a few hours prior. Go find him, Karl. Do it, dear, Leah encouraged, patting Karl's shoulder. But I promised you all that I would at least spend one Christmas with you, even if it is celebrated early. Karl was reluctant to break his promise, not wanting to cause sorrow to his parents. It's not like that, dear. You returned to make me happy, and I am glad. That is sufficient. You have spent 2 days with us. Doesn't that demonstrate your love for us? Leah gently asserted, believing that a genuinely loving family would not be tethered to a single day, as their affection was evident each day. Now, to make you happy. Hurry and seek your beloved. Dear, go. Leah pulled Karl from his chair, akin to a mother cat lifting her kitten by the scruff. Perhaps he isn't in his lounge. He could be on leave to avoid me. It wouldn't be impossible to see him tomorrow. Karl felt a twinge of melancholy, occasionally wanting to escape. Then you must go. Let him see you the moment he returns. Quickly gather your belongings, and remember to bring Kai Kai. Off you go, darling. Don't overthink it, Leah urged, dragging him towards his room. Besides, what if he is in his lounge? Don't you wish to see him sooner? Would you really settle for a piece of parchment instead of being there in person to wait for him, to tell him that you miss him? Lastly, let me ask you one final question. Do you wish to see him? Each of Leah's words seemed to probe Karl's innermost feelings. I really do, he whispered. Say it again, Leah insisted. I really do. I want to see him. I want to explain it to him in person. This time, Karl's voice was resolute. That's the spirit, Karl. Pack your bag and set off. Leah stuffed all his belongings into Karl's suitcase, including the still slumbering Kai Kai, who was rudely awakened and unceremoniously shoved into the case. The instant he grasped the suitcase, Karl resolved wholeheartedly. All right, mother. He flung open the door, determined to make his way to the airport with utmost haste, employing the swiftest of apparitions. Oh, Leah, it seems you did not consult my opinion. I had hoped to spend Christmas with my son as well, Ceci observed as Leah spirited Karl away. Once Karl had departed, he feigned disappointment, blinking at his wife. Are you implying you would rather be with Karl than alone with me? Leah squinted at her husband. Oh, I never said that. I merely. Ceci recalled Karl's dejected expression, struggling to accept that his child was so emotionally thwarted. He naturally felt some concern. More importantly, how could he dare reject a piece of Leah's heart in Karl? It was utterly disgraceful. I understand, but Karl is happy despite his setbacks. Children need such experiences as they grow. Leah took a pragmatic view. Well, dear, you are right, Ceci conceded, realizing he could not selfishly keep Karl from pursuing his happiness. He was merely afraid of his child's sorrow. He did not wish to become the one who would cause his child heartache, transforming from the man Severus Snape into himself. The couple debated their child's romantic issues, with Leah emerging victorious, earning the most delectable portion of the turkey. Thank you, mother. It's wonderful that he came. Thus, Karl's resolve grew ever firmer. Chapter 70, a must-do. Come with me, Mr. Snape. Allow me to show you your Christmas gift. Karl grasped Severus's hand, intending to lead him outside the castle. Isn't that the foolish, clumsy cat? Severus instinctively recalled the crookedly stitched, white tabby cat, nearly blurting it out. What foolish cat? That one is adorable, Karl instinctively countered. Though he had considered the possibility that Severus might scoff at the gift, however, once it was completed, he felt reassured. For the appearance of the cat bore no resemblance to a snow leopard, despite being crafted based on his animagus form, complete with his own warm, thick fur. An adorable white tabby cat. In the next moment, Karl realized he might have let something slip, so he abruptly halted his speech, stammering out a rigid sentence. The adorable white tabby cat. Karl heard Severus force out the words with a tone of considerable discomfort. The fact that he actually spoke them left Karl momentarily stunned. This was indeed Severus, and not someone else. No, that thought was swiftly dismissed. His heart continued to beat. This was his Severus. Simultaneously, Karl recognized the truth. It did not matter what kind of cat it was. What mattered was that he needed to take Severus with him. That gift was merely an introduction. The main attraction awaited outside. Karl held on to Severus's hand, gripping his wrist tightly, perhaps a bit too forcefully. But he was holding his hand, unlike their first encounter in the corridor. This time, Severus felt lighter, almost buoyant, and it was effortless to pull him along. Karl swiftly navigated several floors, reaching the castle's exit. In the dimly lit corridor, illuminated only by a few candles, even the moonlit exterior of the castle appeared brighter than the interiors. The moment they stepped outside the castle doors, a burst of fireworks shot up from the horizon, soaring into the sky with a resounding bang, blooming into a beautiful array of colors before fading into the clouds with a white tail. As the first firework burst into bloom, followed by the second and third, hundreds of meticulously crafted fireworks by Karl ascended into the sky. unfolding in a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues before vanishing into the clouds. The radiant yet fleeting flames danced upon the faces of the onlookers, enveloping the atmosphere in the enchanting charm unique to pyrotechnics. Karl approached slowly, believing that Severus might prefer a simpler display, thus preparing 3 distinct shows. The middle one being particularly special. What? Karl heard Severus respond, yet in the next instant, the subsequent fireworks shot into the air. It was a fleeting moment. As countless sparkling rockets soared side by side, a unique silver-green firework momentarily enveloping the entire visible sky. The magnificent colors trailed beautifully as they blossomed, leaving behind faint silvery traces after their disappearance. It was as if the fireworks painted a breathtaking masterpiece across the heavens. In that moment, Karl silently clenched his fists, certain that this time it would be flawless, there would be no mistakes, and the recipient would undoubtedly be captivated. Though it was a tad premature, he hoped Severus would find joy a little earlier, for even a moment of happiness was precious, even if today was not Christmas Eve. And even if the absence of Christmas Eve diminished the experience somewhat. Yet, it mattered not, as long as Severus enjoyed it. He could attempt the display again on Christmas Eve, solely for him. As the special fireworks concluded, the display transitioned to more ordinary fireworks, continuing to illuminate the night sky. What do you think, Mr. Snape? My gift, a fireworks show just for you, solely yours. Karl turned his head, the wind tousling his hair as he spread his arms wide, yearning to embrace the entire sky, filled with fireworks. Today is not Christmas Eve, Severus replied, his voice carrying a hint of dryness. However, the flickering light from the fireworks obscured Karl's ability to discern Severus's expression. So what? I can grant you at least 10 such Christmas Eves every day. Karl's expression remained bright and confident, his visage rivaling the brilliant fireworks above. The incessant explosions nearly drowned out the sound of his heartbeat. Such foolish, frivolous, and ostentatious displays likely fell outside Severus's preferences. Indeed, they probably did. Unbeknownst to Karl, at the moment the fireworks burst forth, Severus did not behold the spectacle of lights. Thus, his plan ultimately faltered. However, if Severus were to look at his face, would that not be a different kind of success? Most importantly, I wish to see you smile a little sooner. Although I originally intended to present this on Christmas Eve, if you enjoy it, I shall gladly perform it again, just for you. Karl spoke slowly, and as his words faded, the fireworks gradually extinguished, leaving the sky in tranquility once more. You, Severus seemed poised to speak. I know what you wish to say. I plan to return to Germany a day early to spend Christmas with my parents before returning to you. I neglected to mention that I have been busy teaching, creating fireworks, and preparing for your arrival, all in a whirlwind. When you misinterpreted my actions, I wanted to explain, but you didn't listen. You simply ran away, even leaving Hogwarts to avoid me. At least have a bit more confidence, Mr. Snape. You are not my backup. You will always be my first choice. Karl moved closer, peering into Severus's eyes as he delivered this proclamation with urgency. Severus's hand instinctively clenched, his gaze locked onto Karl's eyes, his lips trembling, on the verge of uttering something profound. Yet, in the next moment, Karl stepped back, removing his gaze from Severus's. But I know I will be your backup. No, I'm not even a backup, for you surely have not prepared a gift for me. You even burned the note. Karl slowly lifted his head, blinking his striking blue eyes, avoiding Severus's stare as he retreated another step, his voice tinged with a nasal quality that hinted at deep sorrow. I will get you a gift, as long as you can express your desires. Severus, rarely prone to losing control of his emotions, felt an instinctive urge to comfort Karl. However, he quickly realized the folly of such an impulse. What if Karl made some absurd request or engaged in some foolish act? What then? Chapter 71, Wishes Come True. It seems you are not sincere, Karl lamented slowly, his voice nearly breaking into tears. Severus found himself momentarily at a loss for words. They stood together in the biting wind for what felt like an eternity, nearly 10 minutes, until Karl believed Severus would not speak again. I will, Carlos cost. Severus finally replied, his words deliberate and measured. Whatever you ask, I will comply. No matter the request, no matter how extravagant, Severus silently vowed. His words were slow. Yet unlike before, each syllable seemed to emerge from the depths of his being, like a solemn promise. In that moment, he could not conjure sharp, sarcastic retorts. But I have given you 2 gifts. Karl raised his gaze, meeting Severus's dark eyes, resembling a curious cat testing the waters. Then I shall fulfill 2 requests. Severus responded almost instinctively, his reply immediate. Only as you say. Karl leaned in closer, his excitement bubbling forth, his earlier sorrow dissipating. His eyes sparkled with joy and triumph. And if he had a tail, it would surely be soaring high. Carlos Cost, you were just playing with me? Severus appeared momentarily stunned, slowly regaining his composure after an extended silence. He seemed poised to express anger, Yet as he gazed upon Karl's triumphant visage, that anger vanished without a trace. For reasons unknown, he felt a sense of relief. Perhaps Severus understood that Karl was not genuinely upset, nor truly sorrowful. Yet Severus still overlooked his own feelings. Not quite. After all, I am genuinely saddened. Thus, I must strategize for myself. You just promised me, and I imagine you wouldn't want to go back on your word. Would you? Karl blinked his eyes, radiating joy so palpable it was as if he were about to take flight like a firework. Never, Severus replied, affirming Karl's hopes. Well then, first, you must call me Karl, and I shall call you Severus. I do not wish for you to address me by my surname. It feels too strange. Even Professor McGonagall sometimes calls me by my name. Karl proposed his first request, which seemed surprisingly reasonable compared to the peculiar demands Severus had anticipated. Is that all? Severus momentarily pressed his lips together, pondering what further requests Karl might make. Please, let us truly be together, or at the very least, continue our companionship for 3 months. 6 months, or perhaps 9 months. Maybe it could be any of those durations. Yet it is none of these. Simply call me Karl, and I shall refer to you as Severus. It is as straightforward as that. Very well, Snape replied slowly. The request was so uncomplicated that it felt almost surreal. He could hardly believe that Karl had gone to such lengths merely for him to relent, and that this was his actual request. What should I call you then, Severus? Karl tugged at Snape's sleeve. Karl, Snape spat out the name with remarkable speed, as if it were a scalding potato. Wonderful, my dear, you succeeded. Yes, that is it. Now say it again. Call me Karl, Karl exclaimed, his joy palpable, speaking as if he were coaxing a child. I trust you do not intend to engage me in a 30-minute game of guess my name in this biting cold, do you, Karl? Snape articulated his displeasure with a characteristic sharpness. Even though he found himself in a position of vulnerability today, that did not grant Karl the liberty to toy with him repeatedly. Of course not, Mr. Severus. How could I bear to see you suffer in the cold? Karl replied, half cradling his face, intrigued. However, the next point he wished to address was of greater significance. Karl believed it unnecessary for the other party to acquiesce to calling him by name, but what followed was imperative. Now, my second request may prove somewhat challenging for you. Karl exhaled slowly, gazing at Snape. Snape felt as though a weight had suddenly been lifted from his heart. Yes, this was the genuine Karl. If this individual were Carlos Cost, rather than some peculiar entity possessed by a ghost, then being too normal would, in fact, be abnormal. Speak, disclose your bizarre, eccentric, damned request. Secondly, I hope that in the future, should similar situations arise, you shall not depart. Listen to my explanation before making a choice, all right? Karl articulated this simple, yet seemingly normal request with a tender warmth. Is that agreeable? Snape heard Karl continue, his beautiful blue eyes meeting his. Do you truly believe that by gazing at me with those big, innocent eyes, you can have your wishes granted? Very well. Snape's lips quivered before he slowly uttered the word. Indeed, you have succeeded. Chapter 72, The Cloak of Darkness Wrapped Around Me. Splendid. Karl was overjoyed, and if circumstances permitted, he felt he could leap into a tango right then and there. Yet in the presence of his beloved, he needed to maintain his composure. He was acutely aware that this was an opportunity to bind the other to his side. Karl thought this while his gaze dimmed slightly. Yet, he yearned for Severus Snape to utter, devoid of ulterior motives, I love you. I wish to be with you. Karl suppressed these hidden thoughts. Shall we return to rest? Severus? After all, Christmas Eve is but 24 hours away. Let us consider what decorations we ought to procure. Karl's mind raced. Perhaps he should fetch a pine tree to adorn it as a Christmas tree. Although a transfiguration spell would suffice, a genuine pine tree would evoke a more festive atmosphere. Shall we venture into the forbidden forest to dig one up? You aren't contemplating some foolish endeavor, are you? Snape's brain, having momentarily stalled, finally resumed function upon escaping the earlier scene, though the price was that his words regained their usual sharpness. How can this be deemed foolish? It is indeed autumn. Just as Karl instinctively prepared to counter, he felt an itch in his nose, and he could not resist. He hurriedly covered his mouth. Are you catching a cold, Karl? Snape instinctively began to call out Karl's surname, but the next moment, under Karl's pleading gaze, the name rolled around in his mouth several times before transforming from Cost to Karl. How could that be? I could never fall ill. My body, achoo, achoo, achoo. Karl attempted to refute, but in the next instant, his nose betrayed him, and he had to cover his mouth once more. You, Snape hesitated, uncertain if Karl was indeed unwell. I was joyfully celebrating Christmas at home, missing you immensely, so I came to find you. Yet, due to flight issues, I had to use several disillusionment charms and flew across a river on my broom. I suspect it may be due to that river. Or perhaps we have lingered here too long. Achoo, Karl recounted while sneezing repeatedly, and after the fervor subsided, he felt a slight dizziness. It seemed he truly was unwell. However, Karl quickly recognized this as an excellent opportunity to feign weakness. I feel so cold and dizzy, and I might faint. He dramatically played the part of a frail individual, making it evident to anyone observing how exaggerated his performance was. While he did feel a bit lightheaded, it was far from the point of fainting. Snape, of course, saw through it. Mr. Karl, do you think I would fall for your same ploy a second time? What do you take me for, a fool? Snape scrutinized Karl. If only he could act with a bit more sincerity, perhaps Snape might believe him. Provided he truly committed to the act, as he had done moments ago. Karl's heart sank immediately. That is cheating. If you append Mr. to my name, how is it any different from calling me Koss directly? You cannot do this. Karl nearly leapt up to shout. Aren't you unwell? Snape slowly shifted his gaze. Oh dear. I am so frail. I feel I might faint. Karl instantly sought to continue his clumsy performance. What he received in return was a swift blow to his face from a black robe. Karl took it off, but even without removing it, he could sense what it was, for a cool herbal aroma enveloped him as if Snape were embracing him. Karl let the garment fall. And then he saw Snape unhesitatingly turn and walk towards his lounge. It appeared someone intended to escort him back to his quarters, albeit without explicitly stating it. This fellow truly had a knack for being obstinate. Yet, such a disposition was precisely why Karl found him endearing, was it not? Karl promptly donned the cloak. A delightful boyfriend's outerwear that he would not pass up. Severus. Karl hurried after him, though Snape was not moving quickly. He maintained a pace that Karl could easily keep up with. Aren't you ill? Snape replied in his usual manner. Since you've seen through my act, I might as well cease pretending. Karl shook his head. Thank you for the cloak, darling. You are so thoughtful. But next time you drape a cloak over your beloved, do be a tad gentler, all right? Karl spoke slowly, drawing closer to Snape, observing the contours of his profile, and articulating soft words. That is because if I do not offer it to you, you will undoubtedly be left shivering and whining. Snape let out a cold snort, glancing down at Karl. The latter was clad in a robe slightly larger than his own, with his hands nearly enveloped by the fabric. The few strands of black hair that had escaped during their earlier sprint now clung to the dark fabric, as if yearning to merge with it, particularly accented by the faint flush of red that could be attributed either to the exertion of running or that cursed cold. If one were to indulge in a moment of reverie, it might evoke memories of that Halloween night fraught with ambiguous entanglements. Snape felt his breath momentarily stifle. Huh. Do not jest. Casting a spell to warm me should not be a challenge, should it? Karl blinked, his mischievous gaze rendering him even more endearing. So, if I were to cast a spell for you, you would not whine, would you? You would surely say so, Snape thought. A myriad of Karl's potential responses flitting through his mind. Yet, none of these words escaped his lips, for they seemed too humiliating. Snape turned his face away, a cold smile gracing his features as he quickened his pace. Of course, if you do not wish for it, you may remove it and return it to me, Karl. Then I shall certainly choose to wear it. Ah, slow down, Severus. I cannot keep up with you, Karl exclaimed, observing Snape's sudden acceleration. He was uncertain if the other was merely shy, yet he was sure of one thing. The faint affection Snape had mentioned earlier was a facade. If he were truly unburdened by conscience, why would he feel the need to flee? This thought caused Karl's heart to skip a beat, only to race even faster moments later. He hastened to catch up, the rhythm of his heart compelling him to act. But what exactly was he to do? Snape slowed his pace, only to feel something suddenly cling to his arm. He glanced down to find a small black head lunging forward, wrapping around his arm and leaning its weight against him. Without needing to think, even a troll would deduce who this tousled fool was. Instinctively, Snape attempted to withdraw his arm, cursing the insistent imbecile who dared to overstep. What is it you wish to do now? Yet, he ultimately refrained from such actions. Although his tone bore an involuntary hint of irritation and mockery, he did not follow through. I seem to have little strength left. Walking this way is less taxing, Karl remarked, looking up with a pitiful expression. Snape fell silent. Just this once, but only for this occasion, to see through this Christmas. At the very least, this fool had made a fool of himself because of Snape. Yet, he suspected Snape would not consider this. In the past, he likely would not have shown leniency towards anyone who acted foolishly for his sake. Was this, then, a privilege belonging solely to Karl? Chapter 73, A Gift for You. Upon returning to Karl's common room, Snape opened the door for him and ushered him inside before choosing to depart. Of course, Karl could have grasped his hand, pleading for him not to go, preferably to share the same bed. Oh, merely to sleep in the same bed, nothing more, perhaps just to glance at a luminous watch. But Snape declined. His refusal was perhaps less about the initial vehement rejection of Karl's presence and more about the peculiar sensations that had flickered within him due to Karl's actions, compelling him to escape that unsettling feeling and revert to his former self. He could not even discern what that skipped heartbeat signified. Was it moved, or something else entirely? Yet Snape resolved that he could not indulge the individual named Carlos Costas any further. Thus, his retreat could be described as a rather chaotic escape. When he finally reached the door to his own dungeon, Snape's heart had returned to its usual calm, devoid of any tumult. Yes, that was what he deemed normal. He assured himself. For now, he would distance himself from the one called Carlos Costas, at least for this evening. But just as Snape contemplated this, in the very next moment, he noticed the suitcase that Karl had left at the entrance to his dungeon, appearing as though it had been abandoned for quite some time. The case was ajar, standing forlornly in place. Snape approached and lifted the suitcase, only for it to fully burst open, disgorging a jumble of crumpled clothing, and most significantly, a blue chicken leapt from within. He cautiously glanced left and right, then fixed his gaze on the obviously suspicious Snape before him, dressed in thin garments. His complexion pallid and waxy, unkempt beard, and looking utterly haggard, the most striking detail being his greasy hair. Could this possibly be a poultry trader? The little chicken, affectionately cradled in its wings, caught Snape off guard. He sensed that the tiny creature's face bore an expression of fear and trepidation. I am a friend of your master. We met last time in his common room. Though you were asleep, Snape found himself explaining, puzzled as to why he felt compelled to converse with a chicken. Goodness, talking to a chicken was undoubtedly the most foolish thing he had ever done. Meanwhile, the little chicken regarded Snape warily, and slowly, memories began to surface. It seemed to recall that this individual was a friend of its master, the one who elicited silly laughter at the mere mention of his name. Oh, then it is nothing to worry about. It instantly relaxed, freed from the concern that someone might harm its tender little wings. But where had Karl gone? The little chicken looked around, finding no sign of him on the left or the right, nor above or below. Karl was missing. It clutched its neck with its wings once more, all those delectable parts. Calm down. He is in his common room. I shall take you there. But you must stay in your suitcase. Snape persisted in what he deemed a foolish endeavor. Neatly folding the garments that Leah had hastily crammed into the suitcase and placing them back inside, nudging the suitcase toward the little chicken. After a moment's hesitation, the chicken hopped inside the case. So, why exactly was he engaging in such actions? When Snape stood before that familiar door, his tumultuous emotions had reached a boiling point. Little did he know what awaited him in the subsequent room. The number 218 was etched firmly in his mind. Even if he wished to forget Karl's birthday, he had to remember the password to his common room, just as he did not want to recall what Karl desired to eat. Yet Karl always seemed to revel in expressing his fondness for lamb chops while beside him. Upon pushing open the grand door, the room lay still and silent, devoid of any sound. The room remained shrouded in darkness, untouched since his arrival, as if Karl had never returned to the lounge. If he wasn't in the living room, he was likely in the bedroom, although Severus could have easily set down the box and fled. The eerie stillness of the empty room stirred an instinct within him, urging him not to depart so hastily. Thus, after placing the box upon the table, he promptly pushed open the bedroom door. Severus had never ventured into Karl's bedroom before. Typically, he would merely linger outside when seeking Karl, occasionally perusing the contents of Karl's bookcase to borrow a couple of comprehensible notes. As he opened the door, the moonlight illuminated the room's arrangement. Pale wallpaper, polished wooden floorboards, a bed piled with an abundance of cushions, and a small stuffed toy leaning against the side of the bed. Most strikingly, the blanket covering Karl bore a pattern of teddy bears. This was undoubtedly a whimsical touch characteristic of Carlos Cost. In that instant, a thought sprang into Severus's mind. Then, he caught sight of Karl, cocooned in the blanket like a fuzzy caterpillar. The sound of the creaking door stirred Karl from his slumber. He slowly opened his heavy eyes to regard the intruder. Severus, he murmured, attempting to prop himself up, only to succumb to the debilitating weakness that had overtaken him. He was nearly devoid of strength. Severus rushed to support Karl, demanding, "What are you trying to do? How are you feeling now? Merlin, do you intend to outsmart yourself with such foolishness? How do you feel?" Severus struggled to suppress the torrent of expletives threatening to spill from his lips. His intuition had been correct. Karl was indeed in dire trouble. Karl blinked, his head feeling unbearably hot. Yet, his movements were sluggish, as if he were trying to ascertain whether he could truly see what lay before him. Why were there so many stars in his vision? Was this some new form of magic? No, it seemed there were actual stars. Shaking his head, he extended his hand, slowly attempting to grasp the ephemeral stars that lingered in the air. Why couldn't he catch them? How peculiar. He repeated the gesture multiple times, but failed to capture even a trace of the stars. No, I must find a way to seize them, Karl declared. Throwing back the covers, clad in a thin nightgown, he endeavored to rise and grasp the non-existent stars. Good heavens, what on earth are you trying to accomplish? Are you intending to wear them as a prop on your forehead to demonstrate a moment of brilliance? Severus felt a surge of frustration boil within him. Typically, Karl was insufferable, but now, Illness had magnified his absurdity tenfold. Karl lowered his head in contemplation, then broke into a gentle smile. "This is for you," he replied to Severus, his voice soft and imbued with warmth and affection. Chapter 74, The Siren. Severus was momentarily taken aback by Karl's words, ceasing his sharp retorts. He carefully laid Karl back onto the bed and turned to leave, conveniently seeking an excuse to procure some fever-reducing potions for this imbecile. Yes, imbecile. Severus cast a sidelong glance at Karl, forming the shape of the words with his lips, sensing that this version of Karl was somehow even more compelling. Yet, just as he was about to take his leave, he felt Karl's hands slowly wrap around his waist, fingers grazing the fabric of his clothing, leaving an indelible impression in his mind. Karl's head deftly leaned against Severus's shoulder, and a warm breath brushed against his ear. Karl's voice, laced with weariness and fatigue, echoed in a manner reminiscent of that fateful night. "If you do not care for stars, how about trying to like me?" Severus heard Karl utter. "I'm quite likable. You know, I possess striking looks, an enviable physique, and I am quite the catch, perfectly suited to be pinned against a bed. You may explore me anywhere you wish. Most importantly, my voice is rather delightful, as you are aware." Karl's thoughts, though muddled, inadvertently unveiled his most primal desires. Had he not traversed the depths of experience, he might not have acted so boldly. Yet, having done so, he seemed to understand how to wield his allure to entice. As he had claimed, he was indeed handsome with a captivating form, his voice melodious and well-suited for yes. Severus was acutely aware of these truths. Yet, he seldom recalled the details of that night. However, now, Karl's actions compelled Severus to excavate those memories from the recesses of his mind, replaying them over and over. In an instant, Severus felt paralyzed, as if he were a statue, his mind teetering on the brink of shutdown, unable to muster any response. Finally, after an indeterminate passage of time, he managed to inquire, "Do you comprehend what you are doing, Karl?" "I do, I understand. I am, indeed, enticing you. This is my first attempt at such a thing. Do you enjoy it? I could do this for you every night." Karl exhaled, his warm breath caressing Severus's ear. In his half-dazed state, Karl resembled a siren skilled in ensnaring hearts. Each word he uttered luring sailors to their doom, beckoning them to plunge into the depths. Any man would find it nearly impossible to resist such a temptation. Yet, it was Severus Snape who stood before him. "You have no idea," he exclaimed, his mind swirling in a fog for just a fleeting moment before he recognized the thought that had crossed his mind. How could he entertain such notions? Even if just for a brief instant? Severus's heart constricted painfully, almost rendering him breathless. He raised a hand, intending to push Karl away and storm out. But nearly instantaneously, Karl, who had been clinging to him, succumbed to weakness and fell back onto the soft bed. In the moonlight, his eyes were filled with confusion and bewilderment, starkly contrasting Severus's assumptions. Karl seemed genuinely oblivious to his actions, merely acting on instinct. "My head hurts," he murmured, lifting his heavy eyelids. "My head hurts," he repeated, his voice tinged with a near cry. Only moments ago, he had embodied the siren, ready to devour the hearts of sailors, but now, in this moment, he appeared akin to a frightened kitten, emitting soft whimpers as he sought solace. He raised his hand, yearning to grasp something tangible. In the end, Snape relinquished his hand to him. His initial desire had been to sweep away dramatically, but regrettably, his black cloak had been gifted to Karl not long ago, and his departure was forcibly thwarted by Karl's plaintive, kitten-like whimper. The contrast between this moment and the one not long ago, when he had boldly proclaimed beneath the vast expanse of the sky that he could offer Karl 10 such Christmases each day, was stark. "Let me fetch you some fever medication, shall I? Calm down. You will feel better by tomorrow." Snape's voice lingered in his mouth for an eternity. His sarcastic quips almost burst forth, yet in the next moment, he retracted those words and offered a dry, brusque comfort to the visibly pained Karl. "Merlin, today is utterly wretched." Snape's heart plummeted, and his mind blanked. "My head is getting hotter. Now's the time to warm some milk." "Yes. Put the milk on my head. Then hot, sweet milk." Karl, momentarily dazed, suddenly sat up and shouted, only to fall silent again the next moment. Snape nearly jumped in shock. "Damn it, Carlos Cost, your primary purpose in life is evidently to make my existence unbearable." Chapter 75, Compromise. "I shall fetch you the medicine." Snape attempted to reason with the fever-addled fool, even as he sensed that his arguments were likely futile. "I don't want medication. I want sweet milk, hot milk." "That's the way it is." Karl promptly demonstrated through his actions that reasoning with a feverish idiot was a true folly. This was a scenario Snape had anticipated. "Without sweet milk, what you need right now is fever medication." "You fool." Snape's voice was all but shredded as he spat the words out. Sick Karl was proving to be thrice as troublesome as usual. For instance, there were those hands now clinging to his waist, and his incessant mumbling about sweet milk. Why are you calling me a fool? I am quite clever. Karl initially looked taken aback, then gradually realized that Snape was indeed calling him an idiot. And he immediately pressed closer, casting a reproachful glance at Snape. Clever? Snape questioned, his tone laced with a unique mockery that was both sultry and melodious, akin to the resounding notes of a cello. Clever, Karl affirmed, listening to Snape's voice, unable to recall what a cello sounded like, yet instinctively finding the sound appealing. Then pray tell, clever Karl, Snape began, but before he could finish, Karl swiftly leaned in, rubbing his head against Snape's chest, nuzzling gently. Am I not clever? Even without a test, I am rather clever, right? Right? I am clever, aren't I? Karl nudged Snape's chest with his furry head, the fabric brushing against his skin, eliciting a peculiar sensation. Karl was indeed clever. For as long as he continued this way, Snape would never utter a word about testing him, which was most beneficial for Karl. After all, with his sluggish mind, he could hardly conjure any thoughts, and he was uncertain of what he might say if confronted with a challenge. He simply couldn't admit that he was indeed a fool. Thus, this was the optimal solution. Karl looked up, a glint of cunning illuminating his gaze. See, even in a fever-induced haze, he could devise the most advantageous resolution at that moment. When Snape lowered his gaze, he beheld those bewildered, yet vividly bright, sapphire blue eyes. Yes, yes, you are clever, genius, Snape averted his head, bemused by how this feverish, dim-witted Karl resembled the feline Karl. The way he pressed into Snape's embrace and nuzzled with such a pitiful demeanor was astonishing. An act performed by human Karl. Snape raised his hand, as if to part the now-dazed Karl, slowly placing it upon his face in an attempt to soothe his agonized nerves with this simple gesture, even if it proved ineffective. I don't believe you are not deceiving me. Karl seemed to genuinely ponder this, directing a skeptical gaze at Snape. No, you are definitely lying, aren't you? Well then, how can I trust you, genius? Snape was likely attempting to soothe Karl properly. Karl was correct in his observation that Snape's tone lacked its usual sarcasm. Well, if you come closer, I will tell you. Karl's voice took on a slightly seductive tone as he endeavored to lower it, sounding as though he had regained some lucidity. Snape instinctively leaned closer. Perhaps Karl truly possessed some beguiling power, for he had the serpent firmly in his grasp. In that instant, as Snape drew near, Karl immediately pressed forward, his lips seemingly guided by an invisible force, swiftly meeting Snape's. Karl made no deliberate move, merely allowing his lips to graze Snape's, perhaps instinctively brushing against them. This was not their first kiss. That moment had been far more fervent, accompanied by a mingling of saliva and uneven breaths. Yet, at that time, the kiss had not left Snape feeling so utterly flustered. He promptly pushed Karl away, his eyes betraying a whirlwind of emotions, shock, anger, and finally, an overwhelming urge to inundate Karl with venom, hoping to make him aware of the sheer folly of his actions. In the following moment, not sweet at all, my sweet milk. Karl instinctively believed that a mere meeting of lips would evoke sweetness. Yet he was perplexed as to why, at this moment, he sensed no sweetness at all. A plaintive sound escaped him as he lay there, obediently clutching his blanket, utterly devoid of the bravado from moments prior. I shall fetch it for you. The Serpent King suppressed his venom, resigned to pour a glass of the wretched milk for the fool languishing in bed. Is there any in your common room? Snape attempted to reason with the sickly dimwit. If there was, and perhaps with a bit of chocolate added, he could quickly prepare a cup to swiftly silence Karl. No, Karl replied, burying his head in the blanket, his voice muffled and tinged with a hint of grievance. I cannot have sweet milk. I am so pitiful. The sickly individual was being utterly unreasonable. And in the next moment, he appeared on the verge of tears. There will be some in the dining hall. I will go fetch it for you. Merlin, do you think you are a temptress? Your tears have no special effect. Wipe them away immediately. Snape snapped in irritation. For the moment those few tears fell, his heart had betrayed him, confirming that Karl's tears indeed held a peculiar power. I want hot, sweet milk. Karl persisted with his unreasonable demands, appearing more willful than usual. At this very moment, the sky has begun to faintly blush with the light of dawn, heralding the imminent arrival of Christmas Eve. However, whether Karl can recover to experience the romantic Christmas he dreams of remains uncertain. Severus glanced at the soft gleam filtering through the window, slowly drew the curtains shut, and then exited Karl's chamber. Chapter 76. An embrace of initiative. By the time Severus returned to Karl's room with the potion and warm sweet milk, daylight had fully arrived. Yet, thanks to the curtains he had drawn earlier, the room remained shrouded in a comforting darkness, ideal for rest. Severus had presumed that Karl would likely be asleep, and he had mentally prepared himself to rouse the fool from his slumber. However, upon lifting the covers, he found Karl's eyes, though weary, still stubbornly open. The milk is sweet. Karl's voice was faint, revealing his earnest desire for the drink. Oh, indeed, sweet milk. Yet, Severus did not allow Karl to indulge in his dreams just yet. He first handed him the vial of potion. "Drink this elixir before you indulge in your foolish sweet milk," Severus stated with an unyielding demeanor. Karl, incredulous, exclaimed, "You want me to consume this bitter concoction? You do not love me." His voice, already laced with a sense of grievance, now dripped with even more sorrow. "Clearly, I have never loved you." "First, consume the potion," Severus replied, his tone cold and firm, the chill from the outside air having extinguished any strange, unwelcome feelings that had briefly flickered in his mind. Karl paused, taken aback. "You claim you do not love me, and yet expect me to drink this potion. Do you think such a thing is reasonable?" He was on the verge of springing up, had it not been for his dizzy head and feeble body. "If you embrace me and feed me, then I shall drink it, and afterward, you must also feed me the milk," Karl proposed, his thoughts racing towards the prospect of gaining an advantage over Severus. "Drink it or not, it matters little to me. After all, it is not my head burning with fever," Severus retorted as he placed the vial alongside the half-cup of milk on Karl's bedside table, the glass clinking against the wood with a dull thud. With that, he swiftly turned and headed for the door, opening it with a decisive motion. "Oh, how pitiful I am, how wretched without my milk, and my head spins. I am truly unfortunate." Karl's voice, weak and filled with sorrow, reached Severus as he turned back to see Karl curled up in a corner of the room. Severus felt an overwhelming urge to act. He let out an exasperated sigh, and before he realized it, his feet had moved forward, leading him back to Karl's bedside. He recalled Karl's face illuminated by fireworks, the memory of their hands intertwined as they raced down the stairs of Hogwarts, and the way Karl had fit snugly against him. No, Severus thought, why was he dwelling on such thoughts? He wished to forget those moments. He denied the flutter of his heart that had surged at that instant. Just for today, merely for this day, he resolved to be a bit kinder to Karl. Christmas is not an everyday occurrence. By tomorrow, everything would revert to normal. Severus seemed to have made a decision, his eyes no longer betraying any hint of panic or confusion. He approached Karl's bed, gently peeling back the covers that enveloped him. And for the first time, he took the initiative to wrap his arms around Karl, holding him tenderly. Though his embrace still bore a hint of stiffness and a trace of reluctance, it was markedly improved compared to before. "Drink the potion, and afterward, I will feed you sweet milk. Be good, will you?" Severus's voice was low and somewhat dry, tinged with an unfamiliar tenderness, as if he were genuinely attempting to soothe Karl. Karl, taken aback by this unexpected display, fell silent, and for what felt like an eternity, he offered no response. Finally, after an indeterminate span of time, he slowly nodded, "All right." After ensuring Karl consumed both the potion and the milk, time continued to pass. Even in his haze, Karl seemed to cherish every moment spent with Severus. Only after he finished the last spoonful of sweet milk that Severus had fed him did he finally allow his weary eyes to close, surrendering to a deep sleep. It was over at last. Severus felt as though a long-awaited punishment had finally concluded. The ailing Karl had been 1,000 times more bothersome than usual. His antics magnified exponentially. While he appeared somewhat compliant during the milk drinking, it was a mystery how Severus had managed to get him to consume the potion. Yet at last, it seemed all was coming to an end. Severus attempted to rise, but just as he did, he felt a tug at his sleeve. A reminder of a rather significant realization. Karl's hand, or rather his entire being, was clinging tightly to his garment. Severus resolutely tried to free his sleeve, but to no avail. Karl, who had been peacefully asleep, now displayed clear signs of distress, as evidenced by the furrow in his brow. Severus slowly lowered his arm. If he wished to have Karl rest comfortably, he would have to lie down beside him. He could then wait for Karl to fall into a deep slumber before extricating his hand from his sleeve. He was not afraid of disrupting Karl's sleep. Rather, he pondered what foolishness Karl might display if roused from his near slumber. Severus could hardly fathom it. Thus, in the next moment, he found himself lying on the same bed as Karl, his mind telling him there was no other option. The potion Karl had consumed had mild sedative effects, and once he was soundly asleep, Severus could easily depart. He reassured himself with this thought. Yet he had seemingly forgotten that he had not enjoyed a restful sleep in over 48 hours. The only reprieve he had was a brief 30-minute nap at the desk. Therefore, as soon as his head touched the pillow, inhaling the faint, sweet scent of Karl's clothing, an unprecedented sense of security enveloped him, and fatigue began to creep into his consciousness. Severus too succumbed to sleep, cradling Karl in his arms. Karl's recent suggestion to lie under the covers and gaze at the glowing watch had seemingly been fulfilled to a significant extent. Oh, perhaps it had exceeded all expectations. He had imagined lying on the same bed as Severus, but he had never dared to envision that Severus would embrace him while they slept. It was, indeed, utterly incredible. Perhaps it was the magic of Christmas. Santa Claus had bestowed the most splendid gift upon the devout little Karl. Chapter 77. I wish to set off fireworks for you again. On Christmas Eve, the romantic scenario that Karl had envisioned, wherein he would adorn the festive surroundings alongside Severus Snape, failed to materialize. Instead, the two of them merely lay entwined, having slumbered through the entire day until dusk descended, enveloping the world in darkness. It was only when the moon ascended to its zenith that Karl drowsily opened his eyes. He felt as though his mind had finally cleared, allowing for coherent thought once more. As he lifted his gaze, he took in his surroundings. This was his sitting room. To his left was the bedside table, and to his right lay his bearprint quilt, and beside him, there was his Mr. Severus. Wait, Karl blinked. He abruptly shut his eyes, only to reopen them again. He swallowed nervously, uncertainty flooding his mind. Is this? He opened his eyes once more, staring in disbelief at the sleeping visage of Snape before him. This was indeed his Mr. Severus. As the reality of the situation washed over him, Karl could scarcely contain the urge to leap up and dance with joy. Goodness! What had transpired last night? His memories were hazy, fading just as he had lain down upon the bed. He needed to reflect carefully, employing his astute mind to sift through the nebulous fragments of recollection in search of the truth. He lay back down and felt a surge of warmth. He recalled drifting off to sleep, hoping that by morning, he would feel better, only to have Snape come to find him for reasons unknown. Karl swiftly traversed through his memories, and in an instant, he froze, as recollections flooded back, including but not limited to. He attempted to grasp at stars that were never there. He had clung to Snape's waist, indulging in that damnable harassment. He had pleaded for Snape to administer him potions and milk, threatening to hide away in a corner and weep if his requests were denied. Oh my heavens! What had he done? Karl nearly wished to cover his cheeks. The embarrassment was overwhelming. If Snape were not holding him, and if he were not concerned about waking him, he would genuinely have buried his head in his hands and screamed. The former and the latter could be forgiven. He might have done something similar. But that middle part, had he been possessed by some lecherous spirit? How could he have uttered such nonsensical words? What was the difference between that and extending an invitation? Good grief. Karl's gaze became somewhat vacant, as a flush of crimson crept up his earlobes and cheeks. And Snape, astonishingly, had managed to endure it all. Karl was unsure how much restraint Snape had exercised to refrain from lifting him and tossing him out. Oh wait. At least this was still his sitting room, so Snape could only depart with a flourish of his robes. Karl's mind raced in a frenzy, nearly transforming him into a boiled lobster. He exhaled slowly, inhaling again, struggling to calm his tumultuous emotions, though he might occasionally utter some ill-conceived remarks. That did not mean he was capable of acting upon them. He never expected that merely falling ill would lead to such antics. Meanwhile, Snape had also awakened, having enjoyed what might have been the best sleep he had experienced in nearly a decade. His dreams were devoid of the harrowing specters that had once haunted him. There was nothing but the comforting essence of Carlo's cost, enveloping him in an unprecedented sense of tranquility. He felt refreshed, his mind clear upon waking. Karl, with his head bowed, left Snape uncertain as to whether he was truly awake, prompting him to move with gentleness. He slowly lifted his hand and sat up. At that moment, Karl, overwhelmed with guilt over his previous actions, tightly shut his eyes, feigning sleep. Snape remained oblivious, gradually lifting his hand to retrieve the clock from the table. It was nearly midnight, indicating that they had almost slept through the entire Christmas Eve. Snape carefully set the clock back down, a faint smile gracing his lips, one he had not even realized was forming. His gaze, once dull and vacant, now held a hint of relaxation. Such a sensation was foreign to him. His mind had always been taut, haunted by memories of that Halloween night. Yet last night, and in this very moment, he had momentarily forgotten everything. What did it matter? The events of this Christmas Eve were inconsequential. Let someone continue to sleep peacefully. It appeared that Karl's fever had subsided. Snape slowly brought the back of his hand to Karl's forehead, gauging his temperature. Just right. It seemed the potion had taken effect. As he felt the warmth of Karl's brow, he prepared to withdraw his hand, but in the next instant, Karl's hand grasped his wrist tightly. Snape was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. You're awake, he stated, his voice calm and devoid of the usual mockery, akin to a cello stripped of its dissonance, leaving only a soft, smooth melody. He seemed unconcerned about the troubles Karl had caused in his delirium the previous night. Are you leaving? Karl's voice was still muffled as he buried his head deeper into the covers, wishing to hide his flushed face and ears. He had no spare hands to shield both places simultaneously, so he resorted to concealing his head beneath the quilt. Well, then let go. Merry Christmas. I must be off. Especially if you recall the trouble you caused me last night. No. Karl lifted his head, finally managing to compose himself. There are fireworks. I want to set them off for you. It's Christmas Eve, after all. I came all this way just to celebrate with you. His tone carried a hint of grievance, as the romantic Christmas he had envisioned now felt utterly devoid of charm. Then why did you choose to let them off last night? Snape chuckled softly. Observing the expression on Karl's face, a fleeting sense of joy washing over him, perhaps because Karl had rarely looked as he did now. His face was contorted, likely recalling the foolishness of his previous actions. It must be said, this expression was somewhat more appealing than his usual demeanor, because, Severus, you appeared so despondent, as if the weight of the world rested upon you. I wish to see you happy more swiftly, Karl finally managed to articulate after a pause. Snape found himself momentarily speechless. But today, I slept a full day and night. I have no time left to prepare a fireworks display. Karl nearly tugged at his hair in despair. Goodness, the plans had gone awry. Just yesterday, he had confidently declared he could arrange 10 displays for Snape in a single day, yet now he was unable to manage even one. He felt as though he had been dealt a crushing blow to the face. What to do? What to do? What to do? Where's your wand? Suddenly, amidst Karl's spiraling thoughts, Snape uttered a seemingly nonsensical remark. Karl turned over to search for it, ultimately discovering it by his bedside before picking it up. May I use it? I left my wand in my cellar. Snape spoke slowly, his countenance as impassive as ever, his dark eyes betraying no hint of emotion. Even as Karl, and he himself remained oblivious to the subtle shift within his heart. Oh, certainly, Karl replied, handing over the wand. He held no aversion to Snape's wand. Often, the compatibility of two wizards' wands mirrored their own compatibility. Snape grasped Karl's wand, a seemingly longer elder wand, adorned with exquisite engravings, appearing both straight and beautiful. The moment he held it, he felt an undeniable sense of affinity, almost rivaling that of his own. He slowly waved the wand, and beautiful orbs of light emerged from its tip, drifting around the room. A simple flicker of luminescence, infused with unparalleled skill and magic, illuminated the dim chamber, transforming it into a starry expanse, as the lights burst forth like shooting stars, scattering and falling in a mesmerizing display. This modest spectacle of fireworks persisted for a considerable time until Snape sensed a hint of fatigue and ceased his movements. Fireworks, Snape uttered, returning Karl's wand to him, whilst noticing Karl's momentary stupor. Quite beautiful, my dear sir, Karl remarked, his eyes sparkling as he beheld the fading starlight, his heart racing fervently for the individual before him. I adore it, Karl smiled, his gaze fixed solely on Snape, revealing no indication whether he referred to the enchanting display or the man himself. Snape awkwardly averted his eyes, retrieving the black cloak he had draped over Karl, and donned it. Through these actions, he sought to distract himself, concealing his own tumultuous heart. Once dressed, he promptly opened the door, making his exit without uttering a word, nearly fleeing the scene. Severus, Merry Christmas. I hope this isn't our last Christmas together. I wish to celebrate it with you every year. Karl spoke sincerely before Snape could push the door open. Snape heard every word but offered no response. As anticipated by Karl, he watched the door close, plunging the room into darkness. Slowly, he lay back upon his bed, reflecting on the events of the past days. A smile unconsciously gracing his lips, all because of Severus Snape. Perhaps initially, he thought that if he could win the other over, it would be splendid. If not, then so be it. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he had come to desire to be with this person. When had this desire begun? He could not say. Perhaps falling for such a person was a simple affair, as effortless as breathing. He resolved to pursue the other. He would surely do so. With this thought, Karl closed his eyes, still feeling quite drowsy. Christmas passed without the ultimate romance he had envisioned. It was rather simple. They merely embraced and shared a night-as slumber, exchanging warmth. Very simple, lacking any semblance of romance. But that was sufficient. At least Karl felt elated. The holiday had concluded, and while his grand romantic ideals had not materialized, he believed their relationship had progressed, had it not. At the very least, Snape now called his name, and Karl was convinced there was some semblance of affection from him. He nodded proudly, and with Snape's birthday approaching, he had meticulously planned for it. Karl raised his small hands, slowly rubbing them together, a mischievous expression adorning his face, a blend of cunning and playfulness. He had long since begun preparing the birthday gift. After that little mishap, he had determined what to give, compressing his time and believing he could complete it before the birthday arrived. I permit you to remain in my cellar because you promised to come and assist me obediently. Pray tell, Mr. Karl, what are you doing now? Karl was engrossed in his little scheme when Snape's voice drifted to his ears, playful yet tinged with a hint of exasperation post-Christmas. You are cheating. It is improper to do so, Mr. Snape. Thus you have violated the rules, Karl declared, extending a finger emphatically. Our agreement contains no such stipulation. Neither party may unilaterally amend the contract without the other's knowledge. Thus, any such clause bears no legal weight, Snape countered without hesitation, dismantling Karl's assertions. Mr. Karl, surely you are aware? I trust your legal counsel has imparted such fundamental knowledge to you? Snape continued, turning slowly, his tone laced with mockery, bestowing upon Karl an auditory feast with his smooth, melodious voice. Or did you merely inquire about the legalities surrounding your explosive incident? Snape's voice rose, akin to a tautly strung violin string. Damn it, his words remained as sharp as ever, laden with barbs, which, upon closer examination, bore the venom of a serpent. Yet, there was something undeniably alluring about him. Chapter 79, The Approach of the Birthday. But Mr. Snape is quite peculiar, Karl mused, resting his head upon the table with a hint of melancholy in his tone. If you abandon your foolish notions, I shall gladly drop the Mr. Karl, Snape replied, continuing with his work. Your birthday is fast approaching. How do you intend to celebrate it? Karl sought to shift the topic, realizing he might struggle to relinquish the foolish ideas Snape referred to. Quite simply, attend classes, endure the torment of juvenile trolls, and afterward, confront an adult troll who shall finish the job, leaving me to drag my own carcass back to the cellar, awaiting resurrection the following day. Snape's voice dripped with sarcasm, a cold humor evident as he glanced towards Karl when mentioning the adult troll. What was he trying to convey? It was all too apparent. I shall endeavor not to anger you that day. Karl began to speak, wanting to ask why Snape could not avoid being angry with him. But he quickly recalled that the day in question was Snape's birthday, not his own. Thus, he suppressed his initial words, replacing them with a soft promise. You'd best do so, Snape replied noncommittally, a hint of amusement lacing his tone, yet Karl sensed the underlying skepticism in his mockery. Although Snape's demeanor towards Karl had improved significantly after Christmas, his affection for Karl seemed to be met with even greater resistance. I certainly shall, Karl assured fervently, desperate to see Snape happy, especially on his birthday. I hope you can behave more normally, like a more normal person, rather than as you have been, or as you were a few days ago. Suddenly, Snape's tone turned calm and dry, devoid of any discernible emotion. Yet, Karl felt compelled to utter something more. Let me guess, what gift will you present to me? Surely it won't be a vast bouquet of roses accompanied by a foolish declaration of love? Snape gazed into Karl's eyes, his words piercing Karl's heart with an almost tangible force, for it was indeed one of Karl's schemes. Observing the inexplicable tightening of Karl's lips, Snape thought, Merlin, how wretched it is to realize just how depraved a somewhat functional mind can be. I need not strain to conjure the array of absurdities you might devise. Snape had come to a definitive conclusion regarding the folly of Karl's intentions. I am not entirely blameless, Karl admitted, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Yes, Mr. Karl, indeed it is not entirely so. For this must merely be a facet of your grand design, undoubtedly accompanied by even more ludicrous plans. Snape continued, his imagination vividly conjuring the scene of his birthday, where, from the moment he awoke, Karl would surround him with petals, incessantly professing sugary sentiments until he closed his eyes, an unrelenting display of foolishness that would not cease. Snape's repetition of affirmatives served to underscore his certainty. Karl found himself nearly choked into silence. So you genuinely desire me to restrain my emotions and accompany you through this birthday? Karl said earnestly, conscious that his overwhelming feelings might unsettle Snape. Yet, he was also rather selfish, respecting and cherishing the other, unable to suppress his affection. Even if it occasionally caused minor inconveniences, he remained willfully ignorant of the repercussions. He was not a virtuous person. However, for just one day, he believed he could manage to contain himself. The answer was evident. Snape replied with unwavering certainty. I am quite convinced. How could Carlos Cost possibly suppress that insufferable nature of his? I harbor no concerns about what I would do if you were to behave normally, as that scenario is utterly implausible. Well, if it brings you joy, I shall temper my exuberance on that day, Karl offered with a hint of a smile, still maintaining his usual whimsical demeanor. Snape, unimpressed, turned back to his tasks, withholding any further expression from Karl. After all, he could already envision the forthcoming dialogue. The fool named Carlos Cost would inevitably latch onto him, asking, have you forgotten your promise from a few days ago? To which he would retort, but isn't this normal between lovers? Only to deny it afterward. That fellow would likely continue with something along the lines of, but Severus, you must be quite happy, right? Such shameless remarks were all too predictable. Snape could easily imagine this scenario playing out, a frustrating and exasperating affair. Indeed, if one were to overlook the slight upward curve of Snape's lips at that moment, he would likely be perceived as genuinely troubled and vexed. Regrettably, Karl did not notice the faint smile, otherwise, he would not be so conflicted. Shifting his gaze, Karl, influenced by Snape's resolute demeanor, genuinely contemplated whether he should temper his exuberance on that day. Upon leaving the dungeon, Karl opened the notebook he carried, flipping to the marked page, where plans ranging from roses to candlelit dinners lay documented. Each item seemed to fall squarely within the realm of Snape's so-called foolishness. Why not simply leave it as is? He mused. These plans are truly splendid. Once Snape has celebrated his birthday, he will surely no longer view them as absurd. How marvelous. No one could possibly refuse such a gesture. This was undeniably fantastic, was it not? However, deep down, Karl knew this was merely self-deception. The last Christmas, he had resorted to moral coercion to obtain a gift. Gazing at these likely stillborn plans, he felt a twinge of melancholy, a sour bubble threatening to surface. Yet, Karl was sincerely considering how to ensure Snape experienced a day of unadulterated joy. He recalled that Christmas when Snape had unfastened his robe, awkwardly poured him milk, and administered his potion, culminating in that enchanting display of fireworks. Snape performed all those acts not for his own delight, but for Karl's happiness. Recalling that evening made Karl's heart race uncontrollably. Yet, if Snape was willing to suppress his desire to cast him aside into oblivion for his own pleasure, should Karl not reciprocate such kindness? Thus, Karl closed his notebook, resolutely discarding those plans that might appear foolish from Snape's perspective. He reopened a fresh page. Pondering how to maximize Snape's happiness on that day, he resolved to slightly inconvenience himself for one day, allowing Snape to enjoy a calm and joyful birthday. But how could he appear somewhat normal? Maintaining an appropriate social distance, avoiding sudden proclamations of love. And what about embraces? Surely, normal friends embrace, do they not? Karl scribbled in his notebook. Chapter 80, Birthday Plans. Time swiftly passed to January 9th, mere days after Christmas. And Karl had completed his revised birthday plans, ones more considerate of Snape. At the breakfast table, he surveyed his plans, slowly closing the notebook. Determined to alleviate all of Snape's misfortunes throughout the day, he had already conferred with Dumbledore, ensuring that he would inform Snape in the morning. Although every meeting with Dumbledore inevitably reminded him of the truth he had uncovered that day. "Professor, I wish you success," Karl said. He then lifted the small box he had meticulously prepared, an ordinary square container. What treasures lay within? Upon opening it, he revealed 2 exquisite rings, crafted from silver. Carefully polished, each adorned with black and blue diamonds, reflecting the colors of their eyes. They would wear rings that mirrored one another's gaze. How romantic, was it not? A smile crept across Karl's lips involuntarily. Yet, the diamonds were not the most extravagant aspect. The true significance lay in the delicate engravings upon the blue ring, etched with 143 minuscule runes, symbolizing "I love you." Its purpose was protective, for Snape was often vulnerable to harm, and with this, Karl would feel a measure of reassurance. This had been his long-prepared birthday gift, a labor of love he had devoted time to daily, and finally, it appeared quite pleasing. Gazing at the beautiful ring brought an involuntary smile to Karl's face, but he quickly closed the box, concealing it within his pocket. As today is rather unsuitable for presenting this item to Snape, for it has surely transcended the realm of an appropriate gift, he resolved to bide his time until after midnight. The moment the clock strikes 12, he would promptly knock on Snape's door and bestow upon him this ring, adorning his 4th finger. This way, he would neither contravene their agreement nor fail to deliver the ring. It was simply impeccable. Karl mischievously rubbed his diminutive hands together, appearing both miniature and malevolent. After all, he was not the sort to reflect on his fears and hesitate in expressing his affections. He would not suppress himself for the sake of his beloved. Ha ha ha, my love is akin to a grand heist. Once I have set my sights on you, revel in your fortune. What foolish thoughts are you entertaining now, Karl? Or rather, how do you intend to torment me today? Snape suddenly appeared, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon Karl, seemingly indifferent to the promise he made a few days prior. "No, today you shall undoubtedly have a splendid time," Karl declared, sporting a broad smile. Snape remained noncommittal. At least Karl had been his usual self these past few days, insisting on dragging him out for lunch and eagerly ordering for him. He would pull him into secluded corners for embraces, whispering sweet declarations of love in his ear. He would even visit Snape's cellar while he brewed potions, watching him with a smile, as if at that moment he were the happiest person in the world. Thus, today would surely be no different. It might even be more intense. "So what have you prepared?" Snape recalled the full schedule of classes he had arranged for the morning, along with the likelihood of Karl monopolizing his afternoon. The combination of a small troll and a large troll. Goodness, what a perfect duo. Snape mused internally, though this perfection was likely laced with a thick dose of irony and even greater disdain. "You needn't attend classes today. I have conferred with Dumbledore, and I will substitute for you. You won't have to face the underage trolls," Karl proclaimed with immense pride. In an instant, Snape's expression stiffened. In his eyes, a gaggle of underage trolls combined with a single adult troll of staggering destructive capability posed a formidable threat to the survival of his potions classroom. This was indeed a pressing question. Haha, what are you thinking? My potion grades are genuinely commendable. Back in the day during Durmstrang's graduation exams, I achieved the highest overall score across all subjects. Be it curses, potions, or even divination, I excelled beyond expectations. Do not underestimate me. Upon seeing Snape's face, Karl could almost envision the depths of his contemplation. I know, my genius. You are quite remarkable, Snape replied with a smirk, unable to suppress the amusement bubbling beneath the surface at Karl's anxious explanations. Snape certainly did not deny Karl's brilliance and talent, evidenced by his exceptional protective charms, practical spells, and groundbreaking alchemical intuition. He merely harbored a simple concern regarding Karl's character. Fear not, I shall not act inappropriately. You need only rest and enjoy your birthday today. I assure you on my character, Karl said earnestly, aware that his integrity might not be worth much, yet he gazed intently at Snape as he made his pledge. Is this your birthday gift to me? Snape inquired, pondering if such a present was indeed as unremarkable as it seemed. He reflected internally, perhaps vaguely dissatisfied with such a gift. What, then, did he truly desire? Certainly not, Karl retorted. Snape's instinctive reaction was to think, I knew it. He sensed that Karl would not be so compliant. Without a doubt, a grand surprise awaited him, though he hoped it would not be too peculiar.